Chapter 1, Going to School is Not as Profitable as Selling Arms. High seas. On a luxury yacht, a bearded man wearing a turban said in a deep voice, "Li, can the price of this batch of goods be cheaper? The price you offered is already too much beyond the arms market." "Too much beyond the market price?" Bearded man ahead. The boyish-faced Li Liang frowned. "Mr. Nikolai, earlier you offended the arms dealers of the Eagle Kingdom, and now no one in the arms market dares to sell goods to you anymore. I took the risk to come and trade with you, so what if it's more expensive? I can sell it to you, so just be happy." Li Liang opened his mouth, seemingly extremely impatient with this business. In his words, he showed his displeasure. Behind him stood two tall black bodyguards with AKs. Facing the bearded man, there was no cowardice at all. He put out the cigar in his hand that had been lit and never smoked, and crossed his legs and laughed confidently. "Well, what should be said I have also said. You do not want to like this, the world in addition to me, who else dares to sell arms to you? So what if it's more expensive? It's better than nothing, right?" Nikolai sniffed, his face clouded in expression. This young man was right. Some time ago, because of something he thought was trivial, he had offended the largest arms dealer on the planet, Eagle Jam. The consequence is that Eagle Jam sent word that no one in the world dares to sell arms to him, and even avoid him too late, for fear that Eagle Jam will even sanction them. But the young man in front of Nikolai looked at him, lost in thought. A month ago, this young man had suddenly appeared across the globe with his arms organization, and no one knew who he was. And no one knew where all the Eagle Saw state-style weaponry he was selling came from. What the world does know is that this arms dealer, who has everything, dares to sell everything, and is never afraid to offend. This is also the reason why Nikolai would approach Li Liang. To say what's wrong with this arms dealer, it's being too stingy. Anyone who buys weapons and equipment from him will be ruthlessly slaughtered. After thinking for a moment, Nikolai was struggling a bit inside. He is no exception, this deal, far more than the market price of 1 or 2 times, but in addition to this willing to sell arms to their own. Finally, after a long moment of silence, he made up his mind and said, "Good. But, Li, you must send me 2 more boxes of AK. I'm not only sending you 2 boxes of AKs, I'm also adding 2 boxes of bullets." When Li Liang heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Then it's a deal, happy cooperation." Nicholas immediately stood up at his words, afraid that the stingy man in front of him would back out the next moment. Li Liang also stood up and made a standard smile. The two of them shook hands, and this time the arms business was traded successfully. Both of them exchanged pleasantries and said that they hoped to continue cooperation next time, and then the big customer was about to get up and leave. A few moments later, only to see the high seas above another helicopter, Nikolai's men will pick up the walkie-talkie call, and then the helicopter will slowly fall, throwing down the ladder. Nikolai said goodbye to Li Liang again and then left in the helicopter. Another deal, send him 2 boxes of AKs and bullets. While it won't cost much, these surface-to-air missiles alone are worth tens of millions of dollars. Li Liang pinched the number in his heart, very satisfied, then walked to the side of the sun chair, leisurely sunbathing. "Once this batch of goods is out, take a break and rest. I heard that recently the sea police of the Dragon Kingdom has been a bit stirred up. I don't know if they have noticed me. Recently has been this piece of trading in the open sea is indeed a bit too arrogant, but business has been coming, this money cannot not earn ah." Li Liang pondered in his heart that after this break, next time he should turn to that piece of sea to trade. "Your call, my lord." At that moment, a black man came over with a phone and said, "It's a call from inside the Dragon Kingdom." He added, "Within the Dragon Kingdom?" Li Liang froze. He didn't socialize much within the Dragon Kingdom. Who was this call from? "Give it to me." Li Liang got up from his chair and took the phone to see that it showed the word squad leader. Instantly, the frowning brows stretched. "It's just that the squad leader's on the phone, what's he want with me?" Without thinking too much, Li Conscience-Zhong answered the phone. "Hello? Squad leader. Hello? Li Liang, where are you? I can't get in touch for a month, I'm ready to call the police. Traveling abroad, doing a little business on the way, what's wrong? Traveling? That's true too. After bouncing around in a cruise ship for just a month, it's not a problem to call it traveling. It's just that we sold some arms and made a little bit of money on the way." That's normal, right? "Oh, travel, school starts tomorrow, remember to come." "Tomorrow? Isn't school starting February 28th? It's only February 24th now." "What February 28th? The teacher in the class group sent out a message a long time ago to change it to February 25th after the Lantern Festival." Hearing Li Liang suddenly felt bad, and immediately opened his cell phone to check and rummage through the messages in the class group. A few moments later, Li Liang finally found this notice. This notice did not at all, so it led to the message was received by the class brushed down, so Li Liang did not notice. So it had been wrongly memorized as February 28th. "Hello? Hello? Li Liang, hear me. This is the last semester of high school, don't be late for the start of the school year, the whole class is in touch, you're the only one left, sent you several messages you didn't reply. Said Li Liang also glanced at that in the class president's message bar sent more than 20 messages, are asking what number can return to the school dormitory. Li Liang patted his forehead helplessly. I understand, I'll rush back. Hearing Li Liang's reply, the only sound left on the other end of the phone was the beeping sound of hanging up. Li Liang pulled out another cigar from the cigar box and lit it, looking at the calm sea in front of him. His own life had been turned upside down this month. In fact, Li Liang wasn't from this world. Since he crossed over to this world 3 years ago, he had awakened the arms dealer system. The moment he got the system, Li Liang was also confused. Arms dealer system? And I didn't expect that the first gift package given by the system was actually a gift of a private island. And then after that, no matter how much he called out to the system didn't give a reply, but just told him to go to that island to unlock it first. However, he had never had the time to visit it because of his heavy studies, and the location of the island was too remote and inconvenient. Most of all, too, there was no money to go. Finally, it was taking advantage of this winter vacation and the money I earned from my part-time job, so I decided to visit that island. This look didn't matter. The moment he entered the island, Li Liang was directly confused. What kind of island is this? This is clearly an armory. What AK-47s, Barrett sniper rifles, grenades, smoke grenades, strategic missiles, and so on. It's really all the weaponry you can think of, and it's all here. And not only that, on these equipment, in this island, even all have their own production line. Since aborted the island. The black guard with an AK at the door even recognized himself and shouted his big brother one after another. Immediately afterward, an administrator-like employee told him that the owner of the island was himself. And all the weapons and equipment on it all belonged to him, Li Liang. At that time, he was lying down in his heart. What do you mean, surprise? This is a ing surprise. Other than that. This management post employee also outrageously took out a bunch of contracts, saying that they were just waiting for you, my lord, to sign them before they could be traded. Looking at the pile of contracts in his hand and then looking at the huge amount of money on it, Li Liang was even more shocked. If he didn't know that he still had a system in his head, he would have thought that he was dreaming. After going to the island, with the contract in hand every day in the arms trade, and gangs, tribes of various small countries and so on and so forth. Business is booming to the point that Li Liang has forgotten that he is still just a senior high school student. This day by day, it was like living in a dream. Who would believe that a senior in high school is an arms dealer? Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Li Liang himself does not believe it. This winter vacation arms business is really too hot. Reading and going to school, and then how to read cannot have to sell arms to make money. Sell a missile to earn $2 million. This is if you study and go to school. This life is difficult to earn. Li Liang thought for a moment. Throwing the cigar, which was only half burned, into the sea, his eyes were serious and his heart was determined. Anyway, having traveled to this world, I have no father, no mother, and no ties. Except for a neighboring sister who took special care of herself after she knew she was fatherless and motherless. Li Liang couldn't think of anyone else he could hang on to a bit. Just follow the path of the system. If we want to play big, since we are in the arms business, let's maximize the arms business. Make it the world's #1 arms dealer. But school, still have to go back, but not back to study, but quit. Li Liang had already made up his mind, turned to the black man behind him and said, prepare yourself right away, as fast as you can. I want to go back to Dragon Country. Other side. The border of the Dragon Kingdom's waters. A captain of the Marine Police looked serious and was listening to his subordinate's report. The subordinate said to a luxury cruise ship on the screen. Team Joe, as locked by our investigation, this cruise ship frequents the waters around the Dragon Kingdom. After the conclusive evidence shown in the past few days, it's already been determined that this ship is conducting an arms deal. We have now locked onto the location of this cruise ship. Captain, is it possible to immediately carry out an arrest on it? Chapter 2. 18 years old? Still a high school student? Requesting for votes. Dragon Kingdom border. Patrol ship, inside the conference room. Joe translation. He's the captain of this patrol ship. At this moment, he was listening to his subordinate's report with a calm face. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his 2 fingers repeatedly pressed the cap of his pen, letting no emotions be seen. This luxury cruise ship had rolled over the open sea area outside the Dragon Kingdom's waters many times during this month. They had noticed the cruise ship from the time it first appeared, due to the fact that the other party had always been in the high seas area and had made little movement. At first, they didn't care about it, until later, this cruise ship kept appearing frequently in the open sea area near the Dragon Kingdom waters. It was only then that they noticed the anomaly and began to launch an investigation. Unexpectedly, the investigation revealed that an arms deal was actually taking place. And dozens of transactions within this month. Arms deals, which would have had nothing to do with them. But the problem lies in the fact that the ship, the place where it appeared, was near the Dragon Kingdom. Who dares to guarantee that the next time they will not just sail directly into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom with a large amount of weapons and ammunition? Don't dare to gamble, and no one dares to gamble. After listening to this subordinate's report, Joe Translation seriously said, "Arrest." With just one simple word, the faces of the various officers in the seats followed suit and became serious. Some of the team members even straightened their backs. But the word catch had just been uttered, when Joe Translation immediately peeked again and said, "But I'm afraid it's still difficult for us to completely subdue the other side alone. After all, this force is involved in the arms trade. For this matter, I need to report to my superiors and request the assistance of the military. In addition, is there any result of the investigation of where this cruise ship departed from, the list of people who boarded the ship, including the list of people who traded with it?" Joe Translation inquired to a tall and thin police officer with glasses sitting on his left side. "Yes, Team Joe, I was just about to report." Joe Translation nodded his head to signal him to continue. "We applied for the use of the Sky Eye satellite to track them, and based on the Sky Eye satellite's follow-up shots we found that most of the people who traded with them were from different country regions. But there was one man among them who was in most of the photos." The police officer named Xiao Lu's expression began to look serious even as he spoke. As he spoke, he handed the 2 investigation reports in his hands to Joe Translation. After Joe Translation received the investigation reports and scanned them, his eyelids jumped a bit. "Are you guys sure you're not mistaken? Li Liang, from the Dragon Kingdom? 18 years old? A high school student?" After making the transaction with Nikolai, Li Liang returned to the island to explain the shipments of the various businesses. Then he rolled over to the Elephant Country and boarded a plane back to the Dragon Country. Inside the first-class cabin, Li Liang closed his eyes and concentrated. He couldn't help but marvel at what had happened in this month, as if it was like a dream. A month ago he was still a high school student, honestly studying and going to school. Now he's an arms dealer, making hundreds of millions of dollars. No one would believe this bold experience. Li Liang let out a laugh. Then he looked out the airplane window again. Now he had a big order in hand. Oh, Camel Country that owns 70% of the world's oil. That's a fat piece of meat. The Camel Country, with its extraordinary economic power. It could be said that the word rich as hell was almost tailor-made for them. Think about the first time when the Dragon Kingdom traded arms with them. Because of the language barrier, the Dragon negotiator held out a finger, signaling $10 million a missile. As a result, the Camel Country thought it was $100 million apiece, and called out that the Dragon Country and the deal was really a child's play, and the price was fair. And he, too, will soon be trading with such a country. Think about it, can all this not be like a dream? The Camel Country informed that they would come to pay the money after 5 days, so they themselves could only stay for 5 days this time back in the Dragon Country. Li Liang's mind was originally still thinking about what other things needed to be dealt with in the Dragon Country. As a result, he yawned and fell asleep without realizing it. A few hours later, carrying simple luggage, Li Liang returned to the downstairs of the neighborhood he had been away from for over a month. Thinking back on all the things that had happened in the past month, now that he was back in the Dragon Kingdom, he actually had a feeling that he was dreaming. Li Liang shook his head, didn't bother to think too much, and was about to carry his luggage and prepare to go upstairs. He caught sight of a familiar figure under an advertising signboard. About 1.67 meters or so, wearing a white down jacket with his hair simply tied back. In his hand was a bag of vegetables that should have just been bought from the supermarket. At this moment, he was walking towards the inside of the neighborhood with his head down. Li Liang frowned, looking at the soft back of the not-so-far-away slow walking with her head lowered. In his heart, he was sure that he had already made up his mind about this person's identity. It could only be the neighbor's sister who usually took good care of him. Only. At this moment, her head was lowered, and she seemed to be a bit despondent. Chapter 3 Just a little bit of business begging for votes. Downstairs in the neighborhood, Li Liang Chengshong was pondering. He wanted to catch up and say hello, but by the time he reacted, the person was already far away. Recently in the arms business running around, coupled with all the way ships and airplanes, one is also physically and mentally exhausted. Let's rest first, and go ask Sister Shulan about it when you have the chance. Li Liang rubbed his temples. Sister Shulan had always been quite good to herself, so if there was really any trouble, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. After settling the school matter, let's see if we can help her with anything. The next day. Magic City. Magic City 3rd High School. The senior students who had just finished their long vacation returned to school one after another. At this time, senior 2nd class. The students who returned one after another have already started to communicate in 2s and 3s. Everyone is discussing their fulfilling winter vacation. I heard you went to a part-time job over winter break and made $10,000 a month. What did you do? Hey, my family is a company. I just work part-time at home, sweeping the floor, washing dishes and so on. Ego can give you loaded, but also my family is to open the company. Your family is not just open the kiosk. After being dismantled, that student is also red in the face, defiantly said. What's wrong with the commissary? Commissary, I also earn $10,000 a month. What about you? What can you do? A classmate said proudly, patting his chest. Me? I didn't go part-time, but I contributed to society. Contribute? What contribution can you make? Nothing much, just go to the nursing home and wash the feet of the old grandpa, or help the old granny cross the street again. You, bull here. Inside the classroom. After a vacation, everyone met their classmates as if they were old friends reunited, and we all had endless things to say. Each of them shared interesting things about their own vacation and chatted enthusiastically. Only Li Liang sat alone in his seat quietly looking out the window. Thoughts, however, drifted to the arms deal 5 days later. The deal with Camelot is coming up in 5 days. This is the camel country, it's rich as hell. I wonder how many dollars they've prepared and how many arms they need. Li Liang attached great importance to this order. After all, this was the first time he had made a deal with a country since he had been selling arms himself. If this deal is made, maybe in the future, more small countries in need of arms will come to buy and sell arms from themselves. That would expand the scope of one's business considerably. And you'd make a lot more money. But others don't know what's going on in his head. It looked to them as if he was staring out the window in a daze. The students who were usually closer to Li Liang noticed him. Then they inquired to Li Liang, who was sitting in his seat. Brotherly, I heard the class president say that he couldn't get in touch with you for a winter vacation, and he only got through to you yesterday. Upon hearing this, another classmate also curiously walked over. Yeah, I heard the class president say that you went on a trip. Where did you go on a trip? The inquiries of the two classmates interrupted Li Liang's thoughts. He calmly said without any concern. It's not much, I've been traveling abroad and doing a little business on the side. Hearing Li Liang's reply, both of them were a bit puzzled. Business? What kind of business can a high school kid run abroad? Li, you're not kidding. Yes, what business have gone abroad? Do shopping? This is not bad. I heard someone say, the profit is very substantial. Hearing Li Liang talking about doing business abroad, a few of the students who were closer also went up and got curious. Nothing, just a little business, buying and selling arms and stuff. Li Liang drooped his eyelids and said carelessly. He was planning on dropping out of school anyway, so it didn't matter too much if he talked about this with his classmates. A few of his classmates froze at first at his words. Thought they had misheard. He just said, own a small business selling arms? What's arms? Guns and ammunition. This is contraband in the country, even in foreign countries, that has a more strict management. The only way for these students to get in touch with guns and ammunition is through the internet. But now, their classmate, however, told himself that he was in the arms business? Brother Li, you're joking, aren't you? Some of the students opened their mouths to inquire, and the expressions on their faces unconsciously began to become a bit strange. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but it was simply too outrageous. Even if one thinks in the best direction, Li Liang has access to guns and these items, what resources does he, a teenager who is only in his teens, have to compete with other arms dealers? Bull. This is bull. But it's just. When Li Liang said these words, his face did not turn red and his heart did not jump, as if all this was really happening. I say, Brother Li, this joke isn't funny. The arms you're talking about, I'm afraid it's not a toy gun. Yes, the toy gun that is not also a gun, on behalf of the purchase of toy guns, is also considered to be in the arms business. Can a Brother Li, a set of flirty words. Not ashamed to be you, this kind of tart talk, how I cannot think of it. No wonder every test you can go on the top 10 of the grade. The school bully is the school bully, between the words with pretentious. With the first person leading the argument, the rest of the class followed suit. In this way, it could be explained. For a while, the classroom was filled with laughter again, and no one really took what Li Liang said to heart. Also, a student, can he do all this work? And this way? Listening to his classmates' somewhat abstract explanations, Li Liang just smiled. Forget it, no harm done. And it does, understandably. After all, who would believe this kind of thing when it's said? A high school student who ran away to travel abroad during winter break. Doing a little business on the side? Or is it arms? What about making movies? Li Liang didn't intend to continue messing around with his classmates, and the purpose of coming back this time wasn't for that. After 2 days, he was going to leave. Leaving the Dragon Kingdom for a bigger world. This time he went, when he would come back, and whether he would be able to come back in the future, honestly, Li Liang wasn't really sure. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was still relatively sensitive to this aspect. Now there is no accident, in the future, it can be said Li conscience in a long sigh, since the crossing, the system has only given him this island in arms orders. Other than that, there was no more movement. So it's hard to say whether the system will activate to appear again later on when one follows the path laid out by the system. And the result of this is that once one goes on this journey, when one can come back again is a mystery. These classmates, in the end, are just a dream, too many intersections for his current identity, but also more trouble. This way. Maybe also quite good. He was thinking. Suddenly. Jingle bells. Ding, 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 ding. The shrill class bell rang, and when all the students heard it, they all started to return to their respective positions. Within a short while, the entire classroom was completely quiet. It was senior year. The students were as self-conscious as they should be, and the 10-second bell was fading. The whole class, the whole school, fell silent. The teachers of the senior classes gradually entered the classrooms with their materials. Today was the first day of school, and having a class meeting was essential. But, just as the crowd of homeroom teachers entered the classroom and were about to begin their speeches, inside the quiet campus, however, an abrupt siren suddenly rang out. Chapter 4. This Li Liang is your student? Requesting for votes. In the senior 3-second classroom. Sirens? A group of students froze at the sound. They spent most of their time moving around the school. Hearing this sound naturally made them curious. Especially the few living treasures in the class, who directly began to talk about it. It's the sound of a siren? Why is there a siren sound in the school? It can't be someone doing something illegal? With the first person voicing their opinion, the other students pressed on. In a moment, the class began to chatter. And this time, class teacher Wu Yong just walked into the classroom. Hearing everyone's noisy voices immediately blackened his face and was scolding the students under the podium. What's all the noise? Class is in session, don't you know? In the whole corridor, our class is the noisiest. School is a place to learn, not a place for you to have fun. Does the sound of sirens have anything to do with you guys? Be quiet. The class meeting will now begin. The few living treasures didn't dare to talk loudly anymore when they saw that the old class was angry. It was only one of the living treasures who had just run off to discuss with Li Liang that coldly floated out a sentence. Hey, teacher, maybe it's really none of our business. Just now, Li Liang even said that he went abroad to sell arms during his winter vacation. Maybe it's just to catch him. Ha 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 ha. This statement drew another round of laughter from the class. However, everyone was limited to laughter. No one would take this seriously. After all, selling arms, this was not something a high school student could do. However, Li Liang's expression began to solidify. The sudden sirens were starting to give him a twinge of nervousness. Because he was really selling arms. Immediately, he began to think about the recent trade orders and whether or not they had violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Shouldn't be able to. The trading places are all on the high seas, which are outside the Dragon Kingdom. Plus there's no dealings with the Dragon Kingdom. It shouldn't be here to arrest me. Just as he was thinking. On the podium. Wu Yong sniffed and glanced at Li Liang. He looked at that living treasure again and asked in doubt. Selling arms abroad? Seeing the teacher looking at him, Live Boy couldn't hold back a smile at the corner of his mouth and explained. Nothing, teacher, just now we asked Li Liang what he did abroad on his winter vacation and he told us that he went to sell arms. Probably selling toy guns. Hearing the explanation, the tense expression on Wu Yong's face slightly eased, and then he also reacted. It turned out to be just a few classmates joking and bragging amongst themselves. He thought there was really something going on. But rightly so. How could a high school student be associated with something as disparate as arms? Alright, all collect yourselves, let's get on with the class meeting. At the same time, the entrance to the third high school of Magic City. 7 or 8 police cars had already stopped. And behind these police cars, there were even 2 military vehicles. The wide body of the car, emblazoned with a brightly colored flag of the Dragon Kingdom. The janitor at the school entrance was confused. This is coming for the school. Is there something big going on at the school? Even the soldiers have been alerted. At this moment, as the car stopped inside the campus, the SWAT officers in the car quickly got out and arranged themselves into a square formation. In front of them stood a soldier in green uniform. It was explaining something. The janitor opened the school gate without even daring to ask. And the principal and a bunch of other school leaders, also at this time, hurried over. Senior class 2, in the classroom. The students, as well as the teachers, were completely unaware of what was happening outside. Wu Yong was looking over the notes he had made to see what to say in this class meeting. Just as he was about to open his mouth, bang! The door in the classroom was suddenly blasted open with a huge force. Whoopee! Clack clack clack. 7 or 8 gun-toting police officers rushed straight in. The SWAT officer at the forefront was even holding an explosion-proof shield in his hand. And after that, more than a dozen police officers rushed in one after another. Nobody move. No one is allowed to leave their seats. A sudden scene. It directly made the students in the classroom almost scared silly. What a situation. That's a lot of cops, or SWAT. And guns. No way, it's really related to us? Could it be that our old class has committed something? Wu Yong on the podium was also confused. Only to see a middle-aged man in a green military uniform walk out from behind this group of SWAT officers. He clearly saw that this soldier was carrying 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder. The rank of major. Following beside him was none other than the principal of Magic City High School. The principal was holding a paper towel in his hand, constantly wiping the sweat that fell from his forehead. Wu Yong also heard his classmates talking about themselves. Strongly pretending to be calm, he said to his classmates, "Silence, class." He looked at the man in uniform afterward. Taking large steps toward the principal, he gulped and asked, "School. Principal, what's going on here? Is something wrong?" The principal nodded and shook his head, not explaining anything to him. In this moment, Wu Yong thought of what his classmates had just said about him. The brain flew rapidly and sharply. Could it really be that he had done something? He quickly went through a quick list of bad things he had done in his life. But he couldn't think of anything he had done that could alarm the military. Not really. I've never done anything illegal. Could it be a classmate? But it's not like they came with a gun. Even if he had lived for 30 years or so, he had never seen this scene before. SWAT. Military, or the major himself. And with a gun. Suddenly Wu Yong he thought of something else. Heart thumped. Selling arms. Could it be Li Liang? Only the moment this thought appeared, it was dismissed by Wu Yong. How could it be possible? How can a high school student go abroad to sell arms? Just now they were just joking among classmates. How could he not hear this? But at this moment, the military man SWAT officer on the side walked towards Wu Yong. Seeing this, Wu Yong's heart tightened. Only to see that the policeman saluted Wu Yong. With a serious expression, he said, "There's no need to be nervous, we're just here to get some information. You're the homeroom teacher of this class? Li Liang. Is that your student? Chapter 5, come with us. Requesting for tickets." Hearing the inquiry from this inspector general, Wu Yong first froze for a moment. His eyes also subconsciously swept a glance at Li Liang in the corner of the classroom. Thinking about what the classmates were talking about just now. This kid couldn't really have committed something abroad. Could it really be buying and selling arms? How sharp was the gaze of the war police? Following Wu Yong's gaze, he saw Li Liang in the corner. The appearance is exactly the same as the information given by the superiors. Then without waiting for Wu Yong to answer, silently pointed toward the classroom window position. Then 7 or 8 gun-toting war police cautiously yet quickly surrounded it directly. Everyone in the classroom did not dare to look towards Li Liang's position. However, from behind them, they heard the serious voice of the detective. "Li Liang, right, please come with us. Let us see your hands, quick. Hands over your head." Li Liang silently looked at the incredibly nervous uncles in front of him, and the cold guns in their hands. Knowing that his business of arms dealing should have been exposed. His mind was racing rapidly at the moment, and he thought carefully. Jumping out of the window to escape should not work. After all, he had just seen that there were already armed policemen on guard downstairs. It's fine, no need to panic. He hadn't traded arms within the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. At least. Not yet. Hands on your head. Let us see your hands. Tanji repeated the words he just said again. Only then did Lyra slowly put his hands on his head. After seeing Li Liang's hands, the detective quickly went forward and searched Li Liang. After making sure that there were no prohibited items on Li Liang's body as stated in the information, only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. "Come with us." "Okay." Li Liang stood up. Calmly, he walked towards the outside of the classroom. And closely behind him was a group of heavily armed Tanji. Even though they confirmed that Li Liang was not in danger, they still had a tense look on their faces. Seeing this scene, the students in the classroom all had unbelievable expressions. "I'll go. Brotherly. So many detectives are here to arrest Brotherly? Brotherly wouldn't be some kind of terrorist. He's not really in the arms business abroad, is he?" Li Liang followed the special police out of the classroom. The soldier also followed behind. Wu Yong's brain went straight down. The scene in front of him kept hitting his visual nerves. Outrageous, too outrageous. Soldiers leading the way, SWAT opening the way, such a big scene. What exactly did this Li Liang do? At the same time, the chatter in the classroom grew louder and louder. "I'm confused, what's going on here? Can someone come and explain it to me? What he said about doing arms business abroad can't be true. Li Liang is really daring. Running off to do arms business abroad. No, am I dreaming? I've heard that the crime of trading arms, that's more than 3 years and less than 10 years, and in serious cases, it will even be." "Click," said this student crossing his hand and wiping it on his neck. Hearing the classmates' discussion in the classroom. The two people at the door, Wu Yong and the principal, were also looking at each other. The principal coughed and signaled Wu Yong to straighten up the classroom. "All right, you guys be quiet." Wu Yong knew that this matter could not be allowed to be discussed further by the students. 1. Because it was a bad influence on the school. Secondly, it was because they had no idea as to whether Li Liang had broken the law or not. Before the results were notified, all discussions were rumors. In order to protect his students, he had to stop the rumors from spreading. Under Wu Yong's scolding, the classroom quieted down. Then he walked towards the principal outside the classroom again and asked suspiciously, "Principal, what's going on here, Li Liang?" As the words came out, Wu Yong's eyes unconsciously glanced towards the bodies of those war police and soldiers. It was only after a while that this continued to speak. "What the hell is going on?" Rushing straight inside the class to arrest people. Faced with Wu Yong's doubts, the principal did not know how to answer. There was nothing but helplessness on his face. He could only laugh bitterly twice before shaking his head. He had just been sitting in his office when he heard the doorman call. There were so many SWAT officers with guns. There were even soldiers. It was rushing towards the school. Frightened, he immediately rushed out of his office and found them to inquire about the situation. As a result, that major said that it was not convenient to disclose in the execution of his mission, and he didn't dare to ask again. The principal sighed and inquired, "Teacher Wu, just now the students in the classroom, what's the matter with the arms deal that was discussed?" Wu Yong pondered for a moment and wondered. "It's not much, it's just that the students were bragging about each other and discussing what they did during the winter vacation." Then Li Liang said that he went on a trip abroad and did a bit of arms business along the way. The principal was even more confused when he sniffed. How it sounded was just classmates joking and bragging with each other. A high school student ran off to travel abroad during winter vacation and did some business in the meantime? Or an arms business? Is that possible? How can a high school student get into the arms business? I don't think anyone would believe it. At this moment, on the other side, Magic City Detective Bureau. Inside the tightly sealed detention center, Li Liang was arranged to sit on a small bench by the two detectives and then exited the room. After a while, the major from earlier walked in. Sitting opposite Li Liang, he spoke in a grave tone. "You are quite calm. To introduce myself, my name is Zhang Niu. This time, I brought you here because there are some things to check with you. As long as you cooperate well, we won't make things difficult for you." The last sentence Zhang Niu said was a bit unnatural. Looking at Li Liang, who was only 18 years old, in front of him. Once he thought of what was in the hidden information that came from his superiors earlier. He still couldn't believe it now. The high school student in front of him was actually an arms dealer? And still a big arms dealer? Even seeing that hidden information, he wondered if he was blind. 18 years old. Student of Magic City High School. Li Liang? If it wasn't for the fact that the information was signed with the name of the highest ranking officer and the special seal stamped on it, how could he not connect the words great arms dealer with this high school student in front of him? "Alright, I'll cut the crap. Do you know what you've done?" Li Liang replied calmly with his arms crossed on the table. "No." At those words, the corners of Zhang Niu's mouth twitched. Looking at this high school student in front of him, his face was calm with no ripples at all. It was as if doing arms trading was a routine for him, like eating and drinking water. A high school student. Can he have this kind of mental quality? "You're not at all surprised that we will come to arrest you?" Li Liang replied carelessly. "I knew there would be such a day, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." Didn't expect it to be so soon? Zhang Niu was a bit speechless. This was trading arms. You think it's some small matter of eating and drinking? This arms trade has strict controls internationally. Internationally, any arms dealer without the authorization of the military are not allowed to trade. Not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, where civilian firearms were strictly controlled. Then I'm not going to talk any nonsense with you. Tell me, where were you yesterday and what did you do? Chapter 6, The Terrorist is a High School Student? Magic City High School. A large influx of gun-toting SWAT officers and the arrival of military vehicles. It attracted a lot of discussion from the surrounding crowd. The scene of SWAT taking Li Liang away was filmed by an onlooker and posted on a blog. The video caused tremendous heat as soon as it came out. The footage shows a group of gun-toting SWAT officers surrounding a high school student in a Mordor school uniform. And behind the group of SWAT officers, there was also a soldier in green uniform. Some sharp-eyed people on the internet immediately realized that the military rank of this soldier was, in fact, major rank. In no time at all, this video was topped to the top 10 in terms of heat. Everyone was talking about it. What's the situation? How come SWAT came with guns to arrest a high school student? Even the military is here. And it's still at the rank of major. What on earth has this kid done? Surprisingly, he made the police cars open up and the military lead the way. It can't be murder. This high school student is a terrorist? A flood of comments and constant discussion under this video. Everyone has their own speculations on the matter. But most people expressed their dismay at the fact that SWAT had been military to arrest a high school student. At the moment. And Yao was also watching this video. As a popular local reporter in Magic City, she certainly wouldn't let go of any of the heat. After all, catching the heat is their performance for a reporter, and it is the proof of their ability. Watching the heat of the live broadcast get higher and higher, and Yao also got curious. SWAT with guns? Military mobilized? To arrest a high school student? What can a high school student do that's so illegal and criminal that it can alert the military? I'm afraid things shouldn't be that simple. All sorts of comments keep popping up under this video. All this commotion just to arrest a kid, a high school student? How big of a crime can a high school student commit? And to be arrested at gunpoint, for which even the military was mobilized? And Yao kept scrolling through the remarks under this video. On this she analyzed it. What kind of crime could a high school student have committed that would cause the SWAT team and the military to come out and arrest him? It's definitely not simple behind this. Usually when the gun-toting SWAT team is deployed, it must be that the kid has a weapon in his hand or has done something very serious that has violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Plus even the military has come. From this video it seems this level is feared to be at the major level. This matter is afraid to be even more serious. At the end of this video, when the SWAT team came out with Li Liang, a superintendent scolded that citizen who took the video, made him turn off the recording. And that was the end of the picture. However, the heat of this incident was long-lasting, and there were even people who went under the official account of the Magic City Police Department to ask about it. What crime did this child commit? With everyone's curiosity, the video is heating up. It kept spreading in various certain letter groups. The headlines also started from the beginning. Military out to capture unknown high school student. Turns out, SWAT military unites to capture terrorists who are high school students. Then later the headline evolved into, how a high school student became a terrorist. Retweeted by various citizens. This video. At one point it soared from the local heat list to the top 3, and it's even continuing. The internet was also divided into two schools of thought. One is that the high school student must have done something heinous, such as killing and setting a fire or something like that. On the other hand, the other faction thought that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. A high school student, even if he was the biggest criminal, he couldn't possibly bring a gun or even alert the military to come and arrest him. This matter continued to fester, and all sorts of remarks were made. And Yao was curious and kept going through these comments. The number of comments was still rising. That means the heat is getting better too. Recently there was a vacancy in the central station. Although she was already a popular reporter at the Magic City station, the top always said she didn't have enough seniority. If she could pick up another big hot story, then it would be even easier for her to take this position. Big news is all but unattainable, and I'm afraid many of my peers have already moved on. I have to seize this opportunity, since none of the online viewers know what this student did to alert the military. Then I'm afraid that if I plow this matter out, the heat will be even higher than this time. Thinking of this, Yao immediately picked up the phone and called the director of the Magic City station. It wasn't long before the station manager picked up the phone. After Yao spent a minute explaining this news to the station manager. The station manager also froze. High school students were arrested by a combination of military and gun-toting SWAT. That's outrageous. How is that possible? So the station manager also opened his cell phone and saw the video. Because the video was so hot, all he had to do was search for the words high school student. The video came up. Along with it, video pop-ups floated above the video. Everyone wanted to know, what did this high school kid do to get the military to step up and lead the way? Seeing the heat still rising, he knew he couldn't let this opportunity pass. And Yao, as the popular reporter of the station, immediately decided to let Yao follow this incident. So with a slap on the table, he said to Yao, "Alright little Un, this matter is in your hands. Make sure to dig up the reason why this high school student was taken away. If there are any difficulties, the station will support you." And Yao also didn't expect the station manager to be so supportive. After thanking the stage manager, as well as promising to complete the mission and other conversations like that, immediately called in his own dedicated cameraman again. "Sister, and what's wrong?" The photographer still had a puzzled look on his face. "What's the matter? Or rush to call me?" And Yao took the equipment while wearing clothes, solemnly replied, "There's big news, we're leaving now." "Ha? Big news? Where to?" Yao froze at his words. After contemplating for a while, she said, "Tanji Bureau. Chapter 7, How did you get on this road of no return requesting tickets?" Inside the Detective Division Bureau, Zhang Niu looked sharply at Li Liang in front of him. After all, he was a character who had often been in the army and had spent half his life in the military. The aura emanating from this major was enough to make an ordinary person feel frightened. Even if he wasn't stunned, his heart would be slowed by half a beat. But the calmness shown by the high school student in front of me, rare even among some adults. In the face of Zhang Niu's questioning, Li Liang, however, did not have too many surprises and spoke blandly. "Yesterday? That didn't do much. Went outside the country to do some arms trading." These words caused Zhang Niu to faintly stare. The other party's calmness was really beyond his expectations. Was this really just an 18-year-old teenager? And he's just selling arms? You think it's for food and water? Such a big deal, opening your mouth? Zhang Niu's eyes narrowed, shooting out a stern light. Do you know that smuggling arms is against the law, and the crime is not small? Those who illegally manufacture, trade, or stockpile firearms and ammunition will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years imprisonment for the least aggravating circumstances. Of course I know. Li Liang remained calm. Facing Zhang Niu's eyes directly, there was not a trace of retreat or timidity in his demeanor. But I sold the arms outside of the country, and the transactions were done on the high seas. If I remember correctly, this doesn't seem to violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, does it? The corners of Zhang Niu's mouth twitched at the words. Seems like it too. In that cryptic information sent by the higher-ups, it did mention that Li Liang was trading in an offshore high seas area. At most, it was just a bit closer to the Dragon Kingdom. But at the end of the day it's still in the high seas area. At this point, he can't really argue with that. Okay, next question. During the time you were in the arms business, who did you deal with? How many times in total? His gaze was fixed on Li Liang. This question was written in that hidden information. The reason why he asked this question was to see if the young man in front of him was sincere or not. Whether or not he had anything to hide. But Li Liang didn't even think about hiding anything from such a question and answered directly. There's probably a couple dozen times, I forget exactly how many, after all, business is too hot. If the trading partners are also quite a lot, what the Triangle, the Old Over, and the Burma, the Nance, and so on will come to me. They make up the bulk of the trade, and then there are the retailers, so I sell to them as long as they can afford it. After all, arms have no borders. Hearing this, Zhang Niu almost didn't stand up to give Li Liang a big mouthful. What an arms without borders? Although arms have no borders, arms dealers do. You're a dragon, running around the world selling arms. Those who know that you are your own personal arms trade. Those who do not know, thought that the dragon state authorized you to buy and sell arms. It is said that this kind of war to get rich arms dealers only value money, do not care about what national honor. Now it seems to be true. Zhang Niu coldly grunted, his face somewhat unhappy, and said, You only know how to make money. Then do you know how many people will die from the arms you sell? How do you dare to guarantee that the arms you sell today won't hit our compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow? What's the difference between what you're doing and direct murder? Zhang Niu's words were undoubtedly a big hat on him. Knowing that he couldn't use the laws of the Dragon Kingdom to suppress Li Liang, he performed a conceptual theft. This kind of concept stealing he, Li Liang, also knew how to do. After all, he himself was still the school bully before he became an arms dealer. Represented his class in quite a few debating competitions. Hearing this, Li Liang remained calm and said, This comrade major, first of all, I don't think what you're saying is right, and secondly, let me give you an example. There are a total of 550 million arms in circulation in this world. That means that there is one gun for every 12 people. And is that fair to the other 11? When they meet the one with the gun, are they just sitting ducks? At that, he paused briefly, his eyes meeting whichever major was there. The latter was clearly frozen in place by his words. However, he quickly reacted and was about to open his mouth to speak in rebuttal. Li Liang seized the moment and continued to articulate what he had said, directly making this major's words reach his mouth, only to be interrupted and swallowed. Comrade Major, I would like to ask, would a car seller tell you that driving is dangerous? Would a cigarette seller tell you that smoking kills you? Every year their merchandise kills more people than my arms, and at least my merchandise has a safety pin. Li Liang's words were calm but forceful. Even Zhang Niu, a former soldier who often interrogated prisoners, froze for a moment. Originally, Zhang Niu wanted to put a big hat on Li Liang. Give Li Liang from the spiritual level of blow, so that consciously and actively account for everything about the arms trade. But I didn't expect this young man's logic to be so strange. There was no reasoning that made sense to him. Good boy. According to him, selling arms isn't just about making money. Rather, it is to save innocent people who do not have arms but are being oppressed by those who do? What kind of reasoning is that? I didn't expect a high school student. Faced with the trooper's classic cross-examination techniques. Surprisingly, he didn't flinch and retreat in the slightest. There wasn't even the slightest change in color. This couldn't help but make him appreciate this young man a few times in his heart. Next question, what weapons and arms did you sell? Just some single weapons, AKs from the Maoists and Sandhawks from the old meters. No other large weapons? Not yet. Zhang Niu's eyelids jumped as he looked at Li Liang, who had a serious face. Not yet? Nice guy. What does this mean? It means later? Or does it mean it's already there and hasn't started selling yet? But he immediately dismissed that concern again. To think that Li Liang was a high school student after all. Doing arms business is outrageous enough. Probably selling pistols, rifles, grenades, and the like at best. He couldn't possibly be selling large weapons. And naturally, Li Liang couldn't be truthful to Zhang Niu about this question. After all, he had sold a few air-to-air missiles not long ago. The fact that he could build large weapons himself could not be exposed for the time being. Although he hadn't violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. But after all, one is still within the Dragon Kingdom. Now he himself was brought to the police superintendent's office. There's no telling what the military is going to do to him. So it's not like he's going to give up everything. Zhang Niu's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly looked at the expressionless Li Liang. From the time he started asking until now, this young man's answer could be said to be dripping. The psychological quality was also extremely strong. If Li Liang really violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, then he had the means to lasso. But it was just this Li Liang in terms of the law. He really hasn't violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. It made it impossible for him to use any means he had. A moment later he somewhat couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Li Liang, I'm curious to know how you got on the path of selling arms. Chapter 8, how much did you just say you earned? Requesting for votes. In the detective bureau, Li Liang looked a little odd. But it wasn't because of Zhang Niu's inquiry. Rather, a system that has been dormant for almost 3 years. It suddenly rang in his head. Ding detected the host completing the task of receiving a military-industrial island. Ding, we've detected the host's current situation. A new mission has begun. Please leave the police station unharmed within 24 hours. Mission accomplished, obtain the drawing and complete production line of the mag-fed anti-tank sniper rifle. Mission failure, no reward. A series of system voices sounded in his head. There was some surprise in Li Ling's mind. However, his face still did not show the slightest expression. This was the second time since crossing over that the system had taken the initiative to show itself. The first time was when he himself traveled to this world. The system rewarded himself with a military island to travel to and activate, and then he was never heard from again. But now it had reappeared again, and had enacted a mission as well as a reward as soon as it appeared. It's true that following the system is right. After traveling to the island and doing a bunch of arms business, the system has reactivated again. This mag-fed anti-tank sniper rifle. If I remember correctly, this is the latest model of anti-tank sniper rifle being researched by the Eagle Jam Nation. I've heard that this thing is ridiculously powerful. I didn't think that the system would even be able to get this. The reactivation of the system made Li's conscience rejoice. It made him realize that as long as he followed the system, there would definitely be more unexpected rewards to follow. It was only a matter of a breath before the system released the mission. Li Liang then immediately adjusted from the surprise of the re-system activation. The system wants me to leave the police superintendent's office 24 hours unharmed? Is there going to be any action other than questioning this time? Thinking about this, he didn't get too nervous. Even if the system didn't show up and there wasn't this quest, he would still also find a way to get himself out of here as soon as possible. After all, there was still a big business waiting for him. But this was still in the Dragon Kingdom after all, and compared to other countries, the laws were stricter. This task of the system, it's not really good to complete. Li Liang did not move and looked at Zhang Niu. How to get out of this thing, there is still to be thought. However, Zhang Niu's question, he didn't mind answering it first. I have my own military production line, and someone needed arms, and it was very profitable, so I went ahead and sold it. In business, it's all about supply and demand. Hearing Li Liang's answer, Zhang Niu almost didn't spray out a mouthful of blood. What did he just say? Having his own military production line? What the hell, did you hear it right yourself? Or is he just fooling himself? How is this possible? Military production lines, some countries in this world don't have them. Where did he, a high school student, go to get a military production line? Zhang Niu suppressed the breath in his heart and asked with forced composure. Then your production line. Where did it come from? Li Liang raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face. Do you believe me when I say I picked it up? It wasn't that Li Liang didn't want to tell Zhang Niu. Rather, he was afraid that even if he said it, the other party would not be able to believe it. Should he tell him that he had a system in his head that helped him build a complete arsenal? And it's still a fully automated manufacturing, and the system even gifted a bunch of minions to help him work? I'm afraid Zhang Niu would have to wonder if he had some kind of delusion when this was said. Zhang Niu's eyes stared tightly at Li Liang, trying to find a break in his expression. But Li Liang's face was serious at the moment. It didn't look like he was lying at all. From his expression, it seems as if. Indeed, he's not lying. But to say that picking it up is also too much. It wouldn't be a military factory built by any country that was picked up by Li Liang? That's even more bull. This kid is still hiding and doesn't want to tell the truth. Zhang Niu's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought for a moment. But this questioning isn't unproductive. At least, from what's known, it seems that this kid might be an arms dealer who's doing great. Looking at Li Liang, who still had a calm face, he let out a long sigh in his heart. Alright, that's all the questions for today. Zhang Niu then picked up his notebook and information and was about to head out. Seeing this, Li Liang hurriedly called out to him. Comrade Major, please wait. Since there's nothing wrong, I should be able to go. Go? Where are you going? To sell arms? You're not going anywhere until the matter is cleared up. At those words, Li Liang also froze. You can't leave before things are investigated? What is this? One is not breaking the law or committing a crime, so what's the point? In a few days Camelot Nation is coming to make a deal. That's a big deal of hundreds of millions of dollars less. And it's a great way to make a name for yourself in the arms business. But right now it's not even about dropping out of school. In addition, I don't know what kind of trouble has happened on Shuran-san's side, and I haven't gone to figure it out myself yet. Li Liang's face was gloomy as he spoke to Zhang Niu in a deep voice. Then at least when can I leave? At least give a word. There's a big arms deal waiting for me out there right now. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, I haven't done anything illegal or criminal. You guys don't have any reason to keep me locked up here now. What did you say? Originally, Zhang Niu's hand was already on the doorknob, about to open the door and head out. When he heard what Li Liang said, he stopped moving again. Turning his head towards Li Liang, he inquired. What did you just say? Arms business? Zhang Niu was on the verge of laughing at Li Liang. What's going on with this kid? Don't you know what this place is? The superintendent of police. Still thinking about that arms business even now, don't you understand the gravity of the matter? Or does this kid not know how to walk when he sees money? The more Zhang Niu thought about it, the more angry he became, with a look of hatred and anger. You kid, I just wonder, is an arms dealer that good? That our head tied to the waistband of the pants to live life. Selling a few rifles and pistols can earn a few dollars. Is it worth losing your life? We're doing this to protect you, tell me about you. Without waiting for Zhang Niu to continue on, Li Liang interrupted him. Make at least $100 million on this deal. After Li Liang's words were uttered, the entire room was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the floor was heard. Only to see Zhang Niu staring at Li Liang with wide eyes and an unbelievable face as he stammered. You? How much did you just say you earned? 100 million. US dollars, US knife now. Zhang Niu man was numb. He had just heard the words correctly. This Li good like he was talking about making at least $100 million on this deal? Minimum. At the very least, you can make $100 million dollars. What is he selling here? Although he himself didn't understand how the general price of the arms market was, but a missile was only sold for $2 to $3 million, right? And he asked for $100 million? Zhang Niu swallowed his saliva and forced himself to calm down. Who are you trading with this time? The Maoist state? Or Eagle Jam? Li Liang shrugged and said lightly. Camel country. This is a big deal, I have to go back and keep an eye on it myself. Camelot? That's the country that's full of oil and gold. An arms dealer who can hook up with them. You know that Camelot countries usually take the initiative in doing this kind of business. When others go to them, they don't want it. And they have strict quality control on this arms. If it's not good enough or strong enough, they won't want it. After all, there's money in it. Buy whatever you want. This kid has an arms deal with all of them? And just how much more is he hiding? Zhang Niu first calmed his heart and looked Li Liang up and down. More and more, he felt that this high school student in front of him looked unfathomable. Only after thinking for a moment did Zhang Niu say with a serious expression. Whether you can go out or not, I can't say yet for the time being, but I'll report your matter to my superiors, so that they can finalize it as soon as possible. Take your time and wait for the news. Chapter 9, as far as I know, he's a good student begging for votes. Inside the inquiry room. Zhang Niu glanced at Li Liang with great interest. Then he walked straight out of the small room. Took a deep breath to recalibrate. Speaking seriously again to the detective inspector who was waiting at the door for questioning. This Li Liang is an important man, he must be watched over. There must be no slip-ups. After explaining to the detective, Zhang Niu couldn't help but ponder over what Li Liang had just said again. Just now, Li Liang said that he would be trading with the camel country in a few days. It's not a small thing, not some petty fight, it's an arms deal with a country. And listen to him say that the deal involves at least $100 million. Or dollars. If Li Liang wasn't lying, then he himself had to rush to report to his superiors. In the end, Li Liang was still a member of the Dragon Kingdom now. If this deal really exists, it would have to be because of the imprisonment of Li Liang, thus causing the Camel Country's dealmakers to run for cover. Would that affect the friendly relations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom have always had good relations, so if this goes wrong, it will be troublesome. Zhang Niu couldn't help but feel a little numb. It was no longer Li Liang's personal problem alone. In case it evolves into a misunderstanding between nations, with him he can't afford the responsibility. It was necessary to have someone investigate whether Camelot had a recent need for arms, so as to know whether he was lying or not. As for Li Liang, whether to release him or keep him in custody, all these matters need to be decided by the higher-ups. Of course, Li Liang's words can't be taken at face value. From the short contact with him just now, he must still have something to hide. Thinking of this, Zhang Niu immediately moved. After greeting the accompanying driver, he headed towards the outside of the detective bureau. Meanwhile, the entrance to the detective bureau. A reporter lady with a work badge on her chest opened her mouth with a smile on her face facing the camera. Hello everyone, welcome to the documentary program specially authorized by the local station of Magic City. I'm sure you're all no strangers to the fact that a special event occurred at Magic City High School today. A video of a high school student being taken away by armed combat police has gone viral on the internet, and even in the middle of this video, we have discovered that there is a military also involved in this operation. I'm sure all of you citizens are also very curious about what this high school student has done to alert the military and even hold guns on his arrest. Now that I've arrived at the detective bureau, it's up to me, local station reporter Anyao, to find out the truth for all of you. Anyao came very fast. After getting authorization from the station manager, I looked up the address of this high school on the internet and found that those who could attend this high school were students with very good grades. Since the high school was far away from her starting point and this classmate had been taken away, so there was no point in going to the high school. The key players and characters are in the detective bureau, come here to get the answers she wants. At this point, with the live broadcast on, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also swarmed. Ha, Sister Yao Yao has become beautiful again. Upstairs, this is my Yao Yao, you're not allowed to look. Great, finally someone is going to investigate this. I'm also curious as to why we're arresting any high school student. Get started, I can't wait. The heat of the live broadcast was rising, partly because Anyao was a popular reporter for the local station in Magic City. Another part of the reason was because the heat of this matter was really high and everyone was curious. So as soon as it started airing, the heat spiked to the top 10 on the hourly charts and it's even still spiking. After Anyao made a series of opening remarks to the camera. With sharp eyes, she noticed a middle-aged man in green military uniform behind her who happened to walk out of the detective bureau. Behind him were several detectives in police uniforms. She instantly recognized the soldier as the same one who appeared in the video. Hurriedly, she rushed forward with the cameraman and took out the microphone to Zhang Niu in the midst of the stunned crowd of detectives. Hello comrade, I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City, for that video that went viral on the internet today to conduct an investigation. May I ask what that high school student who was taken away did to cause you to make such a big deal about arresting him? Could he really be a terrorist, as the internet masses are guessing? Or is there some evidence on this high school student that can assist you in other cases? Zhang Niu had only just stepped out of the detective bureau when a microphone and a barrage of questions greeted his face. He was also wondering in his heart, had the news traveled so fast? How long has it been on the internet? It's only been an hour since we decided to go to the high school to make the arrest and come back. Including his own questioning of Li Liang in the detective bureau is only half a clock off. After sighing in his heart about the power of the internet, he faced the camera again and said in a serious manner, about this matter, it's actually not as speculated on the internet. For some reasons, we can't announce it yet, and we'll give everyone a satisfactory explanation later. After saying that, Zhang Niu is going to cross the reporter to leave, because Li Liang this matter is urgent. Of course, he does not want to entangle with the reporter for too long, he must go to report immediately. And Yao, of course, was not satisfied with this answer, and hurriedly stopped in front of Zhang Niu again. Comrade, there's one more question. After our short investigation, this student seems to be a third-rate student at school. Could there be any other inside information about your capture of him? Hearing this question, Zhang Niu's footsteps stopped. The entire person froze slightly. Something else inside? There are indeed insiders. He was arrested because he was selling arms outside the country. But can you believe it when you say it yourself? A high school kid running offshore to sell arms, he wouldn't believe it. Even if you did, you couldn't broadcast it. What kind of good student is still there? Have you ever seen any good student running away to become an arms dealer? Other students are enjoying their vacations. What good student is running around the world doing arms deals? Today to the Triangle, tomorrow to Burma, and the day after that to Old Over? What good high school student could have done this? In the face of Anyao's question, Zhang Niu's heart sputtered with anger. However, his face did not move as he replied. This student, is indeed a good student. Saying the words good student, Zhang Niu paused for a moment and added, as I just said, I can't answer to these questions for the time being, it will be soon. After saying that, Zhang Niu crossed over to Anyao and prepared to leave. But how could Anyao let him go? She kept following Zhang Niu's side with fast steps and asked again, Comrade, since it's a good student, do you think it's too much to arrest a high school student in such a big way? After all, we all saw in the video that the war police entered the campus with guns. Upon hearing this, Zhang Niu just smiled at Anyao without answering. But in his heart, he started cursing at the question. Hyperbole? You wouldn't feel that way if you knew what this kid did. This is an arms dealer. Who's to say he didn't have a piece or two on him? Just in case if he did, just in case he wouldn't cooperate again. Pull out a gun and give it a blitz. Who can afford the end result? But these words were not uttered by Zhang Niu, nor did he continue to answer Anyao's question. Instead, he walked straight to the military vehicle and then told the driver to hurry up and drive away. If he stayed here to answer Anyao's question, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his foul mouth. At this time, The other side. In the senior second class. It's already time for class to end. Taking advantage of the absence of the homeroom teacher, the crowd quickly gathered together and started talking. No, do any of you know the inside story? What's going on with Brotherly? So many police are here as well as soldiers. He can't really be selling arms abroad, right? Did you guys see that gun just now? That's a gun. The guns are here. I don't think it's possible. He's a high school student. How can he sell arms? I think so too. It should be something else. Again, the students couldn't help but think. And rightly so. A high school student, where did he get the arms? They've only seen arms on TV and in movies. How could Li Liang be capable of selling arms? But the question is, Li Liang, what the hell did he do to get the detectives and the military to come out at the same time? That was a question that no one could tell them. The curiosity in their hearts was like ants crawling on their bodies, and not getting an answer was unbearable. Principal's room. Wu Yong was pulled over for questioning alone. The principal frowned as he sat on top of his chair, and to say that he wasn't nervous would definitely be a lie. The students on his campus had been taken away, and if they had really committed a crime, would he, the principal, still be able to sit in this position unharmed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The first and foremost problem now was to find out exactly what Li Liang had done. What do you think about your classmates saying that Li Liang sold arms? The principal pondered for a long time before asking this seemingly outrageous question. Wu Yong sniffed, and without much thought immediately answered seriously. Rumor. Definitely rumors. Li Liang is a good student, and this goodness is not only in his studies. As far as I know, he's an orphan who often works part-time jobs when he's free in order to go to school, and these part-time jobs are all proper part-time jobs. Once I ran into him working part-time in someone else's restaurant, doing things diligently, so all this what selling arms is absolutely impossible. Wu Yong had a serious face, knowing the horror of rumors. As a teacher, before everything came to fruition, he had to protect his students and never let the rumors hurt them. Chapter 10, Bad. I'm afraid this position is the end of the line. In the principal's office. After Zhang Zongwan let Wu Yong leave, he had been pacing back and forth in the room with an anxious expression. Just now, he had been asking Wu Yong a lot of questions. But not a single detail about why Li Liang was taken away could be obtained. In Wu Yong's mouth. This Li Liang was a good student role model. In school, he was united with his classmates and respected his teachers. He was also in the top 10 in his grade and received many scholarships. He has no father, no mother, and no financial resources. In order to be able to support themselves, in order to be able to go to school. When other students were having fun, he went to work part-time to earn his own living expenses as soon as he was free. Just such a good student. To have just been captured by gun-toting war police in conjunction with the military? This is also too unbelievable. The more Zhang Zongwang thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. But the only thing he understood was that this matter was very serious. After all, this time, the military could be mobilized. A moment later Zhang Zongwang stopped pacing and said to himself with a nervous expression. Now there is no investigation results, do not know what Li Liang did. This in case if he did something hurtful and unforgivable. That would have a huge impact on the public opinion of Mordor High School. I'm afraid that I'll have to give up my position that I've been sitting in for almost 20 years to someone else. Magic City High School had always been a key high school in the city. If Li Liang caused the school's popularity to slip and fall, even the name of the key high school was taken off. Then he, Zhang Zongwang, would be considered a sinner of this high school. Thinking of this, Zhang Zongwang dropped his butt on the chair, and his entire body became a little irritated. But then his complexion crossed. No way. We can't just sit around and wait for death, we must find out what's going on. Or else I won't even be able to sleep peacefully. With that, he picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. This call was dialed to the detective bureau. Zhang Zongwang had been a principal for 20 years, and naturally had some connections on him. After all, Mordor High School is a key high school, most people squeeze their heads to send their children in. But the phone dialed out for a long time, but finally showed no answer. This makes Zhang Zongwang's heart uneasy. What's going on? It's not possible that my position as principal is really not guaranteed, right? It's only been a while and not a single one dares to pick up the phone to reveal the news? How big a deal is this? Zhang Zongwang sat in his chair, his hands were even slightly shaking. This situation that cannot be afraid. The feeling of helplessness in his heart directly reached the extreme. Students, if because of the school mismanagement, himself, the principal, still have to bear some responsibility. Zhang Zongwang muttered in his mouth. His mind frantically turned, who else could reveal information to himself? A moment later, he suddenly seemed to think of something. With a clench of his teeth, he stood up. Dialed the phone number of a big shot. Not long after, the caller picked up on the other end of the line. Hello? Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? Hearing this familiar voice, a handful of Zhang Zongwang was almost about to cry out. He trembled and answered. Teacher, I might be in trouble. I want to ask you something. The person on the other end of the phone sniffed and seemed to guess what was going on, and his tone of voice also turned serious. You want to talk about someone your high school students being taken away, right? Zhang Zhongwang nodded his head repeatedly, getting excited and said, Right, teacher, do you know something? Can you tell me? I promise not to, I just want to know what this student has committed. Let's see if it will affect the reputation of Magic City High School, if it really will, so I can make countermeasures in advance. Zhang Zhongwang excitedly said a whole bunch of things in a row. But after he finished his string of words, the other end of the phone surprisingly went silent as well. The uneasiness in his heart came back strongly. Only after seeing the other party silent for a moment, a serious voice came again. Little Zhang, I can only say that this matter is very serious, it's better for you not to know for the time being. There's also no need to poke around, you'll understand after a while. The other party then hung up the phone. At this moment, Zhang Zhongwang sat paralyzed in his chair, his face full of despair. He had dialed out several calls up until now, but the most he had gotten was just one sentence. This matter is very serious. But just when he was about to continue to ask downward, in the end what happened? The other party was silent. This was already very telling. Finished, my position as principal, I'm afraid that it will not be able to keep it, right? No, he's a student, what exactly did he commit? The level of secrecy is so high. It's not so bad, really went to sell arms, right? The other side. Donyang neighborhood. Lin Shulan was preparing a boxed lunch. Because the time was still early, she planned to sit down and rest for a while. Only just as she picked up her cell phone, a hot search was pushed to her. The name was clearly displayed on it: high school student arrested by a joint armed battle, police and military. Seeing this, she also became a bit curious. A high school student was arrested by gun-toting combat police and the military? What did this do to be so exaggerated? With curiosity, Lin Shulan clicked into this hot search and clicked on the video above. In the picture, the war police were arranged in a square formation with their guns. Shortly afterward, a soldier came over and explained something. The war police then rushed towards the school. After a little while longer, the picture was of a group of war police bringing out a high school student. Seeing this, Lin Shulan froze as this high school student. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it looked, and after zooming in on the video footage, she couldn't help but scream out in shock. Isn't this Li Liang? What's going on here? How did Li Liang get arrested? She then scrolled through the comments, but the comments were also filled with curious inquiries. There were also some comments asking if Li Liang was a terrorist or if he had planted a bomb in the school to kill people or something like that. Seeing this, Lin Shulan couldn't help but get a little angry and fight for Li Liang, saying, There's no way Li Liang would do such a thing. Others didn't understand Li Liang, she did. After moving to Li Liang's residence, she realized that this young man, fatherless and motherless, was alone. But even so, Li Liang did not give up on life and give up on himself. As soon as he was free, he had to go to a part-time job to earn living expenses. How could such a person do anything harmful to the world? Could there be some misunderstanding in this? No, Li Liang, he's been alone since he was a child, and this time he was just caught in the detective bureau. No one will care about him at all. I have to go and find out. Thinking of this, Lin Shulan got anxious and grabbed her cell phone and bag and was about to go out. Just as she was about to go, a fierce knock sounded outside the door. Lin Shulan's heart tightened. Because the sound sounded like it couldn't be said to be knocking on the door. It was completely slamming the door. The knocking was interspersed with a man's roar. Lin Shulan, open the door. I know you're in there. It's been dragging on for a week. If you don't pay up, we'll just kick the door down. Chapter 11, It's only right to pay what you owe. Begging for votes. Inside the Donyang neighborhood. At this moment, a big bald man was constantly knocking on the door of a room in front of him. The shouting and knocking on the door made the neighboring tenants curious. Lin Shulan, open the door for me. Pay back the money. Hearing the shouting outside the door, Lin Shulan's heart couldn't help but tighten. Not long ago, her mother needed a lot of money for treatment because she was suffering from uremia. She took all the money she had on her. But even that was still a long way off. In desperation, she had to borrow from loan sharks. However, she did not expect to reach the repayment date so soon. How did it come to the door? It hasn't been long since I borrowed the money. How come the deadline for repayment has come so soon? Bang bang bang. Lin Shulan, it's only right to pay your debts. If you don't come out, I'll really kick down the door. As soon as the words left the door, the knocking had turned into a muffled sound. The knock outside the house had also turned into a kick. Lin Shulan looked at the swinging door in front of her and pursed her lips, her face pale. Right now there wasn't even enough money for her mother's treatment. What money can one take to pay back the loan sharks? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shulan still decided to see what kind of attitude the other party had. After making up her mind, Lin Shulan went forward and opened the door. She just glanced at the big bald man in front of her before she dared not look straight at him again. When the bald big man saw the debtor appear, he straightened his lapel and said impatiently, Ms. Lin, when will that 400,000 be returned? It's already been delayed for 7 days, we'll have to take measures if we don't pay it back. At those words, Lin Shulan just bit her lip and looked up. At this moment, because of the bald big man's shouting earlier, there were already quite a few residents in the neighborhood who had stopped to watch. The crowd of residents made Lin Shulan feel a little embarrassed and only whispered, "I'll pay back the money, you can come in first. There's a lot of people outside, it's not good to disturb them." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bald big man stretched out a hand to stop Lin Shulan. "Dota, go in and say what for, this money has been delayed for 7 days, let's open the windows of the sky. Just tell me, can you pay it back today and when? It just so happens that so many neighbors and friends from all walks of life are there, so that they can also comment and be witnesses. If you don't give it back, I won't leave today, and I'll come and make trouble every day." When he said the last sentence, the bald man pointed at the crowd watching and deliberately raised his voice. When the surrounding crowd saw that the big man was asking them to comment, they also instantly became energized, pointing their fingers at Lin Shulan. "Right, it's only natural to repay debts, so hurry up and pay back the money, little girl. That's right, return the money earlier, you also clean up little girl family, have hands and feet, money will always earn, nothing to borrow, so much money for what? Return the money, when he comes to make trouble every day, do we still need to rest in the neighborhood?" The bald big man saw that the surrounding crowd was so supportive of him, and immediately gained a few more points of confidence in his heart. He smiled and looked at Lin Shulan and said, "Ms. Lin, don't keep quiet, can you pay back the money today? You give an accurate answer." Facing the finger pointing of the surrounding crowd, Lin Shulan just lowered her head a little aggrieved. She also wanted to return it, but she really couldn't get the money now. She has very little money left, and her mother, who is hospitalized, still needs a lot of money for treatment. "There is nothing I can do about it right now, I just want to be alone." Without answering the big man's question, he turned around and entered the house, about to close the door behind him. But how could the bald big man let her have her way? Seeing that Lin Shulan was about to run, he stepped forward and pulled Lin Shulan's hand. "Want to run? Miss Lin, so many neighbors are watching, if you don't pay back the money today, I won't leave." Lin Shulan also got anxious. Her mother was still waiting for her care in the hospital, and Li Liang's side still needed to find out what was going on. How can one not be anxious, so one can only plead. "You'll be lenient for a few days, my mother is sick and still in the hospital, I have to go and take care of her, I promise, I'll pay you back in a few days when I have the money." Hearing this, the big man was heartily disdainful. In his opinion, every debtor was saying these things. They say they are lenient, but they just end up delaying again and again. He doesn't care how difficult your family is or what kind of trouble you're in. It's all up to you, and you're only responsible for collecting the money. He then roamed over Lin Shulan with his eyes and smiled again. "Ms. Lin, my boss said that we must get the money today. If that's not possible, you can also consider the offer our boss said. That way you might be able to get a few days' grace and pay back less interest." The entrance to the Department of Exploration. And Yao looked at Zhang Niu's military vehicle that was drifting away, and was not discouraged in her heart. After all, in this line of work as a reporter, it was not uncommon to be refused an answer. However, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room thought otherwise, and started talking about Zhang Niu. "I go, what's this said half a day what a little useful did not say It's true that listening to you is better than listening to you. That is. Why are you randomly arresting people? Could it really be that there's some kind of inside story? What are all the pop-ups saying? We have to trust the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they will definitely give us a satisfactory answer." Most of the pop-ups on the live feed were still relatively sane, but more than that they wanted to know why the arrest was being made on a high school student. And it was still such a big deal that even the war police had been mobilized. And Yao didn't have a clue for a while. Because Zhang Niu's answer was just too official, really just revealing nothing at all. But this also proves that this matter really is not one everyone guessed so simple. Since we couldn't get any information from this soldier, we'll find out for ourselves. She then regained her form and said to the camera with a serious look on her face. "Viewers, that comrade just now did not answer my question positively. I believe that viewers and friends are also very curious to know what is going on behind the scenes. Since we are a documentary program, we immediately decided to launch our own investigation, presenting the most realistic scene for everyone." After hearing what Yao said, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also supportive. "Right. Make sure to investigate what's going on behind the scenes. Support Sister Yao. It's too unreasonable to arrest someone like this, and there's still no reasonable explanation from the officials up to now. Support, must make them publicize the reason, such a big battle just to arrest a high school student, there must be an inside story. Go reporter. We're looking forward to the results of your investigation." The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like snowflakes constantly floating. And Yao meowed a glance and found that most of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room are very supportive of themselves. The bottom of the heart added a few points. But the question came again, how should I go to investigate? Right now there is no news about the main character of this event. Want to investigate? You have to at least know the lead in this case, who it is and what it's called. Chapter 12, Classmate, Bragging is not the way to brag. At this time, Detective Division Bureau. With the departure of Zhang Niu, only An Yao and the photographer were left at the main entrance of the Detective Division Bureau. Even though they didn't get any useful answers from Zhang Niu's mouth, the heat in the live broadcast room was still high, and the pop-ups were flying all over the place. All of them were words of support for An Yao to continue her investigation. However, she didn't bother to look at them, still lowering her head in contemplation. The protagonist of this matter is a high school student. Since it's a high school student, then perhaps some clues can be found in the school. From the looks of that video that was circulated online, it seems like it's Magic City High School. After just a moment of contemplation, An Yao had a clue. Then greeted the photographer. The two of them then immediately drove to Magic City High School. At this moment, Magic City High School was at recess, and An Yao inquired around the school, learning that the high school student who was taken was a senior second-class student. So they rushed there without stopping, only just approaching the entrance of the senior 3 second class. Then he heard the chatter of the students in the class. You say, Brother Li wouldn't really be selling arms abroad, right? It's possible, people are coming to arrest him with guns. I don't think so, it's a bit too outrageous, I guess it must be because of something else. And Yao's heart thumped when she heard her classmates' discussion. Selling arms abroad? But quickly calmed her heart again. Walking into the classroom, following the sound of the discussion just now, she saw a few male students. Smiling, he greeted them. Hello classmates, I'm An Yao, a reporter from the local station in Magic City. One of the male classmates first froze when he heard this and sized up the good-looking young lady in front of him. Then he saw the topic, Magic City Station, sign attached to An Yao's microphone. Immediately, his eyes froze and his tiger's body shook. A reporter from Magic City Station? You are An Yao. A male student was the first to speak with wide eyes. Just because of An Yao, so he usually didn't watch the news much himself, and now that the person himself was in front of him, he naturally recognized him right away. An Yao smiled and nodded, adding, We came here this time to do an interview, our live broadcast audience is very curious. The student who was taken away this morning, what's his name? Live broadcast? This male student heard that it was a live broadcast and immediately straightened up, and his face had a solemn look. Hello viewers, the student who was taken away today, he is my good buddy, his name is Li Liang. At this time the heat in the live broadcast room still hadn't dropped. And the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but snicker when they saw this scene. Ha, this student seems to be a very face-loving Seeing these students, I can't help but think back to my high school days again. It just looks so smart, ahahaha. Li Liang. And Yao heard the reply and memorized the name in her mind. Then smiling, she asked again. Then this classmate called Li Liang, do you know what he was taken for? Upon hearing this classmate who claimed to be Li Liang's good buddy froze and looked at each other with the classmates next to him. What? What was the reason for being taken away? He didn't know. Could it be that he was selling arms? And Yao looked at them wide-eyed and asked again. Do the students also not know? The male classmate who spoke first whispered somewhat sheepishly. Li Liang said that he was selling arms abroad during his winter vacation. It's probably because of this that he was caught in. At those words, An Yao also froze. Himself. Didn't hear it wrong? What did he just say? He was arrested for selling arms abroad during his winter vacation? The live broadcast room was also filled with question marks at this moment. In just a moment, the pop-ups were flying all over again. What? Selling arms? Are you kidding? No, what's this? A high school student? Selling arms in a foreign country? Classmate, this is not the way to brag, right? This is too fake. Think it's a movie, King of Arms? Rumor it, too outrageous. I guess they didn't know and took this Li Liang student's joke seriously. It took a long time before An Yao came back to her senses. The shock in her heart was hard to attach. Selling arms? A high school student running away to sell arms abroad during his winter vacation? It was too much bull. Although she didn't believe it either, but then on second thought, if it wasn't for selling arms, then what else is there that can alarm the war police and the military to come out at the same time to arrest someone? No, why would they unconsciously envision it in this direction? Would something so outrageous really happen? As the live broadcast progressed, many of the netizens who were in the live broadcast room forwarded this live broadcast to various groups. As more and more people forwarded it, a hot search topped the top 3 of a certain blog again. Shocked. High school students selling arms abroad during winter vacation. As soon as this hot search appeared, the netizens completely boiled over. Another heated discussion unfolded online. What happened? What's going on with this hot search? Didn't you watch An Yao live? It's that high school student from Magic City High School, the one who was taken away this morning. What? It's him. So it's because of selling arms that he was arrested by the war police in conjunction with the military? No way, that's outrageous. He's still a student. A high school student is actually an arms dealer? Isn't this bull? It's easy to figure out with your brain, how is this possible? That's an arms, it's not a toy gun. With the intense discussion on the internet, not all netizens believed what that student said. Half of the people on the internet felt that it might have something to do with arms. But it wasn't selling arms, something like a detective losing his gun and being picked up or something like that. After all, this kind of news had appeared. And the other half felt it was pure bull, thinking that this kind of bull shouldn't be on the hot seat. In response to this issue, these two classes had another heated discussion. I think it might be really related to arms. After all, even the military has come out this time. I don't want you to think, I want me to think, this is bull any way you look at it. People who believe this still have no brains. Upstairs, we are all discussing, a little quality, okay? That student's words, also can't believe all, may really in weapons related, but not selling arms and so on. But soon another netizen with an IP showing abroad commented, I'm abroad, I heard that recently there is a new power arms dealer, sells everything, not afraid of anything, identity unknown, but listen to the people who have bought his arms said that it is a very young Asian face, it will not really be right? Immediately after this comment, some netizens disdainfully said, upstairs, listening to the wind is rain, you yourself said that you have heard, then I also heard that I am also an arms dealer. Do you believe it or not? Right, no matter how you think about it, a high school student only, still selling arms, too many loopholes. No, this kind of strange hot search has been spread abroad? Shame on you. Still hope the official can come out earlier to give a reasonable explanation. Chapter 13, what's all the fuss about? Requesting for votes. The other side. Foreign forums. After everyone's constant retweeting of Anyao's live content, as well as the video of the arrest taken by the crowd, foreign netizens also had a wave of small discussions in response to these two videos that had circulated down the internet. Can anything be reported now? It's just arms weapons, which is also very common in our country, right? That's right, the Dragon Kingdom makes a big fuss about everything, bumpkin, but it's just guns, we can go buy them here as long as we have a license. Or our country is good, not to be arrested for a little gun ammunition to squat in jail. This kind of news can also reach abroad, no one to control it? When this news reached foreign countries, most netizens abroad felt it was trivial. In their view is not just arms, in their countries, this is all legal to own. As long as you have a license, you can buy it. So this news is just boring garbage news to them. No one wants to pay much attention to that at all. Even the discussion is just a few sentences. Meanwhile, a certain estate in the desert. The entrances and exits of this manor are guarded by armed guards, which can be said to be heavily defended. Not far away from the wide area, sharp-eyed people can find there are also large weapons for guarding. At this moment in the interior of this manor, Nicholas was pouring a glass of red wine for a man sitting across from himself with a white cloth on his head. Only to see him take the glass of red wine and then gently sip it and smile at Nikolai. Nikolai, you seem to be in a very good mood lately. Nikolai let out a chuckle and took the same sip of red wine back at him. Duke rushed, you don't know, they may be taking a shot at me these days, they think that by cutting off my source of weapons, they'll leave me without the ability to fight back. But they would never have guessed that I'm rich in weaponry again. At this Nikolai put down his glass and took out another box of cigars from the side, and with a questioning look in his eyes, signaled Rush to light one. But Rush waved his hand in refusal and smiled. Nikolai, this is not a matter of concern to me. As you know, I came here for news of that arms dealer. Nikolai smiled, but was in no hurry to answer. Instead, he proceeded to light up that cigar and took a sharp drag, then exhaled with a pleasant expression. Duke rushed, you're in too much of a hurry, old friends meeting, don't you want to chat with me for a few more minutes? You don't even know how much I've suffered lately with all this crap bothering me. Nikolai was just about to spit out some of his recent encounters to Rush, who knew that the latter was busy waving his hand for him to stop, and said in a somewhat disgruntled tone, I'm not interested in knowing this about you. Now here's the deal. If we weren't going to make a purchase from this arms dealer and we needed to know his details, do you think I would have come to see you? Or pay to see you? Besides, Nikolai, you don't see me as a friend. If you were a true friend, would you still charge me money? Nikolai smiled brightly, his face not embarrassed. Obviously not caring that this Duke was upset with him. It's not like you guys are short on money, and I've only just been viciously slaughtered by that arms dealer, so naturally I'm going to have to earn some of my capital back from somewhere else. You don't even know how that damn arms dealer screwed me over. At that, Rush remained a little upset. So you're hitting on us? He then waved his hand again to signal forget about it, not bothering. You'd better tell us what's going on with that arms dealer. He moved the cake of the Eagle Sauce country, and now the Western world is looking for him like crazy. Our country will soon be trading with him as well. What I want to know is what all needs to be taken care of and what we need to prepare for when trading with this arms dealer. You've traded with him, you should know all these things. Rush understands that this deal is very important. But this freshly minted arms dealer seems to have no bottom line, selling anything and doing business with anyone. Such behavior has touched the cake of Eagle Jam, one of the planet's most pissed off people they can't afford to mess with. At this point in time, the Eagle Jam nation has begun to keep a close eye on this arms dealer throughout the Western world. In such a situation, they naturally could not deal with this arms dealer openly. Nor can Camelot trade with this arms dealer unprepared and uninformed. Otherwise, this deal would be so passive itself that it would be led by the nose by the other side. The reason for approaching Nikolai was also because he had traded with Li Liang. He knew the process well. That's why one pays him for information. After hearing these words, Nicholas' heart was a cold smile. What else do you need to prepare? That kid is all about money. Just bring enough money anyway. At the thought, Nikolai's heart was racing again. This arms dealer, he was really old and cunning. Not only did he inquire about his own information before he traded arms with him. Knowing that he couldn't buy arms from someone else, he raised the price upward. But he was still unable to do so, and other arms dealers were afraid to sell to him under Eagle Jam's coercion. That's all right. But then again, one is a buyer and a customer. Shouldn't you be polite when you open your door to do business? Shouldn't you be nice? But then the young, boyish face of the arms dealer came to mind. In the bottom of his heart, he had to pay attention to a few more points. That kid didn't look very old, but he had a calm and steady character, and when facing someone like him, his aura didn't fall in the slightest. He even dared to throw his face at himself. Such a young man, if he didn't have a background behind him, but was working as an arms dealer on his own alone, it would be too scary. Just thinking for a moment, Nikolai put out the cigar in his hand when he was about to open his mouth to speak. One of his minions walked over quickly. After handing his cell phone to Nikolai, he whispered something in Nikolai's ear. Nikolai was a bit surprised when he heard this, then opened the cell phone that his little brother had given him. Fixing his eyes on it as if he was confirming something, he then couldn't help but look odd. But then it immediately returned to normal. After whispering a few more words towards his little brother, he let him go down. And all this was watched by Rushed. Especially the look on Nikolai's face made him frown slightly. What happened? Before Rushed could continue to think, Nikolai across the seat was the first to speak. And a very playful smile appeared on his face. Duke Radesh, I think that your deal may need to be delayed for a few days, this arms dealer, but he has come across a very interesting thing yet. Chapter 14, it's the Dragon Kingdom, he's been captured in the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the manor. Hearing Nikolai's words, Rush's heart thumped. However, his facial expression didn't show too much change, and he asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. The deal is delayed for a few days? Nicholas, what's going on, do you know something? But at this moment, Nicholas was in no hurry to explain. Instead, he took out another cigar from the cigar box and lit it up with a somewhat odd expression. Just now, he had learned from that subordinate's intelligence. The arms dealer he traded with a few days ago was actually arrested in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes. That arms dealer, who was sought by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom worldwide, in the Dragon Kingdom, has been captured. What kind of magical plot is this? Nikolai couldn't have believed it if he didn't have the video content to prove it. And even more unbelievable was the fact that this arms dealer who had just risen to fame. He's actually a high school student. It wasn't as if he couldn't see that Li Liang was young when he traded that day. But I didn't expect the other party to be so young either. Nikolai lit his cigar and took a sharp drag on it, slightly suppressing his somewhat restless heart. Then unhurriedly, he explained to Rushed. Duke Rushed, just now I learned of an important piece of news, that arms dealer was captured in the Dragon Kingdom. The sudden excitement of this piece of news caused Rushed to stand up from his seat in excitement. Without waiting for the other party to finish, he could not help but exclaim. What did you say? His face suddenly became ugly as hell. Nowadays, the Camel country was in a similar situation as Nikolai, also being targeted by the Eagle Sauce country. And the word is out that the sale of arms and weapons to Camelot is prohibited. Otherwise you are working against the Eagle Sauce country and them. This kind of targeting makes it difficult for the Camel country to acquire arms and weapons to strengthen the country's defense force, even if it has the money to do so. It does not take much thought to understand what will happen to a country that is full of oil and gold but has no defense capability. Especially, now with this ban from Eagle Jam. Other countries are eyeing them, but they are eyeing them. Now, it was hard to learn that there was an arms dealer willing to trade with them. But now he is told that the arms dealer has been arrested? And still arrested in the Dragon Kingdom? What a magical plot this is. Nikolai, what the hell happened? Did the Eagle Kingdom do this? Seeing how agitated Rushed was, Nikolai could only rush to explain. No. Duke Rushed, you're wrong. I told you, it's the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom. He's been captured in Dragonland. At the same time, I have just learned that this arms dealer is from the Dragon Kingdom. You have to know that arms and weapons are very strictly controlled in the Dragon Kingdom. And, this arms dealer is still a high school student. Saying this, Nikolai's expression began to look odd again. This was really a bit unbelievable. And Rusht was dumbfounded when he heard those words. What did you say? This arms dealer, he's from the Dragon Kingdom? Or a high school student? This one has been the hottest big shot in the international scene lately. How could the identity be so outrageous that people simply couldn't believe it? Nikolai, you're not kidding, are you, high school student? You're in the mood for jokes at a time like this? But just as he finished speaking, he looked again at Nikolai's helpless expression in front of him. This made him realize that the other party wasn't joking at all. Rusht gulped and slowly sat down, still asking with some disbelief. Is the news reliable? Nikolai didn't say much, but handed Rusht the cell phone his man had just handed him. It showed a report, as well as a series of pictures and videos. Shocking. High school students selling arms abroad during winter vacation. Although this report has been uploaded on foreign networks without much trouble, it seems to have been a hot topic within the Dragon country. After Rusht took the cell phone, Nikolai added nonchalantly. The news is definitely true. The high school student who was taken in this video is the same arms dealer I dealt with. I'm sure I won't be able to mistake this face, because this kid has screwed me out of a lot of money. I didn't expect that this arms dealer would actually be caught. He can be very strict in his work. Rusht stared at his cell phone dead on, also shocked. A high school student was all. He's in the arms business. How dare you be in the arms business? And still manage to make a big business out of it. He had heard that many local weapons and arms were sold by this arms dealer. And there are many of these people in the Eagle Sauce country put the word out that the sale of arms and weapons to these people is strictly prohibited. You know, the Eagle Jam country is one of the most powerful countries in the world. What it says and what it decides, except for a few countries that have the ability to call his bluff, the rest do not dare to take it seriously, and even some of them just have to be obsequious. But this arms dealer had the audacity to ignore what Eagle Sauce had said, and continued to make deals in his own way. It was as if he didn't give a damn about the Eagle Sauce country. Rusht also hates the Eagle Jam nation, which only bullies weak countries and takes by force. And also plundering and provoking wars for all sorts of reasons. But this arms dealer's ignorance at this point is more like a call to arms. This made him not help but appreciate this high school student a bit in his heart. But admiration was admiration. The arms dealer who was about to make a deal with himself at the moment was captured. Then who will deal with Camelot? Doesn't this mean that the Camel country's hard-won hopes are dashed again? Thinking of this, Rusht's face couldn't help but stare again. After thinking for a moment, he handed the cell phone back to Nikolai and added, If this message is true, I must hurry back and report back. Nikolai also nodded with a serious expression and did not say anything more. Because the Eagle Jam country was eyeing them at the moment, and they didn't know when they would take action. So they must quickly solve a series of problems such as arms and weapons. Said Rusht, about to get up and leave. And Nicholas followed behind to send Rusht out of the manor as a host. Because of the urgency of the situation, Rusht hoofed it to Camelot after leaving the manor. This matter had to be reported in a hurry so that they could make a decision in a hurry. After returning to the Camel Kingdom, Rusht immediately reported this matter to the king. The king was also stunned when he heard it. And a question rushed. Is there a mistake? Is the information wrong? We are dealing with arms dealers, not with high school students. But after Rusht's detailed explanation as well as affirmation, the king, in shock, immediately called a meeting to have a series of discussions on the incident. Chapter 15. Immediately contact the Dragon Kingdom. Requesting for votes. Camelot Kingdom. Inside the conference hall, King Ibn and a group of lords were at this time stony-faced. After receiving the news from the king, the crowd had immediately arrived. Ibn had explained the situation at the beginning of the meeting, but at this moment, no one could open their mouths to offer him a countermeasure. Ibn frowned, his eyes scanning the circle before someone finally spoke up. Your Majesty the King, I have some questions about this incident. Upon hearing this, Ibn followed the voice and then looked over, rushing to say, Duke Salem, please speak. The man named Salem spoke after a moment of contemplation. Since this arms dealer is a Dragon Kingdom person, is there a possibility that this high school student is just a pawn of the Dragon Kingdom? And isn't selling arms personally on his own, as Duke Rusht said? After all, where would a student get the supplies and channels? Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom is behind it for support? At these words, the silent crowd on the field nodded their heads, and there were not a few who felt that it made sense. In their opinion, a student was only how old? If there was no one behind him, how could he possibly be in the arms business? And where did he get the channels to be able to get so many arms to sell everywhere? There were only a few countries that could ignore the threat of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom was one of them. And this high school student happens to be a Dragon Nation native. All of this, it seems, not a coincidence. King Ivan also felt it made sense after hearing it. If this arms dealer is backed by the Dragon Kingdom, then that's fine. Our country and the Dragon Kingdom have always had good relations. If this arms dealer is a pawn of the Dragon Kingdom, maybe it's a hint from the Dragon Kingdom reminding us that we can trade with them. Speaking of this, Ivan couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. The Dragon Kingdom was really good. Obviously it doesn't lack money, but in this situation, it's still willing to help us with our difficulties. It's really a true love in times of trouble. Subsequently, Ivan said excitedly, immediately contact the Dragon Kingdom. Let's skip that arms dealer and directly trade with the Dragon Kingdom. But Ivan's words hadn't finished. Rushed, who had been contemplating for a long time on the side, however, interrupted Ivan at this moment and analyzed in a deep voice. It shouldn't be possible, since this arms dealer's back is the Dragon Kingdom conducting support. Then why is it that the Dragon Kingdom has now arrested him for selling arms? And it's still at such a critical juncture where they're about to make a deal with us. That's why I think that this arms dealer is by no means backed by the Dragon Kingdom, but is personally selling them himself. As for where he got the arms from, we don't know, but it's certain that it's not from the Dragon Kingdom. At these words, the crowd fell back into thought. What Rushed said wasn't without this possibility. And it was very reasonable. If this arms dealer was backed by the Dragon Kingdom, why was he being arrested again? And from the reports, it was still a big deal to send out the war police to arrest him, and he even made it to the Dragon Kingdom's hot search at one point. It was obvious that the Dragon Kingdom itself had only just realized that this high school student was conducting an arms deal. The people present frowned, unable to think of a solution for a while. Seeing this, Ivan let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, right now, our Camel country's situation is critical. The Eagle Jam and other countries don't know when they will strike against us. We must immediately address the need for this aspect of arms and weapons. Even if this arms dealer is backed by the Dragon Nation, it's too late for us to re-engage in order confirmation and a series of negotiations with the Dragon Nation. After all, transactions between nations are too cumbersome. If it's really like what Duke Rushed said, the arms are being sold privately by this high school student, then we will have to make a deal with this high school student, but before that we still need to find out the situation with the Dragon Kingdom. At these words, everyone present nodded in agreement. The sun set in the west, and the afterglow dyed the sky red. As the sun went west, the crowd also ended their day's work. At this moment, inside the Magic City local station building, only Yao was left alone, busily organizing the information collected today. The information collected at school today really shocked her a bit. That student named Li Liang was actually arrested for selling arms. This was really a bit too much. But judging from the array of that arrest, it wasn't completely impossible. After all, even the war police and the military had been mobilized. A moment later, Yao let out a long breath, putting the organized information neatly into her bag. Again, he couldn't help but think. From the existing information, it seems that it's still not certain if student Li Liang was arrested because of selling arms. After all, getting the information is still too limited. Perhaps there should be some other places where the information can be investigated. Right. There's also Li Liang's family that can be investigated. Not only the family can be investigated, there are also his neighbors. Thinking of this, Yao's eyes burst out with excitement again. She picked up the phone and dialed the classmate who had interviewed in school and claimed to be Li Liang's good buddy. This student claimed to be Yao's fan during the interview and insisted on exchanging phone numbers with Yao. At this moment, this classmate is considered to play a key role in the investigation. After understanding with the good buddy classmate, I learned that Li Liang lives in Jinjiang district. So Yao took her bag and stopped a cab downstairs and drove to Li Liang's residence. Not much time, we'll arrive at the Jinjiang neighborhood. Jinjiang neighborhood is not luxurious, at a glance looks very simple. The location from the Magic City High School is also a little remote. Most of the people who lived here were also old people. This made Yao understand that Li Liang's family might not be very rich. Strange, living in such a place, very short of money? So the crime was robbery? Or something else? Shaking her head, none of these answers were clear to her yet. It was better to get down to business first. Speculation can only be speculation. As a reporter, ask in order to get the truth. But at this time, Yao did not know how many buildings and floors Li Liang lived in. Just at this time, from the side of a building, down a garbage-throwing lady. Yao immediately seized the opportunity and ran forward to inquire. Auntie, how are you? I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City. My name is Yao. I would like to ask, do you know Li Liang, a high school student? Which building does he live in? This older woman looked Yao up and down. After searching in her mind for a while, she determined that the one in front of her was indeed a reporter. She hurriedly straightened her image. Because most of this neighborhood was inhabited by the elderly. So she still had some impression of Li Liang. So the older woman grinned and replied, Li Liang, what are you looking for him for? He hasn't come back for a month or two. Hearing this, Yao was first stunned, and then hurriedly asked, then what about Li Liang's family? The family should live here, right? Which building, which room? The older woman heard this with some regret in her expression and replied, alas, Li Liang is an orphan, no father, no mother, no family, such a good child, really pitiful. Hearing these words, Yao froze again. Her complexion instantly revealed sympathy as well, as if she somewhat regretted asking this question. However, she still asked cautiously, Then does Li Liang not have any familiar people here? The older woman said with a long sigh. There was. But it's already moved away, and Li Liang and that girl kinda crossed paths a bit more. Where did she move to? I have something I want to ask her. And Yao sniffed and was overjoyed. Finally there is an eyebrow, not a wasted trip. After getting to know the aunt, she knew that there was a girl named Lin Shulan living next door to Li Liang originally, and Li Liang was closer to her. Not long ago, she moved to the Dongyang neighborhood. After inquiring about this news, and Yao did not stop for a moment. Immediately moved to rush to the Dongyang neighborhood. Chapter 16, There's always a time when you're not there, right? After coming out from the neighborhood, and Yao did not stop for a moment. She casually hit a cab on the side of the road and drove towards Dongyang neighborhood. It didn't take long to arrive at the Dongyang neighborhood. But at this time, inside the Dongyang neighborhood, a lot of residents gathered in front of a house. Most of these residents were whispering. What's more, some of them started pointing at what was happening in front of them. And Yao saw this situation as soon as she got off the bus and couldn't help but be a little curious. She casually pulled down a security guard who was watching the scene and asked, "Grandpa, what's going on here? Why are so many people gathered here?" The grandpa swept his gaze at Yao, sighed and pointed at Lin Shulan who was not far away with her head down and said, "I heard that this girl owes someone money, borrowed from a loan shark, and now the other party has come to her door to ask her to pay back the money, and it seems that she can't get it out." After instantly following the Moncler outlet store gaze, Yao saw Lin Shulan, who was blocked in the doorway, at a glance. Speaking of this, Moncler outlet store then paused to continue. "But I heard that this little girl borrowed the money also for her mother's treatment, sigh. Poor borrowing anything should not go to borrow loan sharks Hearing this, Yao also understood what the situation was. In her heart, she couldn't help but sympathize. Right at this moment, two voices came out from the center of the crowd. "Ms. Lin, I'm not in the mood to drag this out with you here. If you can't get the money today, you can personally talk to my boss." Lin Shulan's face was pale at this point, and her voice was almost pleading. "Just give me a few more days of grace, I'll be able to return it to you in a few days once I've gathered all the money. I really can't come up with the money right now." She understood that she didn't know what would happen if she let this big man take her away. Not to mention that she couldn't go now. Her mother in the hospital was waiting for her to take care of her and had to go to Li Liang's side to check on the situation. But this bald big man acted as if he didn't hear her. One hand pulled Lin Shulan's hand. While dragging her outward from the doorway of the house, he said, "Relief? I'll give you leniency. Who's giving me leniency? Cut the crap, either pay up today or come with me." Seeing this scene, Yao rushed through the crowd. As a reporter, she knew very well what these loan sharks would do to these women who couldn't pay back the money. Since she met them now, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Without much thought, Yao hurriedly went forward and took out her cell phone to open the video and said to the bald man, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You'd better let go of her. I've already videotaped it. It's illegal for you to collect debts like this." At the sound of the bald big man first froze. Turning his head along with the voice, he saw Yao who was holding a cell phone and was recording at him. Seeing the other party holding a cell phone and starting to record a video, the bald big man wasn't in a good position to grab Lin Shulan anymore. Just still asked in an arrogant tone of voice, "This girl, it's a natural thing to repay debts, how come it's illegal for you?" Saying this, the big man then looked around at the crowd that was watching. All the residents who come to comment on reason, is she borrowed money does not pay, how there is reason. Is the law to be spoiled, these old scoundrels not? The words just fell around the crowd as another burst of whispering. There are even people who are watching the crowd pointing at Yao and said, "I say you this little girl, she owes money should not be? You can't change this fact even if you take your cell phone and record it. That's right, I advise you you'd better not mind your own business, let that girl who owes money pay back the money earlier, and also save us from making noise to rest. Little girl, you'd better stay out of it, let them toss and turn by themselves, we can't care about other people's family's business." Hearing the indifferent words of the surrounding crowd, Yao's heart was also disappointed. Faced with the crowd's unreasonable accusations, some anger, but did not pay attention to it. Only to see her take out her cell phone in one hand and her other hand to take out her work card, she said loudly to that crowd, "I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City, my name is Yao. If you don't believe me, you can go check. If you're still here being unreasonable, I'll expose what you guys are doing. I believe you all will be able to see your ugly faces on the news headlines tomorrow." At the sound of the voice, the crowd also froze, their gazes looking towards the work card in Yao's hand. After confirming the authenticity, the surrounding crowd really didn't dare to say anything else, and the voices of discussion were much lower. And the bald big man in front of him. At this time, his face was already blue, and his heart was even more depressed. No wonder this woman out of their own always feel a little familiar. The original is the popular reporter of the Magic City station. How can I be so unlucky? Just happened to run into a reporter watching the scene. Marred, how can there be so much trouble with a debt collection fart? Women are just troublesome. Cursing secretly, his face also became gloomy. Now that the reporter is going to be in charge of this matter, I'm afraid that there's no way for himself to take the person away today. After all, this kind of loan sharking by himself was not legal. If it becomes a big deal, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on the company. Besides, this reporter is here today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Can't stay here all the time. Thinking of this, he didn't dwell on it too much and stared viciously at Enyao. Today you're here, I won't say much, I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow you're always not here, right? Tomorrow in, then I'll come the day after tomorrow, I'll come every day. Debt repayment, heaven and earth, you can come as much as you want. The words fell. No matter what the situation was. Directly through the crowd to leave. After the big man left, the surrounding crowd no longer continued to watch the fun and dispersed in all directions. Seeing the crowd leave, Lin Shulan was still nervous. How could the last words left by the big man put her at ease? But the good thing was, today's trouble, it was over. She carefully sized up the Enyao in front of her, and a wave of gratitude flooded her heart. Hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth. Thank you, if it wasn't for you today, I'm afraid I would have been taken away by him. Enyao put away her cell phone, looked at Lin Shulan and said with some worry. No, it's just a show of hands, just now that man said he'll be back, so you'd better return the money as soon as possible, otherwise it'll be troublesome. Lin Shulan just shook her head and her mood went down, but didn't explain anything. Seeing this scene, Enyao also stopped interfering too much. Thinking again of the purpose of her coming here, she hurriedly went up to Lin Shulan and asked. Right, can I ask you about someone? Her name is Lin Shulan. I'm here to find her, do you know where she lives? At those words, Lin Shulan also froze for a moment. She couldn't help but say with some confusion. I'm Lin Shulan, what are you looking for me for? At this moment, Enyao also paused for a moment. Unexpectedly, the person she was looking for was actually right in front of her. You're Lin Shulan. So immediately, she began to introduce herself. Hello, Ms. Lin, I came here to inquire about Li Liang. I've heard that he's crossed paths with you more, and I wanted to ask you if you know something about him being caught in the detective bureau? Hearing this, Lin Shulan was also stunned, then anxious. I don't know, I also just saw the news before I realized he was arrested. Why would he be arrested to the detective bureau? There must be a misunderstanding here. Enyao was also confused at this moment, could it be that she didn't know what happened either? But after investigating, apart from his schoolmates, Li Liang had only crossed paths with Lin Shulan in front of him. If she didn't even know, then how could she investigate herself? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Shulan hurriedly pulled Enyao's hand and asked. Miss Enyao, what exactly happened to Li Liang? Do you know something? He has always been a good student, this time he was inexplicably arrested, he must have been wrongly accused. Enyao pondered for a moment, from Lin Shulan's behavior, I'm afraid that he doesn't know something either. Then what exactly did this Li Liang do? What the hell, not a clue. Could it really be selling arms like the students at school said? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then Enyao pulled Lin Shulan's hand and said seriously. Ms. Lin, let's go inside first, I don't know much, let me tell you what I know first. Of course, if you remember anything during my narration, you must also talk to me. If Li Liang was wrongly accused, we will definitely report it and give him justice. Chapter 17, was the message from the camel country sent in error? At this moment. The other side. Dragon Kingdom. Inside a certain arsenal. The work of all the departments was being carried out in an orderly manner. Xiao Zhao, from the External Communication Department, was also busy organizing a series of information. He was muttering about how there were so many things today. However, another piece of information came from the international fax machine. He picked up this information and casually scanned it, but the content on it shocked him beyond measure. Arms orders? Although arms orders were not rare, the weapons order on it made his jaw drop. This is an arms order from the camel country? With just a cursory glance, he saw quite a few large weapons. Some of these weapons were from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, some from the Dragon Kingdom, and some from the Woolly Bear Kingdom. However, all of these weapons had one thing in common, which was that it was impossible to sell them to the outside world. And there were some weapons that he had never even heard of. But the performance labeled above is incredibly strong. For example, this is called L90 Bazooka, the effective range of the above label is 1000 meters to 1500 meters. To know, the range of the rocket launcher is only 100 to 400 meters. But this order above the bazooka. But this order is marked with a range of 1000 to 1500 meters. What kind of bazooka is this? Isn't this the equivalent of a man carrying a small tank? Who can make this thing? He had never heard of this model in performance, let alone seen it. I haven't heard of any arms deals between the Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom either. What's the situation? Could it be a mistake? Xiao Zhao, who came back to his senses, immediately checked the address where this order was transmitted again. But what's clearly shown on it is Camel Country. This made him not help but feel a pang of scalp numbness. No, it has to be reported to the leadership. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Zhao dialed the phone and hurriedly said, "Commander Chen, this is Xiao Zhao. I have an order for arms and weapons with the Camel Country here that I need you to come over and take a look at." A puzzled voice also came from the other end of the phone. "What Camel Country arms order? I didn't get the news to trade with Camel Country." Xiao Zhao didn't know how to explain the arms weapons above, and just said nervously, "You'd better take a look, it's indeed from Camel Country," said the phone and promised a good and hung up. Not long after, a middle-aged man who exuded majesty walked in through the door. Seeing this, Xiao Zhao immediately got up and greeted him. He then handed him the arms order. "Commander Chen, this is that arms order. After checking, it was indeed sent to us by Camel Country." Chen Yi originally did not pay much attention to it. However, after receiving the order and roughly scanning it, he was also a bit confused. He then asked Xiao Zhao again, "Is this really sent by Camel Country?" Xiao Zhao nodded with a nervous expression. Seeing this, Chen Yi was even more confused. He stared at the L-90 rocket launcher on the order and couldn't help but curse. "No, is this Camel Country crazy? Where did we get all this weaponry? This bazooka is so powerful, and I'm selling it to them? Don't I keep it for my own use?" Xiao Zhao also said helplessly with an innocent look on his face. "I don't know either, but this is indeed from the diplomatic side of the Camel Country. I checked it, it's the real deal." Xiao Zhao then thought of the handful of information that Zhang Niu had reported up recently. "Right, Commander Chen, there's one more thing." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was still checking out the weapons and equipment on top of this arms order, but waved his hand to signal Xiao Zhao to continue. "Zhang Niu, that thing that Major Zhang recently reported on, it made the news, that thing about the 18-year-old high school student selling arms." Hearing this, Chen Yi did not have much of a reaction. News was not something he paid attention to. But he had learned something during the operation earlier. It was possible that this high school student named Li Liang did conduct some arms deals abroad. But he didn't care about this kind of small fight, and it wasn't his place to bother. Speaking of this, Xiao Zhao paused, and seeing that Chen Yi did not respond, he continued. He said in his reporting letter that high school student named Li Liang recently wanted to make a deal with Camel Country, and it was still a deal of hundreds of millions of dollars. Hearing this, Chen Yi was also stunned, and his attention was finally collected from that arms order. With eyes full of incredulity, he said, "What? Li Liang and the Camel Kingdom are going to make a deal recently? And hundreds of millions of dollars?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi had a bad guess in his heart. He, who was originally standing in place, also started pacing around the room. Could it be that this order was sent to Li Liang? But because Li Liang was arrested, he couldn't be contacted. So this order was sent to himself? But he quickly dismissed this idea again. It can't be. That high school student is at most selling and dumping small pistols, AKs and such. How is it possible to make such a big deal that even the Camel Country has come to trade with him? And this arms order is really weird. Every country's arms and equipment are in it. Where did he get these channels from? A high school student? Seeing this, Xiao Zhao also gulped. He didn't believe in what this report letter said, because it was really too unbelievable. After pondering for a moment, he inquired to Chen Yi again. "Good. Then I will go and report to Zhang Niu now, but what should I write back from the Camel Kingdom side?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi stopped in his tracks. This order from Camel Country was really odd, and I'm afraid that this matter would have to be reported upwards for discussion. After all, the other party had now initiated the order to Dragon Country on behalf of the country. This matter must be considered carefully. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi said to Xiao Zhao with a serious expression, "Let me think about this matter for a while. You'll return to Zhang Niu's side first, and you'll wait for my news on Camel Country's side first." At the same time, inside the conference room of Camel Country, the people were gloomy. The situation was now critical, and the Eagle Sauce Country and their minions would strike at them at any time. But at this critical juncture, they didn't have enough weaponry. How would this allow them to cope? A few moments later, King Ibn broke the calm and spoke to the crowd in a deep voice. "Everyone, it's been a while since that fax was sent. But there's no news until now. If that arms dealer is really behind the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom should have prepared for it earlier, instead of not replying until now." At these words, the crowd nodded their heads. Seeing that the crowd had no objections, Ibn continued. "Immediately draft a new document and send it to the Dragon Kingdom, directly naming that we are doing business with that arms dealer who was captured in the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 18, His identity has likely been exposed. At this time, inside a certain arsenal in the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Yi was about to leave after giving an explanation to Xiao Zhao. But there was another movement coming from that international fax machine. And Chen Yi was standing in front of that fax machine. He hadn't noticed it originally, but he still swept a glance after hearing the commotion. But it was this glance that made his eyelids tremble. Because this fax was clearly labeled with the Camel Country's iconic flag. Another one from the Camel Country? He frowned. Couldn't help but become a little curious. Could it be that the arms order just now was a mistake by Camel Country? Specially coming to clarify? With intense curiosity, he directly picked up this fax and glanced at it. There were only a few lines on this fax. However, it continuously impacted his heart. It was clearly written on it. It is with great regret that we request the gentleman of the Dragon Kingdom, the arms dealer we traded with has been captured in your Dragon Kingdom. The situation is critical, we need his arms and weapons, can we be accommodating and communicate? Our camel country has always had better relations with the Dragon country. If possible, we hope that the Dragon Kingdom can give us a chance to trade with that arms dealer. I would like to thank all of you from the Dragon Kingdom. We really need this batch of weapons. The content ended. It was very brief. But the content, however, actually made Chen Yi's eyes jump as he read it. He stared at the fax dead on, his inner shock unable to subside for a long time. Just now, he was still speculating whether the order sent by Camel Country was originally intended to be sent to Li Liang. But now the other party was directly showing their cards. It directly showed that it was conducting an arms deal with Li Liang. I didn't expect that it was actually true. This Camel Country's arms order was really sent to Li Liang. Where did this kid get all these weapons and equipment? This is a non-sale item for each country. It's not for sale. And many of the weapons in this order are still in the experimental research stage. There are even some weapons that have incredible performance that I've never even heard of. Xiao Zhao, who was at the side, also noticed Chen Yi's out-of-place expression, so he inquired suspiciously. Commander Chen, what's wrong with this fax? Only after hearing this did Chen Yi return his gaze from this fax. Then with a serious expression, he said to Xiao Zhao. Contact that Major Zhang Niu immediately. I'm going to make a trip over there right now. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao who was on the side couldn't help but tense up as well. After saying yes to Chen Yi, he was ready to start contacting Zhang Niu. But at this moment, Chen Yi paused and added. Right. Tell them to make sure to protect Li Liang. Don't rule out the fact that Li Liang's identity has been exposed now, and he could be in danger at any time. Even in the Dragon Kingdom. Tell them to protect Li Liang with full armor. After saying that, he didn't care about Xiao Zhao who was dumbfounded at the side, he directly turned around and left. And at this time, on the other side, Zhang Niu returned to the Detective Division Bureau. Just now, he had already received a message from the higher-ups. The superiors had confirmed it, saying that the deal between Li Liang and Camelot Kingdom was non-existent. After receiving the news, Zhang Niu's heart was first relieved. Then his face darkened again. This Li Liang was really fooling people. Still talking about a deal with Camel Country and hundreds of millions of dollars. Cunning brat. Almost got fooled by him. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Niu walked towards the interrogation room where Li Liang was being held. After waving his hand to the guards at the door to signal them to open the door, he walked straight in. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Liang sitting on the seat with a calm face. This scene couldn't help but make the corner of Zhang Niu's mouth twitch. Because from the time he was arrested until now, this kid just looked like you can't do anything about me. Just now, he was tricked by Li Liang, which made him feel a little unhappy in his heart. So he was prepared to give him a good explanation, letting him know the seriousness of the matter now. So with a dark face, he sat down opposite Li Liang and spoke seriously. I really didn't expect you to be so calm until now. At his words, Li Liang also paused for a moment, but quickly said calmly again. Checked it out? If you've checked it out clearly, let me out, I'm still waiting to trade with Camel Kingdom. Who knew that Zhang Niu slapped the table and laughed instead of being angry? Right. It's checked out, just studied the criminal law. Li Liang, you have been convicted of this illegal arms trafficking. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, it's almost 3 years or more than 10 years or less, and you refuse to cooperate. It might even be sentenced to life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Seeing this, Li Liang was also stunned, but quickly reacted again, so he smiled and opened his mouth. Comrade Major, but I didn't violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, I've said that I sold it outside of the country. How do you guys convict me of this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Niu revealed a playful smile, then said nonchalantly. Is that so? What evidence do you have to prove that your arms were sold outside of the country and not within the Dragon Kingdom? With just this one sentence, Li Liang's face immediately darkened. Evidence? This he hadn't really thought of. What evidence would one take to prove it? Now that he was locked up here, he couldn't help himself, it wasn't as if they were saying anything. Wouldn't press a trumped-up charge on himself. And, even if someone can prove, but he is here now also cannot contact Ah. This is not a deadlock. If Longhua bites down on his guilt, he is afraid that he can't wash himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. After thinking for a moment, Li Liang coldly said, Comrade Major, although I don't have any evidence, I don't think you guys can come up with any evidence that I've broken the law within the Dragon Kingdom either. Only to see Zhang Niu smiled and did not answer his question positively. In the way of this matter of you doing arms trading, we have decided to send you to a military court. There, you'll know what crime you've committed yourself, and as for what the punishment will be, I don't think it's easy to say. I'm afraid it shouldn't be too different from what I just said. Actually, Zhang Niu's passage wasn't exactly scaring Li Liang. That was pretty much what the higher-ups were dealing with. This was because Li Liang had not strictly speaking violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. But selling arms abroad was indeed another fact. So this matter had to be handed over to the military court to judge him. Whether he was guilty or not and what the punishment would be, he didn't know for the time being. Hearing this, Li Liang began to have some bad feelings in his heart. But still with a cold face, he said to Zhang Niu, "I said that I had a big deal with Camel Country, did you guys really check it out? In the end, I'm also a Dragon Country person, so if you break the deal, aren't you afraid of destroying the friendly relations between Dragon Country and Camel Country?" Actually, Li Liang had long had plans. He didn't break the law himself, even if he was arrested. Borrowing the friendly relationship between Camel Country and Dragon Country to maneuver from it, that would be one more layer of protection for himself. As long as he let himself go out to complete the deal, then he would never come back, so that they would have no way to arrest him. But now I don't know what the reason is. Did the military not find out that he and Camelot had a deal? This is a mess of that? Zhang Niu's attention had been focused on Li Liang, and after seeing him finally unable to sit calmly here, the bottom of the heart is also inexplicably rise a sense of relief. Now you know you're scared. What did you do earlier? Just now is not quite calm, a look of confidence. Zhang Niu dry coughed twice, from the seat stood up and said, "To tell you the truth, our upper in Camel Country contact, people Camel Country said, and you have no deal. You also don't fool around here, let's go to the military court." Chapter 19 will not give the Camel Country pit right. Inside the small room of the detective bureau. Only to see Zhang Niu greeting two people towards the door after he finished speaking to Li Liang, gesturing for them to escort Li Liang away. At this moment, Li Liang was also full of black lines. He didn't know what the hell was going on with this military, they couldn't even find out this bit of information. He really didn't know how he found out that he was buying and selling arms. Could it be that the Camel Country had cancelled the deal with him? Now there is no way out. Can only think of ways to save themselves, otherwise not to mention in Camel Country to make this deal. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to protect myself. After thinking for a moment, Li Liang decided to contact Camel Country personally. Just as Zhang Niu was about to walk out the door, Li Liang called out to him and said, "Comrade Major, it's fine to go to the court-martial, but I have one more request." Hearing this, Zhang Niu also turned his head in confusion and asked, "What request?" Li Liang exhaled a breath and said with a grave expression, "Since your military can't find out if I have any dealings with the Camel Kingdom, then I have to contact them myself to confirm it. You give me a phone number, I'll call and ask them. After I make this call, everything will be clear to you." Hearing this, Zhang Niu also gave him an exasperated laugh. "In this situation now, what do you still want to struggle for? Our military people personally in Luo Camel Country asked, people said with you did not have this deal, the phone I cannot give you, you do not think more. Honestly prepare to accept the judgment of the military court." Hearing these words, Li Liang immediately had a feeling of being pitted by Camelot Nation. There was always a bad taste in his heart. Originally, he wanted to continue saying something. But Zhang Niu didn't give him the chance and directly turned around and left. And the two men who came to escort Li Liang also began to handcuff Li Liang. But just at this moment, Zhang Niu had just stepped out of the interrogation room when the phone in his pocket rang. Picking up the phone, the number on it was obviously an internal military number. He didn't think much about it, after all, this kind of number also often calls him. So he walked out of the door of the exploration division before answering the call. "This is Zhang Niu." The simple words were appalling, without any extra words. A moment later the opposite party answered. "Comrade Zhang Niu, I'm Xiao Zhao from the outside communications department of the arsenal." At these words, Zhang Niu's heart thumped. How did the arsenal call to himself? But didn't think much about it and answered again. "What is it, you say?" Xiao Zhao on the other end of the phone said in a grave tone. "Comrade Zhang Niu, our Commander Chen has already rushed to the exploratory department where you are." Hearing this, Zhang Niu's heart surged and he said with some surprise, "Commander Chen, why is he here, interrogating Li Liang, such a small matter, no need to bother him to come personally." Xiao Zhao paused and said back, "Commander Chen asked me to bring a message, saying that Li Liang is now an important person, must protect him well. In addition, his identity may have been exposed and may be in danger at any time, requesting that you must be heavily armed to protect him and not make any mistakes. Without further ado, I'll hang up first, I'm a bit busy here, Comrade Zhang Niu, Commander Chen will be here soon." The words just fell, not waiting for Zhang Niu to continue to ask something, the other end of the phone had already hung up. At this moment, Zhang Niu stood at the entrance of the exploration department in a bit of a mess. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the call record just now. After repeatedly confirming that the call was an internal military number, the whole person froze in place. What is this situation? Commander Chen came just as he came, why did he still have to protect Li Liang? And also have his identity exposed and could be in danger at any time? Okay, he admitted it. Li Liang was indeed an important person right now. But even if he was, it wouldn't be enough to alarm Commander Chen of the arsenal. What was even more outrageous was that Commander Chen said he would protect him? What was one doing protecting a criminal? This turn of events was too fast. Could that kid Li Liang really have a deal with the Camel Kingdom? Thinking of this, Zhang Niu gulped. It just so happened that Li Liang was also escorted out by the two guards at this moment. He was about to pass by Zhang Niu when he hurriedly called out to them. After surveying Li Liang with complicated eyes, he sighed helplessly and said, "Escort him back first, there are people who want to interrogate him later." Li Liang was also a bit confused at this moment. What's going on here? Didn't he say to go to the military court? But you don't have to go? Could it be that Camel Countryside didn't pit themselves again? The two guards also looked at each other when they heard this, but did not ask questions. Instead, they escorted Li Liang back to the interrogation room of the Detective Bureau again. The color of the moon was like water. The Detective Division Bureau was terribly quiet at this time. Other than the roar of the military vehicles, there was not a single other sound. In the face of military orders, although Zhang Niu had doubts, he still did not dare to disobey. The higher-ups had their own arrangements. All he had to do was to obey the order and follow the command. The higher-ups wanted him to protect Li Liang with full armor. Then he will do as he is told. The road at the entrance to the Detective Bureau has been completely closed to civilian traffic. The cordon has even been drawn to 300 meters from the entrance of the Bureau of Exploration. At the entrance of the Detective Bureau, there were also quite a few extra security personnel. These guards are not the people of the Bureau of Detection. Instead, they were all soldiers wearing green uniforms. And these soldiers are all wearing guns in their hands. This is the full armament that the above wants. It's not long now. There is a car 500 meters away from the detective agency. Seeing that the front can't be driven through, one of the people in the car gets out of the car to check the situation. When she saw the situation in front of her, she was surprised and then waved to the other person in the car and said, "Shulan, look. What's going on in the Detective Bureau?" At those words, another woman came down from the car. These two were none other than Lin Shulan and Anyao. After Anyao accompanied Lin Shulan to the hospital to deliver dinner to her mother, the two of them then directly decided to come to the Detective Bureau to look for Li Liang, wanting to see what was going on. Lin Shulan also covered her mouth in surprise at the formation in front of her when she got out of the car. Could it be because of Li Liang? At this moment, the Detective Division Bureau could be described as being guarded on the inside and outside. At this moment, there were already quite a few people on guard at the main entrance of the Exploration Division Bureau. But there were also one military vehicle after another driving towards this side. And Yao was shocked beyond words at this moment. She didn't understand what exactly this Li Liang had done. It actually attracted the military to send out such a big formation. During the daytime, it was just a matter of mobilizing the war police with guns to arrest him. How come now the military also mobilized so many people? Just as the two were in a trance, there was another roar in the sky. The two were wondering what the sound was. The next moment they saw a helicopter floating in the sky. And the searchlights were constantly sweeping over the surrounding land, seemingly in a state of alert. At this moment, the two people were really a bit confused. They couldn't even believe whether the picture that appeared in front of them was a dream. What the hell is this situation? It's too exaggerated. Row after row of military vehicles, even the helicopters were out. Those who didn't know would have thought that there was a war going on. The two were shocked. Several military SUVs crossed over from the two of them. They drove straight into the cordon that was guarded by many soldiers. When the surrounding crowd saw the arrival of this vehicle, all of them became serious. It was as if the air was condensing in the air. Not long after, a person came down from the car. This person looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, but his expression was not angry, and he raised his hands to emit a gust of majesty. This person was none other than the commander of the arsenal, Chen Yi. After a while, another person ran out from the detective bureau. Seeing this person, Anyao finally came back from the shock and said in surprise, "It's that major. He's also here." Only to see Zhang Niu walking quickly towards Chen Yi, then stopping in front of him with a solemn look and saluting solemnly. And Chen Yi just nodded his head and said in a grave tone, "There's no need to say more nonsense. Where is Li Liang? Take me to him immediately." Chapter 20, I'll sell what Eagle Sauce doesn't dare to sell. Requesting for votes. At this moment, Anyao and Lin Shulan were not far from the entrance of the detective bureau. The two of them naturally heard what Chen Yi said. They actually really came to find Li Liang. After being shocked, Anyao stared in disbelief again. Because she saw the rank on the shoulder of the person in front of Zhang Niu. It seemed to be at the commander level. After receiving this news, Anyao was even more shocked inside. What exactly had this Li Liang committed? Even someone of the rank of commander like this had come to him. Things were really getting exaggerated. But she immediately came back to her senses, thinking that this was a news focus. It could bring public opinion to a climax. So she subconsciously took out her cell phone, ready to record this scene from the Tanzanite bureau. But the moment she had just raised her cell phone, the soldier on guard not far away frowned and quickly ran towards her, loudly stopping her. "This comrade, military secrets, no stopping here. No photos or videos allowed." Saying that, he was in a moment of Enyau's daze. A hand snatched Enyau's cell phone, deleting a video recorded in it. After that, she frowned and looked at the car beside the two of them, and took a closer look at the two of them. Enyau was about to explain something. The soldier said again in a deep voice, "You two are sneaky, between the current situation, please follow me." The words just fell, before Enyau could say anything. The soldiers on guard at the side then rushed up two more people. They directly detained them backhandedly. The sudden change made Enyau couldn't help but scream out, and then hurriedly explained. No, there's no sneaking around, you've misunderstood, we're here to look for someone at the Tansi Bureau." Seeing this, Lin Shulan couldn't help but be patient and hurriedly explained together with Enyau. "Comrade, you've misunderstood, we're not some kind of outlaws. We're really here to find someone." But the soldier on the side, just as if he didn't hear. They also didn't care what Enyau and the two of them explained, then brought them towards the detective bureau. Inside the detective division bureau, Li Liang was escorted to the interrogation room again. But compared to before, his treatment was much better, and the attitude of the guards at the door had changed a bit. Before, when he said that he wanted to pee and drink water, the guards at the door were either saying that there was none, or that they would endure. But now, as long as he opened his mouth, the guards at the door would fulfill him. The magnitude of this attitude shift made him a bit puzzled as well. What kind of drama is this? Just as Li Liang was wondering, the door that was locked tightly was opened. The one who came in this time was just as much a soldier. His body exuded an aura of unruffled authority. He first sized up Li Liang. With this measurement, Li Liang felt a chill rise up his back. This person's eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate Li Liang's entire body. But the people Li Liang had met in this month of arms trafficking, most of them were outlaws who had fought their way through swords, guns, and bullets. So he also did not fear the gaze of the other party in the slightest, so he greeted them like this. Chen Yi was also a bit surprised in his heart at the moment. One surprise was that this young man was actually a high school student. Another was, there seemed to be a calmness and sharpness in this young man's eyes that was hard to describe. The most important thing was that this young man in front of him was actually able to be so calm when he saw himself. However, after associating it with Li Liang's identity, it all seemed to make sense. Having said that, to have such a mindset at this age, it still made him appreciate it somewhat in his heart. It was just a pity. This was not his soldier. Gathering up these messy thoughts, he walked straight to the seat opposite Li Liang and sat down. After squinting his eyes and observing Li Liang for a while, he smiled and opened his mouth. Not bad. It does have the demeanor of a great arms dealer. Li Liang did not reply either, but just crossed his arms and looked at Chen Yi quietly. Seeing that the latter did not speak, Chen Yi did not care. Speaking to himself, Li Liang, I have a few questions for you. Saying that, he pulled out from his pocket the copy of the arms order that Camel Country had sent earlier. Without waiting for Li Liang to reply, he handed it to his desk. The latter took it and gave it a cursory scan before raising his head to look at Chen Yi. What do you want to ask? Seeing that Li Liang didn't explain anything either and his expression didn't change at all, he then had a hint of clarity in his heart, but more than that, there was still a hint of shock. So he asked. Question 1, this order is indeed a trade order between you and Camel Country, right? Li Liang nodded and said calmly. It is indeed an arms order that Camel Country wants to purchase with me. I'm worried about it. If you guys can't find out about it, I won't be able to get out of here. It's an order of several $100 million. Since you guys are here, it's a good thing. At those words, even Chen Yi froze for a moment. What do you mean you're afraid we won't be able to find out? Do you mean that you can't find out if you want us not to? And also we are here, then it's a good thing. Being said so by Li Liang, Chen Yi always felt that he was being utilized in general, and his heart was very bad. However, he did not reveal anything on his complexion. What Li Liang just said, although uncomfortable, but also did not put too much on his mind, just nodded and asked again. The arms and weapons on your order, what L-90 rocket launcher, Red Star brand body armor, ADM sniper rifle, this series of things you have? Or are you selling them all? Li Liang seemed to be speechless at his question, so he returned with some impatience. Aren't you talking nonsense? What am I selling if I don't have it? I'm an arms dealer, not a scammer. I do business with a conscience. Hearing this answer, Chen Yi Rao no longer how could not calm down. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, body position across the table to come closer to Li Liang a little, whispered. This is the Eagle Sauce home non-sale this what ADM sniper rifle Eagle Sauce seems to be only published some data, where do you get Finally asked the most crucial question. Shenny is really want to know, this kid in the end, from where to get these top secret weapons. To know, even the Dragon Kingdom on the eagle sauce of those top secret weapons, the research progress is only a part of it. But this kid, out of the hand, is a finished product and also put on the market to sell. People than people, angry people. Not right. This should be, people than the country is still not compared. Who is this looking for reason to go? Chen-Yi as the commander of the arsenal, how could he not be curious? With the question thrown out, his eyes stared at the latter dead on, as if he wanted to see through him. As for Li Liang, after hearing this question, he was silent for a few seconds, as if he was thinking. Then, only then did he speak. You're right, this is the Eagle Sauce family's active weapons. I just feel that there is money not to be earned. Eagle Sauce has good things that are always hidden and refuse to sell. There is money that is not earned, so they don't earn it, so I have to earn it. The words fell. The air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze. The two men stared wide-eyed. A full half a minute or so passed. The corner of Chun-Yi's mouth twitched viciously. No, was this the point? How can this thing be a matter of selling or not selling? This ing is not for sale. Non-saleable. What do you know about what is called non-saleable? It's a secretive, research and test item. You said to put it up for sale and sold it? Besides, if you sell it, you can sell it all over the world. Fear that the Eagle Sauce does not know as if. This is not in the face of Eagle Sauce. Thinking about it, Chen-Yi froze. Slapping Eagle Sauce's old face, this seems like a very cool thing to do. Ahem. Chen-Yi dryly coughed twice, forcibly combed his heart and said with a serious look. Where did you get these things? Aren't you afraid that Eagle Sauce will want you all over the world if you do this? Retaliate against you? Li Liang still crossed his arms on the table in that posture, and said in a talkative manner. It doesn't matter, I'm already wanted by Eagle Sauce. Chen-Yi, ? Chapter 21, wait, I'll make a phone call. Inside the interrogation room. The two were just staring wide-eyed. It was silent for half a minute before Chen-Yi sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. What did this kid just say? Now it's already wanted by Eagle Sauce globally? It doesn't matter. Knowing that he was wanted by Eagle Sauce, he still swaggered to Dragon Country. Isn't that a bad thing? In case Eagle Sauce has any misunderstanding. He thinks that the Dragon Kingdom is driving Li Liang to steal their country's weapons secrets. Who can they talk to about this? They won't be able to tell even if they jump into the Yellow River. Although the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid of Eagle Sauce. But if this matter is really misunderstood as the dragon stealing Eagle Sauce secrets, the Dragon Kingdom would be at a disadvantage. No way. I'm afraid this matter is even more serious than I imagined. As soon as he thought of this, Chen-Yi couldn't help but look grave again. In a deep voice, he asked Li Liang in front of him. Li Liang, there is a more important issue right now. Hearing this, Li Liang raised his eyebrows, signaling the other party to ask. Has your identity been exposed? Or rather, Hawk Sauce. Does he know your identity information? Asking this, Lyra actually revealed a smile and said confidently. Don't worry, other than those who have traded with me, the others don't even know what I look like, much less my last name, nor will they know that I'm in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Chun-Yi's heart finally sighed in relief. As long as the identity hadn't been exposed just yet, this proved that the Dragon Kingdom still had room to control maneuvering. This was not something to joke about. The weaponry that this young man in front of him took out was enough to make any country's heart flutter. The Eagle Sauce's secret weapon alone was enough to make the crowd swoon. Not to mention that on the arms order just sent by that camel country, there were also some weapons with inexplicable bursts of performance. These things were enough to drive people crazy. Contemplating for a moment, Chen-Yi always felt that the young man in front of him was really becoming more and more agreeable. Bold and careful. Cautious in doing things. Worthy of being an arms dealer. 2 words, professional. Most importantly, he dared to mess with Eagle Sauce. Or blatantly provoke Eagle Sauce. Favorably, Eagle Sauce still can't do anything about him right now. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi couldn't help but reveal an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. However, these were not the most important. The important thing was, where exactly did this Li Liang get these goodies? Was it from Eagle Sauce or not? If not, where did he get them from? With these doubts, Chen-Yi asked again. The next question, these things, in the end, from where to get? This is all top secret. Of course Li Liang knew what his purpose was. It was nothing more than wanting to know where he got his arms channel from. Of course. It was impossible for himself to tell him. Even if he told, the other party couldn't possibly believe it. Do you want to say that you have a system, the system for their own brush? No one would believe it. So facing this question, Li Liang also did not answer it positively, but rather steered the topic away and asked rhetorically. Comrade, I just want to know now, when will I be able to go out? Since you guys have already confirmed this deal between me and Camel Country, it's not good to keep me locked up here. After all, I'm now holding the identity of a dragon country person. In case the camel country misunderstands that you're imprisoning me in order to stop them from purchasing arms, I'm afraid that this will damage the friendly relations between the dragon country and the camel country, right? These words caused Chen Yi to frown as well. This kid, I really underestimated him. Is this really a high school student? Meticulous to this extent, it seems like this return to the Dragon Kingdom and a series of situations seems to have been anticipated and responded to by him. Chen Yi's face was calm, but in his heart, he was appreciating this young man in front of him more and more. Ha ha ha. After a few moments of work, Chen Yi's originally tightly furrowed brows suddenly stretched and let out a loud laugh. This scene looked a bit puzzling to Li Liang. When he was about to open his mouth, the other party said first. I really didn't look at the wrong person. The appreciation in Chen Yi's eyes was undisguised at this point, and his face returned to its amiable appearance, finally saying the real purpose of coming here. Are you willing to cooperate with us? Cooperate? With the military? Li Liang's complexion moved slightly. That's right. Chen Yi nodded seriously and added. Actually, in the beginning, my purpose of coming here was to talk to you about cooperation. Originally, I just wanted to come and try you out, but I didn't expect that I found something special. Chen Yi looked Li Liang up and down as if he had found a treasure. Of course it wasn't what Chen Yi said. It was just that he knew that it was impossible for Li Liang to tell the truth. However, Li Liang had not violated the laws of the dragon country, and the camel countryside was still waiting for a reply in order not to mess up the friendly relations between the two countries. For the time being, they couldn't do anything to Li Liang. In that case, it would be better to stabilize Li Liang with a delaying tactic first. When the follow-up slowly understand, will still not be able to figure out where his arms come from? And with the young man in front of him, the heart and means displayed on him, it was completely safe to cooperate with him. So that's how it is, the Dragon Kingdom is actually interested in my arms and weapons as well, that's good. The words just fell, but Li Liang pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and put them on, then smiled faintly. Sorry, I was the one who was slacking off, so it's a big customer. Seeing this appearance of Li Liang, Chen Yi was also stunned. The moment he put on the glasses, he was simply as if he had changed into a different person. A treacherous businessman's breath came out. Speak. What kind of arms and weapons does the Dragon Kingdom need? I have everything here, only you can't think of it. No, I can't get it. For the sake of me being from the Dragon Kingdom, I'll sell them to you at market price. Those foreigners I can sell them super double. But for the Dragon Kingdom, I'll sell them to you guys normally. How's that? How about it? And, there are discounts for large quantities. He gazed at Chen Yi, but Chen Yi interrupted him and said. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Super doubling? Li Liang froze at his words and didn't understand why he would seize on this point. Right, doing business, if I don't make money, then what's the point of me being busy? Besides, I'm also taking a risk. The words fell. Chen Yi fell silent. Super doubling. He was super doubling by selling to others. Then haven't you thought that these customers of yours won't have any opinions about you? Identity, as small as a mosquito's voice. However, it made Chen Yi's entire body tense up. This was not good news. If it was according to what Li Liang had just said, the identity information was only known to those who had bought his arms and weapons. And he was super doubling up on selling them to these people. It was very possible that it would make these people resent Li Liang. In case these people knew that Eagle Sauce was on a global manhunt for Li Liang. Will they sell Li Liang's arms to Eagle Sauce? And sell Li Liang's identity information to Eagle Sauce? If that was the case, then didn't that mean that Li Liang's identity information had probably been exposed? Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. You wait first, hold off on the business, I'll go out and make a call first. Li Liang? Chapter 22, forget it, just transfer the special forces over. Inside the interrogation room. Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, Li Liang caught his breath on the spot. This was another big client, how could he not be anxious? So he hurriedly shouted at Chen Yi who was about to leave. Old comrade, don't go. What is not satisfied everyone can sit down and talk about it. All good to say 20% discount can. But at this moment, Chen Yi did not care what Li Liang said. He walked out of the interrogation room with a grave expression. Through the conversation he had just had with Li Liang, he had already smelled a hint of crisis in there. But he wasn't sure yet. He needed to calm down now. Just as he stepped out of the interrogation room, Zhang Niu, who was on the side, immediately walked over quickly and asked. Commander Chen, is this? The interrogation is over? Chen Yi did not answer, but merely shook his head and made a gesture, signaling for Zhang Niu to talk outside the probation office. Seeing his grave expression, the latter did not ask any more questions and followed to the outside. Walking outside the door of the detective bureau, Chen Yibuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seemed that he had already planned in his mind how to deal with this series of troubles. Then he turned to Zhang Niu with a gloomy expression and asked. Zhang Niu, is the talk about Li Liang on the internet hot right now? Zhang Niu looked serious. He seemed to have guessed something as well and paused before answering. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the public opinion about Li Liang's arrest does have some heat, but everyone is still in the midst of speculation and doesn't really know what it was that had him arrested, so these remarks are still within the controllable range. Chen Yi nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly looking determined and said to Zhang Niu, "From now on, block all posts about Li Liang on the internet, and prohibit discussions about Li Liang on the internet. And report to the headquarters again and ask them to send reinforcements to us. From now on, Li Liang will be fully protected." At this point Chen Yi paused again. "Forget it. Directly ask the headquarters to send a special force over for full protection of Li Liang. There's a good chance that his identity has been leaked, we must be careful." Zhang Niu, who heard these words, just froze in place. It seemed like he was a bit in disbelief that this commander in front of him had said something. It's not so bad to provide full protection to Li Liang? Even if his identity was leaked, it wasn't so bad. What the hell was going on here? Although he had just guessed that Li Liang might indeed be trading with the Camel Kingdom. But it wasn't that much of a big deal. Even if he captured Li Liang, he couldn't make a deal with Camel Country. But the Dragon Country themselves to go to the transaction is not on the line. They are not unable to get arms and weapons. After a long time Zhang Niu swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, "Commander Chen, isn't it a bit too much? It's not that serious? Did you ask something?" Chen Yi exhaled a breath and calmed his heart, finally having the opportunity to spit out his words. From the moment he received the arms order from Camel Country, it had shocked him to death. Who could believe these things when told? If it wasn't for the fact that he had indeed confirmed the authenticity of that arms order, he wouldn't believe anyone who told him that there was such a thing. And these things were all done by a high school student. Comrade Zhang Niu, things are really more serious than you think. This kid inside, not only does he have a deal with Camel Country, but do you know what the arms and weapons he's dealing with are? Saying this, Chen Yi paused, his eyes just staring at Zhang Niu. The latter was also somewhat unsure and shook his head. Only then did Chen Yi continue again. What he's selling are the secret weapons of various countries, they're non-sale items. You know what a non-sale item is. Even Eagle Sauce's furry bear's non-sale items he has. You know those things we have not even been able to confirm the specific data, and he actually has finished products, and not only does he have finished products, he's able to put them up for sale. And what's even more unbelievable is that some of the weapons he has at his disposal have explosive performance. I've never even heard of them, and just from the data, they seem to have far surpassed the weapons researched by various powerful nations. Now according to Li Liang, Eagle Jam has already known that he's selling those non-sale items and has already started a manhunt for him. Can this not be serious? After saying all this, Chen Yi no longer looked at Zhang Niu, but instead raised his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky. His heart was suddenly much more comfortable. All this unbelievable information had finally been given out to him. However, at this moment, Zhang Niu's heart was shocked beyond words. Although he had guessed in his heart and was mentally prepared, knowing that Li Liang's arms deal was doing great. But he didn't expect to actually be able to do it to such an extent. Even Eagle Sauce's top secret weapons can be gotten. This was also too outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that this is what Commander Chen said in front of him, I'm afraid I'd find it hard to believe. Now then, one has captured a top arms dealer? Although he doesn't really like Li Liang as a profit-oriented arms dealer. But just on this matter of going against Eagle Sauce, I have to say, this young man, well done. After digesting a bit of this information-rich news, he then asked Chen Yi, "Then Commander Chen, I'll go report to the headquarters and have them request for support?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi nodded. After receiving the order, Zhang Niu also stopped procrastinating and turned around to contact the headquarters. After all, if it was really like what Commander Chen said, Eagle Jam was already looking for Li Liang, then the Dragon Kingdom would have to take countermeasures quickly. After seeing Zhang Niu leave, Chen Yi also turned towards the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, as soon as Li Liang saw Chen Yi return, the treacherous smile on his face branched out again. "Comrade, how's it going? Have you considered it? My weapons and equipment will guarantee your satisfaction, the price is fair, and it's all fair game. After this village, there is no such store." Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch viciously, and his face couldn't help but look odd. This kid was short of money? After making so many arms orders, how can he say that he should have earned a lot? How come he still looks like this? Cough. Chen Yi dryly coughed twice, adjusted his emotions, smiled and said to Li Liang, "The business matter, our headquarters still need to discuss, we will inform you once we have the result." Hearing this, Li Liang immediately put away his smile, then coldly looked at Chen Yi again and said, "Since you're not doing business, then you can let me out. You're not doing business, I still have to do it." Seeing this scene, Chen Yi was also stunned. This kid's attitude change could be really fast. No wonder everyone says that arms dealers are all powerful goods that only look at money and not people. We won't talk about business for now, but we can talk about your stay or departure. Upon hearing this, Li Liang raised his eyebrows, then quickly regained his calm demeanor. "All right, you say. After a moment of silence, Chen Yi slowly spoke. Given that your identity might have been exposed, Eagle Sauce might make a move against you, so there are only two choices for you to stay or go. One is to continue to be imprisoned here by us. The second option is to go out, but the premise is that we must send someone to follow and protect you, and you cannot leave the country until we discuss the results at our headquarters. How about that? Chapter 23, Is This How You Repay Me? Inside the interrogation room, Li Liang just stared at Chen Yi. He had mulled over these two choices that the latter had presented in his mind. Getting out was definitely a must. One could not be locked up in this place, after all, there were too many variables at the moment. In the event that the Dragon Kingdom backtracked, then I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to go out. More importantly, he still held the Camel Kingdom's order in his hands today, waiting to be traded. This was a large sum of money. Although the condition was that he couldn't leave the Dragon Kingdom, this point wasn't difficult for him at all. When he went out, there were ways to solve it. After thinking like this, Li Liang spoke faintly. I'll choose the second one. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly. This choice of Li Liang's had been guessed in his heart for a long time, so he was not surprised. Very well, fellow student Li Liang, you may go. After the two reached an agreement, Chen Yi and Li Liang then stood up at the same time and walked towards the outside of the interrogation room one after the other. At this moment, the guards standing outside the interrogation room were also a bit shocked to see Li Liang and Chen Yi walk out at the same time. When they were about to move their hands to escort Li Liang again, Zhang Niu stopped them. Zhang Niu, who was at the side, stopped them, and after signaling a look, the guards had no choice but to stop. These guards had no choice but to stop. Afterwards, Zhang Niu walked straight to these two people. First, he looked at Li Liang with complicated eyes before saying to Chen Yi, Commander Chen, just now there were two people outside the exploratory division, listening to the guards. They were sneaky and took pictures with their cell phones, saying that they came to look for Li Liang. How should these two people be dealt with? Oh? Here to look for Li Liang? Chen Yi turned his head to Li Liang and asked, Is it your subordinate who found them? Still really loyal, how dare you find them when the outside is on alert like this? Hearing this, Li Liang also frowned and said, Where are the people? Take me to see. This time, he returned to the Dragon Kingdom by himself. How could one's subordinates find this? But if it wasn't them, who else would it be? After hearing Li Liang's reply, Zhang Niu did not act immediately. Instead, he looked towards Chen Yi, waiting for him to give the order. After seeing Chen Yi nod, he immediately greeted the guards on the side, gesturing for them to go and bring the people. Within a short time, the guards brought out two people who came from a short distance away. I've said it's a misunderstanding, why don't you guys believe me? I'm a reporter from a local station in Mordor, my name is Yao, you guys can go and check it out. Comrade, we really aren't any bad guys, we just came over to look for Li Liang, we just want to understand the situation. Upon hearing the voice, Li Liang, who was on the side, always felt that one of the voices was a bit familiar, so he followed the voice and looked over. At a glance, he saw the familiar figure and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Sister Shulan? After hearing this title, Lin Shulan also stopped in her tracks with a stunned face and said in a tone of disbelief, Li Liang? You're really here? Then she shook off the guards and jogged towards Li Liang. Although she had already known that Li Liang had been captured, she still felt that it was somewhat unlikely. Now that she saw Li Liang in the detective bureau, she was convinced in her heart that he had indeed been taken in. Li Liang was also a bit surprised in his heart. He couldn't understand why Lin Shulan was also arrested. So he subconsciously looked at Chen Yi on the side, thinking it was his means to threaten himself. Seeing Li Liang's unkind eyes, Chen Yi's also had an innocent look on his face. Looking at his expression, Li Liang instantly understood what was going on. His gaze returned to Lin Shulan, and he couldn't help but have a warm current surge through his heart. Then he said to Chen Yi, She's my friend, I can take her along, right? Chen Yi nodded and said, Yes. The words just fell. And Yao was not happy. This is planning to leave herself behind. This Li Liang is really heartless. At the expense of herself, she still wanted to write his name and redress his grievances in front of the public. So she hurriedly shouted at Li Liang, what about me? What about me? You guys just don't care about me? Seeing this, Lin Shulan then tugged on Li Liang's sleeve and whispered, She also came with me to save you, she's not a bad person. Hearing this, Li Liang subconsciously looked over. After carefully sizing her up, he realized that he didn't know this person at all. But having just heard her say that she was a reporter, she must have come to dig up news about herself. But how did digging for news reach Sister Shulan's house? This is a bit too much. Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but feel a little displeased with this female reporter. But his face did not show it, just nodded to Lin Shulan. And then said to Chen Yi, That woman is also my friend, you don't have any problem with me taking her away together. For Yao Chen Yi could know much more, after all, he often watched the news himself, so he recognized it at a glance. Then he replied to Li Liang again, I have no opinion. After receiving Chen Yi's reply, the three of them just strutted out of the detective division bureau. There was still heavy security outside the door of the Detective Division Bureau, but Li Liang ignored it. Instead, he took a hard breath of air and then grinned again as he looked toward Lin Shulan and said, "It's been stuffy inside for a day, it's still the fresh air outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Shulan was about to say something, but behind her, Yao grabbed the opportunity to ask, "Classmate Li Liang, what exactly happened? How did you get targeted by the military? Moreover, so many personnel were deployed." Saying that, Yao looked towards the military personnel who were on guard around the exploratory bureau, and a chill couldn't help but rise in the bottom of her heart. Li Liang blankly glanced at Yao and faintly said back, "This matter is a long story, it's better to make it short, but if it's long then it's better not to say anything. After all, knowing too much won't do you any good." He couldn't bring up a single good feeling towards the female reporter in front of him. For the sake of digging up news, she even ran to Lin Shulan's place to investigate. Really capable of doing anything. Hearing Li Liang's answer, Yao couldn't help but frown, but didn't get angry and was about to continue digging into the root of the matter. Lin Shulan, who was on the side, pulled Li Liang's sleeve again and asked with worry in her eyes, "Li Liang, what's going on? I'm worried about you when you're like this." Upon hearing this, Li Liang was first stunned, then he grinned and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shulan, I promise you, I didn't break the law and commit a crime, but I can't tell you right now, I'll explain it to you slowly when the opportunity arrives." Hearing Li Liang say that he didn't break the law and commit a crime, Lin Shulan was relieved. She then stopped asking too many questions. The three of them then crossed the police line and walked towards the car driven by Yao. However, Yao at this moment realized that there was a person not far away who seemed to be following them, as that person always kept a certain distance from them. When they sped up, the person behind them also sped up. When they slowed down, the person behind them also slowed down. If it was an ordinary person, it would definitely be hard to notice. But Yao was an entertainment reporter before she became a popular reporter for the local station in Magic City. In layman's terms, it was also a paparazzo. So for something like stalking, she could subconsciously sense it. A chill rose in Yao's heart when she thought of this, so she said in a bit of panic towards Li Liang, who was at the side, "Have you guys noticed, there seems to be someone following us from behind?" At those words, Lin Shulan also turned around and saw that there was indeed a person standing not far away. When that person saw Lin Shulan turn around, he again acted as if nothing had happened and crouched on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Shulan also got a little nervous and asked Li Liang, "It seems to be true, Li Liang, is it because you haven't gotten your affairs in order?" Li Liang also subconsciously looked back and instantly thought of what Chen Yi had said. His heart was then reassured again, and he said to Lin Shulan next to him, "It's fine, don't mind him." Then he looked at the nervous Yao on the side and laughed. "Big reporter, it's so late, you should also go home?" Yao froze for a few seconds, then reacted, her face suddenly changed. "No, what do you mean I've been working all day today for you, and this is how you treat me?" Once Li Liang heard that, the expression on that face turned even more outrageous. "It's not like I asked you to work hard. In the end, wasn't it still me who fished you out?" After saying that, he looked straight at the other party. "For one thing, and you are strangers. Secondly, there is no collusion of interest. All of this behavior, isn't it just in Yao's own fantasy somewhere? You." Hearing this, Yao was all of a sudden speechless as well. Not bad, there was actually nothing wrong with those words. It seemed like it was indeed all on her own initiative, and Li Liang, indeed, was not involved in anything. But, how could the news that came to hand be let go so easily? "Alright, I'm still busy, big reporter, I won't see you off, goodbye, no, it's best not to see you again." Seeing her look like she wanted to say but didn't know what words to say, Li Liang waved his hand. He was about to prepare to leave with Lin Shulan. The anxious Yao's thoughts came through all of a sudden. As if her head had been pierced through the two veins, she took a step across to Li Liang and unfolded her arms. "Even if your matter is my own initiative to investigate here, then I saved Lin Shulan today. How are you going to count this matter, just like this, to repay me?" Li Liang's footsteps lurched. Frowning. "Saving? What do you mean by that?" Chapter 24, Don't worry about this, okay? The color of the moon was like water. On the street outside the detective bureau, only Li Liang and the three of them were left standing like this. After Yao said these words, Lin Shulan lowered her head and tugged on Yao's sleeve, signaling her not to tell this matter. This scene was naturally seen by Li Liang. He wasn't stupid. He felt something when he saw Lin Shulan earlier. But he had forgotten about it again because of today's troubles. Now that he was told this by Yao, he immediately remembered. "What do you mean by save?" Using the word save, the situation was certainly no longer that optimistic. Looking at Yao, there were even a few hints of coldness in his tone. Lin Shulan was one of the few people he could call his family in this world. And the other party had encountered something, and he, himself, actually knew nothing about it. What the hell happened? Before Yao could say anything, his tone once again intensified. Having been an arms dealer for a long time, his aura was not quite the same as ordinary people. Originally, he would only use this harsh tone on those rogue traitors and terrorists. But today, he couldn't hold back and exuded this intimidating tone towards an ordinary person. You. What's your hurry? And Yao was stunned. This high school student. No, it shouldn't be called a high school student. This kind of aura shouldn't appear on a high school student. She was made a little uncomfortable by the look. She didn't try to hide it. With a brain, she recounted the events of this afternoon. When she finally finished speaking, her mouth was a bit dry. The scene fell into a dead silence. Li Liang glanced at Lin Shulan, who had her head down. Is this all true? Lin Shulan didn't answer. She even felt that this matter shouldn't have been known to Li Liang in the first place. He was a high school student, what could he do if he knew? It would only add to his troubles. Besides, he had always treated Li Liang as his younger brother. When something happened in the family, how could he let the younger generation worry for him? Sentimentally and rationally, it shouldn't be. Thank you for this matter, but it's a bit late today, let's talk some other time. While Lin Shulan was thinking, Li Liang seemed to have finished sorting out the matter. After saying goodbye to Yao. This time, he took Lin Shulan's hand and left straight away. Not even giving Yao the time or opportunity to react. When she came back to her senses again, all she saw was the back of the two of them. Aha! Damn it, why did they leave again? News, where's the news I want? One didn't get a single bit of news about the news after a day of busy work. He thought that Li Liang would give him some news about his arrest or something because he saved Lin Shulan. He didn't realize that there was only a thank you. That's all. At least give some news that can be reported by himself out. Meanwhile, not far from Yao, there stood a man wearing a baggy top and a duck-tongue cap. He was none other than the Special Forces soldier that Chen Yi had arranged to protect Li Liang. At this moment, he was staring at Yao and the duo of Li Liang who were about to leave. Almost exposed, this little girl is not simple, obviously just glancing at me. She was actually able to notice me. Is the higher-up sure they're not mistaken? They want me to follow that young man? Sure it's not to track this little girl? In his opinion, the Li Liang that the higher-ups wanted him to track was nothing special. How it looked like it was just an ordinary person. Even facing his own tracking, he didn't even have the slightest awareness. Instead, it was this little girl who had discovered herself first. This made him wonder if it wasn't a bit of a big deal to let himself track this man. After moving away from Yao, Li Liang pulled Lin Shulan to a more lively street. Afterwards, he took a car and went straight to the Dongyang neighborhood where Lin Shulan was. Originally, Lin Shulan wanted to go back by herself. But Li Liang said that those debtors might come back and continue to make things difficult for her, so she didn't feel at ease and had to go over to take a look. Hearing this, Lin Shulan couldn't refuse anymore. But inwardly, she felt a little more guilty, after all. Still letting Li Liang worry about himself. But he, still a high school student. This sister of his is really not doing a good job. Lin Shulan's home is not luxurious. It's just an ordinary 2 rooms and 1 hall, but after her careful tending, the house looks like it reveals a cozy feeling. This was also not the first time Li Liang ran to Lin Shulan's house as a guest. After all, when the two were neighbors, Lin Shulan often invited Li Liang to her house for dinner. After entering the house, it wasn't that formal. He went to a sofa and sat down directly. Lin Shulan went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of hot tea and brought it to him. After hesitating for a while, she still chose to speak. That. Li Liang, I know it's because I'm worried about my sister, but don't worry, I already have a solution. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore, okay? I don't want to make you worry because of my matter. At those words, Li Liang shook his head and said, Sister Shulan, I understand what you mean, but you took care of me so much before, how can I sit back and do nothing when you're in trouble now? With that, he took out a bank card containing $1 million from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shulan, adding, There's some money in here, you can go help our mom pay for her treatment. Not much, don't worry about it. Seeing this, Lin Shulan was first stunned, then she shook her head and refused. Money? No. I can't take this money. You're still in school, your income is usually earned from your own part-time job, in this society you can only rely on yourself, if I take your money, what about yourself? After saying that, Lin Shulan barely squeezed out another smile and said, Don't worry, my mom will soon be discharged from the hospital and doesn't need much money, I can solve it myself, so this money is better for you to keep it yourself. With that, he was going to shove that bank card back into Li Liang's hands. But he didn't take it, but pushed that bank card with $1 million back. Then with a smile, he said, Sister Shulan, in this world you are the only one who treats me the best, how can I not care when you are in trouble? It's fine if you don't use it now, just in case you need to use the money in the future, and I'm a student, I'm afraid that I can't save any money on me, so I'm relieved to put it here with you for safekeeping. Hearing this, Lin Shulan only felt her nose sour. For Li Liang's behavior she was of course very touched, but this money she still could not accept. So she put the card back into Li Liang's hands again. Seeing this, Li Liang was also a bit tempered, so he pretended to be angry and said, Sister Shulan, if you don't take this money, you're planning to cut ties with me. Hearing this, Lin Shulan couldn't help but be a little stunned, knowing that she couldn't argue with Li Liang. She thought for a moment before saying, "You this? Then let's do it this way, I'll keep this card for you first. I just keep it for safekeeping. Oh, you really don't need to worry about my things." Upon hearing this, Li Liang grinned and his heart relaxed. He naturally wouldn't say how much money was in this card, and if Lin Shulan knew that there was $1 million in this card, I'm afraid that she would be even less likely to take it. Because she was really taking care of herself too much. Thinking like this, Li Liang's thoughts went back to the past. After a short reminiscence, it was still time to return to reality. The matter of money is already solved, but the debt collector, there is still to be negotiated. However, it was not appropriate to talk about this now, and it was appropriate to stop. After the two of them chatted and talked some more, it was getting late. Li Liang yawned and said, "It's already late, take an early rest, Sister Shulan. I'll sleep in the living room in case those people come over again." Chapter 25. Is this considered cohabitation? Li Liang didn't feel indifferent about where to sleep. The room was fine, so was the sofa. So he didn't really care and wasn't that pretentious. Where to sleep is the same. And sleeping in the living room would also give him a better sense of the movements outside the house, so that those debtors wouldn't come looking for trouble in the middle of the night. If they came looking for trouble, they would definitely make them suffer. But unfortunately, there wasn't any movement or trouble this night. The following morning, Lin Shulan slept until she woke up naturally. Ever since his mother had been hospitalized for her illness and borrowed from loan sharks, he hadn't had much restful sleep. Especially those debt collectors, who reminded her to pay back the money from time to time, were stimulating her fragile nerves. Even in the middle of the night would wake up with a start. But strangely enough, this night actually slept surprisingly peacefully, not even dreaming. This made her unable to help but look at the door of the room that was closed. Her gaze seemed to be able to see Li Liang outside the room through this door. Could it be that one is sleeping so peacefully because he is here? Is this considered cohabitation? Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but roll up again. "What are you thinking? This is my brother." Then hurriedly shook his head to wake himself up a bit more. Inside the living room, Li Liang similarly opened his eyes. Only compared to Lin Shulan, who slept peacefully and comfortably. He on the contrary felt unsettled all over and couldn't help but spit out. "The sofa is really still too small, it's no longer suitable for my status. Next time I want to live here, I'll have to move the bed." This couch was indeed a bit small for his size, and he couldn't even stretch out his legs when sleeping on it. He even rolled over and fell off several times himself during the night. However, because of being engulfed by the trapped-in tent, he didn't want to care about such trivial matters. Nothing happened this night, which made him quite satisfied. One must realize that these debt collectors could do anything. If it was a man, it would be fine, he would be able to resist a bit, but Lin Shulan was a girl. How could she resist? Thinking about this, Li Liang couldn't help but look grave. Although it was temporarily peaceful now, and didn't come looking for trouble. But that didn't mean that nothing would happen afterward. This matter must be resolved in a hurry. There wasn't much time for himself now, and there were still a few days left for the trade with the Camel Kingdom. Although Chunni did not allow himself to go out of the Dragon Kingdom, this was not difficult at all. Since he had released himself from the detective bureau, there was a way for himself to escape the Dragon Kingdom without any problems. This huge sum of money, one must earn it no matter what. But the first thing to do now was to go ahead and drop out of school. As Li Liang was thinking this, he realized that there seemed to be some movement behind him. After hearing the sound, Li Liang looked that way. Just in time, he saw Lin Shulan walk out of the door. At this time, she was wearing a white nightgown, her long hair was simply tied up, even if she did not put on powder, but her appearance was still exceptionally pure, and her face value was not inferior to those network celebrities. Being stared at by Li Liang so much, Lin Shulan was also a little embarrassed and hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Thank you, Li Liang." Hearing this, Li Liang also stood up from the sofa and laughed. "Thank me for what? Didn't you take care of me like this before? Hurry up and go wash up. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you later." Lin Shulan thought about it and responded, "Make whatever you like to eat, I'm not picky." Hearing this, Li Liang was about to respond with something, but at this moment the phone on the side rang. Seeing this, Lin Shulan smiled slightly and made a gesture to answer the phone, signaling Li Liang to answer the phone first, and before waiting for Li Liang to respond, she went to wash up first. After Lin Shulan left, Li Liang picked up the phone and fixed his eyes on it. This phone call, even his subordinates in foreign countries called. Usually these subordinates seldom call themselves, now suddenly call over. Could it be that something has happened? With questions, Li Liang connected the phone. Then an English voice rang out from the opposite side of the phone. "My lord. You say? Yesterday the Camel country contacted us. They said that they have filed a diplomatic application with the Dragon country. They seem to be very concerned about your current situation, asking if this aspect of the deal can go ahead as promised." Hearing this, Li Liang also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Chin Yi and Zhang Neo changed their attitudes so quickly yesterday. One moment they wanted to send themselves to the military court, and the next they brought themselves back. And it didn't take long for them to release themselves. It seems that one's previous layout was not miscalculated, and one thought that Camel Country had broken faith and was not going to deal with oneself. It turned out that after realizing that he had been captured, he had directly contacted the Dragon Kingdom. In this way, all these things that happened yesterday could be explained. Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he said back to his subordinate on the other end of the phone, I understand, tell the people of Camel Country that I'm fine, and I'll carry out the transaction as promised. By the way, thank them for me, and in addition tell their king again that I will prepare a surprise for them when the deal is made. Yes, my lord. As the person on the other end of the phone answered, Li Liang then directly hung up the phone and couldn't help but ponder again. I didn't expect this Camel Country to be quite on top of this matter. We can give them some appropriate concessions when trading. Of course, money, still need to earn. Thinking of this, Li Liang gave a wicked smile and was about to turn around to wash up. As a result, he turned his head and found Lin Shulan standing right behind him with a strange expression looking at himself. Only after a long time did he say in surprise, "When did you get so good at English? Can you even communicate with people fluently?" Seeing this, Li Liang gave an embarrassed laugh. He had just communicated with his subordinates in English the entire time, and this was also his own habit of communicating with them. It didn't occur to him that Lin Shulan had discovered it. I was forced to do a little business abroad, and I couldn't do it without English, so I learned it in a hurry. Hearing this, Lin Shulan was silent for a while. Her eyes looked Li Liang up and down again, as if she was seeing him for the first time. Then finally spoke. I'll go make breakfast, you still have to go to school today, it's still not too late, I'll ride the small electric donkey to send you to school later. After saying that, Lin Shulan put on her apron and went straight to the kitchen to get busy. Seeing this scene, Li Liang didn't care about Lin Shulan's strange expression just now. It was only taken as her being surprised that she was able to speak fluent English. But what she just said about going to school. Thinking of this, Li Liang smiled slightly. It was true that he himself had to go to school, but this time it wasn't a run to school, but to drop out of school. Chapter 26, Don't be in a hurry, I'll come out again later. In the middle of thinking, Li Liang subconsciously looked at Lin Shulan, who was busy making breakfast in the kitchen. The matter of withdrawing himself from school, she was definitely against it. But no matter if she agrees or disagrees with himself dropping out of school, this matter still had to be done. So for himself, even if he let her send himself to school, it didn't matter too much, sooner or later she would know anyway. But right now, besides dropping out of school, there was another matter that needed to be dealt with. That was the loan sharks that Lin Shulan had borrowed. It was fine for him to stay here now, he could deal with those debt collectors when they came. But once he left, leaving Lin Shulan alone, can she cope with it? The answer was obvious. Li Liang frowned and made up his mind. After dealing with the school's withdrawal matters, he would solve Lin Shulan's troubles together. After all, it wasn't a good idea to drag it out like this, and he couldn't keep guarding it here all the time. Just as Li Liang was thinking, Lin Shulan, who was busy in the kitchen, came out with 2 bowls. Handing one of the bowls to him with a smile, she said, "There are still some small wontons left at home, I don't know if you like them." Hearing this, Li Liang took a look and said, "The small wontons are not bad, put some vinegar, put some chili pepper is also very delicious." Saying this, he took the bowl of wontons and returned to his seat with Lin Shulan to feast on them. Actually, for what to eat for breakfast, Li Liang was indifferent, he was not a picky eater. What's more, before he was in the arms business, he often ate his first meal and not his next. Luckily, it was this sister who often invited himself to her house to rub his nose in the food. Ever since then, he decided that he must repay her in the future. Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but be a little lost in thought, completely unaware that he was staring at Lin Shulan. The latter thought that it was because he wasn't eating very well, so he was a bit surprised and said, "What? Is there something on my face?" Li Liang also realized that he was a bit out of line, so he smiled awkwardly and said, No, I just thought of something." Then after a pause, he stuffed the only remaining wontons in the bowl into his mouth with a brain and said vaguely, "Sister Shulan, I'll find a way to help you with the arrears." At these words, Lin Shulan couldn't help but freeze. Then she put down her chopsticks, frowned her pretty eyebrows and stared at Li Liang somewhat unhappily and said, "You don't have to care about this matter, what you have to do now is to go to school properly, I will find a way to get the money myself, got it?" In her opinion, Li Liang, a high school student, no relatives, can make money to maintain their own life is very good, which has what ability to help again to help themselves. Moreover, the money she owed was $400,000, which was not a small amount for an ordinary person. Not to mention Li Liang, a student who usually breaks a dollar into 2 halves. However, she also realized that Li Liang was caring about himself, which made her feel a little happy in her heart. She then paused and said to Li Liang, "Are you full? Go to school first. I saw the news yesterday, you were arrested at school, go back and explain to your teachers, don't let them misunderstand, okay?" Hearing this, Li Liang just smiled and didn't say anything else. The two of them then cleaned up a bit. Li Liang then rode Lin Shulan's small electric donkey and led her towards the outside of the neighborhood. Just as they reached the intersection of the neighborhood, they heard a familiar voice. Li Liang, Lin Shulan, here. I'm here. The two of them looked along with the voice and were instantly a bit surprised. The person who came was none other than Yao, who was currently standing on the side of the road not far away waving at them. Seeing the two stop, Yao ran towards them. Why is she still here? Li Liang's expression changed for a moment. This reporter was really difficult to pester. It was hard to get rid of her yesterday, but now she's following them again. But it didn't matter if she was pestering herself, she was going to run out of Dragon Country soon anyway. At that time, when he ran out of the Dragon Country, let's see how you can still investigate. Right in the middle of Li Liang's thoughts, Yao then walked quickly to the side of the two. Speaking familiarly to herself, she said, "Where are you guys going? Take me with you." Hearing this, Li Liang spoke with some dissatisfaction. Are we familiar? No, didn't I say thank you yesterday? You don't need to check my affairs, you can't find out anything. It's useless to follow me, to tell you the truth, someone doesn't allow me to say it. The words fell, hands spread out, at your disposal. But the result was that the words were said so clearly. Yao, however, still didn't look half discouraged, and directly greeted Lin Shulan. After finishing, only then did she grunt twice and look at Li Liang. I don't believe anything you tell me, I only believe what I find out myself. I've been a reporter for so many years, there's nothing I can't find out, and you're no exception. With that, he pointed to the small electric donkey not far away, and said with conviction. Look, the tools I'm all ready, and I've already made a report to the station manager. The station manager all agreed, from now on I'll follow you, I absolutely want to investigate the secret behind you. Li Liang followed the location of her finger to look, there was really a small pink donkey. Instantly his head was full of black lines, this chick came for real. So unforgiving? Look at her face, it seems like she's on a collision course with herself. I really don't know what benefits I can get from investigating myself. Chen what? Ah, Chen-yi, they don't care? They just let her investigate her? Could it be that they want to catch the handle of their own hands to break the law, so that they can bring themselves to justice? Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but look gloomy. But soon laughed softly again. Even if this is the case, it doesn't matter, as long as she doesn't get in the way and doesn't affect herself, follow it. She can't find out anything anyway. If she could really find out something, then it would be counted as her being good. Didn't continue to pay attention to this little reporter. Riding a small donkey, he took Lin Shulan and drove directly towards the school. Yao wasn't angry either. After freezing for a moment, she hurriedly rode her own electric donkey to follow closely behind. Lin Shulan's home wasn't really that far from Magic City High School. 10 or so minutes later, a group of people had already arrived at the school's entrance. A few people got off the bus, and there were already quite a few students at the school entrance walking towards the school gate one after another. Time is still early, there is no hurry for now. After Li Liang parked the small electric donkey on the side of the road, Lin Shulan said to Li Liang. Lin Shulan then said to Li Liang. I still have to go to work, so I won't send you in, you remember to explain to the teacher properly. But only halfway through his words, he saw Li Liang directly pull off the key of the electric car, after playing with it and turning it around in his hand. Smiling, he said. There's no rush, Sister Shulan, wait for me here for a while, I'll come out later. Come out? Come out to do what? Lin Shulan looked at Li Liang, who was full of smiles, and was a bit puzzled. It's actually not a big deal, I came over to the school today to deal with a small matter. What is it? Dropping out of school. Lin Shulan? Chapter 27, did this really happen? Withdrawal? At this moment, Lin Shulan felt like he hadn't heard it wrong. Didn't he come to school? How did it turn into dropping out of school? Just as she wanted to continue asking something, Li Liang just smiled bashfully. He then stepped through the school gates and disappeared from her sight. What did he just say? Going to drop out of school? Why? Hearing this, Yao at the side was first a bit puzzled, but soon became excited. As a reporter, she seemed to smell a hint of news again. It seemed to her that Li Liang must have a not-so-small secret on him. After coming out from the detective bureau, she became even more certain in her mind. Especially now, hearing that Li Liang was going to drop out of school. She immediately felt that it must be related to what happened yesterday in no small way. So she said goodbye to Lin Shulan and chased after him straight away. At the same time, inside the senior 3-second class, the crowd still felt unbelievable about what happened yesterday. But what shocked them even more was what happened on the internet. Overnight, all of Li Liang's posts, comments, videos, and other discussions and information about him on the internet had disappeared. It was as if what happened yesterday didn't even exist. It never happened. If they hadn't witnessed Li Liang being taken away by a large number of armed police officers, they would have wondered if they were dreaming. They all understood that if something big hadn't happened, there was no way the network would have taken such measures against an ordinary person. What do you guys think happened to Li Liang? This is too strange, right? Last night I was commenting on the posts about him on the internet, but when I got up this morning, everything was gone. I found it too. I tried to ask about him in the chat group this morning, but guess what? It wouldn't post at all. I'm the same. I thought it was a bug in the chat software, but then I tested it again and realized that everything else could be sent out, but only the message with the word Li Liang couldn't be sent out. It seems like these two words have become forbidden. Saying that they fell silent again. They knew very well in their hearts what the ban on Li Liang meant. According to the usual practice in the past. It must be because something big had happened that couldn't be known. And it was particularly serious, that's why it was like this. But they still couldn't figure out what Li Liang, in the end, had done. Right in the middle of their silence, one of the students next to them suddenly came out coldly. He can't really be an arms dealer. At those words, several students froze and looked at each other, then sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the other side, inside the teacher's office, almost no one in the school knew about Li Liang's arrest yesterday. With such a big commotion and the internet spreading like crazy, it would be hard for people not to know about it. But as teachers, they naturally knew that the news on the internet was not reliable. This was the case with one of the female teachers, who directly turned her head to ask Wu Yong, who was Li Liang's homeroom teacher. Teacher Wu, what exactly happened to that student of yours? Why is it such a big deal? When these words came out, the teachers in the office all looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong was stunned. What had happened? He also wanted to know. This was all really a bit inexplicable. No. It was really a bit unbelievable. But he still politely returned. I'm not very clear about the specifics, but what I'm sure of is that Li Liang, he's a good kid, he definitely wouldn't do anything illegal or criminal. As he was speaking, another female teacher holding a cell phone suddenly interrupted in confusion. How come all the posts and remarks about student Li Liang on the internet have disappeared? Sniffing. Wu Yong didn't know why his heart suddenly tightened as a sense of unease strongly struck him. The teachers in the office were also curious and picked up their cell phones and began to look through them. A moment later they let out cries of surprise. Really? All the post discussions, including the video, have disappeared. As if it never happened. What in the world is going on? The internet actually blocked this matter. Is it that serious? Did Li Liang really do something illegal and criminal? Or is it more serious than that? Listening, Wu Yong frowned. He hurriedly picked up his phone and tapped on the software. Then he searched for high school student incidents in the search bar. But soon he froze. The search bar was blank, it was simply not searchable. So he changed a few more keywords without dying, and found that he still couldn't search for anything. In his heart, he understood what this meant. Could it be that Li Liang had really committed some major offense? But it shouldn't be. Li Liang is a good student, a good boy. Thinking about it, the female teacher on the side suddenly looked at Wu Yong with a face full of sympathy and spoke. Teacher Wu, if this matter is really serious, I'm afraid your bonus for this year will go down the drain. At those words, Wu Yong came back to his senses. Although their teacher's salary was not high, they had bonuses, and the bonuses relied on the promotion rate of the students in the class as well as their grades. Now that the class he was leading had such a serious incident, he was afraid that this year's bonus would be unthinkable. But Wu Yong still tugged at the corner of his mouth to make himself squeeze out a smile. It's fine, the bonus is just a bonus, it doesn't matter if I don't have it for a year. But the female teacher paused and added. The bonus is a small matter, although I don't know what your student did, but from the current situation it certainly seems to be very serious. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will affect you in the profession of teaching because of this matter. Hearing this, Wu Yong was first stunned. He wanted to refute something, but that was the truth. From the news he had gotten now, it seemed that this student of his might have really committed something very serious. And as his teacher, the students might not care. But the leaders above did not think so, and would think that he was the one who failed to control his students and was an incompetent teacher. Maybe he himself would lose his job because of Li Liang. Thinking of this, Wu Yong gave a bitter smile, was about to continue to say something. The phone that was placed on the table, however, rang. Looking at the two words on the phone, Wu Yong's heart thumped. This was because there were three big words displayed on it. Principal Zhang. Seeing this, that female teacher looked deeply at Wu Yong with a face full of sympathy and walked away. After picking up the phone, she said hello. However, the principal on the other side didn't seem to want to say anything more. Only saying that he should come over, he hung up the phone. Getting this news, Wu Yong was like a bolt from the blue, his heart was like ashes. Just now on the phone, Zhang Zhongwang did not say much, but he seemed to feel a hint of coldness. Still came? Really want to fire himself not. Although he often said to his students that teachers are all bowing and dying. But he also did not want to really die. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say death, but at his age, dismissing him is no different from death. Wu Yong's heart became even more bitter. He had been a teacher for so many years, could be said to be doing his best and doing his duty. Never made any mistakes. How to get to this point today? But soon he looked serious again. He was innocent and could stand up to this profession and the identity of a teacher. Dismissal is dismissal. Wu Yong, walk straight and sit upright. He then gathered his emotions and with a look of death, he walked towards the principal's office. It didn't take long. He arrived at the door of the principal's office, and although his expression looked like he was ready to die, his heart was a little drummed. However, he didn't want to think too much about it, but instead pushed open the door straight and walked in. Just after entering the door, he saw that there was another person in the principal's office at this time besides the principal. After seeing this person clearly, Wu Yong's expression changed again and again. After a long pause, he exclaimed, "Li Liang. Chapter 28, You're really an arms dealer." Requesting for votes. Inside the principal's room. After Wu Yong came to sit beside Zhang Zhongwan, he subconsciously glanced at the principal's expression. At the moment, this principal had a serious face and did not open his mouth to say anything. This was because he did not know how to ask either. And on the opposite side was Li Liang, who had a calm face. Wu Yong did not rush to ask. Instead, he looked at the young man in front of him with a complex expression. In his heart, there were too many doubts. What's going on here? How did Li Liang appear here? Wasn't he arrested yesterday? Yesterday's arrest was such a big deal, but as a result, he was released today? Could it really be a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged Li Liang. He knew that he wouldn't do such illegal and criminal things. Seeing Mr. Wu arrive, Li Liang greeted him. Then he took the lead to break the calm and said to Wu Yong, "Old class, you're here just in time. Just now I've already spoken to Principal Zhang. He said that I'm your student and I must ask for your opinion before doing so." Hearing this, Wu Yong looked at Li Liang. He also looked at Zhang Zhongwan suspiciously. The latter paused before slowly saying, "Li Liang said he wants to withdraw from school. What do you think about this?" As the words fell, Wu Yong refused without even thinking about it. Withdraw from school? No way. I really don't know what you're thinking. Have you thought about your future? We're in our third year of high school now, and we're about to take the college entrance exam. It's the period that belongs to the turning point of life. For you to quit school now is undoubtedly irresponsible for your own life. Hearing this, Li Liang remained expressionless and said carelessly, "Teacher Wu, I've considered all of this. I have my own plans for the future, and I understand very well what I want." Hearing this, Wu Yong sized up this high school student in front of him again. Although he himself didn't know what happened yesterday when this young man went to the exploratory division to cause him to give birth to the idea of dropping out of school. But one understood. Li Liang's family situation, for him to study is the only way out. As a teacher, I cannot stand by and watch him go astray. Withdrawal of this matter, he will never agree. So then said again, "Since you say you want to quit school, then there must be a reason to convince me. If not, then sorry, I will not agree." Could it be? Is it related to what you did yesterday? Hearing this, Li Liang also calmly said with just a slight frown, "Yes, but no. Honestly, yes, I actually don't want to drop out of school, but going to school will only affect the speed at which I can do business and make money. If I honestly go to school and study, I'm afraid that I won't be able to earn this much money in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongwang and Wu Yong both looked at each other. Especially Wu Yong, his eyes directly widened. It was really related to what happened yesterday. But this isn't as bad as dropping out of school, right? Even if you were taken away in front of the entire school, but didn't you still come back? It was those people who mistakenly arrested you, otherwise you wouldn't have come right back today. It's not a shame for Li Liang. It's the war police who are the ones who are ashamed, right? What's more? So it's about business? What kind of business is so important to a student who's about to take the college entrance exam? What's more, studying and going to school is not as important as doing business to make money. What kind of business is he doing that's so profitable? Isn't this bull? In his opinion, Li Liang was just looking for a reason to drop out of school. So Wu Yong said with a hint of anger in his tone, "Doing business? You less bragging. If you can't give a reason to convince me, go back to study properly now." But after he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something else. Wait a minute. He suddenly thought of the rumors from the students in his class at that time. Li Liang, it seems like he's doing an arms deal? Shouldn't it be? As soon as he said business, Zhang Zhongwang also subconsciously thought of arms just like Wu Yong. So they looked at each other again, and both seemed to have read what the other was thinking. The two couldn't help but mentally suck in a breath of cool air. This rumor couldn't be true. A few moments later, Wu Yong was somewhat tentative, so he cautiously asked, "The business you mentioned. It wouldn't be trading arms like the rumors say, right?" At those words, Li Liang hesitated first. "No." Hearing this, the two of them were relieved and were about to say something. Li Liang quickly added. I want to clarify that this is not a rumor, I am indeed in the arms business. The moment these words came out, the principal's chamber was awfully quiet. At this moment, if a pin were to fall on the ground for fear of hearing a sound. However, Li Liang completely ignored their reactions and continued. I'm doing quite well in the arms market abroad, I can make a little money, and I feel that going to school isn't as fast as making money from my business, so I decided to come and drop out of school. I don't know if that's a good enough reason? Wu Yong Zhang Zhongwang and the two of them just stared at Li Liang, unable to say anything for a long time. It wasn't a rumor, so it was an admission? They didn't hear it wrong, right? Those rumors were actually true. This high school student was really in the arms business? Where did he get the arms channels and where did he run the business? That's not true. That's not the point. The point is that he's really in the arms business, but this young man in front of him is just a high school student. How did he do that? And he said he's doing well? What do you mean, he's doing well in the arms business? What else did he say, huh? Making a little money? Listen to that. That's a human thing to say. That arms deal is a small profit. Although they don't know the price of the arms market, they don't even have to think about how profitable it is. Can this be a small amount of money? The two of them first calmed their hearts for a while, then re-examined the student in front of them. Then Wu Yong turned his thoughts again. He can't be lying, right, making up a random reason because he wants to quit school? But soon he dismissed this thought. Because the scene that happened in the classroom yesterday was still vivid in his mind. That formation, the war police opened the way and the soldier led the way. And that soldier was also a major, even the major came in person. Such a big commotion. What does this mean? It means that things are really serious. He had seen with his own eyes that a large group of armed police rushed in and took Li Liang away. Furthermore, if what Li Liang said was true, then how did he get out? He shouldn't have been let out. All of this simply can't be explained, it simply doesn't make sense. In the midst of his thoughts, Wu Yong's gaze fell back onto Li Liang. Looking at the latter's serious expression, for a moment he didn't know if what the other party was saying was true or not. He then put the thoughts in his head down for the time being. His gaze went back to the principal on the side. Now was not the time to think about this, Li Liang was now proposing to apply for withdrawal. Then should they agree or not? Chapter 29, The Arms Dealer's Position. On the other side. After Chun-Yi released Li Liang, he then rushed to the command headquarters without stopping to report the series of circumstances. The district commanders were initially curious as to what had happened. They actually needed to gather them together for a meeting. But after listening to Chun-Yi's report, they were also confused. Li Liang? A high school student? Arms orders? A deal with the Camel Country? The arms weapons on top of this order. This high school student named Li Liang has all of them? Although they were in a high position, nothing was strange to them. But this series of unbelievable information still made them freeze and stare. They didn't believe it. What could a high school student have to do with arms and weapons? It was impossible. They then repeatedly confirmed with Chen-Yi before gradually accepting this fact. The command headquarters also fell into a moment of silence. A moment later, the commander-in-chief immediately decided to agree to the cooperation with Li Liang. He also asked Chen-Yi to go ahead and negotiate to find out more. Such a talent, the Dragon Kingdom, must retain. After receiving the order, Chen-Yi did not delay any longer. He immediately moved back to the magic capital again. At this moment, inside the principal's room, the three people fell into a short silence. This scene was seen by Li Liang. It made him frown. He didn't know what the principal and the old class were hesitating about, but it was just withdrawing from school. Couldn't they be more forthcoming? Anyway, he had already decided in the bottom of his heart. This school himself was definitely going to withdraw, and it was useless for anyone to say anything. Just when he wanted to say something, the phone in his pocket rang. After glancing at the unfamiliar number, Li Liang first hesitated. But still, he connected it. Hello? Li Liang, this is Chen-Yi. The words were brief, but he still heard it through his voice. Commander Chen? The caller continued. Didn't I tell you before that the Dragon Kingdom was interested in making a deal with you, as well as the matter of your deal with the Camel Kingdom, and now that the results have been discussed on the higher up side, I'm going to come and talk to you face to face. Enough about that, where are you now? Hearing this, Li Liang returned without much thought. In the principal's office of Magic City High School. The person on the other end of the phone asked with some confusion. Magic City High School? What are you going there for? Going to school? Converted now? Hearing this, Li Liang was a bit helpless. No, I came here to do some business. That's fine. Chen-Yi then didn't say anything more. He just told Li Liang to wait for him there, not to run around, and that he would be there soon. Then he hung up the phone. This made Li Liang wonder for a while. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom didn't agree with his outbound transaction? But he soon didn't care. If he wanted to run out of the Dragon Kingdom, they might not be able to catch him. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the principal and Wu Yong again and said, "Old class, principal, don't freeze here, why don't you guys say something? I'm definitely going to withdraw from this school. The reason I also said, I'm really busy with my business, I don't have time to go to school." At this moment, Zhang Zongwang and Wu Yong were looking at each other. They had naturally vaguely heard some of the conversation just now. What was it about the commander again? What arms deal again and so on? Their hearts were pounding. This makes two people cannot help but be a little shaken up. Could it be that Li Liang is not lying? But even in the arms business, this business is so good to do? This is a job where you tie your head to the waistband of your pants. This can earn a few money. Even if they can make money, do they have the life to spend it? In their opinion, Li Liang may sell arms as just a small business of selling small pistols. Not only is it dangerous, but it doesn't make much money. They couldn't watch Li Liang go astray. So Principal Zhang dryly coughed twice and said, "Cough. Li Liang, the matter of dropping out of school is something I think you should reconsider." But Li Liang shook his head and interrupted him, saying in a resolute tone, "There's no need to think about it, I've already thought about it, you guys better hurry up and go through the process for me. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you guys, it's just that for me, going to school really isn't as lucrative as being in the arms business." The words fell. Wu Yong and Zhang Zongwang both carefully sized up Li Liang again. Looking at his serious face, they instantly felt that this young man in front of them seemed to have gone too far astray. So they continued to persuade Li Liang again without dying. Both sides argued in this way, with the public speaking their minds and the women speaking their minds. The whole 20 minutes of persuasion, mouth to say dry. Li Liang still insisted on dropping out of school. Just when Zhang Zongwang was about to say something else, the door to the principal's office was pushed open. The first to enter were two gun-toting warriors. They had alert faces, and after confirming that the principal's office was not a threat, they stepped aside. And after them, it was none other than Chen Yi. As soon as he entered, Chen Yi looked over the three and couldn't help but frown. How is it that there are other people? How does this allow himself to talk to Li Liang? However, it was this survey. It made Zhang Zongwang and Wu Yong sit on pins and needles. Especially after seeing the military rank on the other party's shoulder. Sweat hairs stood up all over their bodies. This was the rank of commander. The one who came last time was a major. This time there's a bigger one. Could it be? Could it be that Li Liang just made that call with this commander? Did Li Liang actually have an arms deal with the Dragon Kingdom? However, Chen Yi did not look at the two but walked towards Li Liang. He then inquired to Li Liang, "What are you doing here?" Li Liang was about to answer but Wu Yong, who was on the side, preempted him. "This comrade, Li Liang, he is here to withdraw from school." Withdrawal? At that Chen Yi frowned. So Wu Yong explained the matter and added, "Comrade, please persuade him, Li Liang's family situation is not good, studying is his only way out. Now that we are approaching the college entrance exam, this is an important turning point on the road of life, how can we just say that we are dropping out of school?" Saying this, Li Liang interrupted to explain. "Commander Chen, you also know that we are in the arms business, running all over the world, how can we have any time to go to school? Withdrawing from school was also a last resort, I was bound to do it anyway." Hearing this, Chen Yi also understood the general situation. This made him frown. Withdrawing from school to do arms business outside of the country? Then after dropping out of school, is it necessary to withdraw your nationality again? Will he come back after this trip? If not, how can we find him later? No, we can't let him drop out. We have to let him keep his enrollment. We have to let him retain a relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. Don't look at it as a small matter, this is definitely an important bridge to get closer to Li Liang. As long as there was this layer of relationship, it was the same as him still being a Dragon Nation person. As long as he was still a Dragon Kingdom person. As long as he was still a Dragon Nation citizen, the Dragon Nation would also have a reason to communicate and negotiate with him in a fair and open manner. And, when the time comes, Li Liang's connections and resources. Even all those top secret weapons? All these may be used for the Dragon Kingdom. Although arms don't have borders, they can have tendencies. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Chapter 30, you guys really raised a good student. Inside the principal's room, Chen Yi came back to his senses and revealed a kind smile to Li Liang. "Li Liang, I do have a proposal. It will not hinder your arms business, and it will also not make things difficult for the two teachers." "Oh? What proposal?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang subconsciously became vigilant. This smile he always felt somewhat familiar. It was as if he had revealed a treacherous look when he was selling arms. It wasn't that he was afraid of the commander in front of him. It was just that he couldn't figure out how the commander in front of him, who represented the Dragon Kingdom, was suddenly so nice to talk to. He really wasn't afraid that he would go abroad and never come back? Not right. Very have 11 points is not right. Seeing the other party's vigilant look, Chenny smiled slightly before slowly saying, "How about this? The school retains your enrollment, and you don't have to come to class, you can go about your business. It's just that when the time comes for the college entrance exam, just come back and take the test." Speaking of this, Li Liang frowned. An exam? What else would one have to take an exam for? What was the point? What is the point of going to school and studying? Isn't it for the sake of having a well-paid job in the future? Then you can support yourself. Now I can make so much money in the arms business. What's the point of studying and taking tests? Study? Read my ass. And Chenny also noticed Li Liang's look and knew what was in his mind. Then he added, "Don't be in a hurry, listen to me first. And that half-sister of yours doesn't know your identity, right? With the school registration retained, you can also give her an explanation to reassure her, right? And you don't need to go for the exam, you just need to go to the exam center to go through the process. Our military promises that if you want to study afterward, you can pick whichever university degree you want. How about it?" The last three words, Chenny was not only talking to Li Liang. It also looked to the side. Wu Yong and Zhang Zhongwang, who froze in place while listening. This commander's eyes were full of hints, and also carried a slight threatening undertone. How would they dare to have an opinion? They nodded their heads. But it was this I hint. It made them even more confused. What the hell was going on? This is all this commander's idea? Does this make sense, that the college entrance exam only requires a walkthrough, no exams? If you want to, you can go to any university you want? This is the college entrance exam. The gold content of the college entrance exam goes without saying. Even the state attaches great importance to the exam. Every year, the college entrance exam brushes off a large number of students who want to go to college. And Li Liang? He doesn't need to take the exam to just pass? And this seemed to be all from this commander in front of him. Hearing this, Li Liang's complexion moved slightly, his face showing all the hesitation. It wasn't that he had any desire for any degree. It was just that he couldn't understand what Chen Yi was doing with this move. What benefit did retaining his academic record have for him, Chen Yi? This move made him puzzled for a while. Forget it. As long as it didn't hinder his ability to make money from arms, it didn't matter if he kept his degree. So he said faintly with a slight smile, "Alright, I agree, let's do it like you said, as long as it doesn't hinder me from doing arms business." Hearing the reply, Chen Yi's heart was finally relieved. The look of anticipation on his face also transformed into surprise. The grand plan has succeeded. Then added, "Alright. Then we've decided, the two teachers don't have any opinions, do they?" Wu Yong and Zhang Zhongwang hurriedly waved their hands. No, we have no opinions. Your commander has spoken, how could one dare to have any opinions? Even if there is. Which could be useful. The joy on Chen Yi's face at this moment was even more undisguised. He was satisfied with the answers and performance of these two teachers. He then went forward and said to Principal Zhang, "Mordor High School, worthy of being a key high school in Mordor, the teachers are strong. Especially you two teachers, you've really cultivated a good student for our Dragon Kingdom, I'll report it to the top for them to commend you." Chen Yi then looked around the principal's office and added, "A good teacher should have a good office environment. When I came here I found that your school's environment is also too aged. Tell you what, I've decided that our military will fund to help you renovate your school." Ha! With these words, the two people who heard them looked at each other in disbelief. In particular, Zhang Zhongwang was even more uncertain. He looked at Chen Yi and then at Li Liang. Renovating the school? One didn't hear it wrong, even though one didn't know what was happening? But the surprise came a bit fast. What is this situation? Does it mean that you've kept your job again? Not only did he keep it, but he's also going to commend himself. Could it be that Li Liang didn't break the law? He's made a great contribution to the country. That's why he's getting all the glory? Is this a case of once a man wins, always a man wins? But Zhang Zhongwang quickly retrieved his thoughts and hurriedly shook Chen Yi's hand, excitedly saying, "Thank you, comrade, what can I say? I thank you on behalf of all the teachers and students of Magic City High School." Only seeing Chen Yi waving his hand, he added, "This is nothing, the main thing is that you guys have raised a good student. Our military should thank you." Hearing this, Zhang Zhongwang glanced at Li Liang next to him again with a thoughtful look. Chen Yi then added, "Alright, since the matter of Li Liang's withdrawal has been resolved, can the two of you go out first? Li Liang and I still have some things we need to talk about alone." At this point, Zhang Zhongwang reacted, and after thanking Chen Yi a few more times, he and Wu Yong walked out the door. Outside the door, the two stood in place for a long time, unable to return to their senses. The events of the past 2 days were like a dream. One moment there was an arrest, and the next moment there was a commendation. What in the world was going on? They couldn't figure it out. Soon Zhang Zhongwang asked Wu Yong, who was also frozen in place, "Teacher Wu, what do you think is going on here? Is it because of Li Liang?" Wu Yong came back to his senses and replied, I'm not sure, but I feel like it should be related to him. You said. Is Li Liang selling arms to help the Dragon Kingdom? Otherwise, why would that commander react like this? At this point, Wu Yong paused for a moment before he returned. It's very likely. At the same time, only Li Liang and Chen Yi were left in the principal's room. It was then that Chen Yi spoke. Alright, now we can talk. With that, he sat down opposite Li Liang and said to himself. About the cooperation we talked about last time, our headquarters discussed it and we decided to buy a batch of arms and weapons from you. Upon hearing this, Li Liang raised his eyebrows and his face finally changed. That treacherous smile suddenly surfaced again. You mean that the Dragon Kingdom wants to buy my arms weapons? There is vision. Say it, what do you need? I have it all here. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but have an odd expression again and hurriedly coughed twice. Cough. Don't get excited first, you may not necessarily have the arms and weapons we want, if not, we need to reconsider the business matter. Chapter 31, do you really have it? I really do. Commander Chen, what are you saying? What do you mean I don't necessarily have it? What kind of arms and weapons do you need? I can get them for you. I can get you all of them, from eagle sauce to Malbear, at a price you'll be satisfied with. Inside the principal's room, Li Liang was originally sitting in his seat. But when he heard that he wanted to buy arms and equipment, he immediately became energized. Directly came to Chen Yi's side, the essence of the light in his eyes flashed greatly, and his treacherous businessman nature was revealed. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's color was even more odd. He thought to himself that the high school student in front of him had learned to change faces. The change in attitude was also too fast. Especially when he heard that there was business, it was like a different person. He coughed twice to show that he was relieved of some embarrassment. Afterwards, he took out a document bag from his pocket and said with a straight face. Cough. Alright, take a look at this. Upon hearing this, Li Liang took the document bag and opened it. A bunch of arms weapons were listed on it. Arms orders? That's right, we have already prepared this order, we just don't know if you can take out the weapons on it. Seeing this, the eyes of Chen Yi at the side were filled with excitement and added. The first three above, the YAL-1 laser weapon, used to combat drones and destroy small ships. Followed by the MA-77 howitzer and the M270 multiple rocket launcher. Including the kind of rocket launcher you gave to Camelot Nation before we added it in. Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Yi paused before continuing. However, we require these weapons to be capable of single combat and come with a tracking system, what do you think? The words fell. Chen Yi then stared somewhat nervously at Li Liang in front of him. The arms order he gave listed many weapons though. But only these three were the ones they needed and wanted the most. Originally, the headquarters didn't think that this arms dealer could come up with this kind of weapons when they were deliberating. But then they saw a rocket launcher on the Camel Country's arms order. This weapon was extremely powerful and at the same time had a ridiculously long range. You call this a bazooka? It's not the range of a tank? Who built this thing? It's impossible to have such a thing. But it soon occurred to them that the order was from Camelot. Then it shouldn't be so careless to get the data on it wrong. But thinking like that, the shock in their hearts increased. This arms dealer who was still a high school student really had this level of weapons. So with a tentative mindset, their headquarters negotiated this arms order. It was only a moment. Li Liang had already finished understanding the arms weapons on it. Only to see him put down that order and rubbed his hands together. Then with a big smile on his face, he confidently said to Chen Yi. No problem, I have all of these. How much do you guys need? Hearing this, Chen Yi was first stunned. Then stared wide-eyed in some disbelief. All? Are you serious? You also have these first three weapons above that are capable of single combat? Of course. Just directly say how many you want and when you want to trade, leave the rest to me and I promise to get them for you. At this moment, Chen Yi still felt a bit unreal in his heart. Although he knew that Li Liang was a very powerful arms dealer. But at this moment, he always felt like there were ants crawling all over his body. So he repeated what he had just said again. You really have? I really do. At this moment, there was another silence in the principal's room. Chen Yi just stared blankly at Li Liang. Originally, the headquarters had drafted this arms order with a mindset of testing and probing. But this high school student in front of him, he just agreed so easily. I didn't expect him to. A moment later Chen Yi took a deep breath and a smile returned to his face. Comrade Li Liang, since it's all there, there's no need to say more. The budget we prepared is 300 million Dragon Kingdom dollars. Upon hearing this, Li Liang raised his eyebrows, his complexion moving slightly. 300 million? Seeing the other party's color change, Chen Yi's heart tightened slightly. Could it be less? Then hurriedly added. This 300 million is only the funds for our initial cooperation. If this first batch of goods really meets our expectations, then we will soon conduct a second transaction with you. Hearing this, Li Liang grinned. Alright, since the Dragon Kingdom is so sincere, I have to show it as well. only to see Li Liang take out his cell phone and skillfully open the calculator on his phone and do a rough calculation. A moment later he added, "I'm also a Dragon Country person. Dragon Country people don't cheat Dragon Country people. I'll give you a discount. The weapons on this, I'm not going to say much, you guys just pay 200 million. Actually, 200 million had already surpassed the price in his mind. He also didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to trust him so much, and would come up with so much money in the first transaction. Hearing this, Chen Yi was overjoyed in his heart. Originally he thought that the high school student in front of him would open his mouth wide. But he didn't expect the other party to actually offer a discount, saving himself 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins. So he immediately shook Li Liang's hand and said excitedly with a big smile, "Good, it's a deal, we still need to prepare, the transaction time will be set in next month, how do you think?" "Okay, I have no opinion." After saying this, Li Liang thought of something else and added, "Right, how is your discussion on the matter of me leaving the country and trading with Camel Country? I'm going to trade in a few days, you guys won't let it happen, right?" Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately waved his hand. "Don't worry, the above has already agreed for you to trade out of the country, it's just that when it comes time to trade with us, you need to rush back." Li Liang finally nodded his head. Since the matter was settled, there was no need for him to stay here. After all, Sister Shulan was still waiting for herself at the school gate. So after chatting with Chen Yi for a few more words, he said goodbye to him and walked out the door. On the other side, and now after Li Liang walked into the school gate, she immediately followed him. "But I don't know how, but I lost him after following him." She couldn't find him anywhere. This made her can't help but feel a little chagrined and angry. Where did it go? It was clearly just within one's line of sight, why did it suddenly disappear? Just as she was about to give up and hit the road. However, she noticed that from outside the principal's room there were actually a few gun-toting warriors standing. Just when she was curious, another soldier came out from inside. After getting a good look at the other party, she immediately ducked aside. "It's that commander from the detective bureau? Why did he come to the school? Something's not right. Could it be that he's here for Li Liang again? The Dragon Kingdom commander coming to Magic City High School, this is considered news, after all, this is a commander, who usually can't be seen." Thinking of this in Yao's eyes turn, since she couldn't find Li Liang, it would be just as well to make this a hot news. So she took out her cell phone and prepared to record this scene. But just as she was about to record it, the warrior outside the principal's room sensed it. A loud shout followed. "What kind of person? Sneaking around doing something?" At those words, Yao was startled and her cell phone fell to the ground. Just as she was about to lower her head to pick it up, the warrior on the side had already rushed to her. Without saying a word, they pressed her against the wall. Seeing this, she hurriedly explained, Comrade, this is a misunderstanding, I'm here to find someone." Chen Yi, who was on the side, naturally noticed this scene. It was just that he felt how the voice was so familiar. So he fixed his eyes on it, and his complexion couldn't help but look odd again. Then he went forward and signaled the two warriors to release her, and asked again, "You're not Li Liang's friend? He has already gone out, why are you still here?" At the words, Yao first froze. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Already went out, he really did intentionally ditch me. At the loss of me even helping him so much, this is how he repays me. A little bit of news information is not given. Favor?" Chen Yi was also stunned. How could a hallowed arms dealer still need the help of an ordinary person? Somewhat curious, he asked, "What favor did you do him?" And Yao then let out a long breath and tried her best to calm down. Then she recounted what she did to save Lin Shulan. "You say, I did him such a great favor, shouldn't he repay me?" After listening, Chen Yi didn't fight for him because of Yao's complaints. On the contrary, his face slowly began to darken. "You mean, violent collection?" A deep voice inquired, a frown ensuing. Now in this era, there was actually such a thing as loan sharking and violent debt collection. Chapter 32, National Clearance Operation. At this time, Magic City. Inside the Lille Consumer Finance Company, a dozen or so juniors dressed in black stood at one side. And at the desk in the center, a fat man with a big back-combed hair, who looked to be about in his 30s, was sitting on a chair, expressionlessly smoking a cigarette in his hand. His name was Lu Jichang, the boss of this loan shark company. At the moment, his back was turned to the bald big man standing behind him. That big man lowered his head with a panicked expression. Only after a moment did he say with trepidation, "Boss Lu, we were negligent yesterday. I didn't expect that there was actually a reporter inside the people watching the scene, and that this reporter was actually a popular reporter from the Magic City station. She even picked up her cell phone to record the video. For the sake of the company's reputation, I had to go off." Speaking of this, bald big man raised his head to look at the seat. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, he hurriedly added, Next time I will definitely bring Lin Shulan back." The words fell. Only then did Lu Jicheng turn around, his eyes slightly narrowed. "All right, I know all about it. I've already learned that, although that reporter is a popular reporter from the Magic City station, but that Lin Shulan can't have anything to do with her. I think I'm afraid that I just happened to be passing by and stumbled upon this and just happened to save her." Speaking of this, he let out another cold snort. With that Lin Shulan's family, there's simply nothing that can help her. Hearing this, the bald big man was relieved in his heart, knowing that this boss didn't blame himself. So he said with a sarcastic smile, Right, that woman's family is only her mother and her 2 people, no one can help them. Don't worry, next time I will definitely bring that woman back to you. But this Lin Shulan is also really ungrateful, boss. You see her, is her honor. How many women who can't afford to pay back the money to send to the door have not had this opportunity?" Hearing this, Lu Jiqian's mouth revealed a smile. These words were very flattering to him, but that was the truth. He had already investigated Lin Shulan all over the place long ago, and his purpose at the beginning was also this. Money was wanted, and women he wanted just as much. Thinking of this, he licked his dry lips. Lin Shulan's cool demeanor came back to his mind. "I wonder if you'll still have that look the next time we meet?" But just as he was about to continue saying something, bang! The door to the office was suddenly blasted open by a huge force. Oh! Clack, clack, clack. A messy sound passed. Only 7 or 8 heavily armed war police with guns rushed straight in. And behind these police officers, they were followed by a dozen or so soldiers in green uniforms. The police officer at the front, after seeing the bald man, without waiting for the big man to react, an over-the-shoulder slam put him on the ground. Then he yelled at the man sitting on the seat. "No one is allowed to move. Let me see your hands." The sudden scene. It directly scared these juniors in the office silly. What is this situation? War police with guns. And heavily armed soldiers. And Lu Jiqian on the seat was also confused. But seeing the red dot sight on has been aimed at his head, he didn't dare to make a sound. Just sat on the seat with his hands holding his head. What is this situation? There's no mistake, right? I'm just lending some loan sharks, as for. The soldiers are here. Still heavily armed and with guns. Just as he froze, he only saw another man in military uniform walk out behind these warriors. He clearly saw the rank on this man's shoulder. It was actually at the level of commander. This scene left him dumbfounded. It's not so bad, the commander is here. At this moment, his mind immediately started searching for something he had done that could alarm the military. But nothing. He was just a loan shark. Those women were all sent to the door by themselves, and he didn't force them to do so, so could he be considered to have violated the law? Just when he was in a daze, Chenny had already walked in front of him. And Yao just followed behind him with an unbelievable look on her face. Out of the corner of her eye, she took another look at Chenny, who was on the side. If this can be recorded, it's definitely another big news. The military has joined forces with the war police to cleanse and arrest a loan sharking company. And all this was actually because he mentioned that Li Liang's half-sister was being bullied? What kind of relationship does he have with the military to actually be able to put out such a battle for him? And Yao couldn't figure it out for a while. She didn't think that this commander had come to end this illegal money-lending company because he was bored. It must be because of Li Liang. But who exactly was Li Liang? One moment he was arrested by the military. The next moment, the military was sending out war police and soldiers to help him solve his problems. This is all really getting harder and harder to figure out. She couldn't guess. But what she could be sure of was that Li Liang definitely had a secret that was unknown to her. This was surely an unprecedented big news. Just as Yao was lost in thought, Chenny finally asked her, "Is it these people?" Only after hearing Chenny inquire, did she come back to her senses? She then looked around and pointed at the bald big man who was pressed to the ground. "Yes, I remember him, it's them." The bald big man who was pressed to the ground at the moment. Seeing Yao pointing at himself, being scared, his face turned white. "It's the reporter from yesterday." He reacted. He had only let out some harsh words last time. How come even the military came? No, nowadays, reporters have so much energy these days? Unfortunately, no one could answer these questions for him right now. After Chenny received an affirmative reply, he directly signaled the soldiers to handcuff these people. Lu Jiqiang, who was on the side, looked at his handcuffed hands and became even more confused. Rushing to Chenny, he anxiously said, Comrade, don't What's going on here? There's some kind of misunderstanding, right? We're good people. Give me a chance to explain. I can take you guys to catch other loan sharks. Give me a chance to get credit." Towards the end, his voice even had a hint of crying in it. However, Chenny didn't answer him and didn't even look at him. It just turned back and said to Yao again, "You are not allowed to report out about today's arrest." Yao hurriedly nodded. Chenny then turned his words around. "Of course, you can report on another matter. I can reveal it to you in advance, sort of. Preheating it." Hearing this, Yao instantly became interested. News taken from the military. This was exclusive news. And it must be big news. So she hurriedly inquired. Yes. What is it? Shenny faintly smiled with a hint of ice in his eyes and said. Next, the country will organize a nationwide loan sharking purge. All the companies that illegally lend money and collect debts will all have to pay the price. Upon hearing this, a roar went through Yao's mind. The heart sucked in a breath of cool air. All. Nationwide purge. Did one hear it correctly? Nationwide action, what did these 4 words mean? This was an official national action. Just because Li Liang's sister was illegally called in by a loan shark? But it doesn't have to be to this extent. Li Liang. What exactly is his identity? Chapter 33, on the eve of leaving the country, the camaraderie of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Magic City local station building. After Yao came out from the loan shark company, she immediately returned here. Looking at the information that had just been organized in her hands. Her heart was indescribably complicated. Thinking back on what happened in the past 2 days. Until now, she still felt that it was somewhat unreal. No thoughts at all. What the hell did Li Liang do? Even the military took such good care of him. She couldn't think straight. Only knowing that all of this. It must have something to do with Li Liang. But there was no way to know exactly what was going on. There was also no way to find evidence. After a long time, she shook her head and simply stopped thinking about it. Forget it, I'll be able to dig out this news one day. She then took the document with the exclusive news in her hand and walked towards the station manager's office. Shortly after, the Magic City station manager who got this document was confused. A national operation to clear out loan sharks. This is the country's move? Why is it so sudden? He looked at the document in front of him and then looked at Yao, who had a smiling face. His face couldn't help but become serious. Yao, is this news of yours reliable? This isn't a joke, about to the country, we can't report nonsense. At those words, Yao froze, then said unconvincingly. Station manager, this news is the real deal, this is reliable information I got from a big shot. What big shot? I can't say this, his identity is kept secret. Yao paused and added. Anyway, it's a very big person, with a very, very high rank. This information is absolutely not wrong. Very high rank? Right. Very high and very high. Looking at Yao's serious face. The stage manager immediately fell into deep thought. He had also watched Yao's live broadcast, knowing that she had interviewed a military major. Could it be that the major called Zhang Niu said this? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. If it was really that major who gave the news, which could be believed. At the same time, the people on the internet also gradually noticed. At this moment, the topic about Li Liang suddenly disappeared. The video even disappeared cleanly. In just one night's time, trying to search the internet again, the whole internet couldn't find any topic about that high school student being arrested. It was as clean as if the incident had never happened. People on the internet also noticed this strange phenomenon. Strange, why is the topic of that high school student gone? I just searched and it did disappear. Insider. There's an inside story here. Things are definitely not simple. Could it be that a certain blog has another bug? This software is truly unreliable. This matter has not been investigated clearly? I'm waiting to see what the truth really is. Just as people were wondering about this matter, another piece of news appeared as if out of nowhere in the first place of a certain blog. National action. National lending and violent collections clearance action coming soon. When people saw this news, they all froze. Afterwards, they opened this hot search with disbelief. What came to their eyes was a news broadcast from a local Magic City station. The person who broadcast this news was none other than Yao. Once this news appeared, people from all walks of life were shocked. At first, they were skeptical about the authenticity of the news. But once they thought that this was news about the country, can it still be fake? This kind of news, who would dare to report fake news? The answer is obvious. No one dares to do so. So after everyone watched this video, the online debate instantly exploded. There was a flurry of talk. A national purge. What is this happening? This is national action? The officials are out in force. How long has it been since there's been an action like this? Why is it so sudden? Who can tell me why this storm has suddenly arisen? Why was there no warning before this? Is this matter so big that even the state is paying attention to it? But yes, this kind of illegal collection and lending company really should be rectified. Upstairs is right, this kind of illegal lending collection does not know how many people harmed. I raise my hands in favor, this thing is well done. On the other side, inside the Dongyang neighborhood, Li Liang returned here after coming out of school. As for Lin Shulan's side, as soon as he left the school gate himself, he was questioned by her, still asking him why he was going to drop out of school and things like that. But this matter had already been settled, so he explained to Lin Shulan. saying that he hadn't dropped out of school and that he wasn't feeling well today, so he took a day off. But she didn't believe it. After pressing the matter a few more times in succession, finally Li Liang was ready to swear. Only then did he believe in the matter of not dropping out of school. She gave him a few words of advice, told him to go back and get some rest, and then went to work. At this moment, Li Liang was lying on the sofa, swiping the short videos on his cell phone. He came back here to see if he could wait for the group of debt collectors, so that he could settle this matter before he left the country. But after waiting for half a day, there was no movement at all. This made him a bit bored. Before, with the arms business, every day was full of passion. Now that he was suddenly idle, he wasn't used to it. At this moment, the cell phone pushed a message to him. The title on it was National Action. National Money Lending and Violent Collection Clearance Action coming soon. Seeing this, Li Liang couldn't help but be a little curious. He was very interested in the news of each country, because this would give a better understanding of a country's state of affairs. This was the case when he pitted Nikolai before. He had even inquired about the information before going to trade with the other party. So with this message, he clicked on it without even thinking. But after reading it, he couldn't help but look odd. The host of this news was in Yao. But Li Liang did not feel strange about her. What he was curious about was, why did it involve something like national action? Instead, it was the local Mordor station that reported it first. What about the central station? Shouldn't this kind of thing be broadcast by the central station? However, he was even more curious. Why did the country suddenly investigate this kind of illegal collection and lending thing? And also a nationwide investigation. This kind of thing actually needs the state to take action? But soon he thought of something else. Earlier, Chen Yi said that he would arrange for someone to follow and protect him. Could it be that they noticed what's going on over here? So they came to help clear the obstacles for themselves? Thinking like this matter seemed to become reasonable again. Li Liang smiled faintly and thought to himself, this is quite a nice thing to do. It seems that we can give more discounts for cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Since the Dragon Kingdom's matters have been pretty much settled, it's time for me to leave the country to prepare for the preparations for the deal with the Camel Kingdom. He then thought of Lin Shulan. Sitting up from the sofa again, his complexion was somewhat complicated. He himself had only just returned from abroad. Now he was going abroad again. What should I tell her about this? Chapter 34, Nikolai in a desperate situation asking for tickets. At the same time, La Baraka tribe. The artillery fire had blown this godless land to the ground. The sound of shells falling as well as bullets breaking through the air constantly rose and fell here, accompanied by the screams of innocent people in agony. The cries of children were also heard. This place is a hell on earth. This tribe is about to be destroyed. But at this moment, inside a luxurious manor, Nicholas stood on a platform. Behind him stood several of his men with a disheveled look on their faces. His fists were clenched, his face was twisted, and his expression was filled with anger. Damn it! Damn it! They betrayed me! Why? Why did they do this? A few hours ago, war erupted with a bang. Nikolai's forces were in the middle of a firefight with another group. Originally, he thought it was the Eagle Jam Nation or his minions who had struck. But he didn't expect it. It wasn't actually the Eagle Jam Nation that had fought. Instead, it was another tribe that was allied with him. This allied tribe was one that he trusted. It wasn't even wary of them and directly gave him his back. However, he did not expect that they would actually strike against him. This sudden attack resulted in Nicholas not being able to react in time. Even worse, the other party seemed to be using Eagle Jam country weapons with extremely fierce fire coverage. This series of strikes came over. It caused his troops to be directly flattened. Nicholas looked at the battlefield in the distance, his heart like a knife, his face pained. At this moment, the momentum was already gone. It could no longer be reversed. My lord, retreat, it will be too late if we don't retreat. The junior behind him voiced out. Immediately after, several others followed suit and advised. Yes, my lord, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that there's no fear of not having firewood when there's a green mountain left. Retreat! It's fine now, it's only one of their tribes that has struck out against us. If we drag it out any longer, maybe Eagle Sauce's other minions will rush over as well. At that time, if they all strike together, I'm afraid we'll really be overthrown. Sniffing. Nicholas closed his eyes, and the color of pain in his expression became even more intense. How could he not know? All of this was the work of the Eagle Jam Nation. It must be them who had turned their allies. But he wasn't willing to do it. Instead of going to war with the Eagle Jam Nation and their minions, he was stabbed in the back by one of his own. How could he accept that? But there was no way around it, one had already failed. After a few moments of silence, Nikolai spoke in a hoarse voice. Withdraw. Hearing this, the men breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. They were truly afraid that this lord was going to fight to the death. But at this moment, after hearing the reply, they were relieved inwardly and at the same time somewhat thankful. Fortunately, this lord hadn't been overwhelmed by anger. So one of the men hurriedly spoke. My lord, we've already thought of it, this retreat will retreat towards the Car tribe, they're our allies and won't reject us. At those words, Nicholas let out a cold smile. Allies, can allies still be trusted now? He himself had just been backstabbed by his most trusted ally. Now that allies were mentioned, he felt a chill in his heart. He let out another long sigh and said, retreat to the Camel Country. Hearing this, several juniors looked at each other in disbelief. Camel Country? Yes, Camel Country. Nicholas finally regained his composure at this time. His eyes were filled with anger, but his voice was unusually calm. Go to the Camel Country to hide for a while, after all, the Camel Country is a country. Our tribe isn't enough to look at, but when it comes to a country they shouldn't dare to casually go to war against it. And we have a better relationship with the Camel Country, they won't refuse if we hand over some money. He then ordered them after a pause. Go on, pack up, and retreat. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, a few of the men, though they were surprised, stopped procrastinating. Turning around, they went to arrange some matters for the retreat. At this moment, in the barren desert, Nicholas stood in place, followed by the remnants of his army. He was mortared in place. His face was blue as he looked at the army in front of him with Eagle Sauce-style equipment. They had fled all the way from the manor, but they didn't expect it. On the road they must take to escape to Camel Country. Yet there was a well-equipped army that had long been waiting for him here. The two sides confronted each other for a few moments. The other side took the lead to break the calm. An officer-like man came out from it and said to him, Nikolai, didn't expect it, we already knew that you would flee to Camel Country, and now you have no way to escape. At these words, Nikolai's face twisted, his eyes staring intently at the man who spoke across the room. And when the other party saw that he didn't speak, he added, we are not here for you, we are just asking you some questions, as long as you cooperate with us, we will not do anything to you. Only after hearing this did Nikolai's expression ease a little for a moment. He didn't believe that these people were so easy to talk to. Just now they could have also turned their allies and ended their own tribe. Still, he finally opened his mouth and asked, what do you want to ask? Seeing Nicholas open his mouth, the officer-looking man returned. We want to know what that arms dealer you traded with before is, and where is he? Everything about his identity, we need to know. Sniffing. Nicholas' eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, it's the Eagle Jam Country. Who else besides them would care so much about that arms dealer? Although he knew that the Eagle Jam Country was looking for Li Liang. But he didn't expect it. They actually did send out such a big battle to find that arms dealer. So he opened his mouth again and said, what if I don't say anything? Hearing that officer on the opposite side snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you still have a choice? On the other side. Inside the Camel Kingdom's council hall. King Ibn and the crowd had gathered here again. The incident was sudden. They had already received the news of Nikolai's defeat. And received the message that the other party was coming to Camel Kingdom to hide. But according to the time estimate, he should have already arrived in Camel Country. And not until now are not seen. And through the investigation found that this time Nicholas was attacked. Behind the existence of the shadow of the Eagle Sauce Country. And the reason for this strike? Most likely, it is because Nikolai and that arms dealer trading thing was known by them. After all, most of what that arms dealer sells are weapons and equipment from Eagle Jam. Eagle Jam definitely couldn't tolerate it. And their Camel Country was also being watched by Eagle Jam. So they had to be cautious about this. A few moments later, King Ibn was the first to speak. Everyone, what do you think about this matter of Nicholas being attacked? Rushed, who was at the side, spoke gruffly. First of all, this matter was definitely done by the Eagle Jam Country. Not long ago, we learned that the Eagle Jam Country was looking for that arms dealer. And the purpose, I think everyone should have guessed, is precisely because the weapons sold by that arms dealer are Eagle Jam-style weapons. That's why the Eagle Jam Country is very angry about this. The words fell. The crowd nodded their heads. And Rushed continued. Now that Nikolai's whereabouts are unknown, I think it's very likely that he has been captured by the Eagle Jam Country. If that's the case, perhaps the information that we're going to trade with that arms dealer has been exposed. I'm afraid we need to make a countermeasure for this in a hurry. Sniffing. King Ivan's complexion was ironic. He naturally knew the consequences of the information of this deal being exposed. Nowadays, without powerful weaponry, Camel Country was afraid that it wouldn't even be able to defeat Eagle Sauce's minions. Not to mention the even more powerful Eagle Jam. This armament, they must buy it. Otherwise, what happens to Nicholas will be what happens to them. Maybe it will be even more tragic. After thinking for a moment, King Ibn spoke in a deep voice. If there is a real possibility that the information about this deal will be exposed, then we must prepare for the worst. This deal, we must proceed as soon as possible. The crowd nodded without objection. In order for this deal to go smoothly, that arms dealer we must do our best to protect. Ivan then added after a pause. Simply send an army over to pick him up. Chapter 35. Hurry up and go, the plane is taking off. At this time, Magic City local station building. Inside the station manager's office. Station manager, that's how the situation is, you have to believe me, there's definitely big news on Li Liang. And Yao looked at the station manager in front of her and said excitedly. When I interviewed and investigated before, his classmates but said that Li Liang he was selling arms abroad. There's definitely a secret here. Although she had just reported an extremely hot exclusive news. But at this moment, she didn't have a trace of joy. Because just now, through some special means, she had investigated that Li Liang had bought a plane ticket to the Elephant Country. And it was just tomorrow night. A student who had just started school. And in this critical period when the college entrance examination is about to be held, actually ran to a foreign country? That doesn't make sense. She already thought that this high school student had an ulterior motive. And now with this kind of behavior, she had to be suspicious. After thinking about it again and again, she decided to follow Li Liang to the Elephant Kingdom to investigate. So she came to the station manager's office to explain the situation to him. However, the station manager was silent after hearing this. He did not agree with Yao following Li Liang to the Elephant Country to investigate. Not to mention whether or not this high school student had the so-called big news on him. Let's just talk about the environment and law and order in foreign countries. How could he rest assured that his employee would go there alone? Moreover, Yao was still a girl. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and finally said, "No, I don't agree. This is surely just an oops, you're just overthinking it, students in arms? These two words can't be linked together no matter how you think about it, maybe it's just those students talking nonsense. You also understand the law and order in foreign countries, you're a girl running abroad alone, if something happens, how can I explain?" Hearing this, Yao immediately became anxious. The secret on Li Liang's body was definitely a shocking big news. She had a premonition that it was definitely even bigger than the news that the country was going to clear out the loan shark companies this time. So no matter what, she had to go. So she said back. There's no way this is an Ouroboros, there's definitely a secret on him. At this moment, the station manager was about to continue saying something. But Yao didn't give him a chance and continued. There's nothing I can't find out after being a reporter for so many years, so whether you agree or not, I'm going to investigate. You. The words fell. Yao also didn't give the station manager another chance to speak and left straight away. The other side. Within the Dongyang small area. It was already evening at this time. Lin Shulan returned early, saying that last time Li Liang came he wasn't able to keep him for dinner. So he wanted to compensate him this time. At this, Li Liang just smiled and didn't say anything more. Just then, his phone rang again. Without hesitation, he answered the call in front of Lin Shulan. Hello? Which one? After connecting. An English voice soon came from the opposite side. Hello, I'm from the Camel Country's communications department. Hearing that it was someone from Camel Country, he didn't think much of it. After all, the other party was about to trade with him, so it was normal to come to the phone to say hello. But Li Liang didn't see it. Lin Shulan's hand cutting vegetables at the side paused for a moment. He then walked from the kitchen to the living room and continued answering in English. Camel Country? Is something wrong? Hearing the reply. The opposite party then began to tell of the recent events. As the other party narrated. Soon Li Liang also understood the entire situation that happened over there. His face darkened with it. A moment later he replied with an icy voice. Well, I know, I will go over tomorrow. After the other party heard the affirmative reply, he said something like trouble. And hung up the phone. And he began to think about it. Now was not the time to settle things. He himself was still in the Dragon Kingdom. Everything would have to wait until he got there before making decisions. Afterwards, Li Liang cleaned up his mood. With a look as if nothing had happened, he returned to the kitchen to help. What? You're going abroad? After the two of them finished eating, Li Liang talked to Lin Shulan about the fact that he was going abroad. She stood up from the sofa in surprise when she heard Li Liang's intention to go abroad. With a puzzled face, she looked at the other party, her tone full of incredulity and even some anger. What about school? Don't you have to go to school? Or did you, in the end, drop out of school? Seeing the other party reveal his expected reaction, he also said with a helpless face. Didn't I tell you before, I have a little business abroad, so I have to go keep an eye on it a bit. Seemingly afraid that Lin Shulan would not feel at ease, he added. Don't worry, I definitely didn't drop out, my school registration is still retained, I'll be back during the final exams. Hearing this, Lin Shulan lowered her head and pursed her lips, her mood a little low. But now the other party had arranged everything. It wasn't good for himself to say anything more. Even more so, he couldn't find a reason to leave him behind. This scene was naturally seen by Li Liang. Knowing that this sister was worried about herself, she smiled faintly and softly said, "Alright, Sister Shulan, just don't worry, it's not my first time going abroad, I know in my own heart." Saying that, Li Liang took Lin Shulan's hand. Not noticing the other party's body suddenly stiffened for a moment in the slightest, he added, "I'll come back to see you as soon as I get the chance, okay?" It was only when she heard these words that her mood improved a bit. Then she grunted and without moving, she shook off the other party's hand and helplessly said, "If you said so, what else can I do? When do we leave?" "Leaving tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night? In such a hurry?" Seeing this reaction from Lin Shulan, Li Liang thought she was really angry, so he hurried to explain again. "My partner and I said that they sent someone who will send someone to pick me up. I can't just keep letting people hang out over there waiting for me. You know, people are customers after all." Smiling at this, Lin Shulan smiled. Seeing his reaction seems to be quite concerned about his anger. So she said back, "Then you should remember to give me a peace report when you arrive abroad." Good. The next day, Lin Shulan did not go to work. Instead, she woke up Li Liang early in the morning, saying that she wanted him to accompany her to go shopping. At this, Li Liang was a bit reluctant at first. After all, he did not have such a hobby. But looking at the other party's expectant eyes, he was also a little hesitant, and thought that he might not come back for a long time afterward. So he agreed. Consider it a farewell. After that, the two of them took a big stroll around the Magic City. From the mall to the snack street, they went to the amusement park, and in the evening, they even went for a walk in the square. In the end, Lin Shulan personally rode the small electric donkey again to send Li Liang to the airport. The two were ready to part ways here. At this time, Li Liang looked at the time and pondered in his heart that it was time to get on the airplane. So he smiled and turned around and said to Lin Shulan, "Sister Shulan, it's almost time, I'm leaving, you go back." "Good, be sure to pay attention to safety, you know." Hearing this, Lin Shulan smiled, pinning a strand of hair behind her back and just staring at Li Liang. She then said to Li Liang in extremely fluent English, "When you go out, no matter what happens, think that there are still people who care about you in the country." Hearing these words, Li Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Lin Shulan pushed him towards the boarding gate with a red face, urging, "Hurry up and go, the plane will take off later." Chapter 36, Camel Country's all wiped out. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane to the Elephant Country is ready to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts and don't leave your seats at will. The airplane. With a radio broadcast, people also gradually sat back to their seats and quieted down. As for Li Liang, he sat on his seat a long time ago. At the moment, he was lost in thought. The words that Lin Shulan had just said at the airport. He hadn't been able to regain his senses for a long time. This sister of his actually knew English, and speaks it so well. He had talked to his little brother on the phone earlier, including yesterday when he contacted the people from Camel Country. She was by her side. That means she heard everything. That's why she was on the phone with Camelot yesterday. The other party said that Eagle Jam might want to make a move against her. When he said he was sending troops to protect him, she always had a strange look in her eyes. So she knows everything. I noticed it myself before. When she was chatting with Lin Shulan, she asked herself about foreign countries. After she lied to her, she looked so downcast. He also felt a little strange at the time. Now he thought about it carefully. I'm afraid it's because he lied to her and was a bit disappointed, right? Thinking of this, Li Liang ruthlessly wiped his face. Forget it. It doesn't matter, just know it. Anyway, she didn't stop herself, so that's tacit approval. When I return home next time, bring some gifts, admit my mistake, and talk to her properly and it'll be fine. While pondering, another broadcast came from the radio signaling everyone to turn their cell phones off. Hearing the broadcast, he took out his cell phone and looked at it. It just so happened that Camelot Nation had also sent a message. It said roughly that their personnel had already departed. Almost by the time Li Liang arrived at the airport, they would almost be there as well. After seeing this message, his heart was also relieved. The actions of the Eagle Sauce Country had long been known when he had spoken to the Camel Country earlier. In this regard, he also had to be cautious. After all, the other party was not an ordinary small country or tribe. Rather, it was a behemoth that was one of the most vocal on this planet. Thinking of this, Li Liang's complexion turned icy cold. However, it wasn't that easy to deal with himself. After a moment of thinking, he turned his cell phone off and was about to close his eyes and concentrate. However, a familiar figure appeared next to him. After she crossed the aisle, she just stood straight in front of himself. After seeing this person clearly, Li Liang instantly lost his sleepiness and frowned. And Yao? He was a little surprised. Of course, it was only a mere surprise. Adjusted his sitting position. Then, as if he didn't see her, he continued to close his eyes and concentrate. Seeing this, and Yao didn't care, but just sat down beside him. Then slowly spoke. I said, I will definitely follow you, and I will definitely not give up until I have investigated the secret behind you. At those words, Li Liang only felt a little speechless. This little nymph was really pestering herself. She really wants the news? This group of reporters were all crazy, right? In order to make her know what to do, Li Liang had to speak. This journey won't be as easy as you. When the time comes, don't be scared and cry, begging me to send you home to your mom. Who knows that In Yao, who heard this sentence, just coldly grunted and didn't answer him. And after Li Liang heard this he also sighed in his heart. Women are really troublesome. But soon he felt indifferent again. According to the news from the previous call with the Camel Country, Nicholas had been defeated and his whereabouts were unknown. Which meant that Hawk Jam was very likely had already known his identity from Nikolai. That meant that his identity was probably no longer a secret. Thinking of this, Li Liang sighed. Forget it, just follow, it doesn't matter even if she exposes it as news. There were no words along the way. No, to be precise, it was Li Liang who was speechless all the way. But then Yao on the side was different. Ever since she got on the airplane, she kept on chirping and asking all sorts of questions at him. What is the purpose of going to Elephant Country this time? Why are you going to drop out? How did you get released from being taken to the detective bureau before? Is it true that you are selling arms? What is the relationship with the military, and so on and so forth? And she was holding a notebook in her hand to record something. Li Liang's head was about to explode from her questions. This is not an investigation, this is clearly an interrogation. But unfortunately Li Liang still didn't answer any of her questions. Just forcibly resisted the urge to make a move on her and continued to close his eyes and concentrate. A few hours later, a radio broadcast finally came from the airplane. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight to the Elephant Country has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner with your belongings. The two of them left the airport one after another. Elephant Country, this was not the end point of Li Liang's trip. It's just that now that his identity has most likely been exposed, Eagle Sauce is frantically looking for him all over the world. If the whereabouts were not a bit troublesome, the security issue would not be easy to solve. But the egg pain is that the people who are looking for me all over the world have concealed it. How the hell did you know that I bought a ticket to fly to the Elephant Country? Li Liang looked at the follower like In Yao with an expression of egg pain. He only reacted now after getting off the airplane. Logically speaking, these whereabouts favors, shouldn't they be kept secret? And Yao was an ordinary reporter within the Dragon Kingdom. She, surprisingly, even gave it back to find out? You underestimate the extent of the Dragon Country reporter's inward role. If we can't even find out about this, we would have been kicked out of this circle long ago. What kind of reporter are you when you can't even get first-hand information? And Yao carried her suitcase, answering Li Liang's question while looking around curiously. To be honest, after her conversation with the station manager earlier, she had checked the information on the Elephant Country. What the stage manager said was still right. The security in the Elephant Country was really too chaotic, and it would indeed be dangerous for her. However, I brought so many self-defense weapons, I should be fine, right? And Yao somewhat sheepishly glanced at her suitcase. There weren't many clothes inside, just 1 or 2 sets of change. The rest of the space she had all stuffed with a variety of self-defense weapons. For this reason, she had previously encountered a huge period of inquiries when boarding the plane in China, even almost missing her flight. But fortunately, it turned out to be good. Thinking about this, the expression on her face wasn't so tightly wound again. Li Liang looked at this woman who was several years older than himself from the side with a strange expression. Did he say anything just now? There wasn't, was there? Then what was she laughing at? It didn't matter, didn't bother with In Yao anymore. Li Liang then took out his cell phone and prepared to contact the people from Camel Country. But just as he was about to dial the phone, his subordinate's phone call came over. But at this time, he called over. Seeing this, Li Liang didn't think much and directly connected. But before he could speak, the opposite side spoke anxiously. My lord, the people sent by the Camel Country to pick you up have all been wiped out. Upon hearing this, Li Liang wasn't surprised and only frowned. The Eagle Jam Country's movements are really fast. But that didn't surprise him. He had already had a countermeasure himself. He then calmly inquired to the other end of the phone. How's the implementation of the second program going? The person on the other end of the phone also hurriedly returned. Yes, it's already been arranged. There are our people at the airport. Your Excellency will go directly to the underground garage at the airport. There is a car prepared for you there, and we have prepared a helicopter at the nearest small airport that can be ready to depart at any time. Chapter 37, You didn't deny your identity. Requesting for votes. Okay, I know. Airport exit. Li Liang hung up the phone after confirming with his subordinates. At this moment, a cold smile ran through his heart. The reason why the Camel Country's entire army was wiped out was bound to come from the Eagle Sauce Country. Other than them, Li Liang couldn't think of anyone who would do this. Incorrect. It was besides those people from the Eagle Sauce country, in this world, who else would dare to do this? But fortunately, he had a countermeasure long ago. In the middle of thinking, a phone ringing pulled his thoughts back again. Picking up his cell phone, he fixed his eyes on it. It was precisely Lock Country's caller. After this happened, Camel Country's side, I'm afraid that they're going to come and ask for a statement. Frowning, he didn't think much about it. It was directly connected. A few moments later, an English voice with a grave tone rang out from the opposite side. Li, the troops we sent to receive you were attacked by the Eagle Jam Country's people. Yes, I've already learned of this news, and I feel very sorry. Li Liang didn't show too much emotion and replied in English. After all, this was something his own subordinates had only just reported. And the people from the Camel Country didn't find it strange. After all, they knew that the other party was a big military merchant. This aspect of the news was naturally well informed. It was only after a pause that he continued. However, they held out until the very end. Directing those people from the Eagle Jam Country to other places, Li, you are safe. We have to finish the deal as soon as possible. These warriors of ours, they can't be sacrificed in vain. They all did it for the honor of Camelot Kingdom. The last sentence. He could feel the expression of gnashing teeth on the other end of the phone. Sniffing. Li Liang's expression was serious, and he fell silent in a rare moment. No one could be happy when people died. These, however, were all living, breathing lives. Most importantly, it was still because of themselves that they died in battle. Although it was all a deal behind the scenes. But the result, there was no mistaking it. Things had already happened. And Li Liang paused, although the other party did not explicitly say so. However, he wasn't stupid either. He understood that in this way he owed the Camel Kingdom a favor. Although they didn't say it now. But when the time came to trade, Camel Kingdom would definitely use this as a reason to lower the price. This meant himself, he was definitely going to lose money. Thinking of this, Li Liang's head was filled with black lines. Damned eagle sauce. However, now was not the time to think about this. So he quickly replied. I understand, this is considered a favor I owe you, Camel Kingdom. Of course, I will return it to you. That's it for now, gather at Camel Kingdom at that time. Good. The words fell. Li Liang didn't say anything more and directly hung up the phone. He then let out another long breath and calmed down a bit. He then turned his head to look at Anyao, who was looking a bit odd. This woman he had to deal with. The current situation was not optimistic, and there might be danger to come. There was no need to let her go deeper into danger. But at this moment, Anyao's expression was constantly changing. However, Li Liang didn't think much about it. Instead, he directly spoke to her in a serious tone. Big reporter, I'll give you two choices, either you go back to your country and pretend that nothing has happened. And then either, you stay in the elephant country, treating it as if you've come to travel in general, and stay here for a period of time. Hearing this, Anyao raised her eyebrows and looked Li Liang up and down before calmly asking, what about you? Li Liang didn't answer, just frowned at her. As a result, the other party asked again. Why do you owe Camel Country a favor? You're not really working as an arms dealer, are you? Hearing this, Li Liang was first stunned, then his head was filled with black lines when he reacted. She knows English too? How come one by one all know English right? Is it fun to eavesdrop on other people's phone calls? But he should have thought of it long ago. The other party, as a reporter, how could he not know some English? He himself was still careless. But he didn't say these words out loud, only spat them out in his heart. The thought of having just lost money naturally put him in a bad mood. So he didn't bother to break up anything with Anyao. It looked like this little ninny was determined to follow him. So he said to her again with a serious expression. It's fine if you want to follow me, but all actions must be under my command. Otherwise, if something happens, I can't guarantee that I can bring your corpse back to the country. Anyao, who heard these words, immediately saw her eyes light up and then her eyebrows flew. Speaking in an excited tone, she opened her mouth. You didn't deny it. That means you really are an arms dealer. After saying that, she then looked at the young man in front of her who was still a student with some shock. Those said on the internet were not rumors. The rumors were actually true. Then again, she was a bit happy. Because after so many days, she finally managed to extract a bit of useful information. How could this not make her excited? But as Li Liang looked at her, his heart was speechless at the moment. What kind of brain circuits does this woman have? Is the focus on this? I really don't know what to think. News, is that important? More important than life? But Anyao quickly calmed down and agreed with a bite. Okay, no problem, I'll just listen to your command. But she hesitated again for a split second. Because she thought of what Li Liang had just said. It was obviously telling her that danger might occur next. She then subconsciously looked at the suitcase in her hand. As soon as she thought of her suitcase of self-defense weapons, she instantly regained her confidence. The weapons in here were all carefully prepared by herself. What anti-wolf spray, chili water, electric baton, and so on, well prepared. Even if they encounter danger, they are not afraid. And this young man in front of him is only how old? Even if he is an arms dealer, he is probably just a small arms dealer. The scene of the arms deal must not be that big. How dangerous can it be? So the self-defense weapon of this luggage of his own was definitely enough to protect himself. There were no words along the way. And Yao just followed behind Li Liang and didn't say anything more. On the way, she saw a few black people running to talk to Li Liang about something. And all of them had a respectful look on their faces. Is Li Liang so well connected in the elephant country? And Yao followed behind and watched this bizarre scene. Although he now knew that Li Liang was an arms dealer. But he also didn't expect that he had such a wide range of connections as well. It was actually tempting to go and ask for clarification. Or take the opportunity to eavesdrop a little bit of information to come. But perhaps because Li Liang knew he knew English. That's why when talking to those people, they all purposely went to the distance to avoid themselves. So annoying, I should have known that I wouldn't have played that little smart just now. Looking at Li Liang, who was talking to the black little brother on the side, and Yao stomped her foot, her face a little depressed. But the words were so. She really didn't pester Li Liang to come over. She just stood in place and listened with her ears perked up, although she couldn't hear more than a few words either. However, still vaguely heard that black man seems to call Li Liang what? He seemed to call him, Sir? Chapter 38, The Hunt? Yes, chase and kill. Boom boom boom. Early in the morning. A roaring sound came from the sky. I don't know whose child yelled out that there was an airplane. As a result, it drew the adults on the ground to look up as well. But soon they were stunned in place. The sight in front of them put them in a bit of a trance. It wasn't until these helicopter gunships swept over their heads and flew into the distance. Only then did they react. There was also a bit of gravity in their complexion. Is this a war? Or is it a drill? And at this time, on the helicopter, Li Liang was lowering his head, his face gloomy. He was annoyed at the thought of losing money on a deal with Camel Country. Ever since he started the arms business, he had never been the only one to pit others, but he never expected to be pitted by someone else this time. And the person who pitted him was the Eagle Jam Country. Thinking of this, Li Liang's face was a few more points gloomy. This Eagle Jam is also too careful, not just selling a little bit of top-secret weapons. Used like this? If it wasn't for the Eagle Jam Country ambushing the people sent by the Camel Country to pick themselves up, then he wouldn't have to owe any favors. Much less lose money. Thinking about all this crap, he was in a bad mood all the way. At this moment. And Yao was sitting across from him. She looked out the window and then at the young man in front of her. Couldn't help but have a complicated expression again. Opening her mouth, she wanted to ask something. But when she saw Li Liang's gloomy face, she didn't know how to speak. And outside the window, 7 or 8 armed helicopters were in an encircling position. Wrapping the helicopter they were in, they just followed the action. Although she had seen this scene long ago, it still slowed her down a bit now. These helicopters seemed to be at his disposal. The arms he sells. It can't be these. Thinking of this, she only felt her brain fizzle a little. She then immediately dismissed it. Impossible. These helicopter gunships should belong to someone else. How could he be selling these? But she was still confused at the moment. She was confused all the way. Ever since Li Liang's identity was guessed by her, it seemed like he stopped pretending. Along the way, there were several car transfers even. This is actually okay, she can still accept it. It's normal for arms dealers to be cautious in their dealings. But in the end, their destination. It was another airport. At first, she was a bit puzzled. Didn't they just come out of the airport? What was the point of going to another airport? If they were going to take a plane, then why not buy a ticket to sit at the original airport, but run to another airport again? She couldn't understand. But when she entered this airport, all the questions in her mind were unveiled. Because there was no one in this huge airport. There were only 7 or 8 armed helicopters parked here. And it looked as if they were waiting for someone. She first looked at Li Liang in disbelief, realizing that he didn't feel strange about all this. Rather, he was calm and at ease when he walked over. And Yao's heart thumped. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have made a mistake. She seemed to have underestimated Li Liang a little too much. How was this any kind of small arms dealer? A small arms dealer capable of emptying the entire airport? A small arms dealer capable of mobilizing so many helicopter gunships at once? And that's in someone else's country. These helicopters just flew in here in the open? And they're parked here in the open? No one is going to take care of it? All this information was a bit too much for her to take in. For a while she also had trouble accepting it. She looked at the young man in front of her and instantly felt a great need. It was time to reacquaint herself with this high school student in front of her again. His identity didn't seem to be simple. And Li Liang also noticed that this woman across the street was positively staring at him, but did not open his mouth to say something. If she wanted to follow herself, so be it. He was too lazy to care. And also did not have the heart to care. He had just lost money. Bored to death. A few hours later, the sky rose with a splash of fish belly white. After this night of tossing and turning, the helicopter finally reached its destination. This place was an uninhabited island in the open sea area, and there wasn't anything on the island. There was only a luxury cruise ship. This cruise ship was ridiculously large, and Yao had never seen such a large cruise ship. Only knowing that the price would not be cheap. There was no time to be surprised. She saw the minions on the helicopter just walk onto this cruise ship. It was only then that she reacted, and with an incredulous face, she asked Li Liang at the side. "This cruise ship is here to pick us up?" But Li Liang did not answer her question. Instead, the black junior wearing sunglasses on the side took over in Yao's query, answering in English. "Yes, you haven't guessed wrong, this cruise ship is a private and exclusive one of His Excellency. There aren't many of them in the whole world, and now we are going back to the base camp." Hearing the affirmative answer, and Yao was too surprised to speak. This young man not only could mobilize a helicopter and enter and exit other people's countries at will. There was also a luxury cruise ship that was too big to be true. Is this cruise ship really his? At this moment, and Yao froze in place, watching Li Liang just walk up, without the slightest bit of emotion. It was then that she came back to her senses. Looking at the black minions on the side, she realized that she was afraid that she wouldn't get any useful information from Li Liang. So she seized the opportunity and asked the black junior who answered her query. That your lord, is the arms business very big?" Upon hearing this, the black man smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said with a proud face, "Of course. Your Excellency's arms business is doing very well. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world that can make it as big as him." Hearing the other party's reply, and Yao only felt her brain fuzzy, looking at the helicopter gunship in front of her. After opening her mouth, she realized that she couldn't say a single word. Although she knew that Li Liang was an arms dealer. But she couldn't imagine it. What kind of arms dealer could mobilize so many helicopters at once? And also enter and exit other people's countries at will? A thought then surfaced from the bottom of her heart. This helicopter can't be his as well. Can't be. It shouldn't be possible. How old is he? How could he possibly have done this? But, listening to this black junior, even in this world, there aren't many people who can do this as well as Li Liang. Then whether this is true or not, Anyao felt a little confused all of a sudden. These words of the black little brother kept turning around in her mind. It soon came back to Li Liang's status of still being a high school student. All of a sudden, her brain was fuzzy again. High school student? Arms dealer? These two irrelevant words kept colliding in her mind. How could they not be melted together? She then thought of those who had come into contact with Li Liang during her interviews earlier. The comments about him. What was it? Ah yes. Good student? It's called a good student? Ah. But soon that black junior on the side spoke up to pull her thoughts back. But now there is a problem that is very troublesome. At those words, Anyao came back to her senses and asked with a somewhat stiff expression. What trouble? Only to see that black junior frowned but said in a calm tone. It's not the damn Eagle Sauce country. Most of what we sell are weapons from the Eagle Jam country, and now the Eagle Jam country has found out. They're chasing us all over the world. Otherwise it wouldn't have been necessary to go around so troublesome for so long. Hunting and killing? Yeah, chasing and killing. At this moment, and Yao's brain was completely down. Chapter 39, wanting to be a mediocre arms dealer. You all have traded with those people. Where do you usually trade? What kind of people are the targets of the transactions? At this time, on the cruise ship, and Yao was grasping that black little brother and continuously asking questions. Holding a notebook in her hand, she was writing something from time to time. The black guy was also answering all sorts of questions. All the way here, the black guy talked to her a lot. The more she chatted, the more excited she became, because if these things were placed in the country, it would definitely be one hot news after another. All of this, Li Liang also watched in his eyes, but he did not go to stop it. Because even if this woman took this information and went as news, she couldn't broadcast it. The previous blocking of all discussions about him on the internet was the best example. That's why he didn't bother. And at this moment, Anyao seemed to have asked something from that black little brother. She directly turned her head and glanced at Li Liang with an incredulous face. Because just now that black little brother said to her. This time the deal was with Camel Country. With the Camel Country. That's a country. Li Liang can actually make an arms deal with them? Or perhaps Li Liang here actually has weapons that they can look at? Wouldn't this be too much of an exaggeration? He's still a high school student. Being an arms dealer is just that. He's still able to hook up with a country like the Camel country. And he's trading arms. What kind of arms does he sell? She doesn't believe Camelot has a shortage of pistols and rifles. It must be something more powerful. I'm afraid this deal would shock the Dragon Kingdom if it got out. No. Shocking the world is possible. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom made such a big show to arrest him at that time. Even the commander was alarmed. In this way, all of this could indeed be explained. It was nearing late night. The sea journey would still take a long time. So Yao went back to the guest room that had been arranged for her. However, she didn't rest immediately. Instead, she took out her cell phone and prepared to open the map to see where she had arrived. But soon she frowned. No signal? Forget it, let's first write down everything we learned on the phone. If these things are reported out, it's definitely big news. And it's big news that will shock the world. Thinking of this, her eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and without any further hesitation, she directly tapped on the memo and began to memorize it. But as she memorized, she suddenly froze for a moment. Then her complexion couldn't help but get complicated, as if she was dwelling on something. That Black Jr. said earlier that the Eagle Sauce Country is chasing them. Then, can these things be reported? If it's reported, won't Li Liang be in danger? So all the way she was torn. Finally, the cruise ship stopped, which meant the destination had arrived. And Yao walked out of the room door. Raising her eyes, what came into her eyes was an extremely large sea island. The scenery was beautiful and the seawater was crystal clear. Could this be the location of the transaction? Soon she didn't think much about it and directly followed Li Liang down to the boat. But as soon as she stepped off the boat, she was confused. Because she saw that the entrance of this island was actually guarded by a dozen black people with guns. After seeing Li Liang, all of the blacks on guard were respectful. They even called him Lord. This scene made Yao unable to return to her senses for a long time. Li Liang didn't say anything at this moment. He directly asked one of the black juniors, "Are the things I want and the information ready?" Seeing this, the black little brother hurriedly spoke respectfully. "My lord, all have been prepared. That squad of eagle sauces we have already investigated clearly. They are now guarding the road that must be traveled outside of Camel country." Li Liang instantly darkened his face, his eyes slightly narrowed, making it impossible to see any emotions. Sure enough, he was waiting for himself. He then nodded and added, "Prepare to get ready and leave immediately." "Yes, my lord." At those words, Yao at the side was confused again. "Depart? Where to? Aren't we at our destination? Could it be that the transaction isn't taking place here? Instead, it was within the Camel country? But what was he doing asking for information about the Eagle Jam country?" But soon she remembered what the black subordinate said earlier. Most of what they sold were weapons from the Eagle Jam country, so the Eagle Jam country was after them. Maybe it's because they want to avoid the Eagle Jam country's people. Thinking of this, Yao also stopped talking too much. Instead, she looked at the guns in the hands of these black minions. Then looked at her suitcase again, thinking about those self-defense items she had packed inside. A moment later, she mentally let out a long sigh. Only after walking here did she realize that those things she had brought with her, it seemed like they couldn't be used at all. No, it was simply incomparable. The things she had brought were all weapons that were only useful in close quarters. If the other party was holding a gun, then she didn't even have a chance to pull out her own weapon. This was not even on the same level as a gun. After all, there was this rumor in the Jianghu. A gun is fast outside of 7 paces. Within 7 paces, the gun is accurate and fast. Just as she was thinking this, she realized that Li Liang had already walked towards the island. Then she hurried back to her senses and followed. But once she entered the island, she was confused again. What kind of place is this? The things on this island. It couldn't all be Li Liang's, right? Sure it wasn't into a military base? She only saw her glance over. A large tarmac appeared on the left, with several hundred fighter jets parked on it. And on the opposite side of it, in an open space, there were rows and rows of tanks. There were thousands of them. There were all kinds of tanks. Most of them she couldn't name, but she could still vaguely distinguish some of them. Those are the active tanks of the Eagle Sauce country. And Yao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and soon her gaze was placed in the distance again. In the direction directly opposite them. There was also a factory building made of steel structure, although they couldn't see what was being done inside. But it was thought that it must also be arms and weapons. And at this time, on the other side of the road, there is a group of black subordinates are transporting cart after cart of ammunition. But all this is just what she can see at a glance. Behind all of this, there seemed to be a much larger space that she was unable to see. Is this surely not an arsenal? At this moment, she only felt a bit suffocated, and her breathing became a bit difficult. She stared straight at Li Liang's back. It still felt a little less real. Could this be a dream? She didn't wake up and was still sleeping on the cruise ship? But the smell of smoke in the air kept reminding her that all of this was real. But she quickly thought of the black subordinate who had said she wanted to go back to the base camp earlier. It was also associated with the fact that the people here respectfully address Li Liang as Lord. Doesn't that mean that all of these things belong to Li Liang? And Yao now only felt a dizzying sensation in her brain as she looked around at the weapons in front of her. Airplanes. Tanks. What was that? It seems like anti-aircraft guns. There were even surface-to-air missiles. So immediately afterward a question came to mind. Where did he get all these things? A small island like this, its military power had long since far exceeded that of a small country. And all of this was all Li Liang's. If he had the will to develop, he could even completely establish this place as a country. If he was given more time, maybe. There was going to be one more hegemon in the world. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to sell them. Could it be that he just wants to be a mediocre arms dealer? Chapter 40, Pushing Eagle Sauce Across the main road of the small island. And Yao just stared straight at the distant airplanes and tanks. She didn't come back to her senses until Li Liang shouted ahead of her. She looked at the other party and returned with a complicated face. What's wrong? Li Liang then paused and said seriously. I thought about it, what I'm doing next is a bit dangerous, so just stay here and wait for me. Once Yao heard this, she was about to continue saying something. However, the black subordinate on the side grabbed the opportunity to advise. My lord is going to the battlefield, this is something that belongs to men, it's better for women to stay, after all, on the battlefield, bullets have no eyes. At the words Yao's face changed. Battlefield? Didn't you say you're going to the arms deal? How did you suddenly go to the battlefield? Things came too suddenly. Saying war and then going to war? But Li Liang, isn't he an arms dealer? Just a businessman. How could he need to go to the battlefield? She couldn't understand more and didn't know what this high school student was thinking. And even more so, she didn't understand what he wanted to do. But at this moment that black subordinate didn't reply to her anymore either. Li Liang, who was on the side, even squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, not bothering to explain anything. The battlefield was not like other places he had experienced the dangers. Taking a woman to the battlefield was definitely not a wise behavior. What's more, this woman had never experienced these battlefields. I'm afraid that at most, she had only seen it on TV. He was also protecting Yao. After all, as a fellow dragon countryman, he still had some affection for his compatriots. He did not wish for the dragon country people to be sacrificed on the battlefield. However, he did not say these words out loud. Instead, he always spoke with a calm face. As I said, you must listen to me if you want to follow me. Here, you can wander around as you please, no one will stop you. Don't you want news? Here, photos are at your disposal, news is at your disposal, think of it as you're advertising for me. But, he then turned his words around. His eyes then revealed a hint of coldness, and his entire aura seemed to have pulled up a notch. As if he had changed into a different person. The tone of which was even more unrefusable as he said. However, if you dare to tell Sister Shulan about what happened here, I can't say what will happen to you. At this moment, Yao only felt some chills on her back, goosebumps exploding all over her body. Threat. This is a naked threat from him. He seems to be coming for real. Once again, she felt that air of superiority from Li Liang. Last time it was because of Lin Shulan, this time it was the same. She could clearly feel it. What this teenager in front of her was saying was not some kind of joke, but was serious. Originally, she had wanted to say something to retort. But now that she heard these words she didn't know how to speak. In the end, she finally agreed. Okay. I'll listen to you. Getting an answer. Only then did the icy coldness in Li Liang's eyes gradually fade away, and then a calm face returned. Finally, he nodded to her. Explained to a black man on the side. Signaling him to stay behind to protect Yao. With that, Li Liang gave another greeting, and immediately dozens of black subordinates who looked like leaders gathered in an orderly manner. After saying some words to them, those black subordinates then scattered and whistled. Within a short time, several thousand people were assembled. These people were actually heavily armed. There were no exceptions. What was even more terrifying was, the fighter jets and tanks on the side actually moved. Seeing that the people had arrived, it was then that Li Liang opened his mouth, his tone grave and serious. Comrades, what we do as arms dealers. At this time, someone opened his mouth and said back. Sell arms. Hearing this, Li Liang nodded his head and added. Right. We have to sell arms to make money. But now the Eagle Sauce country, step by step, they don't let us sell arms, they don't let us make money. And even hunted us down. This. Can we endure this? These words came out. The black subordinates below all gritted their teeth, filled with righteous anger, and immediately roared. Can't. We are arms dealers, not allowing us to sell arms is cutting off our livelihood. They're not letting us sell arms, they're trying to take our lives. Do it and be done with it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Liang's mouth revealed a smile. His heart was very satisfied. He then said some inspiring words to me, causing these people's chi to rise high. Mouths kept calling out Li Liang's name. War. Fighting is all about morale. The objective has been achieved. He swept his gaze around and instantly picked a dozen people. These dozen people were all carefully trained by Li Liang and were the elite of the elite. Against that unit of eagle sauce, a dozen people is already enough. With that, he gave an order, and with these dozen of people, he sailed towards the exit of the island. And Yao looked at him for a long time before reacting. She wanted to ask Li Liang again what exactly he was going to do. But it was too late to go after him now. The other party had already gotten into a car and left by now. So she anxiously asked the black subordinate at the side. What is Li Liang going to do? Isn't he going to trade? Why did you suddenly make this mess? What do you mean by just talking about going to the battlefield? Perhaps she had been shocked for too long since arriving here, and for a while her mind was spinning. But it was also true. From the time she came into contact with Li Liang, what the other party had done she simply couldn't guess. This high school student, no. This arms dealer had really given himself too many surprises. Or rather, a shock. At those words, the black subordinate on the side unexpectedly laughed. Then he explained. Your Excellency is going to retaliate against the Eagle Jam country. Revenge? And Yao looked at him in disbelief. While her heart was shocked, she was more puzzled. Just because the Eagle Jam country was after him? But Li Liang he could be a match for Eagle Jam country? Even the Dragon Kingdom and the Furry Bear needed to be cautious and prudent. He actually dared to go? With that, the black subordinate beside him then continued to explain. Originally, the Camel Country sent a troop to protect His Excellency in order to be able to make a smooth transaction, but we didn't expect that we still underestimated Eagle Jam's determination to capture His Excellency. They took care of that unit from Camel Country as much as they could. Later, the Camel Country contacted His Excellency, meaning that their troops died because of His Excellency, so the price of this arms deal had to be lowered as well, which meant that with this deal, His Excellency was going to lose money. His Excellency knows that he has a loss of justification towards the Camel Country, and all of this is caused by the Eagle Sauce Country. That's why His Excellency has taken this action. Hearing this, and Yao immediately came to a realization. So that's how it is. No wonder at that time at the airport, when Li Liang called, he said something about how he owed Camel Country a favor. So it was because of this. And Yao hadn't had time to think more. The black subordinate continued immediately afterward. Our Lord has always been vindictive. Even if the other party is the Eagle Jam country, we will still fight. Anyway, we are already wanted by the Eagle Sauce country all over the world, it doesn't matter. At those words, and Yao's heart suddenly jolted. Aren't you guys afraid of Eagle Sauce country's retaliation? One must know that it was the Eagle Jam country. It had a pivotal position in this world. It was one of the several great overlords of this world. Once it got angry, everyone would have to weigh it up. And this black subordinate in front of him actually felt that it didn't matter. Could this be what Li Liang meant? The black subordinate did not reply in a hurry. Instead, he snorted. He took out another cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Then he exhaled with a pleasant expression. The eyes subconsciously glanced at the depths of the island, a place that could not be seen. Then said with a smirk, "Look at us here, would you be afraid? Don't forget, we are arms merchants. This island has weapons that can level the Eagle Jam country. We are arms merchants, selling arms. Likewise, we are more familiar with the use of these arms weaponry. If you want to mess with us, you have to think about whether you can withstand the retaliation from us." Chapter 41, If you're not careful, it's easy to start the S3 season. Can you level up a country? Hearing these words, and Yao raised her head again to take a closer look at this small island. Although she had already observed it herself just now. But now that she looked closely again, she still felt that it made her feel shocked. Thousands of tanks and nearly 1,000 fighters came into view. And this was only what was in front of her. In the huge area behind it, there was no telling what kind of weapons were there in places that were invisible to the eye. Such general military strength is indeed capable of leveling out a small country. But soon she was worried again. But the other party wasn't a small country. It was the Eagle Sauce Nation. The only existing superpower on the blue planet, Eagle Jam. Whether it was military or economic strength, it was the strongest on the blue planet. Not to mention his horrific military spending every year. In such a huge amount of wealth piled up the national army, fighting strength how can be weak? It could be described as a terrifying existence that everyone was afraid of. But now, Li Liang, including his subordinates, didn't even put others in their eyes. She took several deep breaths and calmed that thumping heart. Retracting her sight, she asked to that black subordinate. Even though your armed forces are strong, but the other party is after all the Eagle Sauce country, aren't you afraid of any accidents? Upon hearing this, the black subordinate laughed again and said confidently, "Don't worry, we have surveillance. Once there is an accident, we can immediately support." Monitoring? It's not like they're fighting on this island. Where did they get the surveillance? And Yao was horrified. Satellite monitoring the black little brother said rightfully. Question mark. And Yao's brain went down for a moment. Immediately followed by a face of incredulity. It froze for a long time before saying, "You guys still have satellites?" Looking at In Yao's fussing appearance. The black subordinate also looked at her with some confusion. Of course, isn't it just satellites? What's so new? We've launched several up there. Do you want to see it? I'll take you to see it. Our Lord rarely goes to war, it's rare to want to see him on satellite surveillance. After all, there weren't many people who were so desperate to come to trouble us before, it's just Eagle Jam alone. These words came out. And Yao could no longer remain calm. Her breathing began to quicken. What was going on with this subordinate in front of her? Doesn't he know that there are less than 30 countries in the world that can launch satellites? And what's more, it's just a few satellites. This speaks human language. At this moment, if she could, she really hoped that she was dreaming. This was simply unbelievable to her. At one point, she even wondered if she had heard it wrong. It's just an island, it's fine if there are so many large weapons. They also have satellites? There is actually this kind of ability, can even build satellites? And they even said that they had launched several of them? But soon that subordinate repeated what he had just said, pulling In Yao's thoughts back to reality. Are you going to see it? My lord should be preparing to give Eagle Sauce a hard time this time. At the same time, it's also setting up an authority to warn those who are eyeing us to keep their thoughts to themselves. So this battle, it's sure to be exciting, it's just a pity that I won't be able to participate in it myself. When he said the last sentence, there was a slight look of regret in his demeanor. These words made In Yao's eyes jump straight up. Standing up for authority. Taking Eagle Sauce Country to establish authority. What were all the words of a tiger and a wolf? Crazy, too crazy. Soon she returned with a stiff expression. Watch. Must see. Upon hearing this, the black subordinate smiled and didn't say anything else. It just said to follow him and then led the way ahead. But at this moment, In Yao already had a soulful look on her face. Thinking about what happened today. All the way here, sitting in an armed helicopter and a big luxury cruise ship was even so. One thought that this was what Li Liang had borrowed. But I didn't expect that after entering the island, several thousand tanks and nearly 1,000 fighter jets appeared. There were also surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft cannons. This military power is horrifying. And this seems to be only part of it. Not all the weapons. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at the weapons in the distance again. And then looked at those black subordinates who were busy transporting weapons and ammunition. And then she recalled, just now, the scene where Li Liang gathered his men to go and retaliate against the Eagle Sauce Nation. It instantly made her heart burst. Crazy people. This place is simply full of lunatics. These past few days, from the peaceful dragon country to the dirty and messy elephant country, and now on some war. It was like dreaming. He, Li Liang, an arms dealer. Just a businessman, how dare he go against Eagle Sauce? And everyone on this island is not against it? And no fear? Just that confident? Thinking about this, she looked at the black subordinate leading the way. Goosebumps exploded all over her body. Under the black subordinate's lead, they walked into the center of the island. This place was not a flatland like the entrance of the island. Nor was it like a factory building. Rather, it was a villa leaning against a mountain. This villa roughly looked like it had 20 acres of coverage. However, Yao did not feel strange at this moment, because there were even fighters and tanks on this island. It wasn't unusual to have a villa. Within a short time, the two of them walked inside. After bending around, they arrived at the monitoring room on the top floor. But when she went in and just swept a glance, her entire body instantly went numb. She couldn't even help but lose her voice and scream. This is your monitoring room. Yeah, what's wrong? The black subordinate looked at her with some confusion. He didn't understand this friend that his lordship had brought in, always being so startled. Was this rare? But Yao did not see his eyes. She looked around and scanned the circle. This floor wasn't big, but it was 200 square feet. Inside, there were a dozen or so people staring at the computer screens in front of each of them, working on something. And on top of the surrounding walls, there were even hundreds of screens hanging. These were all surveillance, and it was possible to see that the surveillance images on them were each different. But what really surprised Yao was, these screens are not entities. Instead, they were made up of a transparent blue light screen. The images therein were nevertheless crystal clear. What kind of high technology is this? Yao stared straight at these screens and sucked in a breath of cool air in her heart. Hiss. In her cognition. This kind of screen composed of transparent light curtains. Shouldn't it only be seen inside sci-fi movies? This kind of thing would actually appear in reality? How did they build it? I'm afraid this thing is still being researched by existing countries. Could it be that the technology level of this small island is even more terrifying than these big countries? At this moment, Yao couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. This trip, even if I don't report it, it's worth coming. So Li Liang has mastered this kind of technology, no wonder the Dragon Kingdom is treating him so well. If this is not careful, it's easy to open the S3 season A. Chapter 42, There's really a way to heaven and you're not going. In the monitoring room. And Yao looked at the different surveillance cameras in front of her. Even though she had searched for half a day, she couldn't find which monitor could see Li Liang. But at this moment, the black subordinate on the side walked up and tapped the screen with his hand. Subsequently operated a bit. Instantly several screens merged with each other and became a larger screen. And 2 helicopters appeared in the screen image. The screen then flashed again. Gathered into the helicopters. This wave of operation came down, directly giving in Yao a dumbfounded look. This thing can still be like this. But these words didn't come out of her mouth as her gaze returned to the surveillance again. On the screen, Li Liang had already put on his equipment and seemed to be explaining something to the several juniors at the side. Those few juniors were also nodding their heads in a hurry. But soon Yao frowned. Because there were only 2 helicopters in this picture, and there were only a dozen or so people that could be brought along. Going to retaliate against Eagle Sauce just like that? Will this work? She then inquired to the black subordinate at the side. Is it enough with just this many people? The Eagle Sauce Kingdoms is a whole army. Upon hearing this, the black subordinate raised his eyebrows to reveal a confident smile and said, You'll know if you keep looking. Hearing the reply, Yao stopped talking. Looking at the other party's confident expression. She was also a bit curious as to what Li Liang and the others would do. Picture. After a few hours of flying, darkness quietly descended. The helicopter landed on a hidden clearing. Li Liang and the others then walked down with their weapons and equipment. Looking at the screen, Yao was again in a daze. This was because it was already nighttime at this point. But the surveillance picture was ridiculously clear. There was no blurring at all. This made her extremely incomprehensible. How in the world did this happen? Could it be that the level of technology on this island is really even higher than the big countries? At this time, in a dense forest on the border of the Camel Country, a troop with Eagle Jam Country-style equipment was stationed in it. This was none other than Eagle Jam Country's Sea Dog Commandos. And this place was their camp. Although there was no movement in the vicinity of this dense forest. But their guard has not been relaxed. There were still groups of 2 people around, guarding the surroundings. Inside a simple tent in the center of the camp, there were 4 people sitting upright. In front of them, a leader-like person was holding a document. After a long time he revealed a satisfied smile and said, A document came from above praising us. The higher-ups are very satisfied with us for resolving this matter of the Camel Country's troops. Upon hearing this, the crowd below also smiled. They all knew what this document from afar meant. It represented that they would definitely be promoted and commended when they returned. But soon one of the people below became worried. Commander Mercer, if we completely annihilate the Camel Country's forces this time, will it cause them to retaliate? He then paused and added. After all, Camel Country is a country, and even though we're outside of our borders, after doing something like this, it's possible that they'll have a counterattack. Hearing this, the corners of the mouth of the commander called Mercer showed disdain. Camel Country? Would they dare? We completely annihilated one of their platoons in this operation with just 2 tactical squads. I'm afraid they've been scared out of their pants after this news was sent back. How would they dare to come and retaliate? At these words the 4 people below laughed. The worry in their eyes was no longer there, and what replaced it was pride. This was the truth. 2 tactical squads. A squad of 6 people, only relying on 12 people to wipe out more than 30 people from Camel Country. One must realize that they had a total of 4 squads. They didn't even use their full strength in this operation. And there were no casualties in the squad. Just this battle record was enough to give them the right to be proud. Soon, Commander Mercer put away his smile again. He thought about the main target of this mission. The mysterious arms dealer. They had gotten word that that arms dealer was selling top-secret weapons from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Although it was unknown where he got them. But after investigation, it was true. And they also got the news that that arms dealer was going to sell those weapons to the Camel Country. This made the higher-ups angry and alarmed. Immediately, they were sent to the Camel Country to round up this person. Mercer at first also wondered how this arms dealer got their top-secret weapons. But soon he didn't care anymore. So what if that arms dealer has weapons? Which would have the guts to dare to take a shot at them? This troop of their own could be said to be battle-hardened. And they were representing the Eagle Sauce Nation. Look at it now. He exterminated Camel Country's troops, and Camel Country didn't even dare to let out a single fart. What can that little arms dealer do? Dare to do what? As long as that arms dealer dares to show up, let him have no return. A smile appeared at the corner of Mercer's mouth when he thought of this. This operation was simply sending them a merit badge. Soon he put away the smile again and said, Although we've gotten a commendation from the higher-ups, the mission is not yet complete. At this time, the 4 people below also put away their smiles. Immediately after that, Mercer added, "You all know the target this time. This man has been slow to show up. We have to find him somehow. We must expand our search outside the camel country. Or even take the initiative. Once we find that arms dealer, or someone implicated with him, immediately arrest him, and if necessary, shoot him down." The crowd nodded their heads at these words. They did not feel that it was inappropriate to shoot him down. After all, that arms dealer was selling their country's top secret weapons. If they wanted to blame it, they should blame that person for offending the Eagle Sauce country's interests. Words fell. Mercer also explained some, signaling the night also do not relax vigilance. Beware of that arms dealer taking advantage of the night to enter the camel country. These 4 people then walked out of the tent and went to arrange for their respective squads to carry out their tasks. After they left, Maisel revealed a confident smile. This unit of theirs. Even in the Eagle Jam country, it was considered the best. It had never failed to carry out a mission. No one who was targeted by them had a good ending. They all have to die. At this moment, Mercer was in the middle of his thoughts. The military radio beside him rang. He didn't think much about it, but directly connected it. It was only a moment later that the person on the other side spoke out. "Commander Mercer. You may speak." Hearing the other party's voice, even though no one was around at the moment, he still got serious. Then the other party added, "Commander Mercer. Traces of that arms dealer have been found in the area you are in, and he has brought weapons and equipment with him. And is not hiding his tracks. This is a good opportunity to strike. Go and do him in." At that, Mercer froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. Saying to the other end of the phone, he said that he received it and promised to complete the mission or something like that. The other party then hung up. After hanging up, Mercer couldn't help but sneer twice. Finally appeared. "After searching for him for so long without finding him, I didn't expect that he would be sent to my door now. What's the saying in the Dragon Kingdom? Right. It's called there's a way to heaven you don't go, and there's no door to hell you barge in." Chapter 43. Pack up the Eagle Sauce and go. On the other side, Li Liang and his minions got out of the helicopter. He only brought 12 people with him for this operation. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Looking at the weapons in the hands of these minions in front of him, he was very satisfied. RPGs, rifles, sniper rifles. These were all equipment built within the island. At this moment, his eyes rested on the night vision device on the heads of his juniors. This night vision device was researched not long ago. Or rather, it was swiped to him by the system. The function and role. It was a bit different from others. Strictly speaking, this is the first time they've made such an official move. Since the purpose of this operation is to establish prestige, then naturally, they have to bring out the latest weapons and equipment. Seeing these weapons, Li Liang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's just right to take the Eagle Sauce country's troops to try out the power of these weapons. At this time, several juniors stood in a row, waiting for Li Liang to give orders. But at this time, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he first surveyed these juniors in front of him with a serious expression. Only then did he slowly speak. "As arms merchants, we are in the arms business. But now, the damn Eagle Sauce country is not allowing us to sell arms. This is undoubtedly moving our cake." Speaking of this, Li Liang paused, his expression filled with anger. "They are simply bullying people too much. It's even if they don't let us make money, they still have to hunt us down and kill us, to drive us to extinction. You guys say, can we endure this?" The words fell. These juniors also all looked angry, clenching their fists, and some even gritted their teeth to the point of crunching. At this time, someone angrily said back, "It's too much. If they don't let us sell arms, we won't have any money, and if we don't have any money, we won't be able to survive. They're trying to get us killed. Damn Eagle Sauce. They're forcing us to die. Eagle Sauce is bullying us too much. Finish them off. Revenge. Revenge must be taken." Seeing this, Li Liang nodded his head, very satisfied. This was the kind of momentum he wanted. At the same time, the surveillance room of the small island. And Yao looked at the surveillance in front of her. Li Liang and his minions got out of the helicopter. Then they started talking. At this time, the black subordinate on the side tapped on the screen a few more times. A sound then came out of the screen. This scene directly gave the Yin Yao at the side a dazed look. What kind of operation? You can still hear sounds? But soon she saw Li Liang in the monitor was saying, "But now, the damn Eagle Sauce country is not allowing us to sell arms. This is undoubtedly moving our cake. They are simply bullying people too much. This operation is to wipe out all of Eagle Sauce's troops, not sparing a single one. We want the world to know that we are not to be messed with." Hearing this, and Yao froze again. "What? The Eagle Jam country touched your cake? You're selling someone else's top secret weapon. Eagle Sauce itself usually takes it out and craves for it, never sells the stuff. You are good, say sell, but also all over the world to sell everywhere. Just afraid that other countries do not have the same. That people eagle sauce country can be willing? How can you call this touching your cake? This is clearly you moving eagle sauce country's cake. And Yao was speechless for a while. In the bottom of her heart, her perception of Li Liang as a person was refreshed once again. Shameless. Too shameless. Moreover, just sell other people's weapons, isn't it your fault? And now you're going to hit others? What kind of reasoning is this? There was still such reasoning? But soon she fell silent again. During this period of time, what she saw and heard on the island. She also roughly understood how big Li Liang's arms business was. Just from the thousands of tanks and nearly 1,000 fighter jets. Li Liang is definitely not a small arms dealer. Not only that, he can also launch satellites. And the equipment in this surveillance room. Thinking of this, Yao turned her head and scanned this surveillance room. The bottom of her heart couldn't help but burst. These were real high-tech. I'm afraid that no one from any of the existing big countries has ventured into this field. This island actually has this kind of stuff? And Yao only felt her scalp tingle. Such a military force could definitely have the ability to speak loudly in the world. But soon she was confused again. Where did he get these weapons and high-tech from? Could it be that they stole the drawings from another country? Or maybe they researched it themselves? Quickly she shook her head, dismissing the idea. None of these are very realistic. Not to mention how hard it was to obtain the drawings, they couldn't even get into their country's laboratories, right? And researching it on their own, that would be even harder. The existing arms and weapons, none of them are the accumulated efforts of generations of inventors. Some of them even took several generations to perfect. Li Liang was just a high school student. Where did he get the ability to do so? Just then, the juniors in the monitoring room listened to Li Liang's inspiring words. They suddenly let out an ape-like cry. Your Excellency is right. Eagle sauce to death. Let the world know that we are not to be messed with. Blocking us from making money will only end in death. My lord is mighty. At the sound, Yao looked up. Only to see that each of these juniors were filled with righteous indignation and gritted their teeth. Some of them even had their eyes reddened as they pounded their chests for a while, wailing like primitive gorillas. They agreed with what Li Liang said. Very much agree. However, Yao was speechless for a while when she saw the scene. This Li Liang brainwashed them in a few words? So gullible? In the surveillance screen, Li Liang had finished his explanation. Then pressed the hidden headphones on his ears. Then slowly spoke. Do. Tell me the exact location of Eagle Jam Country. Upon hearing this, the black subordinate next to Yao immediately operated on the screen. From it, he pulled out a blue transparent keyboard and gave a click 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 on it. Do? This black subordinate was called Do? Yao's face looked odd for a while. Although Li Liang was speaking in English, she still understood the meaning. Soon, the black man named Do on the side used the satellite to pull up the location of the Eagle Jam Country squad. Then he tapped twice on the screen again, and instantly connected to Li Liang and their little brother's headphones. My lord, I found it. The last location of the Eagle Jam Country's troops was located in a dense forest northwest of you. So fast. Yao's heart was shocked for a moment, less than 2 minutes only, and she actually found out the other party's exact location? But soon she let it go and felt as if there was nothing strange about it. It was as if she had slowly started to accept the craziness and outrageousness of this place. On the other side, Li Liang quickly obtained the location of Eagle Jam Country after being informed by Do. He then ordered his little brother. Put on our newly produced night vision devices, set off and pack up the troops of the Eagle Jam Country to go. Chapter 44, That Arms Dealer is a Jair. At this time, in the camp of the Sea Dogs Commandos, inside a large tent, the bearded man was tied to a stool. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale and bruised, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were shining, and he was staring at an Eagle Sauce Country officer sitting opposite him. His face was defiant, with the expression, "If you have the guts, you can kill me," written all over it. The officer's name was Anthony. His rank was not small. He was a lieutenant colonel. At this moment, he looked at the eyes of the bearded man in front of him, and his heart burst with displeasure. What's the point of being so godly when you're defeated? He slowly spoke. Nikolai, as I said, we are not targeting you. We just want to know what weapons that arms dealer possesses in his hands. At those words, Nikolai let out a bitter smile and spoke in a weak voice. I should say also said, the rest I really do not know. You want to know their own investigation to go off. In reality also Nicholas did have something to hide. He didn't tell this officer truthfully about the weapons that Li Liang possessed. But yet, he did not understand how this officer could see it. But he didn't care about that. He was more afraid of retaliation from that arms dealer than this Eagle Sauce Country's officer. Nicholas knew the terror of this arms dealer. The weaponry he possessed was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Those weapons could only be described in 2 words. Terror. Thinking of this, Nikolai shivered for a moment. Then continued. I can only say that the weapons he possesses are extremely powerful. So powerful that it's outrageous. If it wasn't because I didn't have enough funds to afford those weapons, I wouldn't have been captured by you guys. Even in the face of my allies' betrayal, I will never lose. Saying this, Nikolai paused and added, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony, I still have to remind you that this arms dealer is vindictive. His anger, you may not be able to withstand it. At these words, Anthony frowned with a disdainful expression. This is all just the arms dealer's way of selling weapons. He first tells you how powerful his weaponry is, and then will lure you into buying it only. Nicholas, at a position like yours, you wouldn't even be able to figure this out, would you? Speaking of this, Anthony snorted, his expression filled with contempt. He understood the ruse of these arms dealers very well. After all, his own Eagle Sauce country was an arms and weapons selling powerhouse. Even funnier. Nicholas mentioning arms mighty in front of him? In this world, in terms of arms and weapons, other than individual countries, whose weapons are more powerful than Eagle Jam's? What's more, what's the fury? A mere arms dealer dares to go against a behemoth like Eagle Sauce country? Undoubtedly, he's looking for death. Not to mention that arms dealer, even all the arms dealers in the world combined, wouldn't dare to make a move in front of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Although he didn't know exactly how that person obtained their top secret weapons. But he didn't care at all, now that arms dealer had appeared. It was believed that their Sea Dog commandos would soon annihilate it. As of this moment, the top secret weapon would never be circulated again. Thinking of this, Anthony added another sentence, his complexion filled with confidence. To tell you the truth, that arms dealer has already appeared, and I believe that he will be killed by our people soon. You'd better worry about yourself first. But at this moment, Nikolai was shaking his head with a bitter smile. Not hearing his words clearly, he just stopped arguing with him about anything. Alas! Still too young. And that was indeed the case. Before Nikolai had seen those weapons, he was just like this officer, not believing it. But soon, Nikolai shuddered, as if he had thought of something. Then to a face of horror, he said to Anthony, Did you just say that arms dealer showed up? Upon hearing this, Anthony had a puzzled look on his face. Why does he seem to be scared? But at this moment, he didn't think much about it, and just returned with a proud expression. Yes, we just got word that arms dealer appeared near us, and it looks like he came with weapons. This is simply looking for death. Our Sea Dog commandos have already made their move. I believe he will be shot down soon. He had a disdainful look on his face. But aside, Nikolai's eyes widened and his breath caught. With weapons. At this point, he gulped and said with a voice that trembled a little, Did you guys say anything about this matter of me exposing his identity? Anthony frowned and said, What's the relationship between that? At this, Nicholas blew his beard and eyes out, his voice anxious. Of course there is. I told you, that arms dealer is vindictive. Anthony, ? Meanwhile, outside the dense forest, the Sea Dog's commandos had already set out, all 4 tactical squads. The same wore night vision devices, an indispensable piece of equipment in night battles. A few moments later, the 4 tactical squads gathered. Their respective captains brought their team members and prepared to discuss some tactics. One of the subordinates quickly said with disdain, Captain, there's no need to discuss tactics. The other party is an arms dealer, a businessman only, it's already good enough that he has the guts to sneak up on us. But that's all that can be praised about him. It's just a casual matter for us to shoot him down. At those words, the captain on the side also smiled. Tactics are still necessary to look like we're professionals. But it was true, no one would take this time's opponents in their eyes. They had long been through 100 battles. This kind of night battle, they had long since experienced it many times. Not to mention that their enemies were a group of untrained merchants. It simply shouldn't be too easy. Even they felt that sending out 4 squads this time was a bit too redundant. Thinking of this captain, again, smiled at the several team members. Although the mission this time is simple, I still hope that everyone will be cautious and prudent, so that there will be no casualties. Soon a team member waved his hand and said back, Don't worry, Captain, this kind of mission is simply giving us merit badges. We can't afford to die, we still have to return to our country to receive our awards. That's right, I still have to go back to accompany my wife. Shut up. In the midst of a flirtation, the captain interrupted their continuation and chided. We're on a mission here. Let's talk about any mission afterward. The big battle was imminent, and it was clear that they didn't care about the enemy on the opposite side. They even all flirted. After all, when they thought of their opponents in this operation, they felt a little ridiculous daring to attack their Sea Dog commandos at night? What a heavenly joke. If that arms dealer's opponent was someone else, there might have been a chance of victory. But unfortunately, they were the Sea Dog's commandos, and night was their battlefield. Fighting them at such a time, it was undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. After a bout of reprimanding, the team members also quieted down, and they were about to discuss it. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Pa! A gunshot rang out. In front of the captain, the team member who said he was going back to accompany his wife. His head exploded like a watermelon. Broken pieces of blood and flesh splattered out in all directions. Chapter 45 Call. We need bomber support. Outside the dense forest. With the sound of a gunshot, a member of the tactical squad's head instantly exploded. The team members around him were splattered with broken pieces of blood and flesh. Even that battle-hardened captain froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Soon he reacted and shouted at the others. It's a sniper! Take cover! Take cover! The other team members who heard this, without hesitation, they immediately each found cover. With that, they began to be on guard. It must be that arms dealer. The squad leader's expression carried complexity. There was panic, disbelief, and anger. However, he didn't have any doubts. He understood very well that it must be that arms dealer who had struck. Because according to the intelligence understanding, those people were in this neighborhood. He didn't expect that one of his Sea Dog Commando team members had actually sacrificed one. He didn't realize that the enemy had actually touched over without saying a word. And in this dense forest with many trees and shelters, one shot cleanly resolved his team members. He could not accept. But it is an indisputable fact. At the moment, this place was terribly quiet. Except for the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, there was no more sound. Everyone didn't dare to utter a single breath. The smell of blood that filled the air viciously stimulated their nerves. They all had mixed emotions. The team members who had just been talking and laughing with themselves were now no longer able to speak. But after all, they had been through 100 battles, and they quickly composed themselves. All of them put on thermal imaging night vision devices. This kind of thermal imaging night vision device was enough to see living things 500 meters away in the dark. But soon they froze. Looking up, there was no suspicious heat source. It was still pitch black all around. There was no humanoid living thing except for them. Damn! What a hell! Why can't I see anyone? Where are the people? The captain was sweating profusely by now and cursed mentally. Where the hell are they hiding? He didn't understand why the thermal imaging night vision device couldn't detect any living things when he looked at it. One must know that it was already dark. A sniper, without any light source. It was extremely difficult to lock on and accurately kill the other party. At this time, a team member who was using the boulder as a cover asked over the intercom. Has anyone seen the enemy? Answer me. At these words, everyone was silent. No one could answer. None of them had seen it. Seeing that no one answered, the team member was about to continue asking again. But the words hadn't even left his mouth yet. Bang! A gunshot rang out like a thunderclap, and the bullet passed through all the cover such as plants and trees. It accurately hit the boulder in front of the team member. The boulder was as high as one person, and its thickness was outrageous. However, the boulder did not block the slightest bit, but was torn apart by the bullet. It passed straight through and finally hit his chest, leaving a big hole in his body. A member of the team died just like that. The captain also saw this scene. He was at the side and heard the gunshot with his own ears. Then it just pierced through the boulder and hit the team member. At this moment, he was in shock and full of disbelief. What kind of sniper rifle is this? With this kind of power, this isn't a cannon. Too late to lament, he immediately raised his head and searched for silhouettes with his thermal imaging night vision. Soon his heart thumped. Still no heat source was found. Can't see anyone. How is this possible? Could that sniper be 500 meters away? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's already dark and even the fog is starting to fill in. How could that sniper possibly see so far? Just as he was thinking, the sound of gunfire started again. This time it was several shots in succession. Only bullets could be heard cutting through the air, again going through the cover and hitting with a single blow. Several members of the team didn't even have time to send out screams. They were killed on the spot. This scene made quite a few team members feel terrified in their hearts. Damn it! Where the hell are the people? They were really scared. Even the thermal imaging night vision device couldn't see anyone. In this dark night, it was like they had become blind. And even if they couldn't see anyone, they didn't even have a cover to use. How could they not panic? Soon after they had no time to think, they heard the sound of a bazooka being fired. At this moment, they could no longer remain calm. The hairs of sweat on their entire body stood on end. I don't know who reacted extremely fast and immediately shouted. Bazooka! It's a bazooka, run! Quickly take cover! The words fell. An instant of fire shot up into the sky, cutting through the sky, and then the shell landed behind a team member who was about to run. The two team members who were closer to him were directly blown away by the terrifying impact and crashed into a tree, and then fainted. However, the attack from the opposite side did not stop. It only paused for a moment, and a few more shells came again. Run! Run! This time everyone's reaction was swift. Just by hearing the sound, they had already pulled out their legs and ran. But it was as if the rockets just came with a tracker. No matter how they dodged it, it always struck with precision. How can this be? It's as if this shell is carrying a tracker. A team member lost his voice and shouted. He had witnessed his best friend clearly dodging that cannonball on his way to escape. But that shell actually turned 90 degrees and smashed back. At this moment, after several shells in succession, a roar actually came from the distance, as well as the sound of rifle bursts. The sound was in English, but they clearly understood that it wasn't their Sea Dogs commando team members. Don't run, don't let me make money, right? Upon hearing this, a famous member of the team immediately stopped and looked back. But there was no one behind him, only immediately afterward, before he could take a closer look. A shell came again and again, ruthlessly smashing in front of him. This scene made quite a few people's eyes widen. Despicable. At this moment, no one dared to stay any longer, pulling out their legs and running. All that was left on their faces was panic. Fart, what the hell is this? Only shells but no people. Ghosts. What the hell? Run. The opponent's weaponry is too powerful than ours. Retreat. That captain also had a look of panic on his face, even running ahead of everyone else. He had already started retreating since the second shell came in. The other party's weapons aren't on the same level as ours. Even the rockets have moved out. We underestimated their weaponry, damn it. I should have thought of it, they're arms dealers. How could they not have some good equipment? Retreat. All retreat. At this moment, he yelled towards the back without looking back. While speaking, he pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "Calling command, we need support. Bombers. Send in the bombers." Chapter 46, On the Run? At this time, inside the camp tent, Commander Mercer and Lieutenant Colonel Anthony were sitting facing each other. For this lieutenant colonel in front of him, even Mercer didn't dare to be slow. After all, the other party was an important person assigned from above. At first, Mercer couldn't figure out why such a person was sent from headquarters. But he soon figured it out. It was thought that it was also because this mission was too simple and the danger factor was small. That's why it was sent to the battlefield to gild the lily and get some merit in the process. Thinking of this, Mercer's heart burst with disdain, but his face was still full of smiles. "Lieutenant Colonel Anthony, our squad has already departed. It won't be long before we can take down that arms dealer. At that time, I still hope that the Lieutenant Colonel will be able to put in a few good words for us." At those words, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony just replied, "Yes, the might of our Sea Dog commandos are all there for all to see, and I believe that soon we will be able to return to our country to receive the credit." Saying this, the two of them looked at each other with a heartfelt smile. But just at this moment, the radio on the side rang. The words coming from it caused the two to be stunned in place. "Calling command, we need support. Bombers. Quickly send in the bombers." These words came out. The expressions on the two men's faces changed, a look of disbelief. They clearly heard the sound of artillery fire ringing out from the other end of the radio, as well as that captain's panicked voice. Listening carefully, it seemed as if he was running for his life? What's going on here? Support? Or bomber support? Had their own Sea Dog commandos been defeated? Impossible. I know the strength of the Sea Dog commandos. Against just an arms dealer, how could it have turned into such a situation? Mercer had a face of disbelief, but the voice on the other end of the radio sounded again. "Commander, their weapons are far too powerful than ours. Even the bazookas have been pulled out. We need support. Bomber support." At those words, Mercer finally couldn't calm down, and the expression on his face changed to one of panic. Anthony was even more so, and he subconsciously thought of what Nikolai had said to him. He then relayed what Nikolai had said to Mercer again. Upon hearing this, Mercer's expression changed. A powerful weapon? Impossible? An arms dealer is just an arms dealer. How strong can a weapon be? Nothing more than some broken guns. Soon he calmed down. "I underestimated this time. I should have thought of it. After all, the other party is an arms dealer. It's normal to have some powerful weapons. But it doesn't matter, we still have bombers. Direct fire coverage for a bit. When the time comes, we'll bombard you all to the point where there's not even a crumb left." Thinking about this, Mercer's face eased a little. He didn't believe that a mere arms dealer with some broken guns could still deal with the bombers. Afterwards, he didn't hesitate any longer. He directly sent a request for support to the nearest military base. Soon after, the military base gave a reply. The bombers had already taken off. After getting the reply, Mercer's heart finally followed and slowed down. And at this time, the squad, after receiving the affirmation of the command's bomber support, they also finally stopped, retreating to a hillside. This place was an excellent defense location. The captain looked around at this moment, his complexion filled with anger and even more heartache. At the bottom of the hill, the other party's attacks were still continuing. And there were already very few of his team members left. He was struggling to defend. But soon he sneered twice in his heart. "Bomber support will be here soon. I'll see if you guys die." On the other side, the surveillance room inside the small island. And Yao was even more confused as she looked at the surveillance. In her perspective, the picture was crystal clear. In the picture, Li Liang was holding a rocket launcher and raised his hand to fire a shell. Not even aiming. And there were several rounds in a row. But on the contrary, it hit the other party. The screams and sounds of fleeing for their lives boomed out. After a few rounds of shells, picked up the AK and rushed over with the sidekick. Every now and then, he shot a barrage and yelled twice. This is. And Yao looked at the monitor for a long time and couldn't say anything. It was really because Li Liang and the others were too unprofessional. There were no tactics at all. They rushed forward with their weapons, but for some reason, the other party didn't even have a chance to fight back. It seemed as if they couldn't see Li Liang and the others at all. They could only be chased by them constantly. Looking at the picture in front of her, and Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Is it really the special forces of the Eagle Sauce Country? In her daze. The black man at the side, Ado, however, had a serious expression. Then he immediately connected to Li Liang's headset and said, "My lord, we have monitored a military base in the Eagle Jam Country and sent out a bomber, and the destination, it seems, is your location." Upon hearing this, Li Liang didn't have much of a reaction and just told him that he knew. However, and Yao froze, because the black junior on the side didn't do anything. It was still staring at the monitor screen. "Isn't that supporting Li Liang? That's a bomber." And Yao anxiously said to the black junior at the side. She understood very well that under the bomber's fire coverage, Li Liang and the others were afraid that they could only die. This was already in a desperate situation. However, the black junior in front of her did not have a trace of urgency, still looking at the surveillance without changing her face, without a hint of wanting to support. However, she quickly reacted again, thinking as if she had thought of something. Not right. How did they know that the Eagle Jam Country's bombers took off? This is the most confidential information that people have, right? The satellites here, could it be that they're also monitoring Eagle Jam Country's overseas military bases? And Yao's scalp went numb for a moment. It was too heaven-defying. Did Eagle Jam Country know about this matter of her being monitored? No. How did the satellite monitor it? What kind of satellite could have such a function? Soon she only felt her brain confused. However, Ado on the side pulled her thoughts off. Facing Yao's question still with an unconcerned face, he said, "Isn't it just a bomber? There's no need for us to support them, sir, they brought sniper rifles and special bullets." When the words fell, Yao was even more confused and asked with a puzzled face, "Sniper rifles? Bullets? What use can that be?" "That's for hitting people, it's hard not to be able to shoot down airplanes?" "Yeah, that's for shooting airplanes." And Yao, ? Chapter 47, now, it's my turn. Begging for votes. Down the mountainside. Li Liang and their minions were still constantly attacking. The enemy ran in front and they chased after them. Every now and then, they raised their bazookas and fired. The squad from the opposite side of the Eagle Sauce Nation was dodging and didn't dare to fire their guns more than once. It was because the rocket shells were weird, like they had tracking ability. Once locked to hide cannot avoid. Moreover, the other side also has snipers, showing their heads will be seconds. They are indignant, but there is no way, can only grit their teeth and bitterly defend. After all, the other party brought better weapons than them. "Damn it, don't use rockets if you can." The captain roared through clenched teeth and continued running without looking back. Just then, a boom came from the sky. The squad members looked up, their tigers shook, and they burst into hot tears. "It's here, it's finally here. Our support has arrived. It's the bombers. Our bombers. Ha ha ha. The support has arrived. Let's see if your bazookas are better or our bombers." The team members gritted their teeth and roared. This battle had really suffocated them too much. It was never just them chasing after others. How could there be a situation like this today? It was really suffocating. Now that they saw the support, they were even more agitated, especially the captain was even more so. The expression was all twisted up. "Great! The support has finally arrived. Bomb them hard for me." At the same time, Li Liang and the others also discovered that bomber in the sky. He waved his hand, signaling his minions to stop pursuing. Then squinted his eyes at the bomber in the sky that was slowly flying towards them. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Finally here, been waiting for a long time." Then he turned his head again and said to one of his juniors at the side, "Replace the sniper bullets with the armor-piercing bullets that we have researched." Upon hearing this, that junior brother replied and immediately took action. In a short while, he handed the sniper rifle with changed bullets to Li Liang. Li Liang took the sniper rifle without expression, pulled down the bolt and loaded the bullet. All in one go. Finally, he raised his rifle and aimed at the bomber in the sky. At this moment, because the bomber arrived, the tactical squad of the Eagle Sauce Country finally got a chance to catch their breath. At this moment, the captain picked up his binoculars and was preparing to instruct the position that the bomber was going to bomb. But soon the scene in front of him made him freeze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because he saw in the distance. A teenager-like person was currently holding a sniper rifle and aiming at the sky. That target happened to be their bomber. What's he doing? It can't be that he's trying to shoot the bomber down with this kind of broken brass, right? The captain snorted. How whimsical, to take a sniper rifle and presume to shoot an airplane. Stupid. Ridiculous to the extreme. In his heart, he understood very well the performance of this bomber. This bomber was one of the highest masterpieces of their Eagle Sauce country. Its speed, its power, configuration. It was ahead of any other country. And not to mention that you take a sniper rifle cannot hit, even if you hit also does not help. Because the Eagle Sauce country used in this bomber on the material layer is the latest research out. Not to mention sniper bullets, even a bazooka hit on it is like scratching an itch. Thinking of this, the captain's heart to this young man raised the gun action heart more contemptuous up. Yes, a small arms dealer, which can know this new material, not to mention have not seen what high tech. But just at this moment, only to see the other party pulling the bolt, loading the gun, aiming, following, pulling the trigger. Instantly, a flat thunderous gunshot rang out violently. At this moment, the world was quiet with only the sound of this gunshot. And the captain couldn't help but raise his heart to his throat. It won't really hit, right? Everyone's eyes were focused on that bomber at the moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Passed. Nothing happened to the bomber in the sky. It was still flying recklessly in the sky. And the captain's heart that was hanging in the air at this moment was released, scoffing. It seems that my worries were redundant, but that's right, a sniper rifle presuming to hit a bomber? It's a laugh to say it out loud. The corners of his mouth then smiled even more. Originally, he was worried that the bombers wouldn't be able to find each other's position. After this shot, the sky should be clear to see. It didn't even need to be guided by himself, immediately the bombers would be able to cover them with heavy artillery fire near there. Thinking of this, the captain mentally sneered twice. Is not chasing quite cool, now I see you so do. At the same time, on the other side, inside the monitoring room, and Yao's heart was also in her throat. The scene of Li Liang raising his gun was watched by her. In her heart, she couldn't help but worry for Li Liang. What is this Li Liang doing? Still not running. How can taking a sniper rifle bring down an airplane? Then before she could think, she saw Li Liang pull the trigger. But soon, the bomber in the picture didn't react and was still flying normally in the sky. This scene made Yao's face pale up with despair in her expression. It's over, once this gun goes off, Li Liang's position will be exposed. The other side will soon find out and apply a fire strike. He's dead. On the bomber. The pilot had a displeased look on his face, he was still sleeping this late at night. But then he received a message that he was going to conduct fire support. At first, he thought that there was a war somewhere. But after learning about the situation himself, he was speechless for a while. An arms dealer raiding the Sea Dog Raiders? And bomber support? Sea Dogs Raiders still can't do it? What are they doing? They actually need to fly their own bombers to support this kind of small matter? Isn't this a big deal? I'd like to see how capable this arms dealer is, daring to provoke the Eagle Jam country. Originally, after arriving over here, he was still worrying about how to get to the enemy's location. But soon a gunshot with fire rang out from below. This scene made his heart stutter. He realized that the gunshot should be the enemy firing right at him. Is this sniping at me? However, a few seconds passed, only to realize that his plane had not sustained any damage. That's when he was relieved and snorted. Scared me. I thought something was really wrong. He looked down below where the fire was emanating from, then sneered twice. Now that you're done fighting, thanks for revealing your position, now, it's my turn. Chapter 48. It was blown up by a sniper rifle. Naive. Delusional to think of shooting an airplane with a sniper rifle. Kid, you'll pay for your ignorance. The captain couldn't help but laugh a few times after watching the bombers advance towards the other side's bearing. It was really because Li Liang's group had just fiercely chased after them. It made him feel bad in his heart. The famous Sea Dogs commandos were being chased by arms dealers? Or the kind that was beaten without any power? If this gets out, I'm afraid I'd be disgraced. Now with the arrival of the bombers and the exposure of the other side's position, he immediately felt that this group of arms dealers were already dead. Especially in this scene right now, the other party even took a sniper rifle to hit the bomber. In his opinion, this was just a desperate struggle. At this time, bomber. With the fire on the ground exposing the position, the pilot locked onto it with a single glance. At this moment, he laughed twice. Piloting the bomber, he surged towards Li Liang's position, deciding to have a fire coverage strike. Call it a day after the fight. Go back to sleep. At the same time, on the ground, Li Liang looked at the bomber in the sky that was still flying towards him unharmed. There wasn't a trace of panic in his heart. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, one of the juniors beside him was a bit puzzled when he saw this. The gun has been shot out. But why? What feedback did not get? The other party's bomber was unharmed, soaring in the darkness of the night. With this doubt, he asked Li Liang, "My lord, did you miss?" Hearing this, Li Liang did not answer him immediately. He understood that the gun had definitely hit. It was only that this special bullet hit it. It was like a drill constantly rotating to eat away the casing. And it wouldn't explode immediately after penetrating it, but rather there was a delay. This was also to ensure that it could maximize the damage to the strike target. But Li Liang didn't bother to explain this at the moment. Instead, he just smiled and looked at the sky, finally waving his hand before finally saying back, "Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while." The words just fell. In the middle of the dark night, abruptly, boom! An explosion that resounded through the sky rang out in the sky. The bombers that were originally swooping towards them in the sky suddenly disintegrated in all directions. Surprisingly, they exploded in the sky like fireworks. In an instant, the flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark earth for 3 minutes. The wreckage of the airplane also fell in all directions. Everyone's eyes were placed in the sky. The entire crowd was watching at this moment. This scene, Li Liang and their juniors didn't react too much, because this had long been expected by them. There were even some juniors who only revealed an expression of deservingness when they saw this scene. However, Yao in the monitoring room and the Sea Dog commandos on the hillside were in disbelief. Especially the captain was looking at the fire in the sky as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. How could it be like this? This is a bomber. It was actually really blown up by sniper fire. At this moment, he was in a state of shock, his eyes staring at the sky in a daze. The shock the scene gave him was just too great. Using a sniper rifle to bring down a bomber? This was simply unimaginable. Not to say that the bomber flying height sniper rifle cannot hit. Just the speed of the bomber cannot be so simple to lock it. Not to mention the materials used in this bomber, ordinary sniper bullets simply cannot be hit into. But now in front of all this. But the real happened. It really just blew up with a single shot. What kind of sniper rifle is this? It was able to blow up our bomber with a single shot. No. Is this really a sniper rifle? He hurriedly picked up his binoculars and looked at the weapon in Li Liang's hand. After determining that it was a sniper rifle in the other party's hand, his brain suddenly choked. It really is a sniper rifle. This kind of weapon really exists? The captain looked at the bombers still disintegrating in all directions in the sky. And then looked at where Li Liang was. Instantly, his scalp went numb. This sniper rifle and that person who fired it. There were really only 2 words to describe it. Outrageous. Not right. Should be horrible. In the whole world, I'm afraid no one can do away with a bomber with a single shot. Or with a sniper rifle. How the hell did he do that? The power even seems to be quite a bit greater than when he just hit himself. Thinking of this, the captain's will to fight was gone like a deflated balloon. After a long time, he finally reacted. Can't fight. Really can't fight. Run. We need to run. We need more support. Meanwhile, inside the surveillance room, the minions inside were wailing as they looked at the image in front of them. Ha, it worked. His honor blew up the airplane. I knew the power of this sniper rifle would work. The Eagle Jam country is stupid now. Let's see if they still dare to mess with us in the future, and if they still dare to stop us from making money selling arms. Now we're going to let them know what happens when they block us from making money selling arms. And Yao on the side also looked confused. It really blew up with a sniper rifle. It's too outrageous. She looked at the picture in the surveillance. She also looked at the expressionless black man, Ado, and the excitedly wailing minions on the side. In the bottom of her heart, she only felt some fear rising. This was a bomber from the Eagle Sauce country. They actually got so excited when they blew it up. Too crazy, simply a group of crazy people. This is a complete conflict with the Eagle Sauce country. However, when she thought of the large amount of equipment level 1 weapons on this island, her heart immediately also put down her heart. Originally, she was still worried about Li Liang's behavior of not retreating. But now this shot. But it really told her. The worries seemed to be all redundant. At this moment, on the hillside, the captain and members of the Sea Dogs commando team reacted and stopped procrastinating. Grabbing their weapons, they turned around and left. Before the other party launched a second attack, this was the best time to retreat. If we don't run now, I'm afraid we won't be able to run. The other side can even blow down the bombers. How does this play out? It's too unreasonable. Damn it. Damn it. This really can't be fought. Must retreat. It's outrageous. Even the bombers are dry shattered. When the team thought about this, they only felt cold sweat pouring out non-stop. Originally, they thought that this mission was just a simple mission to brush up their merits. Now, it seemed that this was not brushing up their merits. This was clearly to take their lives. I'm afraid that if this shot hit a person's body, there wouldn't even be any bone crumbs left. And so did the captain. While retreating, he roared into the intercom. "Commander! The other side blew up our bomber. We need more support." Saying this, he seemed to feel something was wrong and hurriedly added, "It was shot down by them with gunfire." Chapter 49, Come on, I'll fight one. At this time, the other side. Inside the camp tent. The two of them, Mercer and Anthony, listened to the report that rang out within the radio. Their expressions were first shocked, then transformed into horror, and finally an incredulous look. It was only after a long period of silence that Mercer finally came back to his senses. The look on his face was all that of having seen a ghost. "God, please tell me, did I hear wrong? Our bombers, they attacked down? Or blown up with sniper fire? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This incident was fake any way you look at it. It was a bomber from the Eagle Sauce country. And it blew up with a sniper's rifle? And it was shot with a sniper rifle. Who would believe that? You know. The shell of that bomber is made of the latest research material. Not to mention sniper rifles, you can't even blow up a rocket. Now, his own subordinates actually said that the bomber was blown up by sniper fire. How could he believe it? So he confirmed with the team leader on the other end of the radio. But from the terrified and panicked tone on the other side, it didn't seem like a lie at all. After confirming it again and again, the two of them, Mercer and Anthony, were completely confused. It's actually real. The bombers really bombed. Fart, how the hell did they do that? What kind of gun can have such a powerful attack? At this moment, they instantly thought of Nikolai. Thinking of his earlier comment about that arms dealer coming with weapons. As well as when he said how powerful and terrifyingly unimaginable that arms dealers' weapons were. Nikola's subconsciously revealed look of horror. All of this combined. It seemed that Nikolai wasn't bragging. The weapons that this arms dealer had at his disposal were indeed a bit stronger than what they had imagined. Thinking of this, Mercer's face darkened, then thinking for a moment clenched his teeth and said, "Since the bombers won't work, then we'll send even more powerful weapons." Subsequently, Mercer no longer hesitated. Turning around, he picked up the military radio and contacted the military base. "Military base. I'm ordering now, we need more powerful weapon support, the bombers aren't coming. What we need this time are fighters. Send fighters over directly." The words fell. The other party obviously froze for a moment. It then didn't think much about it, as it was an order given by the commander of the Sea Dogs Commandos. So he quickly agreed. And told him that the fighters would arrive at the battlefield shortly. Hearing the other party's affirmative reply, Commander Mercer's face only slightly eased, but still gritted his teeth. The fighters this time are even more powerful and faster than the previous bombers, the materials used, and the weapons are all not on the same level. This time, I'm going to make this group of arrogant arms dealers unable to even fire their guns. After saying that, he waved his hand. Contacted the squad leader, informing him to hold on for a little while longer. The support from the fighters would be here soon. At this moment, the monitoring room of the small island. The minions had also calmed down after wailing for a while. A moment later, the face of the black guy in front of the monitor, Ado, changed a bit. Then he operated on that transparent keyboard, as if he had discovered something. Without much thought, he immediately connected to Li Liang's headset and calmly reported, "My lord, we monitored that the military base of the Eagle Jam country has taken off another airplane. This time it's not a bomber anymore, but a fighter jet." These words came out. On the side, and Yao's expression changed again and again. However, it was not too surprised. A fighter jet. Is it necessary, even sending out fighter jets? This Eagle Jam country really wants to wipe out Li Liang and the others this time. But soon she let out another long sigh in her heart, and her face regained its calmness. Fighters these, Li Liang and the others also had. It didn't seem like much of a novelty when you thought about it. Moreover, from the sniper rifle that Li Liang just had that was capable of blowing up a bomber, it seemed. I'm afraid that even a fighter jet wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of power. But the one coming now is a fighter jet, its speed and power and all that must be more powerful than a bomber. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and couldn't help but worry again in the bottom of her heart. Will they survive this time? On the other side, Li Liang naturally received the report from the black man, Ado. However, at this moment, he remained calm. There was no expression on his face. However, in the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. "That's good, I'll beat you all once and for all. Come on, I'll fight one." Just at this moment, another roar came from the sky. The crowd looked up, and it was none other than that Eagle Jam country's fighter jet. It flew recklessly in the dark night sky, somewhat hidden because of the cloud cover. At this moment, it was searching for a target that needed to be struck. Seeing this, Li Liang let out a light laugh. Coming really fast, in such a hurry to come and deliver heads. Without much thought, he immediately loaded that sniper rifle in his hand. Afterwards, he pulled the bolt and loaded the gun, once again aiming at the other party. On the mountainside. Because of the arrival of the fighter jets, the crowd of Sea Dog commandos also stopped retreating. Instead, they looked at the fighter jet in the sky with a face full of confidence. The looks were filled with pride. Great, the support has arrived. Our support has arrived. This time it's a fighter jet, the height, speed, and power are all much stronger than the bomber just now. This time, this group of them can die. This is what happens when you mess with us. The teams excitedly discussed. It was as if they saw the scene of those damnable arms dealers being shot to death by the fighter jets. Soon their respective binoculars were ready to enjoy it. The captain on the side did the same. He sneered twice in the bottom of his heart and immediately felt that the group of arms dealers were already in a situation of certain death. This time I'll see how you guys respond. Wouldn't still want to shoot down our planes with that broken gun. Naive. Soon he took the binoculars and once again looked at the direction of Li Liang and the others. But at this moment, his heart thumped violently. Because what he saw through the binoculars at this moment was clearly the scene where Li Liang was aiming with his sniper rifle raised. This scene instantly made him a little panicked. He still wants to use the sniper rifle to hit a fighter jet? The words just fell. The members of the Sea Dogs commando team also saw this scene, and everyone looked a little odd as they discussed it. What is he doing? He really wants to continue fighting fighters with that broken gun. Is he scared silly? I'm well aware of this fighter. It's one of our crushes. And in terms of speed, the sniper rifle bullet speed doesn't even come across as possible, not to mention the fact that this sniper rifle is still locked with the naked eye. Looking at him, it's clear that he knows he's bound to die, so he still wants to gamble with the sniper rifle? But this is too whimsical. There's absolutely no way he'll be able to bring down the fighter jet as well this time. Chapter 50. Are you trying to cut off the future of Camelot Nation? At this moment, inside the Camel Kingdom's conference room, King Ibn and a bunch of other dukes were gathered here. Every one of them had heavy faces. Because, just now, the Camel Country's border guards sent a message that shocked them. That arms dealer who had an arms deal with them was actually exchanging fire with the troops of the Eagle Sauce Country. The moment this news came out, King Ibn could no longer calm down. Ignoring the fact that it was already late at night, immediately summoned a group of dukes and other people to discuss countermeasures. At this time he looked around the circle, finally spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, what do you think about what happened outside the country, or rather, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, the crowd just looked at each other. Their hearts were also in a state of disbelief when they first received this news. That arms dealer was too bold. Before, it was still only superficially going against the Eagle Sauce Country. But now, it actually directly approached the Eagle Sauce Country to fight with them. Who would have thought? He's just an arms dealer. He really has the guts to fight with one of the world's leading superpowers. And according to border officials, this arms dealer has beaten the famous Sea Dogs commando team of the Eagle Sauce Country to a pulp. That's the Sea Dogs. Just 2 squads annihilated a platoon of their Camel Country. And they did it without casualties. And this arms dealer actually beat them to death? Who would believe it? An arms dealer, a business arms dealer, and a high school student at that. Whisking away the elite troops of the Eagle Sauce Nation. That's all. The next even more outrageous news was, I heard that the Sea Dog commandos were outmatched. Called in a bomber for support to fire some blows. The arms dealer blew them up with a sniper shot. What the hell? What the hell was that? The information reported by the officers at the border was determined to be accurate? They blew up a bomber with a sniper shot? That's outrageous. So they double-checked. But the person reporting from the border was adamant that it was really shot down with a sniper rifle. After this news was confirmed, the king and the others were truly confused. At this time, King Ibn saw that the people were silent, so he took the lead to break the silence and said, Everyone, nowadays, that arms dealer and the Eagle Jam Country have completely tied the knot. I'm afraid that the matter of an arms deal with him will have to be abandoned. After all, we can't afford the wrath of a behemoth like the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Sniffing. Most of the crowd commented. Yes, the king is right, that arms dealer is alone, so naturally he's not afraid of Eagle Jam Country's retaliation. Makes sense, we're different, we're a country with millions of people standing behind us. It seems that this arms deal really can't continue. Listening to the crowd's discussion, only Rushed frowned. Although King Ibn was right. Now in order to preserve his country, it was indeed no longer appropriate to get too involved with that arms dealer. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Camel Country really won't be able to say anything. What's more, that arms merchant had shot up other people's bombers. This was undoubtedly declaring war on the Eagle Jam Country. And the Eagle Jam Country would definitely not eat this dumb loss. They will definitely retaliate like crazy. If it really comes to that. Would the Eagle Jam country also take care of Camel country along with it? After all, the Camel country was also involved in this matter, and they had also exchanged fire with the Eagle Jam country's troops. Although their own troops were completely wiped out. But all in all, they did participate, and they couldn't refute it because it was the truth. A few moments later, King Ibn saw that no one objected and was about to make a decision. But at this moment, Rushed, who was on the side, got up and spoke. Your Majesty the King. I have some opinions. At those words, the crowd looked towards him. King Ibn also frowned at this moment. But still, he signaled him to continue. I think that this transaction is a must with that arms dealer. The crowd shook their heads at these words, expressing their incomprehension. But Rushed didn't pay any attention to it and still said to himself, everyone, you also know the intelligence, outside of the country. That arms dealer not only beat the Eagle Sauce Country Sea Dog commandos to a standstill, and also used a sniper rifle to take out Eagle Jam's bomber with a single shot. Don't you all want to know what kind of weapon that sniper rifle really is? Or if our army is equipped with sniper rifles like that, do we really still need to be afraid of the Eagle Kingdom? And the weapon in the hands of that arms dealer is more than that, isn't it? Speaking of this, the crowd had a thoughtful look on their faces. Rushed paused and scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on the king's face. Immediately afterward, he continued. So, Your Majesty the King, I think that the weapons in the hands of that arms dealer are even more powerful than we imagined. This deal really can't be cut off just like that. At those words, the crowd remained silent. But soon Rushed seemed to clench his teeth as if he had made some sort of determination and said, Your Majesty, before the meeting started, I have already sent someone to support that arms dealer. What? At those words, the crowd in silence was alarmed. King Ibn even stood up from his seat. He stared at Rushed dead in the face, his face turning blue with rage. Rushed, do you know what you are doing? How dare you support that arms dealer without consulting us? Are you trying to cut off the future of Camel Country? On the other side, inside the Dragon Kingdom's military factory, Chen Yi was sitting in his seat holding a document in his hand. It was described on it. It was exactly what Li Liang had done at this time outside of Camelot Kingdom. Seeing the end, Chen Yi even sucked in a breath of cool air. The bottom of his heart was shocked beyond words. What's this? A sniper rifle blowing up a bomber with a single shot? Outrageous. It's outrageous. As the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's military factory, he himself knew some data about the Eagle Jam Kingdom's bombers. The ability shown on that data. It was simply not something that a sniper rifle could handle. And now the intelligence says that it was solved by a sniper rifle. And also only used a gun? But soon he thought of the data-exaggerated rocket launcher that Li Liang had sold to Camel Country. At that moment, he felt somewhat reasonable again. In that case, it's not impossible. A moment later, he put down the document and couldn't help but ponder. It's me who underestimated this Li Liang. It seems that I don't have a clear perception of the arms and weapons he sells. Not only does he have the top-secret weapons of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, he even has weapons that are even more powerful than top-secret weapons. That sniper rifle. Outrageous. It's simply outrageous. Chen Yi looked odd for a while. But soon his face sank again. The Eagle Jam country is a country that won't take any losses. Now that they've even sent out their bombers, there's no guarantee that they'll take any other measures next. In that case, will Li Liang be in danger? That would be just fine, but Li Liang, he is after all a Dragon Country person. Now that he is at war with Eagle Sauce Country, will it affect Dragon Country's international situation? Thinking of this, Chen Yi finally decided after a pause. No way. This matter is important, it still needs to be decided by the top. A meeting must be held in a hurry to discuss a countermeasure. Chapter 51, A Real Man Never Looks Back at an Explosion. At the same time, the fighter jet. The fighter pilot was soaring recklessly above the sky. He let out a long breath and looked down. What met his eyes was precisely the still flaming wreckage of the bomber. His face couldn't help but stare. The bomber was actually taken care of. In fact, when he received this mission, he didn't realize that the bomber had been destroyed. It was just a bit of a surprise. That the Sea Dog's commandos, who had never called for support, had called for support twice in a row. Unbelievable. In the past, that invincible elite unit would even call for support? He had been a bit surprised, but now he didn't feel surprised when he looked at the wreckage of that bomber on the ground. It looks like the enemy has a weapon capable of bringing down bombers. No wonder the Sea Dog's commandos called for support. It looks like the intelligence was insufficient and they were crushed by the other side with their weapons. Being so thoughtful, he soon didn't care anymore. He let out a cold snort. Humph. Even if it has the weapon that brought down the bomber, so what? This is a fighter plane of mine. Its speed, configuration, and flying altitude are all many times stronger. Not to mention the fact that my fighter's casing has been strengthened and is even harder than that bomber's casing. Thinking of this, with pride in his expression, he continued to search for the enemy below. But right at this moment, a gunshot that resounded through the sky rang out violently. This sound was like a thunderclap from the flat earth. The sound echoed in all corners of this earth. Right at the moment when this gunshot sounded, the fighter pilot subconsciously swerved to the side to dodge. This was almost a subconscious action. His instincts told him there was danger. He immediately checked the fighter for any damage. After confirming that there was nothing, only then did he react. His eyes followed the place where the gunfire and flames had just been emitted. There was a group of people standing at that place. Looking at what they were wearing did not look like members of the Sea Dogs commando team. And what was more interesting was, one of them was actually holding a sniper rifle and aiming at something in the sky. Seeing this scene, he actually had a chill down his back for no reason. Launching an attack on me? Then it looks like they are the enemies that need to be taken out on this mission. His expression went odd again at that thought. But that man, what's he doing? He's not trying to come and hit me with a sniper rifle, is he? He snorted and his expression returned to normal. Trying to shoot down my fighter with this crappy gun? Scared silly? Can't be out of your mind. Ha ha ha. At this moment, he didn't think much. Driving the fighter jet, he immediately locked the group on the ground, preparing to finish them off at once. On the ground, Li Liang, after one shot, directly put down that sniper rifle in his hand. Even though that fighter jet in the sky was still flying recklessly, his gaze no longer looked away, and he just said to the minions behind him, "Go! Let's continue our pursuit and finish off all of that group today." Said. He also no longer looked at the little brothers on the side but picked up his equipment and walked forward. And right at this moment, the fighter jet in the sky swooped down towards them. The little brother on the side finally couldn't help but voice out in surprise, "My lord! That fighter jet is flying towards us." Upon hearing this, Li Liang just waved his hand and said, "No need to care anymore, just move forward." Saying this, he paused in his steps but did not turn back. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said with great meaning, "True men never look back at explosions." The words just fell. Boom! The fighter jet in the sky that was swooping towards them, it suddenly let out a loud bang. What followed was another burst of fire. As the distance was not too far, these black minions could even feel a wave of heat coming over them. In the sky, the fighter jet was just blown to pieces. The wreckage of the airplane scattered in all directions with flames falling like fireworks in all parts of the earth. Seeing this, the black minions withdrew their gaze. When they looked at Li Liang's back without looking back, there was inexplicably more of a fervent admiration in their eyes. Worthy of being an adult. At this moment, on the mountainside, the squad leader as well as his team members stared with wide eyes. Each and every one of them had a face of horror, looking at the fighters that scattered in all directions in the sky. It was a long time before a member of the team lost his voice and screamed, "Oh my god! The fighter jets! The fighters were blown apart too!" These words came out. The team members who were originally in a daze also reacted. Especially the squad leader, who at this moment was looking at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. How could it be? How could this happen? He had watched all of this with his binoculars. Watching that arms dealer raise his gun, pull the bolt, load it, and fire. Watching that fighter jet in the sky, circling away at a speed that the naked eye couldn't lock onto. But even so, that shot actually hit. The other party only used one shot. He saw clearly, that young man even put down the sniper rifle after a shot. He didn't even look at it anymore, and he didn't even pick up another weapon to fight. He really used a sniper rifle to kill the bombers and fighters consecutively. And with only one shot. Could this be me dreaming? Thinking of this, the corners of the squad leader's mouth twitched before he pinched himself hard on his arm. Finally, he sucked in a breath of cool air. It's not a dream. It's real. The fighter jet was really blown up. There's something odd. There's something weird about their weapons. Inside the island's surveillance room, the minions started wailing again. Some of them even climbed onto the table. The looks were full of excitement, as well as fervent admiration for Li Liang. Ha ha ha. Well played. Worthy of being an adult. This shot by my lord is too handsome. Especially the last sentence, true men never look back at explosions. It's even more exciting. Now the Eagle Sauce country knows how powerful it is. This is what happens when you don't let us sell arms to make money. Let's see who else dares to stand in our way in the future. Sniffing. And Yao didn't bother to look at the minions who were once again getting excited on the side. Instead, her gaze was placed on the surveillance screen in front of her, looking at the fighter jets that were blown up in front of her like fireworks. At this moment, she was also powerless to spit anything out. The occurrence of all this seemed to have made her somewhat numb, although she still felt surprised. But it was only in the bottom of her heart that she was surprised. She was truly used to these scenes. Thinking back on this night, first, the Sea Dogs commandos had been beaten up and were left defenseless. And then the bomber that came in support was done in by Li Liang with a single shot. All of this was fine. Now even the fighters were done away with in one shot? If I remember correctly, Li Liang was still a high school student. Thinking about this, and Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Perhaps he might really be able to have a notable position in this world in the future. Chapter 52, Wiping Out the Eagle Sauce Troops. Outside the dense forest. Below the mountainside. With the fighters destroyed to nothing. The Sea Dogs commandos had no will to fight at this point. There was only one sentence in their heads at this moment. Can't fight. Really can't fight. On the other hand, Li Liang and his minions, at this moment, did not stay any longer. They picked up their weapons and rushed towards the Sea Dogs commandos on the hillside. Those black minions. While suppressing fire, they let out howls like primitive gorillas. Combined with Li Liang's hands, the bazooka that could turn. It scared the hell out of the Sea Dogs commandos. Especially since the other party had snipers watching intently, it made them all not dare to stand up and return fire. They could only stick their guns out of the bunker and fire indiscriminately. If this scene was seen by other countries, they would definitely be shocked. The famous Sea Dog commandos were in such a sorry state. Not much time. Relying on the suppression of the rocket launcher, Li Liang and their juniors had already attacked the hillside. This place, under the suppression of their heavy firepower. It was already a complete mess, with smoke and craters everywhere. Li Liang hadn't had time to look around. A strong and pungent smell of nitrous smoke came in bursts. Mixed in with it was also a trace of blood like rusty flavor. The hillside was already littered with corpses. The captain of the squad in front of Li Liang crouched on the ground with his hands raised. He was the only one who survived this battle. Captured alive. For him, the squad leader, it was a disgrace. He glared viciously at Li Liang, not hiding the anger in him. If it wasn't for this man, how could that bomber and fighter be shot down? If his eyes could kill, he would have killed this young man in front of him 10,000 times. But at this moment, Li Liang did not bother to look at him, or did not care about him at all. He just let out a long breath in his heart and smiled bashfully. In this way, the previous Camel Country troops, the favor of exterminating them because of me will also be repaid. When the time comes to trade with them, I won't be afraid of being pressured by them. Thinking of this, Li Liang smiled even more in his heart. Not having to lose money was a good outcome for him. As he was pondering, a junior ran over and handed Li Liang a phone. Sir, Camel Country is calling. Camel Country? Upon hearing this, Li Liang was surprised for a moment. But without thinking much, he still took the phone over and connected it, saying, "Which one?" The person on the other end of the phone paused before saying anxiously, "Li, I'm Duke Rushed of the Camel Country." Hearing this, Li's conscience was even more surprised, but he still said back, "Duke Rushed, what's the matter?" Rushed hurriedly continued, "Li, we learned that you are in a firefight with the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. That's why we have now sent a troop to reinforce you. You are an important partner of ours, and we can't just watch you put in danger and not care." Hearing this, Li Liangcheng roughly understood what was going on, but with the matter settled, he interrupted Rushed. "Duke Rushed, thank you very much for your support. But it's still not necessary, the matter on this side has already been resolved, the forces of the Eagle Sauce Country have been completely annihilated by us. I felt very guilty when your Camel Country's troops were attacked by the Eagle Jam Country in order to receive me before, this time it can be considered that I've returned your favor. You only need to prepare the next matter of trade with us." These words came out. Duke Rushed on the other end of the phone erupted with a cry of shock in his heart. "What? It's solved. How is this possible? I didn't hear it wrong. That's the Sea Dog commandos of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Surprisingly, it was solved so quickly. No. They were even solved?" At this moment, Rushed was as if he had eaten a fish splinter and got it stuck in his throat for a long time, unable to speak. It made Li Liang think that the signal was bad, and he then asked several times in a row, "Hello? Duke? Can you hear me? Is the signal bad?" It was then that Rushed on the other end of the phone came back to his senses. "Ah. Well. Can hear." Upon hearing the reply, Li Liang also let out and then repeated that he had told Camelot Nation to prepare for the deal. Then he hung up the phone. On the other side. Inside Camelot Kingdom's conference room. At this moment in the conference room, there was only Rushed left. He listened to the beeping sound coming from the other end of the phone. For a long time, he could not return to his senses. It was only after a long time that he finally reacted and started pacing around the conference room. "I can't believe it, the Sea Dog commandos of the Eagle Sauce Nation have been completely annihilated. How could it be so fast? That's a Sea Dog commando." Rushed was in a state of shock. He understood very well what the Sea Dog commando meant. That was a special force that represented one of the strongest forces in the Eagle Sauce Country. Their previous platoon had all died in the hands of this unit. And, from the place where the battle took place, The other party's Sea Dogs commandos should have 0 casualties. And now, that arms dealer actually told himself. Sea Dogs commandos have been wiped out by him. It wasn't that one didn't believe it, the problem was that it was too much of an exaggeration. Soon Rushd's footsteps lurched. He thought of the information that had been reported from the border earlier. That group of arms dealers. One shot blew up the bombers sent by the Eagle Sauce Country. Thinking about this intelligence, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Hiss. In that case, with such a heaven-defying weapon, it doesn't seem impossible to wipe out the Sea Dog commandos. At this moment, Rushd's eyes suddenly erupted in a burst of elation, and his breathing began to catch. This deal, no matter how difficult it is, we have to go ahead with it. The weapons in the hands of this arms dealer are too heaven-defying. If we obtain it, it's enough to have a notable status in this world. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and was about to go to the king for some discussion. But he still thought of something. So immediately, he contacted the troop that he had sent to support Li Liang earlier again. At the same time, a troop from the Camel Country had just departed. A row of military vehicles were heading to the border. They had received a mission to go and support the group of arms dealers at the border who were in a firefight with the Eagle Sauce Country. At first, they were a bit puzzled. What kind of arms dealers actually needed their Camel Country to mobilize troops to provide support 3 times? But there was no way, nor did they dare to ask, they were soldiers. Obeying orders was their natural duty. At this moment, in the very center of this line, the commander of this mission was sitting in the car with his eyes closed. Just at this moment, a subordinate on the side voiced out to wake him up, saying, "Commander, Duke Rushd is calling." Upon hearing this commander was a bit surprised, but he still took it. Soon the other party said, "Sir Commander, this operation has been cancelled." Hearing this, the commander froze and said with some surprise, "Cancelled? Duke Rushd, what's going on?" Rushd added, "Well, it's cancelled. We've gotten word that the Eagle Sauce Nation Sea Dog commandos have all been wiped out by that arms dealer. You guys don't need to go." The words fell. Rushd didn't say anything else, he just said that he still had urgent matters and hung up the phone. At this moment, this commander, who only felt a roar in his brain, was filled with incredulity. The Eagle Jam Country's troops were actually completely annihilated. So quickly. How is this possible? He knew very well that it was dark now, and even for his special forces, it would be extremely difficult to fight in such an environment. And that group of untrained arms dealers actually wiped out the troops of the Eagle Sauce Country under these environmental conditions? And it's still Eagle Jam Country's A Special Force, the Sea Dog Commandos. Chapter 53, A Young Plan to Make the World Dare Not Move. On the other side, the military-industrial island. Li Liang and a group of juniors finished settling the Sea Dog commandos at the border of Camel Country. After capturing a prisoner by the way, they returned here. The reason why they rushed back in such a hurry. It was mainly because next, there were still some things that needed to be prepared before they could make a deal with the Camel Country. At this moment, inside the villa, Li Liang was sitting in his seat holding his chin in thought. Beside him were the black man, Ado, as well as the 2 of them, and Yao. And Yao didn't dare to look at the young man in front of her. She didn't know why. Probably because of what the other party had done recently. It really made her feel that her identity was worlds apart from it. Especially when she was in the surveillance and saw Li Liang killing people with a gun without blinking an eye. And when she thought of what she had done to Li Liang before, she was even more shocked. "He won't want to do anything to me. I know too much, he wants to kill and silence me." And Yao's heart thumped and her face paled. A moment later, Li Liang turned his gaze to Yao and finally spoke. "Yao, didn't you want to expose my news before?" Upon hearing this, Yao's cold hair stood on end and she immediately sat up straight, hastily waving her hands. No, I don't want to now." But who knew that Li Liang followed up with a slight smile and said, "It's fine, I gave my permission. You can report all the news here to your heart's content, including the fact that the Eagle Jam Country's troops were completely annihilated by me." At these words, Yao froze. It was followed by a puzzled look at Li Liang, and finally said anxiously, "Ha? Are you crazy or not? If this kind of thing is reported out, do you know what consequences it will cause?" She couldn't figure out that Li Liang was dead set on not letting himself know these secrets before. But now, he was going against the norm. And in Yao's opinion, reporting this kind of news would not do him any good. It would only invite endless trouble. And the first and biggest trouble would definitely be the Eagle Sauce Country's infuriated retaliation. This was also something that she herself had agonized and tangled over before. She was afraid that if these news were reported, it would cause incalculable consequences to Li Liang. She stared at the young man in front of her and was about to say something, but the other party grabbed the opportunity to speak first. "Don't worry, the Eagle Jam Country wouldn't dare to touch us." Li Liang smiled bashfully and continued immediately afterward. "I've already thought about it. What's going on here is going to be discovered sooner or later, so it's better to take the initiative to report it out myself." Moreover, what are we doing away with the Eagle Jam country's troops for? Isn't it just to establish prestige? This prestige can't be established only for the Eagle Jam country alone. Saying this, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Li Liang's mouth, and no one knew what he was pondering at this moment. He then immediately added to Black Brother Ado, who was at the side. Ado, prepare at once and spread the word about our total annihilation of the Eagle Jam Nation's troops. Black Brother Ado didn't hesitate and didn't ask anything. After just saying yes, he walked out of the room. The following day, offshore online, a fierce hot search topped the charts. The headline displayed on it was, "Outside the Camel Country, the elite troops of the Eagle Jam country were completely annihilated by an unknown arms dealer." The appearance of this one hot search immediately aroused the curiosity of the majority of netizens, and they discussed it. What is this? Is someone spreading rumors? Eagle Jam country's troops were wiped out. Rumor mongering won't do, not to mention how strong Eagle Jam country's troops are. I'll just ask, who dares to strike Eagle Jam country's troops? Upstairs is right, any superpower in this world wouldn't dare to strike at random against the troops of Eagle Jam country. How can there still be such a hot item appearing? Rumor mongering doesn't have to be costly. After a burst of discussion, someone finally clicked on this hot search. But when they clicked in and saw the content, they directly froze, followed by a face of horror as well as incredulity. The content was a video. On the screen, a bomber was hovering in the sky, and a young man on the ground was holding a sniper rifle and aiming. The object of that aiming was precisely this bomber. Not long after, an earth-shattering gunshot rang out. That bombing in the sky unexpectedly exploded without warning. The screen then turned, and another one flew in the sky, and as could be seen in the video, this one was clearly not a bomber anymore. Instead, it was a fighter jet. But the young man on the ground, still in the same position, loaded, aimed, and fired. After a loud gunshot, the fighter jet in the sky unexpectedly exploded violently into pieces as well. And then the picture in the video turned once again. This time, it was on a hillside where corpses were strewn all over the place. Someone among the netizens quickly recognized the uniforms they were wearing, and someone commented, This is the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Jam country. How are they all taken care of?" At this moment, the screen. A team member resembling a captain was crouching on the ground with his gun raised in both hands. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. And in front of him was the young man who had shot the airplane. The picture in the video ended at this point. At this moment, everyone on the internet was horrified after watching this video. The content in this video had really subverted their cognition. What followed was a frantic discussion. Is the content of this video true? That young man actually used a sniper rifle to shoot down a fighter bomber. What kind of divine operation is this? And in this video, from the uniforms on those corpses, it looks like it's the Sea Dogs Commandos of the Eagle Jam country. It was him. He's the one who led the people to wipe out the Sea Dog Commandos. The invincible Sea Dog Commandos actually lost. What kind of person is this young man? He doesn't look too old, but he dared to engage the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Sauce country. If this video is true, Eagle Jam country has suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did they lose a fighter and a bomber, they also lost a Sea Dog Commando. And as I watched the video, one of the team members was even captured alive. This is a disgrace to Eagle Jam. Who released this video? This is a provocation. He's openly provoking Eagle Jam Nation. At this time, on the other side, inside the Camelot Kingdom's conference room. At this time in the conference room all the dukes and kings gathered together again. Soon King Ibn was the first to speak. "Everyone, what do you think about this video on the internet, that arms dealers blatantly provocative-like behavior?" The crowd was silent. "Since all of you won't say anything, I will say what I think." King Ibn then spoke, with a serious look and a grave tone. "This behavior of this arms dealer is really unwise. With such a provocation, the Eagle Jam Nation will definitely not tolerate it, and they will definitely retaliate madly." At these words, most people nodded their heads. Immediately afterward, King Ibn added, "In the end, this arms dealer is ultimately a young man, and with such impetuous, unwise behavior, he might pull our camel country down again. I'm afraid that the deal with this arms dealer is still up for discussion." Chapter 54, Public Opinion Breaks Out, Identity Exposed. Speaking at the end, King Ibn's gaze went to Rusht, who was silent on the side. In fact, they had also seen that video on the internet. And even before this earlier, Rusht had already reported this matter. They had long known about Li Liang's total annihilation of the Eagle Jam country's troops. At first, they didn't believe it. But after seeing the video released on the internet, they realized that it was all true. That young arms dealer had really wiped out the Eagle Sauce country's troops. But why did he publicize this matter? Wasn't this drawing fire and forcing the Eagle Sauce country to retaliate? For a moment, they couldn't think of an answer. However, such a result was unacceptable to them. The deal was imminent, and such a turn of events occurred. It was hard to guarantee that the Eagle Jam country would not turn its spearhead against them. Ibn's face clouded over as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Rush, who was silent on the side, looked like he had figured something out. With a great light in his eyes, he excitedly looked at King Ibn and said, "Your Majesty the King, everyone, I understand why this arms dealer is doing this." At those words the crowd turned their gazes to Rush in unison. The latter said excitedly, "It's a Yang plot." The crowd was puzzled. Everyone look at the title of the hot search. Why is he naming out that he's an arms dealer? Rush continued. Then think about it folks, why did the Eagle Jam Nation go through all the trouble of arresting that arms dealer? It's not because the weapons that arms dealer was selling contained top secret weapons of the Eagle Jam Nation. It was impossible for Eagle Jam Country to let him sell their top secret weapons, so that's why they took action against this arms dealer. But they didn't expect that the weapons in the hands of this arms dealer were so counterintuitive that they actually took care of all of their troops, and this arms dealer also knew the seriousness of the consequences of this. So he simply made this matter public, informing the world that he has weapons in his hands that can counteract the Eagle Jam Country, and also named himself as an arms dealer in the title, and that all of these can be sold. In this way, once this matter comes out, everyone will be interested in the weapons in his hands. It's a weapon that can counteract the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, who wouldn't be moved. With these words, the crowd understood even if they were stupid. This was indeed a Yang conspiracy. He told the world that he had a weapon in his hands that could counteract the Eagle Sauce Country. No one was unmoved by this. However, these people did not dare to forcefully plunder the weapons in the hands of this arms dealer, because even the Eagle Jam Country has suffered a great loss. But they wouldn't let Eagle Jam Nation take a shot at this arms dealer either. The reason for this was that they didn't want the heaven-defying weapons in this arms dealer's hands all fall into the hands of the already powerful Eagle Sauce Nation. And this is the arms dealer's young plot. If anything happened to this arms dealer, then everyone would target the Eagle Sauce Country. At the same time, inside a conference room in the Dragon Kingdom's military factory, the people were sitting around the seats, looking at the hot search on the screen. Everyone was pondering. A moment later, the one sitting in the main seat finally spoke. "Commander Chen, what do you think?" Chun-Yi looked grave, but soon a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This young arms dealer is really playing a good trick. The man in the main seat also smiled faintly. Yes. The younger generation is fearful. This handful of young plots has actually made the whole world not dare to act rashly. At the same time, the other side. Dragon Kingdom Forum. That hot search that shocked the world. At the same time, it also appeared within the Dragon Country Forum. Soon this hot search topped the top of the forums list. After the people saw the video content of this hot search, they couldn't stop being shocked and disgusted. Oh my god, when did something like this happen in the world? Someone actually fought with the troops of the Eagle Sauce Country. It's outrageous. Looking at the content of this video, it seems like it's still the Sea Dogs commandos of Eagle Jam Country. That's Eagle Jam Country's ace special forces. How come they were all killed? What exactly is the young man in this video? He actually dared to exchange fire with Eagle Sauce Country's special forces. And from the looks of it, the other side seems to be powerless. Is this really Eagle Jam Country's Sea Dog commandos? How come it's so unbeatable? Not right. The sniper rifle in this young man's hand is some kind of heaven-defying weapon. How could he bring down fighters and bombers? It's too much. This video can't be a fake. I've never seen anything like this, taking a sniper rifle and shooting down bombers and fighters? What the hell? The content of this video is so unbelievable. It concerns a superpower like the Eagle Jam Nation and it has it on the ropes. Everyone was concerned. For a while, the video was forwarded to various websites and forums. As the content of the video spread, someone soon recognized the young man in this video. Isn't this the young man who was previously arrested at Magic City High School? What's going on? Did I recognize it wrong? Or did my eyes blink? How did he go abroad? And even got into a fight with the Eagle Jam Country. He even knocked out 2 of their airplanes. I also have an impression when you say that, it seems like it's really that young man who was on the hot search a while ago. Isn't he a student? Someone please tell me what the hell is going on, my brain is getting confused. A high school student ran off to go to war with the Eagle Jam Nation. And beat them back. Somebody explain. At the same time, inside Magic City High School, the students also noticed this article called, "Outside the Camel Country, the elite troops of the Eagle Jam Country were completely wiped out by an unknown arms dealer." The hot search. Soon they clicked on the video. As the video played, they instantly recognized the young man with a cold expression holding a sniper rifle in the video. They couldn't stop themselves from exclaiming, "How come this person in this video seems to be Li Liang? It's me who saw it wrong. How could it be so similar?" Sniffing. Some students zoomed in on the screen to watch frame by frame. A moment later they were confused. Some even jumped up from their seats and exclaimed, "This is really Li Liang. I definitely won't be mistaken. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes." I go, "What the hell is going on? Can someone explain? Li, how did he fight with Eagle Sauce's troops in Camel Country? Could it be that the war police came to arrest him before because of this? He's really working as an arms dealer. Murder. Li Liang killed people. So many corpses." When these words came out, all the students were horrified. They were all still students, and Li Liang had already dared to go to war. And even shot an airplane with one shot. And the opponent was still the troops of the Eagle Sauce Country. How could they not be alarmed by this person? Especially in the content of the video. Li Liang faced a field of corpses without even blinking, as if he was used to it. They instantly had their cold hairs stand on end. Even the cell phones in their subconscious hands slipped to the ground. One's own side was actually hiding this kind of godly person. Terrifying. Too much terror. At the same time, inside the principal's room, Wu Yong and Zhang Zhongwang both had heavy faces. The spread of this hot video was just too widespread, and it was related to the international level, so they were naturally aware of it. Looking at the content in the video, especially when they saw Li Liang shooting an airplane with one shot, both of their hearts fluttered. They couldn't help but look at each other. After the video content ended, the two looked at each other speechless. Their moods were really complicated. It was only after a long time that Zhang Zhongwang finally spoke. No wonder the major and the commander came to him before, so Li Liang is actually a character like this. Perhaps what he said before about selling arms outside of the country, I'm afraid it's true as well. Then all of this that has happened recently might make sense. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong did not say anything, but only nodded his head with a still complex expression. Chapter 55, Yang Conspiracy? Then we will use conspiracy. Requesting for votes. At the same time, inside the Dongyang neighborhood, Lin Shulan naturally noticed the hot search that was sensationalizing the world. This hot search was so hot that there were really very few people who didn't know about it today. Especially the title of this hot search is even more conspicuous. Outside the Camel Country, the elite troops of the Eagle Sauce Country were completely annihilated by an unknown arms dealer. She looked at the young man in the video who was charging expressionlessly on the battlefield. Others might have hesitated for a moment if this person was Li Liang, but she was instantly sure that this was her own brother. Li Liang. He is really working as an arms dealer. While her heart was shocked, she was more worried. Lin Shulan's heart was inevitably complicated as she watched the video. A long time later, she said to herself, "But then, wouldn't safety not be guaranteed?" Inside the Magic City local station, the station manager looked at this hot search on his cell phone. How could he not recognize the young man in the video? This was the same young man who had been arrested at Magic City High School earlier. At the moment, he was in a bit of a trance. Subconsciously, he thought of Anyao. Earlier, Anyao had balked at the fact that this young man must have a secret on him. Even despite his objections, she resolutely wanted to follow Li Liang out of the country. Now looking at the hot search stage manager, inevitably a sigh of relief. It really was said by that little nymph Anyao. This young man actually has such a big secret on him, but soon the stage manager's heart burst with anxiety. The young man in the video had shot decisively. He doesn't even change his expression in the face of the bodies on the ground. But that was all. But when he thought that those corpses on the ground were the special forces of the Eagle Sauce Country. You know, this is with the Eagle Sauce Country in the battlefield knife fight-off. That would really kill people. A chill ran through him at the thought. It made him unable to help but worry about Anyao. It won't be dangerous for Anyao to follow him. At this time, Eagle Jam Nation. General Command. In a large conference room, the commanders of the districts are gathered here. Everyone's face doesn't look too good. This incident was nothing short of a disgrace for them. Especially since this shame is now almost known all over the world. How can this make them not anxious? At the moment, on the main seat of the conference room sat an eagle-nosed man with the most unsightly face. His name was Mora, and he was the commander-in-chief of the Eagle Jam Nation. At the moment he looked around the crowd. Finally slapping his hand on the table, his gaze went to the two people with their heads lowered to the side, and he said angrily, "Mercer, Anthony, you two losers. I asked you to take care of that arms dealer, and you can't even handle this little thing. Not only did the Sea Dogs commandos get wiped out by the other side, they even took one of my bombers and fighters with them. Even the captain of the Sea Dogs was captured alive. How did you guys command? How come you two didn't die on the Camel Country border? What's the point of running back to disgrace yourselves?" The two of them, Anthony and Mercer, turned pale and lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Not only that, everyone dared not make a sound. This matter is really a big disgrace. The whole world knows about the big loss suffered by the Eagle Sauce Country, and it is a disgrace to the whole world. How can this not make this commander-in-chief angry? A moment later, Commander Mora let out a long breath. Grimly, he said in an icy tone. On my order, gather the troops. Go after this arms dealer with all your might. At all costs. These words came out. The faces of the district commanders changed drastically as they realized. The occurrence of this incident had truly angered this commander-in-chief, to the point that he was on the verge of losing his mind. So someone quickly spoke out against it, and the person who objected was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Anthony. He immediately rose and rushed to his feet and said, Commander Mora, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. At those words, Mora looked at him grimly. But Anthony still said stiffly, Commander-in-chief, this is not the time for revenge. This is a ploy by the arms dealers. It's a young scheme. Hear this. Commander Mora's expression finally slowed down, and after a few moments of calm contemplation, he finally reacted. But at the moment, he remained silent. It was then that Anthony pontificated. Commander Mora, at this point, if we make a move, we will definitely be targeted by everyone. Everyone has seen and understood the weapon in the hands of this arms dealer. That's a super weapon that can counteract our Eagle Sauce nation. And he also pointed out that he's an arms dealer, which is saying that all these weapons can be traded. How can other countries not be moved? I'm afraid that they will definitely side with that arms dealer in order to keep us from monopolizing these weapons. And the reason? I think you understand, Commander, they'll say that it's petty of us, a superpower, to take a shot at a small arms dealer. Use that as an excuse to stop us. That way they'll be able to help that arms dealer in name only, and later on they'll even earn some goodwill from that arms dealer. Saying this, Anthony paused. For the first time since arriving here, he dared to look up at the commander-in-chief. Seeing that the other looked better, he added, Commander Mora, I think that people must be killed, but it may not be necessary for us to do it ourselves. Hearing those words, Commander Mora's mind was suddenly clear. He forced down the anger in his heart and began to think. Anthony had a good point. That arms dealer is neither a nation nor a tribe, just a civilian doing business. The Eagle Jam Nation is a superpower. It is indeed inappropriate to take action against a small arms dealer in a big way. Anyway, the Eagle Jam country has so many minions, why do you need to do it yourself? Thinking of this, Commander Mora's gaze towards this lieutenant colonel had a hint of appreciation in it. After a few moments of contemplation, he scanned the crowd and saw that they all had thoughtful faces. Only then did he finally open his mouth to ask, Is there anything you all want to say? The words came out. The crowd snapped back to their senses, and one of them quickly returned. Commander Mora, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony does have some truth in what he says. It's a bit ugly for a big country like our Eagle Sauce country to take a shot at a small arms dealer. Winning is dishonorable, losing can be as humiliating as it is now. Yes, although it is not possible for our Eagle Sauce country to lose, it is still a bit of a big deal for us to do it. Since that arms merchant dares to use a young conspiracy, then we'll use a conspiracy. Isn't there such a trick in the Dragon Kingdom's art of war? Isn't there a trick in the Dragon Kingdom's art of war, called kill with a borrowed knife? At that, Commander Mora nodded. Seeing that the others did not continue to comment. It was then that he finally said to Anthony, who was on the sidelines, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony, contact that military base near Camelot country immediately. Tell them to find a way to get rid of that damn arms dealer. At that, Mora paused then added, Remember, it's not for them to step in and fix it, but to borrow someone else's hand. Yes. Chapter 56, How about putting up a fight? On the other side. Inside the military base of the Eagle Sauce country. Frank was sitting in his office holding his cell phone with a thoughtful look on his face. What was playing in the cell phone was precisely the latest explosive news. Outside of Camel Country, Eagle Jam Country's elite troops were completely wiped out by an unknown arms dealer. Originally, he wasn't interested in the news. But just now, he received a piece of news. A secret telegram sent by a lieutenant colonel named Anthony from the Eagle Jam Nation's commander's headquarters far away. In the content of the secret message, Anthony asked him to do away with that arms dealer who had clashed with the Sea Dogs commandos at the border of Camel Country. And at the end of the call, that lieutenant colonel emphasized again and again. The order from Chief Commander Mora was that it was not necessary for their military base to personally do it, but to borrow someone else's hand to do it. At first, he was a bit puzzled. Arms dealers? What kind of arms dealer actually required the personal attention of Commander Mora at the headquarters? But when he asked this to Anthony, the caller actually froze. It was as if he didn't know how to speak. It was only after a long period of silence that Anthony finally opened his mouth and said that he should go to the internet to check out the hot searches. He then hung up the phone. Who knew? This was a shock without looking. It turned out that it was this arms dealer who took out his own fighters and bombers. Outrageous. Especially when he saw the video, the young man picked up the sniper rifle and blew up the scene of the fighter jet. It was even more so that it made his heart burst. After he watched this video repeatedly, it was finally determined that the Eagle Jam country didn't have such a powerful sniper rifle. This caused him to be silent. Soon he thought of the mission given by the general command. Send someone to take out this arms dealer. And not allowed to send his own soldiers to do it, this problem really gave him some headaches. The other party's weapons were powerful. How do we get rid of this arms dealer? If you really need to borrow someone else's hand, then who should be allowed to go? For a moment, Frank did not know what to do. Just at this moment, he suddenly had a flash of insight and suddenly thought of the one in the POW camp. Nikolai. I've heard that Nikolai seems to have had contact with this arms dealer and even bought weapons from him. How about letting him? Thinking of this, Frank already had an idea in his mind. He then stopped procrastinating and headed straight to the POW camp. At this moment, in the POW camp, Nikolai's face was full of haggardness and his complexion was bleak. Not long after, the door of the POW camp was opened. The one who walked in was none other than Frank. He frowned as he glanced at Nikolai and walked straight to the chair. Seeing this, Nikolai's expression was a bit surprised. Then, as if thinking of something, he angrily yelled. Again, I already have nothing to say. From being caught by you guys in the desert has been interrogating this and that, to now, even come? The one who was fighting with you guys is that arms dealer. What is the point of interrogating me all the time? If you have the ability, you guys go to catch him to interrogate. At those words, even Frank couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This person is not off stupid, say something. Soon he coughed twice and squared his shoulders. Ahem. Nicholas, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to interrogate you, I'm here to talk about cooperation with you. Cooperation? Nikolai's complexion moved slightly. What kind of cooperation can I talk about with the Eagle Jam country? Only Frank nodded and continued. I'm not going to spare you the details, you should also know about what that arms dealer did recently. At this time, Nikolai's complexion finally improved, his eyes were filled with excitement, and he actually laughed out loud. Ha, of course I know, your Eagle Sauce Country's Sea Dog Commando team was beaten the hell out of by that arms dealer. Even, during the escape, I heard that arms dealer shot down your fighters and bombers. At those words, Frank's face was ugly. These words of Nicholas were undoubtedly revealing his own scars. But when he thought that he still had to let him do things for him, he had to force himself not to have an attack. But Nikolai did not care about this, continued to gloat with a face, said to himself. Doesn't this deserve it? I've already reminded you that arms dealer's weapons are ridiculously powerful, don't mess with him. Unfortunately, you guys didn't listen. Now you know the consequences, it's too late. At the end of his words, Nicholas even scared inside, with a look of hatred, but his expression could not hide his excitement. Alas! Pity, pity. This scene directly made Frank's teeth itch with anger. What was a prisoner of war being so goddamned angry about? What does blowing up bombers and fighters have to do with you? It's not like you did it. However, Frank did not say these words out loud. He just took a deep breath and calmed down. Then with a playful expression, he looked at Nikolai and said, Nikolai, don't gloat here either. As far as I know, this arms dealer's identity information was still told to us by you, right? You say, what will happen if he realizes that it was you who betrayed him? What? At those words, Nikolai's body stiffened for a moment that was visible to the naked eye, and the expression on his face instantly turned into horror. When he thought of that arms dealer's vindictive character, cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. At this time, Nikolai finally sat up straight and spoke in a serious tone. This is no joke, you guys can't talk nonsense. Seeing the other party's reaction, Frank's heart was soothed. Laughing, why don't you laugh? Just not still bloating now, no afraid? Frank smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Don't worry, we haven't disclosed it to that arms dealer, but if you don't cooperate with us, then I can't guarantee that arms dealer will not know something. Upon hearing this, Nikolai was silent for a while before finally speaking. How do you guys want me to cooperate? Only after seeing the other party take the bait did Frank finally say. It's simple, I want you to do away with him. Do away with him? Me? Just me? Don't you guys just want me to get killed? Hearing this, Nicholas jumped up from the stool in a flash. With a face of horror, it was as if the other party was talking about a big joke. Letting himself go to a character that the Eagle Jam country couldn't even get killed? What's the difference between that and sending him to his death? But Frank didn't bother to look at him, but just went on to say to himself. Do you have a choice now? There was a moment of silence from Nikolai. Seeing this look, Frank smiled slightly in the bottom of his heart, knowing that Nikolai, at this time, had already been shaken. So then continued. Nikolai, this matter is not exactly a death sentence, you and he have traded, he is naturally familiar with you, so you have the opportunity to approach him again. And, that arms dealer still doesn't know that it was you who betrayed his identity information. As long as you are able to get close to him, then would it still be difficult to do away with him? At those words, Nicholas remained silent. Just a pang in his heart analyzed it. What this officer said actually had some truth to it. If it was really like what he said, the other party didn't know about his selling his identity information. Then one could indeed do so. A moment later, Nikolai looked at Frank's expression. Then the look hardened. It seems I have no choice. Sooner or later, I'm going to die here in the Eagle Sauce country, so I might as well put up a fight. There might be a chance to live. Chapter 57, Childish and Fair Prices. At this time, inside the military-industrial island. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the day of the deal with the camel country. At this moment, and Yao looked at Li Liang in the distance with a complicated expression. He was explaining to a group of juniors to prepare the matters that should be arranged before departure. After saying that, these junior brothers went off to work individually. And then Li Liang looked at Yao at the side with a surprised expression. Then he walked straight to her and asked, "Big reporter, that thing I told you, how have you considered it?" And Yao was silent for a while. Li Liang didn't have the good sense to say. "Before, you were clamoring for news to be news, now that the big hot news is under your nose you don't even want it?" As the words fell, Li Liang's expression perked up and he laughed with a treacherous face. "You hurry, don't dawdle, this is a great opportunity to make money. Later on, you hurry up and open the live broadcast. I want to make a name for myself, so that the whole world will come and do business with us." Hearing this, Yao's expression became even more complicated. Today, early in the morning, Li Liang woke her up and said that he would be trading with Camel Country soon, letting herself broadcast the entire trading process from today, even from the island. This caused her to be shocked for a moment. Did he really not know what the consequences of having a live broadcast would bring? I really don't know what this young man was thinking again. Was it so important to make money? Li Liang, you've gone crazy thinking about money. And Yao was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. No way. Starting a live broadcast can be really dangerous, and by the time everything here is exposed, it will be very troublesome. At those words, Li Liang shook his head, interrupting Yao's continued words, his eyes firmly saying, "You're wrong, Yao, I really didn't ask you to start a live broadcast for the sake of money. I'm doing it to protect everyone." The moment these words came out, Yao froze, especially the other party's expression, a serious face, completely unlike a joke. She couldn't help but be surprised. Protect everyone? Yes. Li Liang continued to say back firmly. Think about it carefully, we're now feuding with the Eagle Jam country, which will surely invite his retaliation. That's why my purpose of letting the live broadcast go on is to let the whole world see the weapons I have here, so that while they feel intimidated by me, I'm also going to tell them that all of this can be sold. Saying this, Li Liang paused, his expression smiled playfully, then said, "I even have the top secret weapons of the most powerful nation, Eagle Jam, here, who wouldn't want them? At that time, they will definitely help us block the Hawk Jam nation in order to get these weapons. Hear me now?" And Yao finally reacted, her eyes shining brightly. "Ah. I understand. I didn't expect this young man in front of me to have such a handful of schemes. It seemed like he had really underestimated him. It was also right. A person who could do business to such an extent must have a little bit of brains." Seeing this, Li Liang also did not say anything more, just said, "If you hear me, hurry up and start the live broadcast, don't freeze here and delay my business." Only then did Yao finally nod her head and agree to go live. A few moments later, Yao put on a makeup and prepared the props for the live broadcast. Then at the entrance of the island, she opened her cell phone and officially opened the live broadcast. And Yao deserves to be a popular reporter of Magic City Radio. Not even a few minutes after the live broadcast was opened, there were many viewers. For a while, pop-ups immediately came. Sister and Yao finally opened the live broadcast. It's been a long time since I've seen Sister and Yao and I'm really not used to it. Ha? This is their is this on an island? Reporter, is this a live broadcast abroad? Then it looks like this live broadcast should be interesting. Seeing the live broadcast, the number of people kept pouring in. It was then that Yao began to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City, my name is Yao. Yes, everyone is not wrong, I am indeed on a private island abroad." Saying that, Yao turned the camera that was originally pointed at the entrance of the island in a different direction, and aimed it at the rows of fighters and tacos on the side. For a moment, the live broadcast room, which was still full of pop-ups, fell silent. When they saw the objects in front of them, the live broadcast room was like an avalanche of pop-ups continuously pouring in. This. What is this? Tanks. A fighter jet. Sister and Yao, where are you? Is this a foreign military base? My gosh, I took a rough glance, there must be at least a few thousand tanks in this place. There's also that fighter jet. There must be thousands of them. No. Am I blinking my eyes? That seems to be the latest fighter plane researched by the Eagle Jam country. They never publicize it. There's only some data in the world. I actually saw the finished product today. Sister and Yao, are you at the Eagle Jam country's military base? Perhaps the content of the live broadcast was too exaggerated, and soon some netizens began to forward the live broadcast to various places. It made the already hot live broadcast room even hotter. It was at this time that Yao looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room before she began to introduce herself. Everyone, don't get excited, this isn't the military base of the Eagle Jam country. I believe everyone knows about what happened at the border of Camelot country recently, right? This small island is that arms dealer's base camp. When these words came out, the live broadcast room fell silent for a while. Then it instantly boiled up. What? This is that arms dealer's base camp. I'm afraid this is the world's largest arms dealer. No. An arms dealer? Where did he get the top secret fighters of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom from an arms dealer? Don't be too outrageous. These can't be P's weapons or movie props. Yeah, this is too unbelievable. How can it be? I see that fighter jet is obviously the top secret one of the Eagle Sauce country. I am a military fan. I won't recognize it wrong. If this is not a prop, I will eat it directly. And Yao looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room with an odd expression for a while, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh in the bottom of her heart. It seemed that these viewers were still less knowledgeable. But that's right, the Dragon Kingdom did control weapons too strictly, and it was normal that many people had never seen them. And when he himself entered the island at that time, he also had the same reaction as them. Right at this moment, a name floated across the live broadcast, a name that was extremely conspicuous and even labeled with the official Big V character. There were only 4 words in this name, but it caused everyone to not help but be shaken at the bottom of their hearts. Dragon Country Military Network. The crowd froze when they saw it, and for a moment, they thought that the bit was someone impersonating it. But when they clicked into the account, they were instantly confused. This was followed by discussions. No. How did it alarm the official Dragon Kingdom Military Network? Are these things not movie props? It can't be real. Gosh, the officials are here. Did I really read it right? The officials would actually watch this kind of news broadcast. And Yao was also surprised at this moment. She didn't expect that it hadn't even been long since this live broadcast was opened, and the officials of the Dragon Kingdom Military Network had noticed it so quickly. This speed was a bit too fast. But soon Yao calmed down. It was also right, it was normal for this kind of scene to be noticed. But right at this moment, Li Liang walked over. Only to see him walk in front of the camera with a smiling face. Hi, everyone in the live broadcast room. After saying that, Li Liang didn't care what was being said on the pop-up screen and just said to himself, I can buy all the weapons here, as long as everyone has money I can sell them. Then what about the Eagle Sauce country's fighter jets, the Mao Bear's tanks? All of them can be sold. Children and men, the price is absolutely fair. Chapter 58, Never let him make an easy trade. When Li Liang's words fell, the live broadcast room was abuzz, and someone quickly recognized Li Liang. Him. He seems to be the young man online who exchanged fire with the Eagle Jam country. It's him. He's the one who used his sniper rifle to shoot down the Eagle Jam country's fighter jet. He speaks Dragon Country. When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a character? Then the things he just said he could sell wouldn't also include that Eagle Jam's top secret fighter jet? It's so unbelievable. How did he get all this stuff? I'm a little messed up. At this point, Li Liang roughly scanned the pop-ups and seeing that the time had come, he then proceeded to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, Ms. and Yao will be live streaming the entire process of our arms deal. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense, prepare to depart. As the words fell, Li Liang smiled faintly and signaled Yao to turn the camera to another place. Over there were precisely 2 luxury cruise ships. At this moment, the group of minions over there were in a great momentum. They were already heavily armed, with bulletproof vests, helmets, and AKs in their hands. At a glance, this is obviously a well-trained force. Another part of the minions who are not armed. The other part is not armed. They are moving car after car of arms and weapons to one of the cruise ships. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into a gasp. No, for real. Really live streaming the whole deal? That said, are these personnel really not from the Eagle Sauce country? How do I see the equipment on them seems to be Eagle Jam style. I'll go, how can I see such a scene? The whole live broadcast of the arms deal. But, who is this young arms dealer dealing with? That's not right, how come this cruise ship of his is so big? Is there such a large-scale cruise ship on the market? That guy just now, is that the point of concern? The focus is on the arms deal, what do you care about the cruise ship? Other side. Dragon Country. Inside the Magic Capital High School. Principal Zhang Zhongwan was sitting on a chair as he was watching the live stream initiated by Yao. After listening to the other party introduce his identity, Yao turned the camera around. What came into his eyes on the screen were the thousands and thousands of tanks and fighter jets. Zhang Zhongwan's eyes widened as he watched the scene. Especially when Li Liang walked into the camera and said that all of these could be sold. His heart burst even more. He thought of the time when Li Liang came to him to withdraw from school. He had asked him what kind of business he was doing abroad. At that time, Li Liang replied that he was doing a little arms business. Now that Zhang Zhongwan was looking at the live broadcast, his expression couldn't help but be odd for a while. He called this a small business? You sell all the ING fighter jets and tanks. It's also the top secret fighter jets of the Eagle Sauce family. This was no small arms business. Judging from this scene, it's the biggest arms deal in the world, with so many armed men and weapons in one transaction. I'm afraid the biggest arms dealer in the world couldn't do it. Wait a minute. The world's largest arms dealer? Zhang Zhongwang suddenly froze and muttered as if he had thought of something. He wouldn't already be the world's largest arms dealer already. At the same time, inside the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's military factory, a group of commanders from various regions that were usually difficult to gather together. All of them were in this conference room. They looked at the live feed that was playing on the big screen. At this moment, they just looked complicated, but saw the camera turn when pointed at the piles and piles of fighters and tanks. Finally, there was someone who couldn't sit still. Because he could see that the fighter jet was exactly the one that Eagle Jam was dead set on hiding and refusing to reveal. He opened his mouth in surprise. This arms dealer even has this. That's Hawk Jam's top secret fighter. The others were equally surprised. And that tank? If I'm not mistaken, it looks like it's from the Manhwa Kingdom. Where did he get so many fighter tanks from? The crowd was silent. But the man in the main seat suddenly spoke. It seems like we really underestimated this young arms dealer. Sniffing. Shen Yi, who was on the side, nodded his head and did not open his mouth to say something back. Although he was the one who had the most contact with Li Liang among them. In his heart, he was somewhat psychologically prepared for Li Liang's weapons. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it still surprised him. At once, he thought of the arms order he had agreed with Li Liang. I should have known that I should have been bolder when discussing the arms order. Who knew he had so many good things? Shen Yi sighed in his heart. He was the commander of the arms factory. How could he not recognize those weapons in the live feed? It was just that the more he looked at them, the more alarmed he became. This kid, he really had it. That arms order that was reached with Li Liang before was still too conservative. The pattern was really small. Nowadays, it seems from this live broadcast footage, this kid really has all kinds of weapons in his hands. Moreover, there are quite a few powerful weapons. At this moment, Shen Yi secretly decided in his heart. When the next time he traded with Li Liang, he must revise that original arms order. No more conservatism this time. All of the top secret weapons that Eagle Sauce Country was hiding were reported to Li Liang. Buy as many as Dragon Kingdom has. Thinking about this, Shen Yi mentally grunted, then withdrew his mind and his gaze was back on the screen. This time, gathering them together was actually not to simply watch this live broadcast. It was just that they wanted to figure it out. This Li Liang said that he wanted to live stream this arms deal in its entirety. Then what exactly was his purpose? At this time, Eagle Sauce Country. Inside the command headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Mora and a group of leaders were also watching this live broadcast. It was just that the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Especially when the picture shifted to the fighter jets. The other party said that all of these things could be sold for a price. This scene directly made them anxious. There was even someone who excitedly slapped the table and roared. He's being provocative. No. He's threatening us. How could they not recognize it? The one that Li Liang pointed to and said he could sell was none other than their Eagle Jam country's top secret fighter jet. It was the capital they usually bragged about. It even took a huge amount of money and manpower to research it. Especially some of the technology, but also spent several generations of research. Now hearing the other party say that they want to sell these things, how could they accept it? At this moment, with the continuous rotation of the live broadcast screen, they were finally able to see a part of this island. The personnel, the weapons, the equipment. This was even more surprising to them. This was completely on par with their Eagle Sauce Nation's military base. At this moment, Officer Mora's head office was staring at the live feed on the screen with a grim expression. The shock brought to him by this island was simply too much. He secretly decided in his heart. We can't let this go on. Especially this arms deal, we can't let him complete it easily. Chapter 59, A Great Gift to the Camel Kingdom. Inside the Camel Kingdom's border waters, no one was in the way. Two luxury cruise ships, one in front of the other, were heading towards the Camel Country's direction at a fiery speed. Every 10 meters on the decks of these two cruise ships, there is a black man with an AK who is heavily armed. If an uninformed person saw this kind of noise, I'm afraid they would think that some country was about to make some big move. Finally arrived. On the deck of the cruise ship, Yao said to the boy wearing a black trench coat beside her. Well, get ready, don't stop the live broadcast. The boy was naturally Li Liang, he said faintly from the side. Hearing this, Yao paused for a moment, her expression complex with a hint of nervousness. This live broadcast had been broadcast until now, and it had already sensationalized the world. The live broadcast room had long been filled with people from various countries. The number of people had already surpassed the 100 million mark. The pop-ups above were so dense that they blocked the live broadcast screen from being seen clearly. And Yao had never seen this kind of scene before. Even though she was a reporter, her heart was also a little nervous at this moment. Especially when she saw the different language pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Her heart was even more worried. Li Liang, is it really okay to broadcast this arms deal live throughout? Nothing will happen, right? And Yao looked at Li Liang with worry in her voice. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Li Liang said indifferently. It wasn't long. While the two were talking, the cruise ship was already approaching the Camel Country's pier. This place had long been heavily guarded and isolated from all civilians. Li Liang took a general glance and explained something in a low voice to the black man, Ado, who was at the side. Then he strutted down the cruise ship. You're here, my friend? Opposite Li Liang, a man in a gorgeous dress shook hands with him relatively. And you are? Duke rushed. Li Liang first gave a start and then immediately judged from its voice. This man was none other than the Duke he had spoken with. Upon hearing this, Rushed laughed with a hint of surprise in his expression. Ha, Li, my friend, it's finally time to meet you. Your legendary deeds can be circulated very widely these days. Li Liang smiled faintly, no joy or anger could be seen in his complexion, and said, Is the Duke poking fun at me? No, it's just that I'm very impressed. I've only heard about it before. I didn't expect that the arms dealer who went against the Eagle Sauce Country was really so young. Rushed hastily waved his hands. The one standing in front of himself right now was a man who wasn't even afraid of the Eagle Jam Country. He really didn't dare to poke fun at him, he was just surprised at Li Liang's age. Li Liang also didn't take this to heart, and with a laugh then continued. Mr. Duke, as I said before, I will give you a surprise in this transaction. As the words fell, Li Liang waved his hand towards the cruise ship. Only to see the black man, Ado, nod his head and escort a man who was tied up in 5 different ways down. The man was depressed and his mouth was taped shut, but his eyes were glaring fiercely at Li Liang. Seeing this, Rushed was a bit surprised and looked around the man's body, his eyes stared in surprise. This person is a member of the Eagle Sauce Country's Sea Dog Commando team. Li Liang said with a slight smile. That's right, this is the person from the Eagle Jam Country's special squad that knocked out your troops earlier. Now, I'm handing him over to you guys, and it's also a way to return the previous favor. Rushed was incredulous. This, surprisingly captured alive. Although Rushed knew that this arms dealer had defeated the Eagle Sauce Nation's Sea Dog Commandos at the Camel Country's border. But he didn't expect that this young man was so fierce. He had actually captured a member of the Sea Dog's commando team alive. And, judging from the rank on his uniform, this person was feared to be the captain of the Sea Dog Commandos. The value of such a captive was not small. They, the Camel Country, could totally take this person to punch the Eagle Jam Country in the face. It was even bad enough to extort Eagle Jam Country for a sum of money. So, this arms dealer has indeed returned the previous favor. On the other side, within the Camel Country, he actually captured a Sea Dog Raider captain alive. King Ivan was watching what was happening at the docks through Yao's livestream. He was shocked as he watched the live feed in front of him. He understood very well what having such a captive represented to the Camel Kingdom. That Sea Dog Commando, being the ace unit of the Camelot Nation. The captain was taken alive. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to the Eagle Jam Country. And at this moment, the live broadcast had already faced the global people, and there were viewers in every country watching this live broadcast. This meant that the matter of the Sea Dog Commando captain being captured would soon spread. By then, under the pressure of public opinion, the Eagle Jam Country would definitely demand that they return the captive. This meant that the Eagle Jam Nation would not just make a move against the Camel Nation before they had welcomed this captive back. King Ibn's eyes glowed greatly. This young arms dealer has indeed returned a big favor to us. This way, the Camel Country can become more proactive when facing the Eagle Sauce Country afterward. I didn't expect this arms dealer to be so kind to us. Thinking of this, King Ibn was touched in his heart. But soon his expression turned guilty. Before, he himself was against this arms deal, but the other party was now giving the Camel Country such a great gift. He had even planned out how to make his side still get out in one piece after he had finished trading with him. I was wrong. I thought that trading with him would put Camel Country in hot water, but he thought so well for Camel Country. Ibn sighed long and hard, more guilt in his heart. Fortunately, there was Rushed who insisted on an arms deal, otherwise Camel Country was afraid that it wouldn't be able to receive this great gift. By that time, not only did it offend the Eagle Sauce Country, it even offended this arms dealer together. The consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, thinking of this, Ivan instantly changed his mind about Rushd's unauthorized troop support earlier. In his heart, he instantly decided. When Rushed returns, he must be properly commended. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room, naturally, were also watching this scene in their eyes. When they saw the clothes on this captive, there were instantly people who recognized it. They were astonished. It's really the captain of the Sea Dog's commandos. I originally thought that the content of that video on the internet was fake. I didn't realize that it actually did capture the captain of the Sea Dogs commando team alive. That's outrageous. The Sea Dog Commandos are the ace special forces of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. They're known to be invincible. And now they've been captured alive? He really dares. This young man, you have to realize that this is now a live broadcast. Isn't he slapping Eagle Sauce Country's face by carrying this captive out to sea in a live broadcast? This face slapping hurts. I'm afraid Eagle Jam is dying of anger. I'm curious now, what will Eagle Jam Country's side do when they see this scene? Chapter 60 Young Warrior, this is $500 million? Fark. This damn arms dealer. At this moment, inside a conference room in the Eagle Jam Country, Commander Mora watched the live broadcast on his cell phone, veins rippled on his head, and his teeth clenched. Damn it. This arms dealer, I must thwart him to death. He threw the cell phone in his hand onto the ground as he raged. Good. Very good. Playing such a trick on me, huh? Moira sat in his seat with a black line on his head. This matter had sensationalized the world, and it was hard for him not to notice it. Especially in the live broadcast. When that young man sent the captain of the Sea Dogs commandos to the Duke of the Camel Country tied up in 5 pieces. He also made a point to emphasize that it was a surprise for Camel Country. Giving away the captain of his Eagle Jam Nation's ace troop as if it were a gift? Or to single out this matter in the middle of this sensational global broadcast. It was as if he was afraid that the whole world wouldn't know that the captain of his Eagle Sauce Country Sea Dog Commando team had been captured alive. How could he endure this? Thinking about this, Mora immediately felt like something was blocking his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Fark. I will definitely get this arms dealer killed. Just as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Moira fell silent. At the same time, a feeling of powerlessness rose in the bottom of his heart. Originally, the Camel Country was also in his revenge plan. They were also involved in the deal of buying and selling this arms dealer. In their opinion, it was best to leave no one behind who bought the arms dealer's weapons. Because among the weapons they bought, there are also the top secret weapons of their own Eagle Sauce Country. But now this young man is on the air. Handed over to the Camel Country. I'm not really good at just going to move Camel Country. After all, before this, is the Eagle Sauce Country first, will Camel Country's a troop strike? Now this matter hasn't been revealed yet, but once he strikes at Camel Country, I'm afraid that Camel Country would expose this matter. At that point, I'm afraid the Eagle Sauce Nation would be condemned by the whole world. Although Moira herself didn't care if she wanted this face or not. But he can't provoke the international community like this. And all in all, this matter is about national and international. One can't make an unauthorized decision on one's own. Thinking of this, Moira's complexion became more and more grim. The face of that young man in the middle of the live broadcast came back to his mind. This arms dealer is really something. Playing a handful of yang tricks until now. Really? Very good. A moment later, Moira pressed the landline on his desk. He then dialed a phone number and said in an icy tone, "Inform down, and tell Anthony to act as soon as possible." At the same time, Camelot Country docks. Rushed was excited about this particular surprise. He whispered to his men and signaled them to take this particular captive away. Only then did he return to Li Liang. That was when Li Liang finally said, "Duke Rushed, it's time to talk about the arms deal next, right?" Rushed laughed and said, "Naturally, I won't forget about this matter. Our Camel Country still attaches great importance to this batch of weaponry." Li Liang smiled and nodded. "Let's go then, let's take a look at this shipment." Good. Li Liang then made a gesture of invitation, signaling Rushed to come along. Seeing this, Rushed called up a group of heavily armed soldiers. Together with Li Liang, he walked towards the luxury yacht loaded with arms and weapons. After getting on the yacht, Rushed took a glance, and most of the weapons on it were single combat weapons. Among them was that numerical explosion bazooka. After taking a general look around, Rushed took out an arms order from his pocket. It was then handed over to a group of men to check it out. Such behavior was normal, although it was said that the arms dealer in front of him had done their Camel Country a big favor. In general, this is still a transaction. He must consider more for Camel Country. Li Liang saw all this in his eyes, but did not say anything more. Rushed on the side seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Li Liang out of the corner of his eye, seeing that his counterpart was expressionless. He smiled again and spoke to Li Liang. "Li, I know that you are an honest businessman, but there should be a process that we still have to carry out." "Well, I know." Hearing this, Li Liang just nodded his head and faintly replied back. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with all this, doing business, talking openly. Li Liang lit up a cigarette and then talked with Rushed. The topic, naturally, is the Eagle Sauce Country. For this topic, the two still have a very large discussion space. Especially Rushed, when it comes to his own squad was destroyed, it is a look of gnashing teeth. In a short while, those soldiers from the Camel Country had finished their inspection. One of them walked straight to Rushed and opened his mouth to report. Mr. Duke, we've already checked, it's alright, no problem. At this point, Rush nodded, looking satisfied, then turned his head to Li Liang and asked, Li, since there is no problem, let's talk about the price directly. I don't know how many billions the young warrior intends to ask for this batch of goods. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rush froze. Because after he turned his head, Li Liang had actually put on a pair of golden glasses at some point. The whole person's aura was like a different person. At this moment, Rush's heart thumped, because Li Liang was now just like a treacherous businessman. It was important to know that Li Liang had just given a big gift to Camel Country, and this batch of arms was still Camel Country's first application to purchase. Now if the other party is asking for a lot of money, I'm afraid he can't refuse. Rush's heart was in a state of apprehension, his forehead was even covered in cold sweat, and he was crying out in his heart that it wasn't good. This arms dealer won't want to pit me. In front of Rush, only to see Li Liang with a serious face, pushed up his glasses, then slowly stretched out 5 fingers. Seeing this, Rashid froze for a moment, then he gulped and cautiously asked in a tentative manner. Young warrior, this is 500 million? Right. 500 million. I need at least 5 for this batch. Li Liang replied with a serious face and a non-negotiable look. Deal. Ha! But at this moment, before Li Liang could finish his sentence, Rush directly interrupted Li Liang by holding his hand with an excited face. So quick? Li Liang looked at the Duke in front of him with a puzzled face, but the other party added immediately afterward. I say, deal. 500 million euros. 500 million? Euros? At those words, Li Liang's brain roared, even wondering if he had heard wrong. But then he looked at Rush smiling with an excited face. As if he was taking advantage of a great bargain. Even he could not help but froze for a while. He originally stretched out 5 fingers, just wanting to tell the other party to ask for $500 million. How did he know that the 500 million that the other party said was actually euros? He was still thinking that he had just given the Camel Country a big gift of captivity and was prepared to properly double the amount to pit the Camel Country. But now it seems that this is not doubling. It's a super duper doubling. I know the Camel Kingdom has money. But, I didn't realize that I had still underestimated Camel Kingdom's economic power. Only then did Li Liang come back to his senses, then took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fervor. Fearing that the Duke in front of him would back out, he immediately shook his hand. At the same time, he shouted to the black man, Ado, who was at the side. Deal. Quickly bring the contract. Chapter 61, it's such a good deal to deal with the young warrior. On the yacht. Li Liang suddenly held Duke Rush's hand. The excitement in his eyes was undisguised. This quick change in attitude before and after. Directly, Rush couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Originally, looking at the other party's complexion had just given an obvious lurch. Also thought that this arms dealer is not satisfied, want to sit on the ground, and then raise the price again. But did not expect the other party actually directly agreed. Although I do not know what is going on. But he did not think too much, turned his head to look at the arms weapons on the yacht. The bottom of his heart was very satisfied. Although these weapons were not any weapons with much power. But for the current situation of Camelot Country, it was very important. After all, in a situation where a war could start at any time, no one would mind having more weapons. Mainly still, they hadn't even thought that the Eagle Jam Nation really wanted to strike at them. And they also let the word out. No one in no country was allowed to buy or sell weapons to their Camel Country. A series of operations like this simply caught them off guard, resulting in them being unable to buy weapons even at a high price. What can't be bought with money? For the Camel Country, this was something they couldn't even think about. But fortunately, this problem was finally sort of solved. At this moment, the stone hanging in Rush's heart finally landed. Rush secretly said in his heart, with this batch of arms and weapons, I think that when faced with the targeting of the Eagle Sauce Country and those of his little brother, there are a few points of confidence in the bottom of his heart. $500 million for the Camel Country is just 1 cow and 1 hare. This transaction is really not a loss. This was not an exaggeration, to know that this time, Camel Country attached great importance to this deal. No one was selling weapons to them nowadays. So they were willing to pay a high price for it. And for this transaction, the beginning of the preparation of the funds is 1 billion euros. Now that it had been taken in 500 million, he was really very satisfied. And what Li Liang brought to them. Not only is it like sending carbon in the snow of arms. There was also a Sea Dog Commando captain from the Eagle Jam Country. That's not a small value. The arms and this captive captain together only cost 500 million. This was already a very good value for Camelot Nation. Thinking of this, Rush's heart suddenly thumped. His eyes looked at the smiling young man in front of him. He won't back out later, right? Ahem. Quickly Rush coughed twice dryly and hurriedly said to his subordinates at the side. Quickly. Call the money to young Master Li first now. 500 million euros. Not a penny less. Finished speaking. After a subordinate on the side answered a yes, he immediately got off the yacht to prepare to get the money. Seeing this scene, Li Liang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Duke Rush, don't you want to wait for the contract to arrive and take a look at it?" Rush hemmed and hawed and hurriedly waved his hand and replied, No, we believe in you." At this moment, Li Liang always felt a little strange. Is this camel country a stupid country with a lot of money? This is also too quick, his own contract has not even been brought. He just told people to go and prepare to fight for money? If everyone is like the camel country to do the same thing, then their own arms sales can be much easier. But he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, money will do. And Yao on the side listened to the conversation between the two and stared wide-eyed. A shocking wave was set off in her heart. All of the transaction process was all live streamed by her. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an even bigger mess. Pop-ups flew like snowflakes. 500 million? Or euros? This is too outrageous. I didn't even know that selling arms was so profitable. And this is also trading too fast. A total of from the beginning to now is only 10 minutes only. A single 500 million euros of business is done? I am numb. Now money is not money? 500 million ah. A few minutes to finalize a 500 million business. The world of the rich is really unimaginable. I've long heard that camel country is rich as hell. I didn't believe it, but now I see that it's really rich. 500 million euros and it's a deal. No way. I want to be in the arms business too. Can anyone tell me what channels there are to get arms? When the time comes, we'll make raffles bigger and stronger. The pop-ups were full of waste, but Yao on the side had no intention to look at them. She watched the entire process straight on, and her brain couldn't help but roar. 500 million euros. I can't earn this much money in my entire life, and they negotiated it with a smile. And Yao couldn't believe it even now. The scene in front of her was actually the scene of an arms deal. How is this an arms deal? It's just a deal? It was simply easier than going to the market to buy vegetables. Even the market has to bargain a bit. This 500 million euro deal was finalized in 10 minutes? A few moments later, the black man, Ado, ran all the way over with the contract. And the subordinate that Rushed had sent out to prepare the money also walked back with a bank card. The contract in front of him was in duplicate. Li Liang took it and roughly flipped through it to confirm it was correct. Signed his name. Immediately handed the two copies to Rush to check together. Rush also swept a few eyes, and finally also signed his name. And then without further ado, he directly took the bank card from the subordinate on the side and handed it to Li Liang. "Li, the money is all ready, it's all in here, now it's yours." Li Liang nodded his head with an unmoving expression, putting that bank card with a huge amount into his pocket just like that. Then the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Reaching out and shaking each other's hands, this transaction was all but complete. At this time, Rush said to Li Liang with a happy face, "Li, cooperating with you is really too cost-effective." Upon hearing this, Li Liang faintly smiled and said, trading with you guys puts me in a happy mood as well. I hope we can exchange more in the future." At this moment, Li Liang's mood was indeed pleasant. Can one not be in a pleasant mood when earning so much money? Although he was expressionless when he received the bank card just now. But this was all just pretending by himself. This is 500 million. Or euros. Who can not be excited? Looking back on his arms career. This is the most money I've ever made. But 500 million euros is already more than the value of this batch of weapons. The Camelot nation is asking such a high price. Could it be that it's so generous because of the captive that he gave to them? Alas! I should have known that I shouldn't have killed them all. Capture a few more live ones, and maybe the Camel Kingdom would even offer a higher price. Ahem. When he thought of this, Li Liang felt a pang of pity in his heart, but he quickly coughed dryly twice to retrieve his thoughts and thought to himself, "This camel country can be really mean, then I can't be stingy either." Li Liang smiled and turned to Rushed. "Duke Rushed, first-time transaction, in order to show our sincerity, this batch of weapons will give you an escort to your doorstep." Chapter 62, Li Liang, you're really different from other arms dealers. Escort? Rushed was visibly stunned, and then added, "Li, our camel country's military base in here, but one is in the south and the other in the north, are you sure you want to do this?" But Li Liang in front of him just smiled and looked at him, not like he was joking at all. "Of course, Mr. Duke, your camel country is my big customer, so it's only right that the service is special," Li Liang said with a smile. At those words, Rushed finally reacted, and the short-lived doubt on his face quickly turned into excitement. In this situation, there were really very few people who were willing to help the camel country. This young man had repeatedly helped them. First, he came to trade with them at the risk of offending the Eagle Jam country. Then he destroyed the Eagle Sauce country's ace special forces. He even sent a captive. And now, they also offered to escort them. These multiple acts of sending carbon in the snow moved Rushd's heart for a moment. This young arms dealer is really conscientious. Soon he gave another cold snort in his heart. That Nicholas had said earlier that this arms dealer only recognized money and not people? Wasn't this a fart? That guy, talking about this young man as a proper unscrupulous and adulterous businessman with a mixed-up appearance. But now he looks at himself. The money he wants is not much, and the service is also so considerate. This is what a crooked businessman. This Nicholas is simply nonsense. Arms deal Rushed also contacted a lot. But he has never seen any arms dealer who can do this young man to such an extent. And he understands the strength of this arms dealer. That is the existence of the Eagle Sauce Ace Special Forces. Now he is escorting him. There was no need to worry about security. Thinking of these, Rushed gripped Li Liang's hand again and said with an excited face, "Li, you are really different from other arms dealers. Trading with you is just too pleasant. You are simply the most conscientious arms dealer I have ever seen." Hearing this, Li Liang was also stunned and couldn't help but look odd. It was just escorting. Is there a need to be so excited? But soon he smiled lightly again. This small matter, it's not enough to worry about. The Duke should also get ready. We'll set off right away. Good. Outside the border of the Camel Country, its fleet of vehicles carrying a large amount of arms and weapons traveled with great vigor. It came out from the Camel Country's dock. Li Liang and his group changed into military SUVs with the Duke and the others. Going to the Camel Country's military base wasn't reachable by sea. So Li Liang left the yacht at the pier, leaving a portion of his men waiting there. He himself brought the 12 people who attacked the Sea Dog Commando last time, as well as the black man, Ado, to join in this escort operation. As they traveled farther and farther, the scenery on both sides of the road changed from a barren Gobi to a desert. And on both sides of the road, as well as further into the desert, one could still see people walking on foot with backpacks and bags on their backs. Their pace was staggering and they looked tired. That kind of exhaustion, not just physically. Rather, it was in the heart. And Yao even saw a woman holding a 3 or 4-year-old child, walking by the side of the road with empty eyes. Being bumped by the ground under her feet, she fell hard to the ground, causing the child in her arms to instantly bawl. But she did not go to coax, but picked up the child and climbed up again as if nothing had happened. Like a walking corpse, she continued walking. The expression on her face was numb and incomparable, and there was no light in her eyes at all. What kind of people are they? And Yao said softly. Upon hearing this, Li Liang did not answer. Rather, Ado, who was driving at the moment, took over the topic and replied. Fleeing. These people have fled all the way from Baton Country. The war there was fought fiercely. The destination they fled to should be the Camel Country, only they don't know that the Camel Country will likewise not receive them. After saying that, the black man, Ado, took one more look in the rearview mirror. Still calmly, he continued. That woman. I'm afraid that she has already lost the most important person in her life. It could be her husband, or all of her family. Things like that happen every day over there. Listening to the black man Ado's calm tone, and Yao couldn't help but fall silent. Her heart was incomparably heavy. As a reporter, she was likewise very concerned about the situation over there in Baton. From those news reports, she also felt angry and heartbroken. The live broadcast was still on at this time, and Yao and their conversation was naturally heard clearly. The live broadcast room that was originally full of pop-ups. At this moment, there were only a handful of entries that spoke of sorrow and anger. So, I really admire you, Ms. Reporter. At a time like this you still have the guts to head out of the country and follow Adulton this way. The black man, Ado, held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled to himself. After driving for another hour or so, the convoy leading the way in front finally stopped. And Yao looked along the source of the convoy and saw a few small, ragged buildings at the end there. This was a supply point for the Camel Country. The black Ado swept past the convoy and drove straight to the buildings, finally stopping in the middle of one of them. The black Ado then opened the trunk. Li Liang stepped out of the car and signaled in Yao to get out together as well. According to the intelligence, there is a tribe in the front that is exchanging fire with someone. We're already almost in the engagement zone. So for safety's sake, we have to put on protective gear. As he spoke, Li Liang handed out a helmet and a protective undershirt from the trunk. There was also a series of knee pads, gloves, and other equipment. A belligerent zone? At those words, and Yao froze for a while. This came too suddenly. 1 second it was fine, how come the next second it was seeing war again? But Li Liang did not answer her. He just helped Yao put on the protective equipment. After finishing, Yao saw Li Liang pull out a pistol from the backpack on the side. Then just shoved it into the hands of the frozen Yao. And Yao blinked, her complexion full of shock. This. Before she could ask, Li Liang explained. Take it for defense. He then grinned under Yao's shocked gaze and said, Big reporter, I actually really admire you. For the sake of news, you even dare to come to a place like a battlefield. These words were not Li Liang mocking her. Rather, it was really admiring. A reporter, still a girl's family, to be able to achieve this level. It was already not easy. At this moment, Anyao came back to her senses from Li Liang's words. Then she saw that the young man in front of her took out another sniper rifle from the trunk. Ka. An incomparably sharp loading action. This scene reminded Anyao again of the time when Li Liang was in the dense forest at the border of camel country, killing people with no expression on his face, and the look of indifference even in the face of a field of corpses. Instantly, her heart burst. This isn't going to kill again, is it? Chapter 63. This young man, the more I look at him, the better he looks to me, requesting for votes. At the supply point in the desert, Li Liang loaded the sniper rifle. Then he took out a rag from the side and skillfully wiped the barrel. On the side, Anyao was stunned and speechless. She was holding the cell phone that was broadcasting live in one hand and the gun that Li Liang had just handed to her in the other. Then she looked at him and then at the pistol in her hand. The mood couldn't help but be complicated. Nothing will really happen. And the viewers in the live broadcast room, after seeing this scene, they immediately felt that something was wrong. No. Can someone explain to me what's going on in the engagement zone? Why are the bulletproof vests on? I'll go. Guns. Sniper rifles. Even the guns are ready? Aren't we going to escort arms and weapons? Why do we look like we're going to war? I say, can these really be broadcast? This is too exciting. The live broadcast room was frantically sending out pop-ups. Wasn't it agreed that the entire arms deal would be broadcast live? After the arms deal is over, you can just escort them. How come the style of painting has suddenly changed, a rhythm of going to war? Even to this reporter are arranged on the bulletproof vest and pistol? On the other hand, the commander-in-chief's room in the Eagle Sauce country. In order to understand this arms dealer, Mora was still watching this live broadcast. He looked at the live broadcast screen. Li Liang got out of the car and put on his protective gear. From the trunk of the SUV, he pulled out a sniper rifle. It was loaded with 2 clicks. Moira couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw this scene and muttered, "How does this sniper rifle look? As if it's a bit familiar." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Then his eyes widened and he jumped up from his seat with a jerk. This sniper rifle. Moira picked up his cell phone and zoomed in as he stared dead on at the sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand. Suddenly he lost his voice in surprise. This sniper rifle, isn't it the one that our Eagle Sauce country newly researched? No. How is this possible? It's something we've only revealed a little bit of data on an international level, we haven't even shown the finished product at all. And, as I recall, right now this sniper rifle is still just a semi-finished product, so how did it appear in his hands? Moira stared at his cell phone, his breath catching. He was certain that this sniper rifle was their Eagle Sauce country's. At that time, after researching the semi-finished product, he also had the peculiar interest to take a look at this powerful sniper rifle. He was definitely not mistaken in recognizing this appearance. Moira looked at the live broadcast screen and was stunned. Could it be that there are, in the research department? No. Even if there is, we don't have a finished product. How did he perfect it before us? Moira was stunned and suddenly muttered. Could it be? He perfected it himself. No. It's even more impossible. As soon as this idea popped up, it was vetoed by Moira. The other party was nothing more than an arms dealer, so how could he have this kind of technological ability to research weapons? However, if he didn't research it himself, then this thing, where did he get it from? Thinking of this, Moira suddenly fell silent. He looked at Li Liang in the live feed. A moment later a stern color flashed in his eyes and he said in an icy tone, "No matter what the truth is, this arms dealer absolutely cannot be allowed to live." Dragon Kingdom. Inside the arms factory. Chunyi looked at the live broadcast image in his cell phone and suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. His complexion couldn't help but look odd as well. I remember, isn't this sniper rifle the one that the Eagle Sauce Kingdom always flaunted before? What was it called? Oh yeah, the mag-fed anti-tank sniper rifle. I didn't expect. He has this thing too. If I had known that he had so many good things, I should have asked him what weapons he had before we placed an arms order. At this moment, Chunyi had remorse written all over his face. It was still a bit hasty. What was the point of placing the order in such a hurry? He should have talked to Li Liang properly in the first place. But soon Chen Yi's complexion recovered. When Li Liang returns to China, we must add this to the arms order and get it to the Dragon Kingdom together. Eagle Sauce, don't you like to pretend? Like to show off? Just wait, right away Dragon Kingdom will buy your latest weapon. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. His eyes were placed on the live broadcast screen again. He looked at Li Liang with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. It really felt soothing how he looked at it. This young man, TSK. The more I look at it, the better it looks. At the same time, in the desert at the border of camel country, Li Liang sneezed. It couldn't help but make him frown. Could it be that someone scolded me? But soon Li Liang shook his head again and brushed the thought aside. He picked up another pistol and carefully cleaned it. A few moments later, Li Liang wiped the pistol and skillfully loaded it just the same. Then as soon as he did, he inserted it into the straps at his calf. At this moment, he finally stopped and pulled out a carton of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. Along with it was pulled out. There was also the bank card handed to him by Camelot Nation. 500 million euros. What a big haul this time. Seeing this card, the corner of Li Liang's mouth involuntarily raised. He took a breath on the bank card and then wiped it with his hand. Then lifting up his bulletproof vest, he placed this card in the pocket of his jacket near his heart. And finally gave an involuntary pat on the pocket. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Afterwards, he lit the cigarette up, inhaled fiercely, and exhaled with a pleasant expression. The eyes were also placed on the road in one part of this desert. That was the road they had to pass through this time. Li Liang suddenly frowned as he looked over there. There was a high point next to the road. There was a lot of greenery around it, and there were a few boulders several meters high on one side. Such a location was definitely an excellent ambush site. At this time, the black man, Ado, came over with a cigarette in his mouth. He followed Li Liang's gaze to that place. Then asked suspiciously, "My lord, this is..." Upon hearing this, Li Liang withdrew his gaze and glanced at him, saying, "It's nothing, saving for a rainy day, it's just a habit developed by itself. Before doing something, I will always unconsciously think about the worst outcome of the matter." The black man, Ado, scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, he didn't understand what saving for a rainy day meant. It just said, "Don't worry, my lord, although there is a belligerent zone in front of us, we are the Camel Kingdom's caravan." On top of the car is the Camel Country's flag, who would be so ungrateful as to hit their idea above the Camel Country. Saying that, the black man, Ado, pointed to the national flag on their SUV and said confidently. Li Liang followed his gaze, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, nodded and said, "Let's hope so." Saying that, Li Liang took a step towards Duke Rush's side. It was only just a few steps across. A gunshot, however, rang out violently. The black man, Ado, instantly widened his eyes, his complexion filled with horror. Only to see in front of him, Li Liang flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. After this gunshot, the black man Ado didn't have time to cry out in shock. A large number of gunshots rang out again from a distance. Chapter 64, He is going to settle some people. At this moment, in front of Duke Rushed, he was talking to a soldier about something. Just then, gunshots rang out violently. The soldier in front of him reacted extremely quickly and immediately shielded him behind him. But in the next second, there was another gunshot immediately afterward. The soldier's head then exploded like a watermelon. Fresh blood drifted all over the ground, and pieces of meat and unknown objects spilled all over Rushed. He was first stunned, and his face instantly paled. It was good that he was someone who had seen big scenes. He was not so frightened that he couldn't move in place, but quickly hid behind the military vehicle. Enemy attack! Hurry! Protect the Duke! Soon several more soldiers shouted and ran in front of Rushed, mutualizing him behind his back with one hand. At the same time alerted. Take cover, take cover! The moment the gunshots rang out, the soldiers of the Camel Country also quickly made a countermeasure. They immediately took cover. At the same time, they observed where the gunfire came from. On the other side, Li Liang was hit by a shot and flew backwards. But soon, he didn't stop and immediately climbed up and did a sideways roll. Ducked behind the SUV. At the same time, he pulled down an Yao who froze in the car. The sudden sound of gunshots made her person dumbfounded. Especially the scene just now when Li Liang was hit by the gun and flew out upside down, she really saw it. She couldn't help but let her face turn pale, and she was already scared out of her wits. At this moment, Yao was hiding behind the tires of the SUV. The body was already lying on the ground. However, the cell phone that was being live-streamed on her hand was dedicated and did not fall. She aimed her cell phone at Li Liang, and only after half a day did she finally say, "Li Liang, are you alright?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang nodded his head and did not speak. And at this moment, the netizens who saw this scene in the live broadcast room directly went crazy. "I'm going. It's war. Who is it? They actually dared to ambush the Camel Country's convoy. How dare they? This is definitely not a drill. Did you guys just see that? This young man just flew straight out. This is definitely not a normal rifle. Oh my god, I can actually see a live broadcast of a war in my lifetime. Outrageous. Can it really be broadcast?" At the same time, Arsenal Factory. Chen Yi was drinking hot tea. It was watching the live broadcast with great interest. But just at this moment, suddenly a gunshot rang out. Li Liang flew backwards on the screen. He instantly stood up from his seat. The tea in his mouth was also violently spat back into his cup. He had an incredulous look on his face. This is the sound of a sniper rifle. Not good. Li Liang him. It can't be. Chen Yi was anxious in his heart. Now Li Liang's identity was no longer just a Dragon Kingdom person, so simple. He was the most important partner of the Dragon Kingdom right now. It was already an important person that absolutely could not be lost. He looked at the live broadcast screen and clenched his fists. But soon, the screen. Only Li Liang was seen rolling on his side and hiding behind a car. Seeing this, Chen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately. It's okay. Then soon Chen Yi froze again. It's not right. This is a sniper rifle, right? How is he okay? At the same time. After the SUV. Li Liang looked serious and did not answer In Yao's question. Instead, he drew out the pistol he had just put in from his calf. Skillfully opening the safety. With a vigilant face. Carefully distinguishing the direction of the gunshot. It's that place with green plants and boulders. Li Liang's eyes flashed with a stern color. Unexpectedly, his worries just now actually came true. There was indeed an ambush there. At this time, the little black man also dodged over. Looking at Li Liang with a face full of fear, he said, "My lord. My lord. Are you all right?" Li Liang nodded his head still calmly and replied, "I'm fine. It seems like this sniper's shot wasn't too accurate and didn't aim for my head. Luckily this time I wore the latest bulletproof vest researched on our island. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll go to my grave with this shot." Saying that, Li Liang couldn't help but look icy cold. The first shot was directed at him. Obviously, it wasn't directed at Camelot Kingdom at all. Rather, it was himself. But who exactly was it? Gradually. While Li Liang was pondering, the sound of gunshots in the distance, unexpectedly and strangely slowly stopped. In the end, it completely disappeared. But it was this behavior. It made Li Liang even more certain. The other party must have come at himself. One strike failed to kill me, so they retreated? Li Liang narrowed his eyes and looked around remotely. His eyes unconsciously stared at the several corpses on the ground. Dead people. Dead people again. These were all people from the Camel Country. And this area closer to him seemed to have a few more corpses than elsewhere. A discerning person could immediately surmise. These people were rushing towards him. Li Liang couldn't help but fall silent. How should this end? He looked at the bullet wound in his chest and unconsciously touched it with his hand, pondering. This sniper rifle is not bad. It won't be a normal bandit dilettante, it should be a troop with training. Could it be that it's someone from the Eagle Sauce Country again? But just at this moment, Li Liang suddenly froze, his hand stopped at his chest. The entire person froze in place. Then thought of something like. He took off his bulletproof vest like a madman. This behavior made both In Yao and the black man Ado on the side look confused. The black man Ado couldn't help but wonder. "My lord. What are you doing?" But Li Liang didn't say anything. It just pulled out a handful of plastic shards from that pocket of his jacket near his chest. The bank card. It was then that the black man, Do, reacted and stared in disbelief. He swallowed his saliva. There was a greater panic in his expression than just when Li Liang was hit by the sniper rifle. Then he silently moved a few steps aside. His mouth couldn't help but also mutter. "It's over. Those people are dead now. You said that you guys hid where it's not good, and you chose to hit on this bank card. Isn't this looking for death?" And Yao asked with a pang of disbelief. "What are you muttering? What's over and done with? As long as the person is fine, isn't it just a bank card? Just ask Camelot Country for another one." Hearing this, Li Liang on the side of the body cannot help but twitch a little. It's easy to say, ask Camelot Country for another one. He himself had promised to escort this batch of arms to the military base. But now, the Camel Country had lost a lot of people. If they knew that the people who attacked them were coming for themselves, how can they get away with this? At that time, what if they want to compensate themselves? "I don't have anything else to pay for. Apart from the arms, there's only money to pay. Compensate money." Thinking of this, Li Liang instantly felt a twinge in his heart. The money he had just earned would be lost again. Li Liang stared blankly at the bank card in his hand. A moment later, his face instantly darkened. Both of his eyes began to be covered in blood. Only to see him pocket the bank card fragment containing 500 million euros. Without saying a word, redressed the bulletproof vest. Then walked to the trunk of the SUV and took out the sniper rifle. Looking at Li Liang's inexplicable behavior. With a puzzled face, In Yao said, "Li Liang, what's wrong with you?" Li Liang did not answer. Just walked to the main driver's seat of the buggy with a black face and without saying a word, started the off-road vehicle. 1 foot on the gas. Towards the place in the distance where they had just opened fire on them, he took off. Leaving behind only a confused In Yao. And the black guy, Ado, who didn't dare to breathe. At this time, Enyao asked the black man Ado again. What is he going for? The black man Ado's lanky body trembled for a moment that was visible to the naked eye. Silently, he spat out a few words. His lordship stormed out and is going to settle some people. Enyao? Chapter 65, This arms dealer is nothing more than a paper tiger. Enyao froze and looked at the black man, Ado, surprised. You mean, Li Liang he's going to go and finish off those people who just attacked us? These words came out. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Did I hear it right? A person is going to take out the troops that attacked Camel Country? This arms dealer is a bit too big for his britches. Thought he was putting aside to make a hero movie. Young people are still too impulsive. They were just hit by a sniper shot, why don't they learn from their mistakes? What's the difference between running like this and giving away your head? This is not a joke, there are still bodies lying on the ground, it's a real battlefield. Alas. The other party even dared to attack Camel Country, so they're definitely not good guys. This young arms dealer is really in danger now. At this moment, Enyao looked at the black man, Ado, who had a calm face and made no movements, and said anxiously, Aren't you guys going to follow? It's dangerous for him to go alone, right? The black man Ado looked at Enyao, his complexion couldn't help but look odd. Dangerous? What danger could he be in? What's dangerous now should be those who attacked, right? Ahem. The black man, Ado, coughed dryly twice and said, Don't worry, my lord is more powerful than you think. It's even more powerful, it's fine for us to go over there later. Moreover, going over now. It's really a bit disturbing to your lordship. The other side. An open space. Duke Rushed had a gloomy face, and in front of him stood a man with the appearance of a chief. His voice spoke with a hoarse tone. How many people were sacrificed in total? 13. After hearing the reply, he nodded and closed his eyes. His face was filled with pain. He couldn't figure out what kind of people were so bold. In broad daylight. Daring to launch an attack on their Camel Country. Could it be that it was not the Eagle Jam Country again? Suddenly he opened his eyes were firm, and he gritted his teeth. Check. There must be a way to find out. No matter who it is. Can't easily spare them. Immediately contact the headquarters and report this matter up. Upon hearing this, the officer-looking man replied with a serious expression. Yes. Right after this officer left, the black man Ado walked over with Enyao and the 12-man squad from that island. They were already in a fully armed state. The black man Ado walked straight to Rushed and did not say anything. Instead, he first bowed to the corpse on the ground with his hands together. Only then did he say, Mr. Duke, our lord has already gone after those who attacked. Upon hearing this, Rushed looked at the black man, Ado, and the people behind him. Then somewhat surprised, he said, He went alone? Ado nodded and continued. We are prepared to follow along together. Before we did agree that we would escort this batch of arms for the Camel Country, so naturally we can't go back on our word. Hearing this, Rushd's heart was moved for a moment. Unexpectedly being attacked, that arms dealer was even more anxious than himself. He even chased after them all by himself. This group of arms dealers, their service was just too thoughtful. Then you guys hurry up and go. I really don't know what to say, Li. He is just too touching to me. You guys must protect him. Rushed said with a sincere face. Hearing this, the black man, Ado, looked odd again. But he also just nodded his head and didn't say anything more. After directly bringing Enyao as well as the 12-member squad and asking for a few off-road vehicles. Then they chased after Li Liang towards the place where he left. At this time, Dragon Country Military Factory. Shenny watched the live broadcast screen and instantly became interested. Going to bring someone into action. However, there was a worry that could not be hidden in his complexion. On the one hand, he was worried that Li Liang would be in danger if he rushed towards these terrorists alone. And on the other hand, it was because he had heard that previously, Li Liang was at a place on the border of Camel Country. He had taken out the ace special forces of the Eagle Sauce Country. Also knocked out a bomber and fighter jet. Even captured a Sea Dogs commando leader alive without any casualties. He was curious to know, Li Liang, how on earth did he do it? At this moment, the other side. A road in the desert, two trucks were driving madly. On the passenger side of the truck, a man scratched his hair with some annoyance and said, A great opportunity, but it was missed. Didn't manage to take out the mission target. It's only a distance of 1,000 meters, but I didn't even manage to hit his head. Could it be that my aim has dropped? The man couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the people behind the truck consoled. It's fine, Deputy Chief, they still have a long way to go to the Camel Country's military base. Yeah. We still have plenty of chances. Besides, if he's hit by a sniper shot, he'll be seriously injured if not killed. Right, this time, it's just his luck. When it's night, we'll rub in the night and make another raid. That arms dealer will die for sure. That said, the Camel Country's troops really don't have any fighting ability at all. Did you guys just see that? After we opened fire they could only frantically dodge, they didn't even have a chance to shoot, ha ha ha. As the comforting words of the team members rang out, that deputy leader's complexion finally got a little better. In his mind's eye, the appearance of the Camel Country soldiers being beaten and holding their heads in their hands came back to life. A smile then appeared on his face as well, and he said, "Yes, but this time, our mercenary group's mission is to take out that arms dealer. As for the Camel Country's people, it's better to try to kill as few as possible." What the deputy leader said is also right, although our unyielding mercenary corps is too lazy to talk to the Camel Country's people. But how can we say that bullets cost money? Killing these people of theirs is really a bit of a waste of ammunition. When these words came out, the team members on the truck laughed. Ah, how can you say that, even though they were beaten senseless, but the people are at least Camel Country's warriors. And that arms dealer, even funnier, I've heard all about it, he also had to escort their Camel Country's people and reach their destination safely. How did it turn out? The people flew away by a shot from our deputy leader. Tough guy. One shot he didn't even fire at us. Ha ha ha. As the members of the regiment continued to flirt, the truck was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In their view, this was escorting the Camel Country's arms dealer. It was just a paper tiger. It was nothing more than that. An arms dealer, doing business. What a big talker. And he threatens to escort them? Where did he get the confidence? Thinking about this, that deputy leader also snorted a laugh. But soon he put away his smile again and said with a straight face, "Alright, stop it. Although this operation was not completed, I still need to report to the head of the group. All be quiet and quiet, I'm going to report." Upon hearing this, the team members in the car immediately silenced their voices. It was then that the deputy chief picked up the walkie-talkie and slowly said, "Headmaster, we hit the target with a sniper rifle during the operation, but from his actions, it seems that he should not be dead. But this time, we've already tested the strength of the other party. We plan to rub the night and act again, over." Chapter 66, I saw them get shot away with my own eyes. At the same time, the headquarters of the unyielding mercenary corps. Inside a room, two men were sitting opposite each other. One of them had yellow hair with a big back comb, while the other one was wearing a standardized beard. He was none other than Nicholas. Only at the moment, for some reason, he had given himself a new name, called Oleander. At this moment, the man with yellow hair was the first to break the calm and said to the bearded man in front of him, "Oleander, what you promised earlier is all true, right?" As he said that, his gaze unconsciously glanced towards the door. There, parked, there was a weapon powerful enough to dominate the land. Nikolai, who went by the name of Oleander, smiled slightly and skillfully lit up a cigarette in his hand, saying, "Philo, you know, I never lie. As long as you guys complete your mission, that Eagle sauce tank outside the door will belong to your unyielding mercenary corps. Only, the prerequisite for all of this is that the mission has to be completed. That arms dealer must die." As the words fell, a smile appeared at the corner of the man named Fei Luo's mouth as he said, "Don't worry, a mere arms dealer. Killing him is as simple as killing a chicken." "Don't say too much, head Fei Luo." Nicholas frowned, exhaling a mouthful of smoke out, saying, "I can remind you first, this arms dealer, he's not ordinary." At those words, Fei Luo snorted. Did not take what Nicholas said to heart. In his opinion, an arms dealer, how extraordinary could he be? Those people were nothing more than war merchants who had fallen into the eyes of money. Even if they had a little bit to do with the word war. But in the end, aren't they still businessmen? How hard could it be to kill him? Thinking of this, Fei Luo was about to poke some fun at Nikolai. But just at this moment, the intercom on the table suddenly sounded a report. The two listened silently, but heard the end. Nikola's expression changed and changed. Then it turned from panic to anger. He stood up from his seat in one go, then angrily said, "Philo, what have your people done?" Hearing these words, Leader Fei Luo, who was in his seat, was dumbfounded in place. His expression then iced over. In a displeased tone, he said, "Oleander, what do you mean by that? It's only a failure once. Didn't you hear my troop members say that they had already tested the opponent's strength? The other side is clearly untouchable. Moreover, in the debriefing they all said that they had already hit that arms dealer with a sniper rifle. They just missed the head and didn't die. But I'm sure, being hit by a sniper's rifle, he must have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. And they've already designated their next plan, preparing to raid again at night. Now that the arms dealer is seriously injured, will he be far from death?" But Nicholas didn't buy it, still gritting his teeth. "Temptation. Who told you all to try it? Also at night, do you think the damn arms dealer would give you time to sneak up on him again? Not even dead after being hit by a sniper rifle? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? I told you long ago, don't make a random move without the absolute certainty of killing that arms dealer. Now you tell me what to do next." Fei Luo always felt something strange as he listened to his words. He didn't understand this man in front of him. How did he suddenly change his temperament? And, from his words, it seemed as though he had some fear. Soon he calmed down a bit and asked suspiciously, "What next? Oleander, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? My team members all said that the arms dealer was hit by a sniper rifle, can't you hear me?" Listening to the other party's words, Nikolai fell silent. After a few moments, he sat back down from his seat and forced himself to calm down. That young arms dealer. Even the Eagle Sauce Country's ace special forces, the Sea Dog Commandos, had been destroyed by him. This small mercenary group that he had found could really deal with him? Being sniper shot did not die? It doesn't sound right. There's no such thing. I've never heard of anyone not dying from a sniper shot. After pondering for a moment, Nikolai looked at the man in front of him and slowly said, "Fei Luo, now immediately contact your people and ask them to report up the details of that arms dealer being hit by the sniper rifle, one by one." Upon hearing this, Fei Luo didn't act, only looking at Nikolai with a puzzled expression. It was then that Nikolai slowly explained. "Fei Luo, I know what you're thinking, but I'm going to tell you one thing, Eagle Sauce Country's Sea Dogs commandos had been annihilated by this arms dealer as much as they could. Even the fighters and bombers deployed by the Eagle Sauce Nation were shot down by him. And this arms dealer and his squad, not a single casualty. Even captured the captain of the Sea Dogs commando team alive." The moment these words came out, Fei Luo instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Sea Dog Commando, of course he knew what that was. They were a special force that was known to be invincible. They were the ace assassins of the Eagle Sauce Country. Now they were wiped out by an arms dealer? And the captain was taken alive? No. It's not possible. He immediately denied himself. But the expression of Nikolai in front of him was serious. There was absolutely no hint of a joke. So Pharaoh pursued again. "Are you telling the truth?" Nikolai nodded his head and said immediately afterward, "In the hands of this arms dealer, he has powerful weapons. And he's a vindictive person. If he's not dead, he'll definitely come for revenge. This is the reason why I said to you guys, without the certainty of a kill, don't make a move." Listening to what Nicholas said, Fei Luo couldn't help but look odd. Why did those words sound and feel a bit fake? But looking at the other party's expression and his behavior just now, it didn't seem like he was lying in general. For a while, he was also a little confused as to what was going on. But he knew one thing. If it was really like what this bearded man in front of him said, it was better to be cautious himself. At this moment, Fei Luo nodded, then opened the intercom and slowly said, "Vice Commander Lei Code, this is the headquarters, this is Fei Luo. I request that you report back the details of that arms dealer being hit by the sniper rifle. Headquarters reconfirms to you that the target is confirmed and has been seriously injured?" As he asked these words, Fei Luo even became a little unnatural. How could a person not be injured when hit by a sniper rifle? It was truly absurd. At the same time, on the truck, the walkie-talkie rang violently. What came from the opposite side was the voice of the leader of their unyielding mercenary corps. Only after hearing it, everyone in the truck looked odd. One of the troop members couldn't help but mutter, "This? What does the troop leader mean by this? That shot that sent people flying, can they not be seriously injured?" When these words came out, all the members of the regiment looked at each other. This question, "Isn't it just farting with your pants down?" What exactly did it mean? For a while, none of them could guess. The head of the regiment at the other end of the intercom actually wanted to know something. After discussing for half a day to no avail, the deputy chief could only pick up the walkie-talkie in a twisted manner and replied, "Chief, that arms dealer confirmed that he has been hit by the sniper rifle. I saw it with my own eyes and personally pulled the trigger. In the magnifying glass, I clearly saw him get hit by a single shot. Hit and flew backwards." Chapter 67, finally found you guys. Begging for votes. At this time, on the road in the desert, two trucks were traveling slowly one after the other. The regiment members on the trucks were looking for this one perch. On the trucks, the corps members were still puzzled by the leader's question just now. There were puzzled discussions. "You guys, what exactly does the regiment leader mean?" "I don't know. I didn't understand. I've already told him that the arms dealer was hit by the sniper rifle, and he's still coming back to ask once again if the other party was seriously injured. Isn't that ridiculous? Yes, who can't be hurt by a sniper shot? He flew out and he's still asking if he's okay? If he's not dead, he's half dead." While they were discussing, Li Liang was driving the military vehicle with the Camel Country's flag. It dashed along the road at high speed. At this moment, his gas pedal was already pressed into the gas tank in general. The speed of the car even reached an astonishing 180 miles per hour. A moment later, Li Liang looked at the figure of the truck that was gradually revealed in the distance. The corner of his mouth raised an extremely icy smile as he muttered, "Finally let me find you guys." After saying that, he pressed the gas pedal heavily twice more. The off-road vehicle swiftly rushed towards the two trucks in front of it. With about 1,000 meters to go, Li Liang held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up the sniper rifle on the side. It was directly pressed against the glass of his SUV. Single-handedly loaded the gun and took aim. Then said in an icy tone, "One shot." With the two words spit out, a shocking gunshot rang out violently. The bullet directly penetrated the glass of this SUV and smashed it open. And on the other side, on the truck, the Reconnecting deputy chief who was in the passenger seat did not join them in the discussion. He was just silently looking at the scenery outside the window. But just at this moment, deputy head of Reconnecting fiercely saw an object appear in the rearview mirror. He was so startled that he fixed his eyes on it, and then he immediately stared wide-eyed. At this moment, behind them, an off-road vehicle that was rapidly approaching them. This scene directly made Reconnecting scream out, "Not good. Camel Country's people are chasing after them." These words came out. The gazes of everyone in the truck unanimously looked out the window. There really was an SUV with the Camel Country's flag in the distance. It was currently about 1,000 meters away from them. Then Vice Leader Reconnecting quickly reacted and picked up another walkie-talkie. This walkie-talkie was the one that contacted the other truck. He hurriedly said, Number 2, a military vehicle from the Camel Country has appeared behind you, and he is rapidly approaching you. If necessary, find a way to destroy it." But his words had just finished. A thunderous gunshot suddenly rang out from the rear. He subconsciously looked back. The truck behind him unexpectedly roared directly. Flames shot up into the sky and instantly exploded. The wreckage of the truck splattered everywhere. On the other side, inside the headquarters of the indomitable mercenary corps, Fei Luo squinted his eyes at Nikolai and finally said with a cold snort, "Humph. How about it? Oleander, do you hear me now?" That arms dealer confirmed that he has been hit by a sniper rifle. He must have been seriously injured. At those words, Nicholas fell silent. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell for a moment. Seeing this scene, Fei Luo was also puzzled. He simply couldn't understand what this bearded man was obsessing over. Being hit by a sniper's rifle, if you don't die, you will definitely be seriously injured. Not to mention, just now, in the deputy chief's report, it was clearly pointed out. The arms were all sent flying by the impact of that shot. At this moment, Fei Luo frowned and was about to say something. However, the Nicholas in front of him preempted him and opened his mouth, saying to him, "Pharaoh, keep asking, how did they determine that the arms dealer wasn't dead?" Hearing this, Fei Luo was finally unable to hold back. He fiercely stood up and angrily looked at Nicholas and yelled, "Oleander, don't bully me too much. I have given in repeatedly. You're not believing in the strength and tactics of our unyielding mercenary corps? My troop members are hanging their heads on the waistband of their pants to make money, and no one should be allowed to question them during a mission." Saying this, a flash of sternness flashed in Fei Luo's eyes. He stared at Nikolai dead in the face and continued again. "Or do you want to renege on the debt? Didn't even try to give us that Eagle Sauce Country-style tank." At this moment, Nikolai also froze at his sudden roar of anger. He hurriedly waved his hand and explained, No, Captain Pharaoh, you've misunderstood me. It's not that I don't trust your unyielding mercenary corps. Rather, one really has to be cautious about this arms dealer. I've already said that as long as the mission is completed, that tank will be yours, and there's no way I'm going to renege on that." Hearing these words of weakness from Nikolai, Fei Luo snorted coldly and sat down from a new position. His complexion was finally a little better, but he still didn't look at Nikolai in front of him. For this one in front of him who had inexplicably and repeatedly lost his temper. For this man who had inexplicably and repeatedly lost his temper, and who had inexplicably questioned the strength of their unyielding mercenary corps, at this moment he had already tolerated it to the limit. In any case, the unyielding mercenary corps was also a prestigious existence in this area. They had their own pride. Nicholas looked at Fei Luo in front of him and couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He himself had asked so many questions for the sake of being safe. For that arms dealer, I don't know if it was because I betrayed him. One always felt a little scared. A few moments later, Fei Luo remained silent. But Nikolai couldn't help himself, he was really curious to know. How exactly did the regiment that was on the battlefield confirm that the arms dealer was not dead? He was the first to break the calm and said, "Captain Pharaoh, look. How about this, of the remuneration, besides that Eagle Sauce style tank, I will personally add another $1 million, how about that?" These words came out. Head Fei Luo's complexion finally changed, but he wasn't a cutie pie either. Knowing that the other party would definitely not see himself lose his temper and just suddenly add $1 million in. So he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want?" Hearing this, Nicholas knew that this was an opportunity. He hemmed and hawed and continued, "I just need you to reconfirm to your regiment that arms dealer, how did they know that he didn't die? How about just this one condition alone?" At this moment, hearing this condition, Fei Luo had a face of looking at a little cutie. "Look at Nicola," doubtfully said. "Just this?" Nikyu nodded fiercely, his expression filled with determination. Pharaoh was even more puzzled. Taking $1 million. Just to confirm this? What a sick. But the money that was delivered to the door, wouldn't it be a little cute if one didn't earn it? It was just a trivial matter anyway. After a moment, Fei Luo finally nodded. Then he picked up his walkie-talkie and called out. Vice Commander Laycode, this is the headquarters, this is Fei Luo, please answer when you receive it. Chapter 68, he's hunting us alone asking for tickets. Inside the headquarters of the unyielding mercenary corps. Fei Luo picked up the walkie-talkie and called with the deputy leader but was slow to receive a reply. This scene. It directly made Nikolai's heart stutter. It always felt as if something bad had happened. Fei Luo glanced at him and also noticed Nikolai's bad expression. So he hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie again and continued calling. Sub-Commander Laycode, this is Pharaoh, please reply when you hear me. Please report back quickly on your present-day status and position. But the words came out. There was no movement from the opposite side. The call was like a stone city sea. Seeing this, Nicholas was finally unable to sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room, his face ugly as he said, "There is a problem. There must be a problem. Just now it was replying properly, why is there no sound at all now? It can't be that arms dealer." The moment he thought of that young arms dealer's face, Nicholas' face went white in an instant. That young man's battle records were truly appalling. And those arms weapons in his hands. He had seen them with his own eyes. The weapons in the hands of that arms dealer. It's no exaggeration to say. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, on the side, Fei Luo saw Nicola's figure that kept pacing around the room. He also couldn't help but frown and said with some displeasure, "Oleander, I've said it before. Don't question the strength of our unyielding mercenary corps. Just now, my troop members have made it very clear. The opponent's strength isn't as exaggerated as you say." Although he couldn't figure out why his men had suddenly lost contact. But he understood the strength of his unyielding mercenary corps very well. Even if the other party wanted to do away with those elite members of their own troop, it was also by no means easy. At this moment, in the middle of the desert road, with an earth-shattering gunshot ringing out, a bullet cut through the air and ruthlessly struck a truck. The iron skin on the truck was like paper and was directly torn apart with ease. A strong penetrating force directly pierced through the fuel tank of this truck. Before the sound of the bullet had completely stopped, the truck directly exploded. The pieces of the truck mixed with some unknown objects were scattered everywhere. This scene. It directly caused the Laycode deputy head in the other truck to feel a tingle in his head. My hair. What the hell is this? He stared blankly at the flames in the rearview mirror. The face merchant couldn't stop a burst of surprise. God. Ate up a truck with one shot? Are you kidding me here? This. I heard a gunshot. It hit the truck like a cannon. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense at all. LeMay looked in the rearview mirror, only to see a camel country flag and no windshield SUV. It jumped straight out of the flames. He fixed his eyes on it and froze violently. Suddenly, with a face of horror, he lost his voice and exclaimed, "It's him! It's that mission target! It's that arms dealer!" These words came out. The members of the group in the truck immediately turned green in the face. They didn't believe it, and one after another, they hurriedly poked their heads out to confirm. Only to see a young-looking man in that SUV at the back. Holding the steering wheel in one hand, he held a sniper rifle in the other. At this moment, he was running towards them at high speed. It was already less than 800 meters away from them already. He's fine. He's surprisingly fine at all. Did the deputy chief miss? Impossible. Even if the distance was too far, I could see clearly that the arms dealer was clearly sent flying by the deputy chief's shot. How could he not be hurt at all? Look. Is that a sniper rifle in his hand? He didn't just blow up our mercenary group's truck with that, did he? Sniffing. The members of the group in the car couldn't help but look towards that sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand once again. There was disbelief. At this time, Deputy Head of Laycode suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Because he realized that at their rear, it seemed like there was only that arms dealer a vehicle chasing after them. This scene couldn't help but make him freeze again. He's the only one? Laycode looked at the rear again and suddenly became annoyed. Originally, he saw the Camel Country's flag at the beginning. He thought that it was the Camel Country's people who had chased him over. But he didn't expect that it was actually just that arms dealer alone? No. One person dared to chase after his own 2 trucks of people to fight? He was beaten so badly that he didn't dare to fight back. And was also killed by the other side's 7 or 8 members of the regiment? What is this? FARC. Blew up a truck and got bluffed by him. At the thought of this, Laycode felt his face roll. He roared. Don't be afraid, brothers. The Camel Country's men didn't come. He's the only one who came after them. He came just in time. Let's send him to his death. Grab your weapons. Him. At those words, the members of the group reacted at that moment. What? One person? At once, they felt humiliated and disgraced. The other party dared to chase after a carload of their own people with a single person. What arrogance! This was completely disregarding them. Thinking of this, the members of the troop did not delay for a moment. They all picked up their weapons. At this time, one of the regiment members kept shouting curses from his mouth. It was about to poke its head out to teach that young man at the back a little lesson. Suddenly, a thunderous gunshot came from the rear. The next moment, a bullet ripped through the compartment door at the rear of the truck. This member of the regiment along with the people in front of and behind him. A bowl-sized bloody hole appeared on them at the same time. And the bullet didn't stop, it went straight through the entire carriage. Then it shattered the front windshield of the truck. At this time, they didn't have time to look at their injuries before they fell straight down. No more breath of life. One bullet, 3 lives. This scene appeared. It left the few people left in the carriage directly dumbfounded. Especially the deputy regimental commander, Lekode, was even more surprised and unable to speak. The power and accuracy of this gun of the opponent. What was the situation? One should know that the young man in the back was driving while using that sniper rifle with one hand. He was the strongest sniper in the unyielding mercenaries. How could he not understand just how difficult it was? Driving a car and aiming with one hand? He didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention having to consider things like wind direction. In such conditions, one shot for 3 people. And without seeing anyone in the carriage. How could this be done? At this moment, Lekode looked at the corpses of the regiment in the carriage and muttered. Could it be that the sniper rifle in his hand has its own aim? Just at this moment, the walkie-talkie beside Lekode rang once again. "Lemay, can you hear me? This is Farrell. Reply to me quickly if you can hear me." At those words, Lemay finally came back to his senses. In these few short minutes, he had long heard the chief's call. However, he had been unable to reply due to the urgent situation. At this time, he picked up the walkie-talkie with a trembling hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Chief, that arms dealer is unharmed, and now a man is chasing us." Chapter 69, Support? Begging for tickets. Vice Leader Lekode's words had just fallen. The familiar sound of sniper fire from the rear resounded once again. Bang! The bullet took the rear of the truck, the door that had already been punched into a large hole. Another even bigger gash was torn out. The next moment, the regiment member sitting in the main driver's seat who was driving the car had his head smashed open like a watermelon. One shot to the head. This member of the regiment couldn't even feel the pain, and his consciousness directly died out. His body smashed straight onto the steering wheel. After losing the driver's control, the truck shook as well. Seeing this scene, Chief Lekode's face suddenly changed. Then he quickly reacted and dropped the intercom. With one hand, he pulled open the door on the main driver's seat and kicked this body out of the truck. Then gripped the steering wheel to stabilize this car. At the same time, he yelled towards the crowd inside the car. "What are all freezing for? Are all waiting to die? Fight back!" At the sound of the words, the crowd returned to their senses. At this moment, there were only 6 of the original 9 members of the unyielding mercenary corps left. They looked at the young man at the back. There was suddenly some fear. But then their eyes became fierce again. At this time, one of the troop members said to his teammate at the side, "It seems that if that arms dealer doesn't die today, it's us who will die. Fark. Fight with him. He's only one person. A few of us stand apart left and right. Attack on him at the same time. I don't believe he can finish us all off at once. The one who's alive, make sure to chop off his head." Upon hearing this, several members of the troop had ferocious eyes and were in favor of it. By this time, the madness and ruthlessness in the bones of these individual mercenaries were completely aroused. Death is death. It wouldn't be a loss if they could pull this arms dealer on their backs. The road to hell is not lonely. Several people gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. After silently counting 3, one of them let out a violent roar. "Go!" At the same time, 2 of them in the car each set up a body in front of them. With a kick, they kicked open the already tattered tailgate. After rushing out in unison, at the SUV that was still 200 meters away from them, they frantically pulled the trigger. "Die for me! Ta-da-day!" The rifles in their hands swept wildly. In this burst of gunfire, the buggy at the back was constantly snaking into position though. But the body was still hit by a few shots. At the end of the day, it seemed to finally be unable to resist and generally began to slow down. This scene, it made the hearts of the people on the truck burst with ecstasy. As if they had grabbed a lifesaver, someone shouted, "Right. That's it, he's only one person, even if he's more powerful, he can't hold up to our many people and fierce firepower. Hit hard. Don't stop. Having killed so many of our brethren, we can't let him live. As the words fell, several members of the regiment became even more frantic. After shooting out the bullets, they immediately changed the magazine. Without a single pause, their fingers were like set on the trigger. The bullets were viciously discharged towards the SUV. But right after they finished changing the bullets and fired a few shots towards the back, someone realized that something was wrong. Suddenly shouted, "You guys quickly look! What's going on? Where is that arms dealer?" Sniffing. The other few members of the regiment froze. Then they also stopped shooting. Even Vice Commander Laycode, who was driving the car, glanced at the rearview mirror in bewilderment. At this moment, the buggy in the back was still traveling. But the young man in the car who had just been sitting in the main driver's seat suddenly disappeared. This bizarre scene left them directly stunned. Could it be that the arms dealer had just been hit in a burst of intense fire? The other party was already dead? But since it was already dead, then why was the car still traveling? For a while, the battlefield fell silent. But just as they were wondering, in the rear, on the main driver's seat of that SUV, a person violently sprang out. He was none other than Li Liang. What he was carrying in his hand at the moment was not a sniper rifle. Instead, it was a rocket launcher. At the same time, the crowd on the truck was also stunned. But after some people saw the weapon in the other party's hands again, they looked like they had seen a ghost. Bazooka! He still has a bazooka! Someone lost his voice and shouted. As the words fell, everyone looked in unison. Their faces immediately turned pale. They did not hesitate in the slightest. Immediately, they raised the rifles in their hands and were about to fire violently at Li Liang. But Li Liang on the SUV did not give them another chance to fire. He was just expressionless, and then gently pulled the trigger in his hand. In an instant, a stream of fire with smoke went straight to the chassis of the truck. Boom! A violent explosion echoed in the middle of the desert. Li Liang slowly stepped on the brakes and stopped approaching. In front of him, as the shell fell with precision, the terrifying impact directly overturned this truck. The body rolled several times on the road before finally coming to a stop. After a few moments, the truck's fuel tank was also ignited. An even more violent explosion sounded. The truck then erupted into a blazing fire that burned and splintered. Li Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly watching all this. Looking around, he waited until the fuel tank blew up. Only then did he slowly drive up, but he did not go to the side of the exploding truck. Instead, he picked up the sniper rifle and walked to the side of the road. Over there, a figure was lying on the ground, his face pale and his expression terrified. He was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand that had been blown up and kept yelling, "Headmaster! Head of the regiment! We need support!" Hearing this, Li Liang raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "And support?" On the other side, the black man, Ado, was traveling at a high speed with Niao and a fully armed 12-man squad. Soon the sight in front of them made them stop traveling. The black man, Ado, got out of the car and walked up. In front of him, a truck was burning with a blazing fire, and at this moment, it had been burned down to just a frame. Inside the vehicle were 7 or 8 bodies that had been burned beyond human shape. And Yao held the cell phone that was broadcasting live and similarly stepped out of the car. As she looked at the scene in front of her, she instantly covered her small mouth and her face instantly paled. This is what Li Liang did. As she looked at the corpse in front of her, she only felt a churning in her stomach. After forcibly enduring it, she no longer looked at it. Instead, she placed her gaze on the cell phone that was broadcasting live. At the same time, the crowd in the live broadcast room was even more directly boiling. "I'm going. This. Really dead. No. Just say it and do it. That young man really did it. One man chased after these people who attacked them and took them all out? What about the arms dealer? He didn't get away unscathed, did he? I mean, this can't really be a movie, can it? How did he do it? By the looks of it, these should all be enemies, and there really doesn't seem to be any figure of that arms dealer. Nothing? It's too much." And Yao looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and it was only then that she remembered. Where was Li Liang? She forced herself to endure the nausea and looked back, but she didn't see the young man's figure. But the next second, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Chapter 70, What Unyielding Mercenary Corps? You have to bend. As this explosion rang out, and Yao's face turned a few shades paler. What's going on over there? The crowd followed the sound in unison. After a while, an even more violent explosion came from the distance again. The black man, Ado, looked into the distance, and then at the truck burning with a blazing fire in front of him. It was only then that he reacted and came to a realization. I said, why isn't my lord here? So this is only the first battlefield. At those words, and Yao revealed a puzzled look and said, the first battlefield? The next moment she also seemed to figure it out. Are you saying that the people who attacked us are not just this one vehicle? The black man, Ado, glanced at her and walked straight towards the car, replying as he walked. Of course. Didn't you hear the explosions that just rang out in the distance? The adults must still be exchanging fire over there. Go! Let's go over and take a look as well. As the words fell, and Yao also rushed on. The other team members also didn't drag their feet and directly drove towards the sound of the explosion. On the other side, after shouting a few sentences into the walkie-talkie and still not getting a response, Li Liang finally realized that the walkie-talkie had been damaged. Only then did he finally realize that the intercom had been damaged. Earlier, when he was in the car, he heard the regiment yelling for a bazooka. Do not even think about it, directly jumped out of the car, although the small life saved. But the price is that the body has been broken in many places, the slightest movement is piercing pain. Realizing that someone behind him came, he endured the pain and struggled to sit up. Then he looked at the young man holding a sniper rifle in front of him. The pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, and he thought to himself, "This is that arms dealer. How come it's so young?" Although he had previously, far away in the sniper rifle's magnification lens, he could see that this arms dealer was not very old. But now when he looked carefully, he realized that the face of this person in front of him was so young. At the same time, Li Code was shocked. One side of the burning truck. A burned all over the body, black people even climbed out of it. Lama looked at him and said with some shock, "There is actually someone who is still alive." This person was none other than his regiment. Only to see him struggling and crawling to the open space on the side, spitting out a mouthful of blood from time to time. Upon seeing Lei Code, he whimpered and squeaked and tried to say something, but he couldn't. "It's hopeless." Lei Codes gave him a deep look. Then his eyes rested on the sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand. "This is the weapon that blew up our other truck." He was very confused. If killing 3 people in one shot with no vision was luck, then blowing up a truck with one shot was also luck? Aiming while driving. And then just this one good shot on the truck's gas tank? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can do that. Could it be the sniper rifle? He stared at Li Liang and the sniper rifle in the other party's hands, quickly shaking his head again in self-denial. It can't be either. That's just a sniper rifle. Could it really be luck? Right in the middle of Lei Code's thinking, Li Liang had already walked up to him. Slowly speaking, he interrupted his thoughts. "What did you just say about support?" Lei Code froze. Then his eyes stared at the expressionless Li Liang with dead eyes. Especially thinking about his own regiment. The hatred in his eyes was even more undisguised. "You," was about to open his mouth to say something. The next second, Li Liang gently moved the sniper rifle in his hand. This action, watching his heart stopped for a moment. Lei Code swallowed his saliva. Quickly regaining his look of determination, he coldly grunted and said, "Humph. I have nothing to say to you. Although I don't know if you're out of your mind with your shooting skills or what, I'll tell you that after offending our unyielding mercenary corps, you're not far from death. Our unyielding mercenary corps is not." The words were not finished. Li Liang raised the sniper rifle in his hand with a click and load. It was aimed directly at the person who had just climbed out of the truck. Bang! A bullet passed through and the person's head directly exploded. After doing this, Li Liang looked at the man in front of him and said with a calm face, "I didn't hear you just now, what did you say?" Lei Code stared blankly at the headless corpse not far away. Swallowing non-existent saliva, his tone finally became less hard and said, "Friends, enough already. We've already killed so many people, so you're done with your revenge." Hearing these words, Li Liang frowned and faintly said, "Not enough." Hearing this, Lei Code was stunned for a moment and directly became anxious. "Not enough? Friend, what do you mean by that?" To speak of losses, our casualties can be compared to the camel countryside for the most part. But before his words fell, only to see Li Liang raise the sniper rifle in his hand and directly pressed it against the forehead of the man in front of him. Then he coldly said, "I'm only asking once, why did you attack us?" This behavior directly scared Lei Code's voice trembled. At this moment, where was there any hatred in his eyes, it was all clear. Saving his life was important. You. What are you doing? Friend, let's talk things over. We're in a harmonious society now, don't start fighting and killing each other. Yes. Let's talk about something. But Li Liang didn't care what he said, he directly pulled the bolt and loaded the sniper rifle in his hand. After this action, Lei Code finally couldn't help but shout, "I say! It's a mission. A commissioned mission." After hearing this, Li Liang's expression went all weird for a moment. He had thought that this man was a tough guy, someone who wouldn't reveal information even if he died. He himself was ready to finish him off with a single shot, but he didn't expect the other party to loosen up at this time. What unyielding mercenary group! If you have a gun to your head, you still have to yield. This name. It really doesn't work. Li Liang coldly looked at the man in front of him and said, "What mission?" Seeing the other party put down the sniper rifle in his hand, Lei Code finally let out a long breath. After a pause, he slowly said, "Attacking you guys is? No. To be precise, it was to attack you. Li Liang frowned. Me? Yes. Lei Code looked complicated and nodded before continuing. We, the unyielding mercenary corps, received a commission, and that person asked us to kill you. I don't know the reason. We mercenary corps do our job. As long as we pay enough, we don't ask about anything else. However, saying this, Lei Code paused, with a strong struggle in his eyes. It was obvious that he also didn't know whether or not to reveal this bit of information. After a moment, he looked at Li Liang and finally made up his mind and said, "Friend, if I say it, can you let me live?" At those words, Li Liang frowned. However, he did not speak, but proceeded to move the sniper rifle in his hand. Lei Code's eyes jumped. Directly let no longer hesitate and hurriedly continued. But this time, the client, the remuneration he gave was different from the past. He didn't give money, but a tank. A tank? Yes, it's an Eagle Sauce type tank. Chapter 71, next time, we'll have to start a pay-per-view. Eagle Sauce type? Li Liang's eyes narrowed slightly and his face darkened as he continued to pursue. Did someone from the Eagle Sauce country commission you? No. Seeing that the other party's face was not right, Lei Code was afraid that the other party would GA himself with a single shot and hurriedly replied. That man's name is Oleander. Listening to the accent he spoke with wasn't someone from the Eagle Sauce country, it was more like a local from our side. It's just that we don't know where that Eagle Jam country tank came from. He just said that it came from a clean source and could be used without worry. Our leader didn't ask much about it. After all, the purpose of our unyielding mercenary corps is to get paid to do things, and we don't care about anything else. Lei Code finished in one breath, not daring to look into the young man's eyes again. Now that he was seriously injured, his life was in the hands of the other party. Where would he dare to hide anything? Oleander? Li Liang stared at the man in front of him, his mind quickly searching for this name. But no matter how much he recalled, he couldn't figure out when he had offended such a person in this part of the world. Could it be a junior under the Eagle Sauce Kingdom? A thought popped up. Even though the plan that he had prepared could make the Eagle Jam country temporarily not be good enough to strike at him again in the open. However, if the other party were to do something bad in the shadows, and let those many minions of other countries under his command take action, who could blame the Eagle Sauce country for that? Thinking of this, Li Liang's conscience suddenly had a hint of clarity in it, and his face returned to calm. Just a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Eagle Jam country, right, you want to play, then I'll play a big game with you. Seeing that Li Liang didn't say anything for a long time, Lei Code raised his head to look up in some bewilderment. But just as he raised his head, what met his eyes was this young man's grim smile. He was so scared that he immediately trembled. This? What is the meaning of this? I've finished saying what I need to say, he won't still want to kill me. Fear immediately rose in Lei Code's heart. Facing death, who could not be afraid? Although he had been through 100 battles and had never blinked at killing. But for some reason, when looking directly into this young man's eyes, there was always a pang of unease in his own heart. Especially when he thought of the decisiveness of the other party who just raised his gun to kill, that kind of casual, unconcerned look. At this moment, there was a rare trace of fear in his heart. He subconsciously glanced at Li Liang's face again. In a split second the fear in his heart suddenly increased. Two words welled up from the bottom of his heart. Young. Really young. It looked as if he was a student. Just as Li Liang was pondering, several off-road vehicles with the Camel Country's flag were parked not far away. Then the one at the front immediately came down with a man and a woman. It was Yao and the black man, Ado, who were holding their cell phones and were broadcasting live. Looking at the ground is still burning truck, as well as a few corpses on the side. The black man Ado's eyes moved fiercely. But he wasn't surprised, this kind of result was only normal for him. But Yao was confused. Especially after she saw the burnt, charred, headless corpse, her face paled again. Her stomach couldn't help but roll. Again. Another carload of dead people. Yao looked towards Li Liang, who was not far away, in a daze. And this scene was clearly seen by the crowd in the live broadcast room. In an instant, pop-ups directly filled the screen, setting off a storm. I'm going. Another carload of people. How long has it been, taking out another car? And he did it all by himself. Who can tell me how he did it? Even the special forces couldn't do it. One man chased two cars and killed them all. And did you see that there was another person in front of the arms dealer who seemed to be a terrorist who was captured alive? I just counted the bodies on the ground, there are at least 18 or 19 of them, and he took them all out by himself. That's not enough. He even captured one alive. This is outrageous, guys. I'm a military fan. From these battle traces, it seems that both trucks were blown up. I really don't know how he did it. Both trucks exploded in separate locations. What weapon did he use to hit the explosions? Guns? A grenade? That's not possible either. And Yao didn't bother to look at the pop-ups. Strongly holding back her nausea and the black man, Ado, she walked over to Li Liang's side. Seeing someone arriving, the Lei Code deputy leader who was sitting on the ground, instantly tensed up and looked at Li Liang with an uneasy face. The black man, Ado, also noticed the man on the ground and was the first to speak. My lord. Who is this man? Mercenary Corps. Li Liang faintly spat out a few words. Mercenary Corps? The black man, Ado, was stunned as he continued. A mercenary corps dares to attack Camel Country? Who gave them the guts? Sniffing. Li Liang didn't answer this question, but instead looked at the lens in Yao's hand. Showing a harmless smile, he said, Fellow viewers, this live broadcast ends here. I'm always welcome if you want to buy arms. As long as you have enough money, you can have whatever you want. We'll see you next time. The words fell. The hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast room suddenly froze. Especially since Li Liang had a harmless expression on his face at the moment. It made them even more eccentric for a while. If not for the fact that they could still see these corpses on the ground, they would have thought that this young man really looked so harmless. But soon the crowd in the live broadcast room was not happy and said, I'll go, so fast. I haven't seen enough. Yes, this live broadcast is also too exciting, too wonderful, don't turn it off. Anchor, don't turn it off, keep broadcasting. Speaking of which, can those arms and weapons be on the link? Don't turn it off. It's a big deal. We'll swipe money. We'll swipe gifts. Just don't turn off the broadcast. Li Liang looked at the pop-up screen and his heart froze. Gifts? Hiss. Why didn't I think of this? There are so many people in the live room, wouldn't opening a paid live broadcast be earning him? Li Liang heatedly smiled in his conscience. But soon he came back to his senses, coughed dryly a few times, and said to the camera, Ahem. Next time for sure. He then waved his hand at the camera after saying goodbye. In the midst of Yao's dumbfounded face, he snatched his cell phone and directly ended the live broadcast. Before Yao could say anything, he added, There's no need to live stream the next thing. After saying that, he then looked at Ado who was at the side and said, The one their mercenary group wants to attack is not Camel Country, but me. Ha? Ado was stunned and his brows furrowed as he said, Is it a mission that someone entrusted to them? Li Liang didn't answer immediately, but only narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Ado, immediately call up the satellite surveillance, inquire about the exact location of a mercenary group named Unyielding Mercenary Group, and continuously monitor it 24 hours from now on. Yes. My lord. Ado immediately returned. After saying that, Li Liang looked at Lei Code on the ground again, then smiled faintly. Lai Yard was furious at the look and trembled as he said in a trembling voice, You won't kill me, right? Right. Chapter 72, I suspect he has a tracking system in his weapon. Late night. The other side. In the Dragon Kingdom's Beijing province, in a mysterious compound. The dim lights in a conference room were still on. On the projector in the conference room. It was a camera image captured from the sky view. In the picture, two trucks were traveling one after the other. Following far behind them was an army green off-road vehicle. The three vehicles were chasing each other. After a while, the SUV was still about a kilometer away from one of the trucks. A fierce gunshot exploded. The windshield of that SUV could be seen on the screen instantly blowing up. Next, in an instant, the truck in front was hit by a bullet that passed right through the fuel tank. The sound of an explosion rang out violently. Eventually the truck blew up. The picture stopped playing at this point. Then two pictures were displayed in the projector. One was the picture of the truck when it exploded. The other was the live broadcast image of Yao. In the picture, Li Liang could be seen standing in front of a man with a sniper rifle in his hand. The Unyielding Mercenary Corps, its strength outside of the country is considered to be in the middle to lower reaches. Its leader, Fei Luo, had served for 2 years in a certain foreign mercenary regiment in the Gallic Chicken Country, and his personal strength is quite a bit higher than the rest of the regiment. After the end of his service, he ran off to the vicinity of the Camel Country to create the Unyielding Mercenary Corps, and it's worth mentioning that their Unyielding Mercenary Corps can have the reputation they have now, mainly because of their tenet that they will take on any commission as long as they collect money. Any. In the conference room, Chen Yi, who was in charge of broadcasting the screen, slowly spoke out. After a pause, he then spoke. As shown in the camera screen, the Unyielding Mercenary Corps is divided into two groups of people and two vehicles, totaling 19 people. Under Li Liang's pursuit, except for that deputy leader in the picture, the rest of them, all of them were annihilated. According to the data, from the time Li Liang started to set off in pursuit to the destruction of the Unyielding Mercenary Corps, the entire process, it only took less than half an hour. This is only on top of Li Liang's attack alone. The satellite monitoring screen shows that there was a squad afterward. The sniper rifle held by Li Liang, look at the shape. It's exactly the latest research of the Eagle Sauce Country. The specific power data, just released a little bit, the rest there is no way to know. Saying that, Chenny enlarged the image of the projector and fixed it in the sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand. Then after a pause, the picture changed once again. This time, it was the image of Li Liang holding a rocket launcher in the car. He continued. This rocket launcher he used, we even failed to check any data, it seems. Not researched by any country. Moreover, from the beginning to the end of the battle, Li Liang only fired a total of 3 shots, plus 1 rocket, killing a total of 18 people. As the words fell, he looked at the bigwigs present in front of him, let out a bitter smile, and said, "The above is the entire summary I made to make of this situation. For this arms dealer's weapons, even I can't make an accurate judgment. As for the tactical movements of the other side in this battle, it is not my area of expertise to judge the actions." After he finished speaking, the voice of a big brother slowly resounded in the conference room that had remained silent. Hee 3 bullets, 1 shell, 18 people exterminated, 1 person captured alive. This kind of thing is also the first time I've seen it. Since it's a tactical operation, let the professionals say what they think. Guofuhai, you come? Yes. This big brother smiled faintly, his gaze resting on a warrior in the corner of the conference room. This warrior stood straight in a military posture. Seeing the many bigwigs' gazes looking at him, his expression did not change in the slightest. At the same time, he went straight forward. Guofuhai, you've previously held the title of 4th Military Region Soldier King. Tell me, what do you think of this little guy? Receiving instructions from the big brother, the warrior named Guofuhai heaved his head and spoke ably. From the images of this battle, this young man's actions can really be described in 2 words. Bizarre. Upon hearing this, the many bigwigs all revealed looks of interest. Guofuhai paused and continued. During the initial attack on Camel Country, he showed an extremely strong military quality. The first sniper bullet came without warning. Although it hit him, it was as if he had anticipated it, and after only 0.5 seconds after the hit, he used the force of the impact to quickly dodge inside the barrier with a roll. And in this image, we can see that he got up and immediately set his eyes on the location where the enemy fired. This is impossible for just an arms dealer, just a businessman, to have such combat literacy. The words fell. He looked at the bigwigs present again, and only after seeing all of them briefly contemplate, did he continue. This was followed by a chase in the next. Here is what I find bizarre. Saying this, he pointed at the projector and said with a grave expression, "1 shot." While driving an SUV at a high speed, using a sniper rifle with 1 hand, load, aim, and fire. And accurately hit the enemy vehicle's fuel tank. And, from the battle footage, it seems that after this young man fired, the sniper rifle had no recoil and remained firmly in his hand. Even his own figure remains unchanged. This is the most bizarre part of this battle. The warrior named Guofuhai said this, his expression becoming even more serious. He was once a king of soldiers. Having served in the special forces again, he was able to see more details about this not-so-long battle. While recounting it, there was no shortage of shock in his heart. In his heart, he was also silently comparing, if he were to switch to himself. Can one hand hit the enemy vehicle's gas tank with a sniper rifle accurately while traveling at high speed? He shook his head in his heart, knowing very well that he couldn't do it. Suddenly, his eyes dimmed, and there was a slight fatigue in his expression. In the later pursuit battle, Li Liang's actions were also extremely exaggerated. First, a shot without any vision killed 3 people in the enemy carriage, and later a precise shot went through the driver in the main driver's seat, and both were headshots. In addition, in the face of multiple people's firepower suppression, the reaction he made was also extremely exaggerated. As shown in the picture, although there is a distance of 800 meters from the enemy, this is still within the effective range of the enemy. But he took a position to dodge most of the bullets, and the ones that hit the car were just less than 10. Speaking here, Guofuhai suddenly paused and added, "With such marksmanship, I really have to suspect that he is either a natural marksman, or, in his weapon, there is a system that automatically tracks the enemy." Chapter 73, he might be able to change the pattern of the world. Inside the conference room, Guofuhai continued. One of the points is even more bizarre. During the initial attack, Li Liang was hit by a sniper's rifle, and by all rights, even if he was wearing a bulletproof vest and luckily didn't die, he should have suffered a considerable amount of injuries. But from the way he acted afterward in this image, he seems to be fine. This is something I don't understand. Could it be that the problem lies in the bulletproof vest? Speaking of this, his gaze went to Chen Yi in his seat. It was obviously inquiring about this military manufacturing bigwig. Chen Yi's face was grave, and he spoke with certainty. "I can be certain that being hit by a sniper rifle bullet will definitely result in a not-so-small injury without dying." Saying that, he paused, then his words changed. "But, if it's his bulletproof vest, it might also make sense. As for Xiaohai's comment about weapon tracking, I think it's also very likely to be true." These words came out. The many military region bigwigs in the seats stared at him in unison. A face of incredulity. After returning to their senses, someone soon burst out laughing. At the same time, a hot-tempered Commander Xiao from the Central War region spoke directly. "Commander Chen, what kind of joke are you making here on this kind of occasion? Simply nonsense. This kind of weapon locks the enemy? I'm afraid no one will be able to research such technology even after a few more decades. Don't tell me that he, a high school student, could have the skills and resources to research such a thing. The other few commanders didn't say anything though. But they all nodded unanimously, agreeing with what Xiao Haoyu said. In his seat, Shenyi shook his head with a bitter smile. Yeah. Who would believe this kind of thing? Even if he had heard Li Liang say it himself. He was still somewhat skeptical even now. Just as he was about to explain something. At the main seat, a man in an old-fashioned military uniform coughed twice and spoke faintly. Cough. Everyone, Commander Chen is not joking. Seeing him vocalize, the various commanders looked over in unison, their faces showing surprise. They did not expect that this chief of general staff would actually believe in such ridiculous statements like Chen Yi's, and even stood up to speak in his favor. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were even wider as he looked at Chen Yi and then at the man in the main seat and said, Chief of General Staff Li, this. The words were not finished. The man in the main seat then waved his hand, signaling him to stop. Then proceeded to continue. Regarding this matter of weapons tracking, Chen Yi has already spoken with me before. The arsenal factory had previously received an arms order from the Camel country. At first, we thought it was a mistake, but in the end, they completely specified that the order was sent to this high school student named Li Liang. Among the weapons on it, there was a bazooka that had an extremely long range and great power, and the most important point was, this bazooka can lock the enemy. The words fell. The commanders of the districts had shocked faces. Body armor that could protect against sniper rifle bullets? A sniper rifle that automatically tracks bullets? And even a bazooka can lock the enemy? Is it really a sci-fi movie? This kind of is to be from other people's mouth out, killed them also impossible to believe. But now. These words are from the mouth of the Chief of General Staff. It was impossible for him to make such a humorous joke on such an occasion. But these words they did not utter. In the end, they are also the commanders of the districts, the characters of half a lifetime, even if they are shocked and surprised. They did not make a sound. They just looked at the Chief of General Staff and waited for his next words. Chief of General Staff re-cleared his throat and continued with a smile. Regarding the matter of the weapons in the hands of this arms dealer, we have long since made up our mind. A long time ago, I asked Commander Chen to go and place an order with that arms dealer. This is considered a test run. If the weapons in his hands, the technology, are really true, then this young man is vital to our Dragon Kingdom. It's even very likely that he can change the pattern of the world. After saying this, the many bigwigs in the conference room were silent for a long time. In the end, they didn't state anything, only that in their respective gazes, they all flickered with different meanings. One of the big men seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke casually. This Li Liang. Little comrade, the risk factor of doing these things is not small. The people in the picture were sent flying, and although they might not have suffered any injuries, it's still too dangerous in the end. If he really holds the technology we want in his hands, then we should increase our protection. Hasn't the research department recently researched something new? Send it over for him to play with. Other side. Desert. At the supply point of Camel Country. After returning, Li Liang immediately brought the live captured Lei Code deputy chief to Rushd's side. Then he roughly described the situation this time. This caused Rushd's heart to burst as he listened. It's only been a short time since the attack, and you wiped out all those people? Li Liang nodded, looking a bit tired. Pointing to the Lei Code on the side, he said, yes, I purposely captured one back alive for fear that you wouldn't believe me. Rushd was speechless for a while. Although he had known long before that this arms dealer had completely destroyed the Eagle Sauce Nation Sea Dog Commandos. But now that he was experiencing this feeling again, it was still somewhat unbelievable to him. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Li Liang added. Duke Rushed, don't worry, I said I would escort you guys over, so naturally I won't go back on my word. I'll carry all the dangers for you guys. As the words fell, Rushed were confused for a moment. Immediately, with a face moved to tears, he pulled Li Liang's hand and said excitedly, Li, you really? I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. This is the most pleasant cooperation I've ever had, your service is just too thoughtful. I'm really too touched, from now on you'll be the best friend of our Camel country. Go back and I'll definitely report it to the king and make sure to give you a knighthood. Sniffing. Li Liang laughed dryly. Ha? Adding a knighthood? Of course he knew it wasn't that simple. This Camel Kingdom was just looking at his strength. He wanted to tie himself up with them. The title is just a false name. If the other side to open a high price, give a few tens of billions, hundreds of billions of euros or something, then one might be able to consider it. Duke, knighthood, or something. There's no need for that, but right now I do have something that I need Camel Kingdom's help with. Oh? Li, go ahead and say it, your matter is our Camel Kingdom's matter. With a serious face, Rushed clapped his chest and exclaimed. Hiss. I'm relieved with your words. Hearing these words, Li Liang was instantly energized. The only trace of fatigue left on his face was gone. He only saw him pull out a handful of plastic shards from his jacket pocket and whispered. Duke rushed, the bank card you gave me during the battle just now is shattered. Can you see if you can make up another one? Rushed followed his gaze and froze on the spot. Ha! This is it? Chapter 74, Snatch him up and make him your own. 5 o'clock in the morning. At the desert supply point. Li Liang jumped onto the roof of the SUV and sat cross-legged, replacing the sniper rifle in his hand with a brand new magazine. With a cigarette in his mouth, he then gently patted the roof of the car with fear. Let's go. Doe inside the car whispered back and started the vehicle. After a short pause, the convoy also finally resumed driving towards the Camel Country's military base. Li Liang sat on the roof of the car, humming a cheerful-sounding ditty. As for the conflict that had just occurred, killing people and whatnot, he had long since put it behind him. War. There's no such thing as an undead man. Especially in the business of arms dealers, it is not unusual to encounter wars and conflicts. For him, being able to protect himself and those he cared about was enough. Of course, making a lot of money selling arms is essential. 1 hour later. A sliver of fish belly white slowly rose in the sky. This land also gradually had light appear. The Camel Kingdom's caravan happened to be passing by a city near the Baton Kingdom at this moment. And Yao inside the car looked over there from afar. The only thing that came into her eyes were the crumbling ruins and the building that had been blown up by the shells. There were also bodies covered with white cloth on the side of the road. Their families with their children were kneeling and wiping their tears. This scene made Yao's heart heavy. She couldn't help but mutter, saying, Li Liang, do you think that the arms and weapons you sold will hit these innocent civilians as well? Sniff. Li Liang on the roof of the car was silent for a while before he finally spoke. I don't know, I don't want to know. Doing business is about supply and demand. If someone buys, someone sells off. Driving will also kill people, smoking will also kill people. Aren't there any innocent civilians among these people? My gun has a safety on it, and not all the people I kill are necessarily good people, and besides, haven't you ever heard the saying? And Yao was silent for a moment and asked, what saying? Li Liang looked at the distant sky and smiled slightly, remembering what a teacher in the Dragon Kingdom had said, then said, truth is only within the range of cannons, and dignity is only above the blade of the sword. Big reporter, think about it from another angle. If their country had been so powerful that they had weapons that made everyone afraid, would they still have been invaded? And Yao proceeded to be silent. The truth was just like that, she couldn't refute it. At this moment, she suddenly understood. Peace comes from being strong. What a blessing it is to live in a country as powerful as the Dragon Kingdom. 2 hours later. Li Liang was still sitting cross-legged on the roof of the car. At this moment, the convoy had already arrived at the entrance of the Camel Country's military base. Not long after the military base, a team of people was sent to conduct an inspection. Everyone got out of the car. Just as the check came to Li Liang's place, the soldier froze for a moment as he looked at both Li Liang and Yao's appearance. People from the Dragon Kingdom? From the Sakura country? Or the Stick country? His brain raced. One word immediately popped into his head. Not good. Could it be a spy? Freeze. Show me your papers. The soldier subconsciously raised the rifle in his hand at this moment. At the same time, he said to several soldiers in the distance, back up. 2 suspicious people have been spotted. The words came out. The soldiers who were conducting a routine inspection in the distance immediately surrounded them. With a speechless face, Li Liang looked towards the put where Rushed was and helplessly said, Duke Rushed, this is. Sniffed. Rushed, who was registering at the entrance, looked at the sound. In his heart, he immediately screamed out a bad word and immediately ran over with his ass on the ground. Drop the gun, this is a misunderstanding. Rushed yelled. Then he was seen pulling the lead soldier over, seemingly explaining something. After a while, Li Liang then saw the soldier, and a flash of surprise lit up in his eyes. When he looked at Li Liang, the only thing he carried in his gaze was respect. In the end, the lead soldier nodded at Li Liang and called away the soldiers that surrounded them all together. Then Rushed came over. He looked at Li Liang with an apologetic face and said, Li, sorry, I neglected to notice. Li Liang waved his hand, signaling that he didn't care, then thoughtfully looked at the gate of the military base and said, Duke, since I have already safely delivered this batch of arms, it's time for me to leave. Rushed pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, not going in to see? Don't be so outgoing, just make yourself at home. Li Liang shook his head, and Rushes couldn't afford to continue to stay. So the two parted ways here. 12 noon. Li Liang and the rest of the group drove to a city in the Baton country. This place hadn't been affected by the war and was relatively peaceful. But many homeless people can still be seen sitting on the streets. Li Liang and the others entered the city and immediately looked for a hotel and had a meal on the way. A dozen people were also a little tired from escorting the arms. They couldn't even get up the energy to eat. So after the meal, Li Liang waved his hand and said, Take a break and don't cause trouble for me. We'll meet at 5 p.m. I have something to say. After getting his statement, It was only after the Black Manadu and a dozen or so of his juniors' tightly wound emotions were completely released. In twos and threes, they banded together to find a place to rest and recuperate. They don't all have to stay together during the rest period. Feel free to do what you want. And Yao also went back to her hotel room, muttering before she left that she was going to take a big nap that no one could wake her up from. Li Liang turned a blind eye to this. Humph. You don't wake up at 5 o'clock, I'll leave you here. And when the minions are gone. Li Liang also casually walked on top of the dilapidated streets. It was just that he had been pondering a question in his head. Eagle Sauce Country repeatedly bully me, how should I fight back well? And that unyielding mercenary group. Them, simply don't kill them all, we need to think differently. How about? Why don't we just set up a military base here, and then let them people work for me to make money, and sell arms together to atone for their sins? Thinking of this, Li Liang's eyes immediately exploded with a brilliant light. This was a good idea. Sell arms and make it a chain industry, and then it will be practiced all over the world. This is not much faster than selling alone. But a question soon spared his mind. But it's too slow to ship the arms from the island here to sell them, and it also takes time to build a base, making money much less efficiently. Thinking of this, Li Liang suddenly stumbled on his feet and suddenly figured out something. Only to see him clap his hands as if he was thatched, and excitedly said, "No, why do I have to sell my own arms? Sell other people's is not the same, anyway, or selling arms, sell who's not sell. I remember, the Eagle Jam Country seems to have a military base over here. Wouldn't it be better if I just robbed it and made him my own, selling the weapons in his base?" Chapter 75, Li Liang's system asking for votes. On the dilapidated street. Li Liang's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. This sudden idea made him very satisfied. Just then a shout came from behind him. "My lord!" He looked back and at the street entrance, the black man, Ado, was walking towards him. Li Liang glanced at his watch, then looked at him faintly and said, "What is it?" The black man, Ado, looked around and saw that no one was around, so he handed over the cell phone in his hand. On the cell phone, a picture taken by a satellite was displayed. On it was a bearded man. This man. Somewhat familiar. Li Liang took the phone and after scanning it, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful look as he added, "Seems like I've seen it somewhere." It was then that the black man, Ado, nodded and continued. "My lord, this place is the headquarters of the Unyielding Mercenary Corps. I found this person when I was looking up the surveillance. If I remember correctly, this person's name is Nicholas, and he even had an arms deal with us before, that time near the high seas of the Dragon Kingdom." Nikolai? Hearing this name, Li Liang instantly recalled it. There is such a person. He looked at the picture in his phone and frowned slightly. The name was pondered over and over in his mind. He naturally knew about the news of Nikolai's defeat and disappearance earlier. The rumors all said that this person had been captured by the Eagle Jam Country. Since he was captured by the Eagle Jam Country, it was unlikely that he would be released so quickly. But now why had he suddenly appeared on the Camelot countryside? And it still appeared in the Unyielding Mercenary Corps, an organization that was hostile to him? A series of questions continued to unfold in his mind. Eagle Sauce Country. The defeated and captured Nikolai received a commission from the Unyielding Mercenary Corps. The payoff was a Hawksbane-style tank. Weird. Something doesn't feel right. Suddenly, Li Liang's eyes instantly had a glimmer of brightness in them, and his thoughts instantly cleared up. Could it be that this Nikolai turned against us after being captured by Eagle Sauce? Li Liang gave a cold snort at the bottom of his heart. He himself had wondered before. How did the Eagle Jam Country know that he was going to trade with the Camel Country? Now it seemed as if it all made sense. Handing the cell phone in his hand back to the black man, Ado, then nodded and added, "I see, let's go, back to the hotel." Back to the hotel room. As soon as Li Liang entered the room, he unlocked the door and then pulled the window curtains together. Only then did he sit on the bed. At this moment, there was still some time before the gathering. However, he had no intention of resting. He pricked up his ears and listened to the movement outside the door. Only then did he cry out in his heart with a grave expression, "System panel, open." As the words fell, there was a roar in his mind. Ding! With that, a blue light screen quietly appeared in front of him. This was Li Liang's system. Ever since he came out of the detective division unharmed last time, the sniper rifle that was rewarded by the mission arrived the next day. Then he realized that he could already summon this system at will. After a general understanding, he also understood how to use this system. Anything on it was to be unlocked with real-life money. For example, this option called Battle Panel. It was the one that Li Liang had spent $30 million to unlock and open. Thinking of this, his eyes fell on the battle panel again. A color of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. Unlocking this panel almost emptied my petty cash. But this function is really good. Li Liang's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Previously, he was hit by a sniper rifle while escorting the Camel Country's convoy. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was his own good fortune. Or it was thought that the other sniper's accuracy was not good. But in reality, only Li Liang himself knew that it was all because of the system's battle panel. Why don't we all just add more this time? Bulletproof vests can't protect our heads. Thinking of this, Li Liang took out the bank card given by Camel Kingdom in his pocket. Then looked at the system panel again. Most of the options on it failed to unlock. Only a few options were lit up. He gazed at the blue light screen and after thinking for a moment, he tapped on the weapon panel. In here were the weapons he had produced so far. There were all kinds of weapons. From small pistols, revolver sandhawks, big as fighter jets, strategic missiles, and so on. And the most recent weapon produced was the sniper rifle he had used to hunt down the indomitable mercenaries. It was also the one that was given a reward by the system that came out of the detective division before. After checking it out, Li Liang frowned. The weapon, if you change it, you can't produce it now. And dealing with these people right now, just using a sniper rifle is also completely enough. Thinking like this, Li Liang finally clicked on the battle panel. A series of information was displayed on it. Host, Li Liang. Agility, 11. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 10. These information points cost $1 million for each point added. Looking at this information, another color of flesh pain flashed in Li Liang's eyes. But only when he thought of the time he was hit by the sniper rifle did the color of flesh pain in his eyes slowly fade away. A moment later, he finally clenched his teeth. The bank card in his hand was pasted onto the system's screen. On the other side, inside the hall of the unyielding mercenary corps headquarters, Nicholas couldn't calm down at all and kept walking around the hall. A few moments later he looked at Fei Luo who was on a seat to the side and said angrily, "Fei Luo, is this what you call easy? I said long ago, without absolute certainty, don't just make a move against that arms dealer. Well now, you tell what to do?" On the side, Fei Luo's face was even more gloomy, even his eyes were covered in blood. At that time, after hearing Vice Leader Leicode's cry for help, he was shocked. The other party was chasing them alone? At that time, he was on the verge of wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. But the terrified voices coming from the other side didn't sound like they were joking. One person chasing down 19 people? Isn't this hilarious? 19 people, each with a barrage of bullets, could have turned the other into a hornet's nest. Now you're saying he's chasing and killing? But the moment he thought about what Nicholas said, he still immediately took the remaining dozen or so members of the regiment to the battlefield. But all the things on the battlefield shocked him once again. The 2 trucks were all blown up, and 18 corpses were burned beyond recognition. Even the corpse of their deputy regimental commander could not be found. Not. What the hell is going on? The other side is coming after them with cannons? At this moment inside the hall, Philo looked at Nikolai, then angrily said, "Oleander, don't lash out at me here. I've lost half of the mercenary corps members now. These people were carefully trained by me. Tell me, who will compensate me?" Nicholas snorted coldly and said again, "Anyway, I've made it clear to you that arms dealer is flawed and will be rewarded. You can either hurry up and bring people to find a way to finish him off now. Either that, or you're just waiting for him to beat down your door to settle the score with you. I'm not going to accompany you anyway." As the words fell, Nikolai directly left, and as he walked to the door he added, "Don't say I'm unkind, you've lost so many men, this tank is for you." After saying that, he didn't stop and walk towards the door. Only Fei Luo, who was gritting his teeth, was left in the hall. His eyes were red and his face twisted as he suddenly stood up. Then he violently hammered the table in front of him and said angrily, "This damned arms dealer, if I don't take this revenge, I won't swear to be a man." Chapter 76, let's do it directly, or do we say hello first? Under the color of night. Baton foreign countries. Li Liang, hand holding a sniper rifle, a few jumps climbed onto the roof of the car, sat down cross-legged. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his gaze was flung into the distance. In front of him, the black man, Ado, and a group of heavily armed minions were straightening their backs waiting for this lord to give orders. And Yao got down from the car and yawned. Looking at the heavily armed personnel in front of her, she was instantly confused in place. What is this doing again? The deal is also done, there's no need to be so formal when beating a path back home. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Li Liang who was playing with his sniper rifle on the roof of the car. Then whispered again to Do at the side and asked, "Hey, are we returning to the island?" Do was about to make a reply. But Li Liang on the roof of the car snatched his voice first. "Big reporter, turn on the live broadcast, remember, cover up the image first and show them later." And Yao had a puzzled look on her face and said, "Why open the live broadcast again? It's all done trading, what else is there to broadcast? Moreover, opening a live broadcast you don't show people the picture, just listen to a sound? Which has such a..." The words just came out. A bad feeling rose in the bottom of her heart. Not opening the live feed? Is this some kind of secret action that can't be known by others? And this current formation seemed like a bit of déjà vu. Right. It was like the time when he watched Li Liang and the others deal with the Sea Dogs commandos on the monitor. Is there really some special operation? The moment she thought of this, and Yao immediately became uneasy. At this time, Li Liang finally said with some impatience, "Open the live broadcast when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much? Believe it or not, I'll leave you in the desert." At those words, and Yao's delicate body trembled, looking at Li Liang with a gust of horror in her eyes. This young man in front of him didn't even blink an eye when he killed. To say that he would leave himself here, could he still be joking? A moment later, and Yao opened the live broadcast again under Li Liang's threat. Even though it was already late at night. But because of what he did before, there were quite a few people who were paying attention. Especially this live streaming account of Yao's already had tens of millions of people following it. As soon as the live broadcast was turned on, the overwhelming pop-ups came barreling in again. Wow, Sister Yao is on the air again. What is the live broadcast about this time? Selling arms? Or are we going to have a firefight with a certain troop? Ha! How come there's no picture? Is the equipment malfunctioning? What's the situation? Why is there only sound but no picture? Is today's program a sound broadcast? Where's Li? I want to see Li Shin. Brother Li, it's me, I'm your best friend. Looking at the pop-ups of the netizens who were on the verge of revolting. And Yao could only explain one sentence. Everyone, it's a secret operation now, it's not convenient to show everyone. Everyone listen to the sound first. It'll be fine after a while. Hearing this, the netizens' attention was quickly drawn to the words secret operation. Secret action? I'm going. Is this something big? What is it? It's so mysterious, it makes my heart itch. Speaking of which, where are we going now? Can you reveal it? No, it's okay to listen to the voice, but the rest? Hey, I'll just make it up in my head. This one above, you've watched too much Little Yellow Radio, right? Your imagination is gaga rich. Just as the netizens were curious, several voices suddenly came from the live broadcast room. Obviously, it was the voices of Li Liang and the black man, Ado. My lord, it's here. Are we going to do it directly, or are we going to say hello first and then do it? If we greet them first, I'll give them a shot first. Then another voice was heard, obviously Li Liang's. There's no rush, where's Lazy? Give them all to me. Listening to the conversation coming from the screenly, but unable to see the picture. The netizens had already started to frantically brainstorm images. What am I hearing? Dry? Doing what stuff? Who is Li going to? It's not like there won't be any weird noises coming later, right? And what's the point of giving someone a shot? What kind of weird way to greet someone? Thunder? What thunder? Damn, it's really getting curious. The other end of the dark screen. Li Liang and the others had stopped at an out== place location. A kilometer away was an abandoned factory. The surroundings were all stopped up with barbed wire. Vaguely, one could still see people moving around inside, standing guard. Looking at the lights over there, the black guy, Ado, was holding that bazooka and jumping into action. And another little brother squatted on the ground. In front of him is a pile of various types of mines. High explosive mines, incendiary mines, triggered mines, timed blast mines. A whole backpack was filled before it was handed over to Li Liang. My lord! Be careful! Li Liang nodded calmly and said, you guys wait here. Then carrying the heavy backpack. Silently, he touched towards the brightest house in front of him. Inside the unyielding mercenary corps. In front of an open space at this moment all the members of the troop were already fully armed. Fei Luo was equally so. He swept a glance at the members in front of him with a serious expression. His eyes finally settled on the slowly moving tank, and his heart immediately felt relieved. With this thing, wouldn't it be easy to kill that arms dealer? Even if you're more bullish, can you do more than a tank? Fei Luo gave a cold snort in his heart, before he said to the members of the regiment. I'm sure you all know about our operation this time. At those words, the unyielding mercenary regiment's regiment members straightened their backs and looked grave. That hateful arms dealer took out half of our mercenary troops' brethren. Fei Luo clenched his fists, almost gritting his teeth. They were all brothers who had crossed paths with us. They died tragically at the hands of that arms dealer. Some of them didn't even leave their bones behind. Vice Captain Lemay was even worse, his body couldn't even be found. I'm afraid he's already been captured. Brethren, when did our unyielding mercenary corps ever suffer such disgrace? Speaking of this, the anger in the hearts of the troop members was instantly mobilized. The unyielding mercenary corps, the reason why they were called the unyielding mercenary corps. That was naturally because they had their own pride, the focus was on an unyielding. The members who joined the unyielding mercenary corps, without exception, carried this belief in their bones. Being captured is their scales. They would rather die than be captured. At this moment, when they heard Fei Luo's words, they couldn't hold back their screams any longer. Fark! That arms dealer to death. Make sure to make him pay. Give them some color. Avenge the dead brothers. Kill! 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 cut off his head for wine. Looking at the combative members of the regiment in front of him, Laycode nodded in satisfaction. The momentum, already rendered in place. Next, it was the death of that arms dealer. Thinking of this, his gaze was again placed on the tank that had just started up not far away. At once, his heart gained a few more points. Only when he was looking at the tank, he did not notice that in a dead corner where the surveillance could not shine. At this time, there was also a gaze that was quietly watching him. After hearing the words of these members, the owner of that gaze couldn't help but look odd. Chapter 77, No Heads Up, No Battles, Fierce Work Without a Word. In the darkness of the night, inside the headquarters of the unyielding mercenary corps, a figure wandered around the corners. Every time he wandered, he would silently leave a time delay grenade in its place. Even a few grenades were left inside the vehicles that those mercenary corps members were about to head to ride in. On the barbed wire fences, in the piles of supplies, inside the mercenary regiment hall, inside the dormitories, on the trucks. The figure of Li Liang flashed everywhere. And those surveillance as well as guards, it was as if they couldn't feel his presence at all. Only when a whole backpack was all empty and suffocated did Li Liang slowly exit this dangerous place that was already filled with bombs everywhere. My lord is back. When Li Liang's minions saw him return, they all gathered around at once. Only to see Li Liang holding a detonator in his hand. Looking at his juniors, he calmly opened his mouth. Repeat the purpose of this operation. The junior brothers looked at each other in all directions and quickly let out a playful laugh and responded. Charge as soon as the thunder goes off and try to catch them alive. Don't get on top, don't get attached to the battle, say nothing, and do it fiercely. And Yao was confused? When did you have the purpose? What the hell? Holy, that rhymes. No. What operational purpose is so abstract? Sorry, I've already brainstormed a bunch of burly men smiling lewdly. It's so inexplicably comical. Someone please tell me what kind of action Li God is actually doing. I'm dying of anxiety. Who is he doing? How? The dark and live broadcast room. The netizens heard these slogans in the cold and were practically crying with laughter. Although they didn't know what they were doing, they were also able to punch in these fragmented conversations and clips. Brainstorm a blockbuster action movie. Seeing that the little brother's spiritual comprehension of this action was on point, Li Liang also nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, get ready." He turned around and faced the direction of the unyielding mercenaries. Then he gently pressed the detonator in his hand. At the same time, the minions beside him had already wailed and rushed over. Charge them to death. Inside the unyielding mercenaries, Fei Luo put on his helmet, then with a serious face, he said to the few newly recruited members of the troop beside him, "I asked you guys to familiarize yourselves with that tank before, you should have all figured it out. Don't worry, Chief, this thing isn't difficult, but... Regiment Commander, where did you get this fine treasure? It cost a lot of money, didn't it?" A member of the regiment smiled, his gaze resting on top of the tank in the distance. The eyes were filled with eagerness to try as well as admiration for the leader. Fei Luo laughed, raising his head all of 3 times before proudly saying, "This thing, just get it, I have a little bit of connections over in the Eagle Jam country. People sent it directly." As the words fell, the 3 corps members were even more surprised in their eyes. Holy! They had really followed the right person. This mercenary group, not only could they get the tanks of the Eagle Sauce country, but they also had connections over there in the Eagle Sauce country? The strength of this leader is really unfathomable. Seeing them reveal a look of adoration, Fei Luo's heart burst with relief and added, "As long as you guys follow me, Fei Luo, not to mention tanks, even Eagle Jam's fighters I can get to fly. Like this small tank, I don't even care to want." The words did not yet end. The next moment, boom! A violent explosion sounded as if heavenly thunder had descended, and the entire mercenary group headquarters shook. Flames fiercely lit up in front of their eyes. Then a sniper rifle sound carried through the sky. Fei Luo was dumbfounded, and even his hand that was pointing at the tank stood still, as if time had been suspended. In the distance, the tank of the Eagle Sauce country, together with the grenade inside, was directly pierced through a large hole. Before he could react, explosions rang out continuously. There was more than one place. On the barbed wire fences, in the piles of supplies, inside the dormitories, and even in the mercenary group hall behind him. Splendid flames exploded everywhere. For a time, panicked cries and miserable howls of pain echoed across this land. This sudden scene directly caused leader Fei Luo's entire body to freeze. He couldn't figure out how, clearly just now was still fine. How did it suddenly, without warning, just explode in front of his eyes? Exploded? Fei Luo's brain was a little dizzy, and through the light of the burning fire, his eyes looked into the distance. There were a dozen silhouettes, their mouths emitting ape-like cries. Scrambling to be the first to rush towards them. Fei Luo thought that his eyes were blurry and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. But the scene in front of him was indeed so. Looking at this outrageous scene, Fei Luo's pupils contracted. Monkeys? No! An ape has become a sperm? Soon, gunshots rang out. The violent gunfire pulled Fei Luo's thoughts back, at which point he finally reacted and shouted, "Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! Don't disorganize yourself, take cover, take cover! Fark! Why is this place suddenly exploding? An enemy attack? How come there was no sign at all? The explosion still went off from inside, did the enemy get inside? What happened? Couldn't it be an explosion at the ammo depot? It can't be. How could the ammunition depot blow up for no apparent reason?" The sudden explosion drew the two members of the regiment into a state of confusion. They hid behind the truck, dodging the dust from the explosion. But suddenly, one of the corps members' body stiffened violently, then looked at his teammate next to him and said, "Did you hear that? I think I heard a clock ticking." Hearing these words, the teammate next to him was instantly silenced down to listen carefully. Soon he said with a serious face and earnest, "There is. But why is the sound of this clock getting louder and louder? And it seems as if it's getting faster and faster? Kind of like a time bomb?" As soon as these words came out, the two men's bodies stiffened at the same time, and then looked at each other in disbelief. One of them reacted extremely quickly, pulling out his legs and running. But in the end, he was still a step too slow, and in the next second the bomb on the truck violently exploded. A member of the troop directly turned into a bloody mist and blew up, and the fleeing member's legs were blown off. Fell to the ground a miserable howl. This same scene was continuously staged within the mercenary group. The members of the mercenary corps realized that the entire headquarters seemed to be stuffed with mines. After the initial wave of timed explosions, what resounded more within the headquarters was a type of triggered mines. These grenades were like ghosts, always appearing in corners they didn't expect. Someone soon discovered it. While the headquarters was blowing up, a group of personnel had rushed in front of them at some point. When they looked up again, it was already a rifle pressed against their head. "You guys!" These corps members didn't have time to react. In the next second, they were struck in the back of the head by the butt of another person's rifle and directly fainted. Chapter 78. Friend, what kind of weapons do you need? At this moment, 1 kilometer away, Anyao held up her cell phone and was looking in the direction of the distant explosions. The continuous sound of the explosions made her heart burst. Oh my god, how many mines did Li Liang plant? The netizens in the live broadcast room were still only able to see pitch black. But at this moment, when they listened to the commotion coming from the screen, they immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hiss! What an intense explosion! It blew up for a few minutes all. What in the world is going on? Really anxious to death, open the live screen, really can't help it. The dark live broadcast screen made many netizens anxious. The sound of explosions on the screen made them keep brainstorming. In their opinion, on the other side of the live broadcast screen, there was definitely a small battle of no less than 100 people in progress. All kinds of weapons were constantly roaring and roaring. Machine guns, rifles, grenades, sniper rifles. And the shouts coming from the distance made them tense up as well. A battle of more than 100 people. This was a rare sight in reality. Now that they had the chance to see it, how could these netizens not be anxious? Open the screen. Let me see. Li Shulan. I want to see Li Shulan. This battle will definitely blow the world away. Sister reporter, please, let us watch it live. Yes, such an immersive live broadcast is really rare. A battle of more than 100 people? And Yao looked at the many pop-ups in the live broadcast. Inwardly, she shook fiercely. The distance was too far, and she couldn't see exactly how many people were exchanging fire in front of her. She could only see the constant fire of explosions coming out, which was mixed with screams in the ape-like of Li Liang's minions. Yelling, "It's not that bad. Li Liang, he, with a dozen or so people, dares to fight hundreds of people?" Was thinking like this. It didn't take long. The explosions in the distance had completely stopped. Why is it silent? And Yao was a bit puzzled as she looked left and right towards the direction of the explosions. She wasn't the least bit worried about the safety of Li Liang as well as this squad. After all, back in the monitoring room of the island, she had witnessed Li Liang's terrifying firepower crushing this squad. After waiting quietly for a few more moments, one person walked out from the light ahead. She looked at it suspiciously. The person who came was none other than Black Brother Ado, who waved his hand in greeting. "Come over, it's already over." And Yao was visibly stunned and said, "Ah? It's over so quickly?" These words came out. The netizens in the live stream completely exploded. What the hell? It's only been a few minutes and hundreds of people have been resolved by Li Shulan? Holy damn it, are the people on the opposite side made of dough? Are they that tough to beat? Hundreds of steamed buns would have to be eaten for a few days, how come it's over? And Yao glanced at the pop-up screen, then followed Black Brother Ado closely as he walked forward. The next second, her entire body froze in place, only to see that the unyielding mercenary corps headquarters was in a mess. 7 or 8 people were holding their heads, disheveled and squatting on the ground. Next to these people, A man with a blonde back head was backhandedly pressed down by two of Li Liang's minions. His eyes were filled with hatred, but his face was surprisingly calm. This time, their unyielding mercenary corps could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Over the years, the members that they had cultivated as well as recruited had almost all died at once. And what made him even more angry was that as soon as the battle started, the sound of thunderbolts exploding was filled everywhere within the mercenary corps. Even the people who attacked saw it, and most of the regiment's members were already dead. Fei Luo stared at the young man in front of him with a deadly gaze, asking the one question he wanted to know the most at the moment. I'm curious to know, how did you silently plant a bomb inside us? One must know that there was only one way to enter their unyielding mercenary corps headquarters. That side was guarded by corps members on a 24-hour rotation. It was simply impossible to slip in unnoticed, let alone installing how many bombs inside their mercenary group. Li Liang looked at him and said without a care in the world, "Walked in." Fei Luo was stunned, then his face grimaced and said, "Walked in? Impossible. If you walked in, how could our people in the monitoring room not report it? Could it be that you bribed them?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang didn't bother to answer and just said to Enyao, who had just arrived, "You can turn the live broadcast on." Enyao froze and nodded, then she turned the live broadcast back on. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room had long been unable to hold back. As soon as the screen opened, what met their eyes was the tragic scene that had been bombarded by Thunderbolt, as well as the captives who were crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. Finally, I can see the screen. I'll go. What's the situation here? This place was bombed by missiles? Where is this? Who is Li Shulan fighting? Captives? What kind of people are these captives? It can't be people from the Eagle Jam country again. Li Shulan, explain. What the hell is going on? Li Liang scanned the pop-ups, then made a standard serviceable smile and said, "Fellow viewers, in fact, everyone is getting the wrong idea. They aren't captives. We didn't exchange fire, much less have any conflict. These people, they are actually my trading partners." When these words came out, not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room confused, even leader Fei Luo and his group of minions were similarly confused. They exchanged glances, then looked at the young arms dealer in bewilderment. A deal? What kind of deal could they have with this arms dealer? What kind of deal was this? Someone in the live broadcast audience soon asked. "Ha? A deal? What kind of deal? An arms deal? No, right, a deal? Why did I just hear artillery and gunfire? Yeah, and this is a deal? There's a deal scene like this? I don't get it, Li Shulan, what are you doing?" Li Liang looked at the pop-up screen and smiled back. "Yes, a viewer just guessed correctly, it's an arms deal." The words fell. The black man, Ado, brought 7 minions with him and walked out from the hall of the unyielding mercenaries. They were holding several rifles in their hands. Even their bodies were covered with 2 or 3 rifles. The black man, Ado, walked up to Li Liang and spoke. "My lord, all the guns from their warehouse are here." "Okay." Li Liang nodded and picked up one of the rifles. Then he walked over to Fei Luo and smiled. "This friend, I wonder what kind of arms and weapons you need." Fei Luo looked at the rifle in Li Liang's hand that belonged to the mercenary group and said in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Li Liang replied, still continuing with a serious face. "I have here dozens of rifles, dozens of pistols, countless bullets that are all of excellent quality, and now during the special period, I can sell them to you cheaper. I wonder this friend, how much do you intend to pay for it?" Saying that, he incidentally loaded the rifle in his hand. Seeing this scene, Fei Luo's body trembled violently, his forehead quickly covered in cold sweat. At the same time, his brain spun rapidly. Chapter 79, You're not buying, are you? Requesting for votes. As soon as Li Liang's words were spoken, the viewers in the live broadcast room were first stunned, and then someone reacted. "That's not right, why do I seem to be looking at it? These guns were carried out from their house." "When you said that, I noticed it too." "What operation?" "Take." "Oh no, robbing other people's weapons and selling them back? Who can do business better than you? I'm really impressed, the arms he sells aren't all robbed, right? Wouldn't that be zero cost? It's really unbeatable." On one side, leader Fei Luo looked at the firearms that were carried out from their mercenary group on the side, and then looked at the young man in front of him. Sparing himself the delayed reaction, at this moment he finally understood the other party's meaning. This was asking himself to take money to buy his life. Thinking of this, his face instantly became a few more points gloomy. Buying life is buying life. What kind of operation is robbing one's own weapons and then selling them to oneself? And what the hell is an arms deal? If you want money, just say so. What a bold deal. But there's no way, now that he's been caught by this arms dealer. Now he can only cooperate, or else he will die. With a long sigh, Fei Luo finally spoke. "Friend, if I buy it, can you let me and my regiment live?" These words came out. The troop members crouching on the ground at the side looked at their leader in unison. In their eyes, this troop leader's figure suddenly grew taller. There were even a few members of the regiment whose eyes were red. Troop leader. You're really. In the next moment, Fei Luo shook his head bitterly as if he intended to show it. There's no need to say more, you've all been with me for so long, I've long treated you as brothers. How could I leave you all behind and live alone? It's just a matter of spending some money. Fei Luo understood in his heart. Since this arms dealer was wanting to buy his life with money, then during the period of time when he hadn't yet shelled out the money, he must be safe. But what was the use of that? The unyielding mercenary corps at this moment could almost be said to exist in name only. People's hearts were disorganized. As the head of the group, if he didn't make some moves to buy people's hearts, I'm afraid that after this incident, the mercenary corps that has been painstakingly operated for many years will no longer be able to exist. But the staging of this scene. Directly, the many viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but spit out. Hey! What a good leader! If it were me, I would be willing to follow such a compassionate leader. Yes, if I were to be willing. Are you all blind? I think it's quite fake, this is clearly buying the hearts of these juniors. Can't you all see that? On the side, Fei Luo lowered his head, his eyes peeking at the firearms on the ground. In his heart, he hurriedly pinched the number. The firearms don't have many bullets, the most expensive ones are only $2,000 apiece. Even if it's 10 times higher than the market price, I can still afford it. Thinking of this, his heart was instantly relieved. However, in the eyes of these troop members, this leader already had a bleak and miserable look on his face. So they all gritted their teeth and looked at the young man, the hatred in their eyes all increasing quite a bit. Seeing the gazes thrown towards him, Li Liang raised his eyebrows. This headmaster was really good at buying people's hearts. No wonder he was able to make some reputation. Then he revealed a harmless smile and said, "Friend, what are you talking about? I'm a businessman, fighting and killing, I never do it." Sniffing. The corner of Fei Luo's mouth twitched. Shameless. Not doing it? Then how do you explain these corpses on the ground? More than 20 died by themselves? Shame on you. Shameful. But these words, he didn't say them out loud, exhaling deeply to force himself to calm down, and then said, "Okay, since you say so, then all these firearms, I'll buy them." Quota price, how much for a handful? Hearing this, Li Liang coughed twice dryly, then silently stretched out a finger. Seeing this, Fei Luo's face did not show the slightest bit of color and asked tentatively, 1,000? Li Liang smiled and shook his head. Fei Luo's face changed slightly and said again, 10,000? Li Liang shook his head again. This time Fei Luo's face directly darkened and said, 10. 100,000? Seeing that the other party could never guess the correct price, Li Liang had no choice but to stretch back his finger and said faintly, $1 million a hand. When these words came out, Fei Luo instantly exploded, his voice changing slightly for a few moments. Raider Shao. Say that again. You're doing business? You're clearly here to rob money? What do you think this place is, a bank? My money is printed? On the live broadcast screen, netizens watched this scene in disbelief. 1 million a handful. This is robbery. Li Liang's face also instantly darkened, and he said in a displeased tone, "My friend, these firearms of mine, I have gone through a lot of trouble and risked everything to get them, and I'm not alone. The minions under me still have to follow me to eat, the costly resource consumption along the way, doesn't it cost anything?" Listening to the bolting words of this young man in front of him, Fei Luo forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He did hear out, what a bull deal, this was taking a swipe at himself. What the hell is this called? Isn't this just grabbing it from his own warehouse? And what costly resources? What are you talking about? The mines used to blow up the mercenaries? Or the bullets you used to shoot yourself? That doesn't cost that much. If we were talking about our own lives, then $5 million for one life would be reasonable. His face turned blue, and he opened his mouth to reply, "Friend, can this price be lower? How can I say that there are more than 40 rifles and more than 20 pistols on the ground, $1 million a hand, where do I have so much money?" The words had not yet fallen. Li Liang's complexion suddenly changed, saying, "You won't buy it, right?" "Do." "In." Fuming. "Yes. My lord." The sudden scene directly confused the crowd. The next moment, Do, who had received instructions on the side, acted extremely quickly. Hurriedly greeting the 4 or 5 juniors on the side, he picked up an engineer's shovel and directly dug at the land on the side. While digging, he also deliberately recited words. "Hurry up," the adults said to bury them. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also a bit confused by this maneuver. Wasn't it said that they were in an arms deal? Why were they burying people at the drop of a hat? Forced buying and selling? Fei Luo's heart was suddenly shocked. Is this to be buried alive, or killed and then buried? He hurriedly and anxiously said, "Friend, $1 million is really expensive, let's discuss it again." 300,000? $500,000 is fine. 700,000, no more. 800,000, this is already my bottom line. Fei Luo yelled at the top of his voice. But Li Liang threw his head back at the moment, not even bothering to listen to what he had to say. He simply found a place to sit down directly. Not a fan of buying people's hearts? Then it depends on how much you're willing to spend to buy them. And on the side, the digging speed of Ado and a few juniors was unusually fast. Just less than 5 minutes. A pit that could fit the size of one person had already been dug. My lord! Who to bury first? Li Liang raised his eyebrows and directly pointed at a member of the troop closest to Fei Luo's side, saying, "Bury him first." Chapter 80, Snatch It Back. Inside the unyielding mercenary corps, the member of the troop that was pointed to immediately turned pale. Without the slightest hesitation, Ado directly called on a few of his juniors and tied that person up, directly pushing it towards the dirt pit. Got it wrong, it's not me, it's not that I don't buy it. Chief, save me. What? Just as the words came out, Ado didn't know where he got a piece of cloth from and directly blocked his mouth. On the side, Fei Luo's face was blue, and he was extremely struggling inside. As he looked ahead, the regiment member had already half of his body in the ground. Really buried? Buried alive. At this time, he finally gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to shout. Buy! Isn't it just 1,000,000 a handful? Hearing Fei Luo finally speak out, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately exclaimed. This? Really buy it? I'll go. Is he really an arms dealer? If he doesn't buy it, he'll bury people. This is clearly a terrorist. $1 million for a rifle and a pistol, that's a lot of money. I want to be an arms dealer too. Next to the open space, Li Liang grinned and stood up, waving his hand to signal Ado and the others to stop continuing to bury people. Then he walked straight to Fei Luo. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, he directly shook the other party's hand and laughed. Magnificent. Too posh. The total is 65 million. For the sake of our destiny, I'll wipe a zero for you. And don't 6,500, you just give 60 million. How about that, conscience, right? Fei Luo's face was extremely ugly. Looking at the guns on the ground that originally belonged to them, he almost spat out a few words through gritted teeth. Conscience, too conscience. In fact, his move wasn't buying the hearts and minds of the troop members anymore. Rather, he was simply trying to save his life. Obviously, with this young man's methods, if he really didn't buy them, he was afraid that he would really bury them all one by one. With their lives gone, what was the use of asking for money? Fei Luo exhaled deeply and calmed his heart. Moving his arms that were being held down by Li Liang's minions, he said in a deep voice. The money is in the house, I'll go in and get it, is that okay? Sniffing. Li Liang hesitated for a moment and replied. It's okay. He then gave a wink to his 2 junior brothers, signaling them to follow along and go in. He was still a little uneasy about this mercenary group leader, but didn't think much about it. A few moments later, Fei Luo crossed his face and walked out from within the hall of the mercenary corps, coming straight to Li Liang. There's $10 million in one card in here, a total of $60 million. Looking at the 6 bank cards in his hand, a look of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. The money in this card was all made by his own mercenary group, one mission at a time over the years. The heartache was even harder to express. Now that he wanted to hand over all this money, how could he possibly be willing to do so? However, Li Liang did not think so much. He saw the card in Fei Luo's hand. His eyes suddenly bright light, reached out to draw the card in the other hand. But a heart actually did not draw. Fei Luo still firmly clutched the card in the hands. Seeing this, Li Liang also looked odd. He dryly coughed twice and said, Ahem. Happy cooperation, my friend. When he said that, he made another effort, and several cards were taken away smoothly. What's the password? Fei Luo gave another beat, his gaze turned away, the color of pain in his eyes even more intense. But still returned. 6 nines. Li Liang revealed a skeptical look, then turned to Ado at the side. Ado, check it. Yes, my lord. The words fell. The black man Ado unexpectedly pulled out a POS machine from his pocket. This scene of operation directly made the corners of Fei Luo's mouth twitch. Not. Who good guy carried this thing around with him? The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze at once. Ha! I didn't see it wrong. What did this black brother pull out? A POS machine. This is too outrageous, carrying this around? Tisk, worthy of being an arms dealer, too professional. Only to see the black man, Ado, take over a bunch of bank cards in Li Liang's hand. Then clicked in operation, the sound on the POS machine kept ringing. In a short while it had all been checked. My lord, there is no problem with the cards, the money is all correctly counted, not a penny less, it is indeed 60 million. Sniffing. Li Liang nodded with great satisfaction. Fei Luo, who was beside him, let out a long breath in his heart, and then followed up with a careful question. My friend, since there is no problem, can my troop members and I leave? Of course, I'm as good as my word. Li Liang calmly said. You guys can leave any time now, and that pile of guns and ammo are all yours. Like I said, I'm an arms dealer, I don't like fighting and killing. With that, he waved his hand to signal his minions to release these members of the group. Fei Luo looked at the young man in front of him with a wary face. Then his feet moved a few steps aside. After seeing that the other party did not make any movements, Fei Luo's hanging heart finally dropped. He hurriedly called on the members of the troop to come up and pack up those firearms that he had just spent a lot of money on. Quick, bring the guys with you, let's go. Upon hearing this, the regiment members didn't have any hesitation, spreading their feet and going forward to pick up these equipment. And just as these corps members were collecting and picking up the equipment, Li Liang smiled faintly, then ordered to his minions. Quick, grab it back. When these words came out, leader Fei Luo and his troop members froze. He reacted extremely quickly, picking up his gun and hurriedly pulling the trigger towards Li Liang and the others. But the expected scene did not appear. No bullets? Not waiting for Fei Luo to return to his senses. In the next second, the minions had already formed an encirclement to surround these people. Miserable screams rose and fell. You! What are you doing? What are you guys doing? You guys don't honor your word. Agu! Don't fight, don't fight! At this time, Baton Country, Garza City. Inside a conference room, several officer-looking people were staring at what was playing on the screen in front of them. Among the images, it was the scene wherein Yao and Black and the others were searching for Li Liang in the desert. At this moment, a middle-aged officer spoke with some fatigue. Commander Moeller, are you sure that this arms dealer can help us? This is a war, not a child's play. The enemy we are facing is not just one of the Israelites. Behind them is an even more terrifying existence, Eagle Jam. To the side, a man with extremely heavy bags under his eyes looked at the screen, then returned. Commander-in-Chief, I've investigated, this arms dealer, he's not ordinary. This squad in his hands is an existence that defeated the Eagle Sauce country's ace special forces. If we pay him to raid the strategic bases of the Israelite kingdom, we might be able to instantly change the war situation. Even if it fails to succeed, it can still distract the attention of the kingdom of Israel, at least. At least it will be able to give our army a moment of respite. The words fell. This conference room was awfully quiet. The situation today was already one-sided. Even in terms of international peace talks for a truce, it was constantly being interfered with by the Eagle Sauce country, resulting in the inability to negotiate. If there is still no opportunity to be able to change the war situation, I'm afraid that the Baton country will have to disappear from the world. They didn't want to let go of anyone or anything that could be of help to them. After pondering for a moment, the commander-in-chief on the main seat let out a long sigh as if he had made up his mind. With exhaustion and helplessness in his words, he finally spoke. Go on, send someone to talk to this arms dealer. Chapter 81, Do you want this tank? Inside the unyielding mercenary corps, Fei Luo was thrown on the ground after being tied up by several big men. His face was red with anger, and his face carried several bruises. Especially the eye socket part, it was almost like he was beaten into two panda eyes. His eyes stared at the outgoing young man in front of him and he cursed profusely. Fark! You dog, you're shameless. Words don't count. If you have the ability to let go of me, let's see if I get you. He finally reacted at this moment. This arms dealer was completely playing with himself. It didn't even want to let himself go. Knowing this result, he completely let go of cursing. As an arms dealer, you don't have any integrity in doing business. If you're like this, who dares to trust you? Who dares to look for you to do business? You're an arms dealer? You are bandits. Bandits. The young man on the side walked slowly. Looking at him with an innocent face, he said, How can you say that? What do you mean by dishonest? Didn't I agree to you guys taking the weapons, and I also released the people? It's just that you guys didn't run away by yourselves. Fei Luo was even more enraged as he listened to his words. What do you mean you didn't run away? How many steps did you take yourself? Did you give a chance to run away? Especially when he thought of the money he had handed over. A color of flesh pain flashed in his eyes again. For this young man in front of him, he really wanted to rattle him. It was just a matter of forcing himself to take money and buy his own weapon. Obviously, he had agreed to let himself go, but now he came up with this. That money was all the money that he had saved over 10 years of hard work on missions. Now I can't get anything. And look at this situation, this arms dealer wants not only money, even his own life he wants to deprive. The thought of his own life was not guaranteed. Fei Luo's heart thumped. He didn't want to die yet. Now that the mercenary corps was expanding more and more, there were more and more business commissions. One's future could be considered bright. How could one die like this? Thinking like this, Fei Luo's face also finally slowly calmed down. What exactly do you want to do? Don't fool me, okay, just tell me directly, what can we do to release us? Li Liang looked at him with a smile on his face and said with an innocent expression. What are you talking about? I'm just an arms dealer, what can I do? Nothing more than doing arms business with you. Saying that, he pointed to the tank that Nicholas had sent earlier to the side, and then said, I still have the goods here, do you want the tank? Fei Luo froze and looked along where he pointed. The tank in the distance had already been burned black. There was a big hole in the body of the vehicle, obviously caused by a bullet penetration. The situation was too sudden. He only remembered that after a bullet hit the tank, there was an explosion. At that time, he couldn't even be shocked in time, and now that he looked at it, he realized that it was a bit outrageous. What kind of gun is this? It's just that it can easily tear through the tank's steel plate. How can the bullet still explode, causing while secondary damage? Do you want it? Seeing Fei Luo freeze, Li Liang repeated what he just said. This is a good thing, I remember this model, is the tank of the Eagle Sauce country, it's hard to get, now I'll sell it to you cheaply, just $8 million, how about it? This words came out. And Yao on the side followed the gaze and immediately looked odd. And the audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked for a moment. What? A money grab? Ha? This has been blown to rags, and it's still worth $8 million? This. Godly. Is this how he does his arms business? Outrageous. This is too bullish. Hearing Li Liang out loud, Fei Luo came back to his senses as he turned his head to look at the young arms dealer in front of him in a daze. Opening his mouth, with an expression of having eaten meat a common, he immediately cursed. Fark you, this thing is like this, you sell it to me? If you want to kill me, just say so, why tease me so much? Hearing this, Li Liang wasn't annoyed and let out a light laugh, instead signaling Ado to take out his cell phone. Then Wu lit up a photo and asked, is it this person who entrusted you guys to kill me? Fei Luo raised his head to take a closer look and froze. The angle of this photo was taken from the sky. However, the picture was not blurry, instead it was extremely clear. This is Oleander? Oleander? Li Liang frowned slightly, isn't it called Nikolai? I don't know, he just told me his name is Oleander. The one who commissioned to kill you. It was indeed him. At those words, Li Liang's face instantly turned cold. As expected, he was right as he had guessed, that Nicholas had defected to the Eagle Sauce country. In that case, I'm afraid that the previous deal with the Camel country was also revealed by him. What a good Nikolai. I was kind enough to sell you arms, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. It's just a matter of defecting to the Eagle Sauce country, but you also commissioned a mercenary group to kill yourself. Li Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, turned around, and whispered to Ado again. Find out where he is, I want to see what's going on. Fei Luo paused, his heart a little complicated. A trace of fear suddenly flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Li Liang. In this photo just now, the angle was taken from the sky. This meant that his mercenary group's every move was being watched? Was it a drone? Or something else? But he had never seen anything flying in the sky. How did he do that? Could it be that this man's identity was more than a simple arms dealer? His eyes surreptitiously sized up the arms dealer. A person from the Dragon Kingdom? Could it be that he was sent by the Dragon Kingdom to do some kind of mission? Was thinking like this. Soon Li Liang looked at him again with a smiling face and said, how about it? Do you want the tank? Upon hearing this, Fei Luo had a difficult face. Money, he did still have some. But it was all prepared for after he washed his hands of gold and quit. That money wasn't enough for $8 million. Moreover, this arms dealer of yours doesn't keep his word. Who knew that after he took the money, he would do the same trick and rob himself all over again? I'm really out of money. Fei Luo somewhat stammered. The words as well as his eyes were extremely unnatural. Li Liang looked at his fluttering eyes, and immediately his complexion went cold and said, Do, bury him. Yes, my lord. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Don't touch me. Fei Luo was in a daze. On the side, Do and a few juniors acted extremely quickly. They escorted Fei Luo and carried him towards the pit they dug earlier. This scene directly made the several members of the troop on the side tremble with fear. No. How can I buy it if I don't have money? How can I buy it if I can't afford it? Fei Luo yelled as he struggled. But soon Adu pulled out the rag he used to gag the troop member earlier and silently gagged him. Chapter 82, You Come and Become an Arms Dealer Requesting for Tickets. Woo. Inside the pit. Fei Luo kept twisting his body like an earthworm, trying to shake off the dirt covering him. However, this move was of no use. Because his mouth was blocked, he could only make whimpering noises. Li Liang held a dog-tail grass in his mouth that he didn't know where he got. With an expressionless face, he looked at Fei Luo who was being buried bit by bit. Although the sound he made was not clear, it could still be vaguely distinguished. It was definitely a mouthful of obscenities. Of course. Li Liang actually didn't want to kill him, after all, this group of people were still useful. He was prepared to maximize the value of these people. But before that, it is necessary to ruthlessly suppress some of their backbone. After all, these people were mercenaries. If you wanted them to be obedient to you, you had to come up with some means. As the earth covered more and more, in the blink of an eye, only one of Fei Luo's heads remained outside. However, several people did not have the intention to stop, still digging and pouring earth on his head with one shovel after another. Seeing that the other party was coming for real, Fei Luo finally got scared and opened his eyes wide, looking at Li Liang in horror. His body was constantly twisting. The whimpering in his mouth also became more and more urgent, as if he had something to say. It's about time. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Liang's mouth as he waved his hand to signal a few of his juniors who were burying people to stop. Do understood and stepped forward to pull out the rag from Fei Luo's mouth. The head of the pit, Fei Luo, desperately shook the dirt off his head, while taking in large gulps of air in a wretched manner. You. What the hell are you trying to do? Fei Luo inquired with a ragged breath. As the leader of a mercenary group, how could he not have some ability to read people's words? At this point in time, he had already seen it. This arms dealer was after money and revenge were secondary. He must be looking for himself because of something else. If he really wanted to kill himself, he would have picked up his gun and blitzed him. Why bother torturing and disgusting himself over and over again? Money. I don't have it. If there's something, you can just say it, and I'll answer whatever I know. Farrell gasped, finally looking a little better. Finally responded, I figured you'd be dead if you hadn't already. If you don't have some brains, I really don't feel comfortable letting you do your job. Sniffing. Fei Luo looked at the young man in front of him with a puzzled expression. Doing errands? What could he do? Could it be that he was allowed to take on commissions? But this arms dealer squad was so strong, why did they have to find themselves? Fei Luo's heart was instantly on guard. Sulking for a moment, he spoke with a bitter smile, Friend, why bother poking fun at me? The strength of your squad is too much stronger than our mercenary group. If even you guys can't do it, then it's even more impossible for me. What's more, my troop members were almost killed by you, and with this little bit of people left, it's hard for me to do anything. The words did not fall. Li Liang smiled faintly and said calmly, No, you're wrong. What I mean is that there's no need for your mercenary group to exist. What did you say? Fei Luo froze, then became shocked and angry, his face turning blue as he said, What do you mean by that, to kill us? Sniffing. Li Liang lit up a cigarette and said slowly and unhurriedly, You come to be an arms dealer. Join my squad. How about giving up your broken mercenary corps and work for me? Ha? Arms dealer? Fei Luo was dumbfounded. The few juniors behind him were the same. They didn't understand how this arms dealer suddenly changed so quickly. Being your henchman? Fei Luo looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Right. How's that? You guys get mercenary groups to make money anyway, turning to selling arms isn't just as profitable. Li Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and spoke indifferently. If you agree, I'll let you guys go, if not, then you guys can go to hell. Hearing this, Fei Luo frowned. After all this, his purpose was this? Killing, beating, and burying people again. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Why bother killing so many people in the mercenary group? Could it be that this arms dealer's purpose is not just this? But if not these, then what is the purpose of this arms dealer? For a moment, Fei Luo couldn't guess what this young man was thinking. After pondering for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and inquired suspiciously. Just helping you sell arms? Of course, I'll find a way to provide the arms, you only need to be responsible for shipping. Area well, just be responsible for this side of the area. Li Liang smiled slightly and added. I'll give you 9-1 for the money earned. Not far away, and Yao, who was holding up her cell phone for live broadcast, was directly confused. Obviously all of a sudden, she was not adapted to the current situation. Just now, the situation was still shouting and fighting. How did it change so quickly all of a sudden? The audience in the live broadcast room was even more surprised. No, Li Shulan is planning to engage in a chain of arms stores. A handful of AKs to make it bigger and stronger to glory? Li God, can I apply for a job or not? I think I'm quite suitable for selling arms too. Where to apply for the job? The pit. Pharaoh was once again deep in thought. He turned his head to look at the group of corps members crouching on the ground with swollen noses in the distance. Seeing that they were all looking at him with bated breath, their eyes filled with anticipation. After a long time, Fei Luo let out a long sigh and said, I agree to work with you as an arms dealer. At those words, Li Liang smiled faintly and gave him a big meaningful look. Then he signaled Ado and a few juniors to dig Fei Luo out of the dirt. Right at this moment, the gate of the unyielding mercenary corps. A sound of a car traveling rang out from the distance, and as time passed, the sound was getting closer and closer to this place. Seeing this, Li Liang reacted extremely quickly and spoke in a deep voice. Alert! As the words fell, the juniors under Li Liang were on alert. The few juniors such as Ado who was digging up Fei Luo also quickly left him behind. Alert? Fei Luo's heart thumped. Could it be that this arms dealer had offended someone else? The other party had come with vengeance? Thinking of this, he yelled even more anxiously. Hey, you guys! quickly dig me out." However, the several people did not answer him. Instead, they hurriedly picked up their weapons and hid aside to keep watch. Not long after, several army green off-road vehicles slowly drove up. The headlights illuminated this entire open space. Before they got close, a familiar shout came from the one at the front. "Li, don't shoot, it's me." Hearing this familiar voice, Li Liang looked odd for a moment, probing and fixing his eyes. The flag of the camel country was indeed printed on the buggy in the distance. Duke rushed, although he heard the voice. However, Li Liang and the others did not relax their vigilance. After the buggies came to a complete stop in close proximity and saw the people coming from above, only then did he gesture, signaling the crowd to stop their vigilance. At the entrance of the mercenary group's gate, Rushed was full of redness, jogging all the way over in excitement. "Li, it's me, ha ha ha, we meet again." Chapter 83, We're not good at fighting and killing. Inside the mercenary group, Rushed walked slowly. Behind him, there were two soldiers following. And there was also a man and a woman in uniform, similarly walking side by side. Li Liang fixed his eyes and was a bit surprised. Because what that man and woman were wearing was not the camel country's uniform, but the Baton country. Seeing this situation, he was also confused. He didn't think there was anything about camel country's people appearing here. After all, he himself sold arms with a post-sale package. But how could the Baton kingdom appear here? "Duke, what are you guys?" Rush's eyes jumped when he saw Fei Luo, who was buried in the earth. He immediately looked odd. Then he laughed out loud and said, "Ha, Li, there's no need to be surprised, they and I didn't come together, we just happened to bump into each other. It's the Dragon Kingdom that commissioned us to deliver an item to you." "Dragon Kingdom?" Li Liang raised his eyebrows. "Yes, it's the Dragon Kingdom." Rush nodded, then beckoned the two Camel Kingdom soldiers behind him to come forward. One of them held a box in his hand and handed it to Li Liang to open. As a result, the object inside caused him to frown again. Inside was actually a helmet, and there was also a Chinese manual attached to it. "What the hell is this?" Li Liang looked at the helmet in his hand and opened the manual with a puzzled face. A moment later, his expression couldn't help but look odd. It turned out that this helmet was not an ordinary bulletproof helmet. Rather, it was enriched with a silver-colored liquid in its internal sandwich. This liquid was attached to the inner layer of the helmet in a non-interference state. But once the helmet felt the impact, this liquid would become extremely hard. The degree of hardness is 10 times that of a normal helmet. And once it feels the impact, it will quickly converge on the impacted area to cushion the impact. Can maximize the protection of the helmet wearer. The outer layer of the helmet is also made of this liquid hardening. If the outer layer was torn, the liquid inside would instantly plug the tear and form a new outer layer. This thing, it's kind of interesting. But what exactly is the composition of the liquid inside this? Looking at the introduction on the manual, he was instantly interested. I didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom had actually researched this kind of thing. Wouldn't this be a huge profit if he brought it back to the island to figure out how to mass-produce a wave? Why did the Dragon Kingdom suddenly send such a copy to itself? Could it be that they are worried about their own safety? Thinking of this, Li Liang was instantly satisfied. The Dragon Kingdom is generous about this. When I trade with them, I'll send them something good too. Other side. Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Scientific Research Institute. Several military region bigwigs as well as the academicians of the Scientific Research Institute were watching a picture on a large screen. The perspective of the screen was displayed precisely from Li Liang's helmet. One of the bigwigs slowly said, "Academician Yuan, do you think that he can find out with this camera?" Sniffing. A man in his 50s with glasses and gray hair at the side said confidently, "Don't worry, it's impossible for him to discover it, and even if he did, there's no way to destroy the camera. Once it anticipates a hit, the liquid in it will immediately protect the hit. Trying to destroy this helmet, I think it's extremely tough, unless he takes a cannon to bombard it." As the words fell, this Yuan academician pushed up his glasses with a confident expression. When that big brother heard this, he also nodded his head and was instantly relieved. Mercenary Corps side. While Li Liang was pondering, Rush dryly coughed twice, interrupting his thoughts. "Li, the Dragon Kingdom requested us to bring this to you. After thinking about it, I decided to come personally. After all, you are equal to half of our Camel Kingdom's benefactor." Li Liang nodded, his eyes still on this helmet. "Thanks a lot, Duke." No, thanks are not necessary." At this time, Rush pointed at a man and a woman behind him again and said, "Li, these two are from the Baton Kingdom. Their matter is rather urgent, so you can talk to them first." After saying that, Rush retreated to the side first. Li Liang turned his head to look before he finally formally sized up these two people. The two people were a man and a woman. The man was around his 30s, while the woman looked unusually young, with blonde hair and only about 25 or 6 years old. Even in her military uniform, she was able to see that she had a curvy figure. Only at this time, her face did not look too good, as if she had a heavy heart. Looking at the young man in front of them, the two men did not show the slightest bit of color on the surface. But their hearts were in shock. Two words rose from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. Young. That female officer took a step forward and said, Mr. Li, hello, my name is Manhwa, we represent the Baton country to entrust you with business. Is this business again? Li Liang put away that helmet, his face changed, and a brilliant light burst out from his eyes. A flavor of a treacherous businessman came out and said, Looking for me to buy arms? If you ask me, you can't do it to Elijah because the equipment is too poor. Early to find me to buy some weapons, how would they dare to strike at you, as long as they have my weapons? You do not say Israel, even the eagle sauce country he also have to weigh. The words fell. Li Liang pulled out his pair of golden glasses that he didn't know where to hide and smiled. I don't know what Baton country wants to buy. I have everything here, any weapon you want, just ask, only you can't think of it, there's nothing I can't sell. He pushed his glasses and turned his head to signal Ado to prepare the list. However, the two men from the Baton country looked at each other in disbelief and stayed in place. Only after a long time did the female officer slowly say, Mr. Li, you've misunderstood, we're not here to buy arms. Hearing this, Li Liang's face suddenly changed abruptly again. The previous smiling face quickly collapsed, even his voice went ice cold. What are you here for if not to buy arms? If you're not buying arms, you're leaving. Hearing these words, the two people from the Baton country immediately froze, and at the same time, their hearts sucked in a breath of cold air. Did this arms dealer learn how to change faces? The attitude changed so quickly. The two of them stared wide-eyed, but the female officer still proceeded to continue. Mr. Li, don't be in a hurry, we are asking you to attack and kill the troops of Israel. We can discuss the remuneration in detail. Can't do it. Li Liang said in a deep voice. I'm an arms dealer, we're not good at this kind of thing of fighting and killing, you should go to a mercenary group. While speaking, Li Liang's finger pointed towards Fei Luo who was still buried in the earth. The two men from Baton country followed the direction of his finger and saw the gray-headed Fei Luo at a glance. And Fei Luo, who heard this, instantly turned pale. Not good at it? The old mercenary group's men were all beaten up by you. Now you're saying you're not good at it? Ghosts believe it. Chapter 84 Baton country's deal requesting for votes. Inside the mercenary group. And Yao turned off the sound and picture of the cell phone that was broadcasting live. After all, what they were talking about now was related to the war between the two countries, and it couldn't be easily broadcasted out live. Mr. Li, you are too low-key. The woman named Manhwa continued. We've all heard about it, this squad of yours is a finished existence against the Eagle Jam country's Sea Dog commandos. We also don't need you to annihilate the other party as much as you can, you only need to keep harassing them, and afterward, we will give you rich rewards. Listening to the other party's unforgiving words, Li Liang finally frowned. This kind of matter was obviously just not something he should get involved in. It wasn't because this matter was related to the war between the two countries, but because he himself was an arms dealer. Doing arms business. And this business was too risky. It simply wasn't worth doing on his own. And even if he were to keep attacking Israel's troops as commission, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the war situation. At most, it would only be a matter of distinguishing the other side's attention. In his opinion, it wasn't necessary at all. Ms. Manhwa, I can't promise you that. Li Liang calmly opened his mouth and replied. As I just said, I'm an arms dealer, in the business of buying and selling arms, this kind of thing, you should go to someone else. The words fell. Li Liang turned around and wanted to walk away. The two Manhwas who saw this scene were instantly caught in a hurry. Nowadays, the Baton country was in difficulty and there were very few people to help them, so it was naturally better to have one more. Moreover, the strength of this arms dealer's team had already been rumored by the countries and tribes in this area. With the addition of such a powerful assistant, although it might not necessarily be able to change the battle situation, but at least it wouldn't make it so difficult for the Baton nation. At this time, the man standing beside Manhwa finally rushed to speak. Mr. Li, wait a moment, we can still discuss this. Or, how about the price of the commission is set by you? Hearing that, Li Liang still didn't stop. The two from Baton country were getting anxious, and in the heat of the moment, Manhwa on the side seemed to think of something. It almost came out of her mouth. Mr. Li, we need to buy a batch of arms. Hearing this, Li Liang's footsteps lurched. Spinning around, he turned around and resumed walking towards them again, and in just an instant, the smile on his face just now returned. What kind of arms weapons do the two of you need? What is the budget? Want something with high killing power or low killing power? I have it all here. Seeing this, the two of them, Manhwa, were stunned and looked at each other with an odd expression. This arms dealer, so addicted to selling arms? Ahem. Manhwa coughed twice dryly, thinking for a moment. Looking at this young man in front of her, she finally slowly opened her mouth. Mr. Li, we need a batch of helicopters and helicopter gunships for material delivery. 10 each of each kind of 10, are there any? There are. Of course there are. Even I have the latest model from Eagle Sauce Country, the quality is absolutely good. As many as you want. Li Liang smiled lightly and continued. Let's say $15 million for one, you guys pay a $1 million deposit first. As the words fell, Manna smiled, seemingly premeditated, and said, How long can give delivery? 10 days will do. Li Liang said indifferently. But at this moment, Manna shook her head, as if she was not satisfied. Mr. Li, 10 days is too long, within 2 days, we need this shipment in Baton Country. 2 days? Li Liang frowned. It was simply impossible to deliver to Baton Country in 2 days. After all, it would take 3-4 days for the shipment to come out from the military island to near this side of the sea. The time is a bit rushed. He said in a deep voice. The fastest would be 3 days. Who knew that? Manna shook her head and said. Mr. Li, you know, our Baton Country's situation today simply can't afford to wait. Every minute and every second, a Baton Country's people will be sacrificed. Saying this, Manna's mood lowered, and she continued. I don't think there's any way for this deal to go through if we can't do what we want. After saying that, Manna pulled the man beside her and made a gesture to walk out. Who knew that Li Liang didn't even think twice before saying, Okay, I promise you, 2 days, within 2 days, I will hand over this batch of helicopters to you. Hearing this, Manna and the two of them froze, but still didn't think much about it. They just nodded their heads and then asked Li Liang for a string of bank card numbers. Then they led the people to leave. In the Baton Country's SUV, a man in his 50s was sitting in the back seat. Seeing Manna and the two men arrive, he slowly spoke. How did things go with the negotiations? It went pretty well. The other party didn't agree to our first set of program commissions though. But he agreed to sell arms to us. On the side, Manna somewhat excitedly opened her mouth. As the words fell, a smile appeared at the corner of this old man's mouth. Everything had been planned. In fact, for them, this outcome was something they had long predicted. Originally, the Baton Kingdom did want to commission Li Liang to carry out a series of attack missions. However, the upper echelons had also considered that this arms dealer might not agree. So they came up with another set of plans. Purchase a batch of arms from this arms dealer and then ask him to send it over to the position. You have to realize that the position over there had already been occupied long ago. If they wanted to cross over there, a firefight would be inevitable. In this way, it is also considered to be a mission entrusted to this arms dealer. Inside the mercenary group. As the two people from Baton Country left, Rushed finally came over. How was it? Did the conversation go well? Li Liang nodded his head, but soon he looked at Rushed on the side and said with great meaning. Duke, surely you came to find me because of more than just sending this helmet from the Dragon Kingdom? If there's something, just say it directly. Sniffing. Rushed instantly stared at his face, then snorted and said. Li, you are truly divine. You can even tell this? You wouldn't be the kind of mage from the Dragon Kingdom. Li Liang was speechless. Duke, there's no need to cover up between us, it just so happens that I have something I need your help with. Help? Rushed was stunned. Can I help? Of course. Li Liang made a few jumps and flipped over to climb onto the tank that he had blown up. Immediately after a moment later, Do also climbed up. He paused before he opened his mouth and inquired. My lord. This deal with the Baton Kingdom, you wouldn't be thinking. The corner of Li Liang's mouth pulled out a smile as he faintly said. Yes, you didn't guess wrong, that's what I'm thinking. Isn't this just right? We can do business and knock them around a bit at the same time, the best of both worlds. Seeing the reply, Do instantly understood what was going on. He also smiled and said. Then I'll go and investigate a bit? Go. Chapter 85, Run After Grabbing? Under the Color of the Night. Rushed after reaching some sort of consensus with Li Liang. Then he left the place with his men. Only before he left, he looked at the young arms dealer with a gleam of horror in his eyes. After he had gone, Li Liang then instructed his minions to dig out the unyielding mercenaries' leader, Fei Luo, from the dirt. He then pulled a bunch of his juniors and these members of the troop to start a mysterious meeting. And Yao was still on live, so Li Liang didn't allow her to get too close, so as not to leak some of the setup. Just for a moment, after Li Liang informed the crowd of some of his next intentions. Then he left with the black man, Do, in a sneaky manner. And those members of the mercenary corps listened. Each one of them was wide-eyed. Li Liang's minions were a bit better, their faces were more composed. In their opinion, this lord of theirs, they didn't find it strange to do anything crazy. However, the unyielding mercenary regiment's leader Fei Luo and his 7 or 8 regiment members already looked like they had seen a ghost after hearing what Li Liang had said. On the side, and Yao couldn't help but be curious when she saw these bizarre expressions on their faces. Vaguely. In the midst of their conversation, Yao was able to hear some strange conversations. Robbing the base? No, really do it. That's the Eagle Sauce Country. Can we live if we offend them? Frying with mines again? What? And a carload? This is crazy. A military base is not like our mercenary group, how can we rob it? No, 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 you really can't fight hard, there are thousands of people on the base alone. Oh yeah, let's just focus on the word grab, create chaos, grab and run. That's got to be a whole lot more smoke bombs, so we can seal the smoke when we run. Gatling? Aren't we just going to grab it and run? Why do we need a Gatling? Who here can run with this thing? And the netizens on the air were numb when they heard these strange conversations in the cold. I knock? What did they say to grab? What main play a word grab and run after it? This arms dealer's weapons are really all robbed? No, brother Li Shulan. He's not planning a robbery, is he? This is not a good idea. Why do I hear Gatling? What? I always have a feeling that they're up to something big this time. Netizens weren't able to hear exactly what the group members were saying, though. But from the fragmented messages and the expressions of these people, they could feel a clear wave of tension and excitement. Especially these minions that Li Liang brought with him. All of them were like chicken blood. On the other hand, the members of the unyielding mercenary corps on the side were walking with their bodies trembling. Their eyes danced at the thought of what they were going to do afterward. It was outrageous to even think about it. Although they were mercenaries, they had never done this kind of mission before. On the contrary, these arms dealers do not do business properly to sell arms, but also to engage in such exciting? This is more like mercenaries than them. Robbing bases are coming. And robbing the bases of the Eagle Sauce Country. Pharaoh sat in the doorway of the mercenary group hall, surrounded by some members of the group, everyone frozen in place. His complexion could not be seen to change. But in the bottom of his heart, 10,000 horses made of mud had long since galloped by. The fact that the arms dealer is simply the devil is unthinkable. He can't even think of such a thing, and the arms dealer says he'll do it? But then he thought about the conversation between Li Liang and Batangoku. A ripple went through his heart again. The price quoted by Li Liang in that conversation, this was simply outrageous. One didn't even know how many commissions and quests one would have to do to earn that much money. After a few moments of contemplation, Pharaoh looked cross and said, "Fark. Dry up. Rich and famous." He then explained to the members of the group and told them to hurry up and get their guys ready. The other side. After Li Liang mysteriously left the mercenary group, he drove his SUV all the way at high speed. After a few turns, he arrived at a wasteland. Found Rushed, who had left earlier. Behind him, there were some cars and people on alert. Seeing Li Liang arrive, Rushed's expression was again odd. Are you really going to rob it? There are more than 4,000 people in that base. There's only about 20 of you in total, there's no way you can do it. Besides, if you die, who's going to honor my promise? At what Rushed said, Li Liang also let out a faint smile. It's just a base, it's not difficult. Rushed had a complicated look on his face, and since the other party was so adamant, he couldn't say anything more. He pointed at the behemoth behind him and said, I brought you what you asked for. Li, it's just you, if it were anyone else, there's no way I would have brought these out without authorization. Sniff. Li Liang nodded and calmly said, I know, I'll be replenishing you with a couple of the latest models from Eagle Jam Country when the time comes. After saying that, Li Liang then casually turned around and drove off with the black man, Do, one by one. Rushed looked deeply at Li Liang and also led the people to leave the place. 2 a.m. Li Liang and Do returned inside the mercenary group. And after seeing them through the lens, the netizens were instantly dumbfounded. Day. What's this? An armored car? Holy, that long, thick blaster? What do I see? The Great Mercy Gatling. It's real. No, what the hell are you guys going to do? The members of the unyielding mercenary corps were all numb at the sight of this new thing. Armored cars you can get? That's outrageous. Li Liang's minions were obviously not surprised by these things, and directly took those bombs and hung them on their bodies. In a short while, one by one, their bodies were all full of ammunition. What are you guys waiting for? Li Liang urged when he saw that they didn't move. Pack as much as you can, it's all useful. Hearing these words, the mercenary group's crowd also looked at each other. They then followed suit and hung grenades and bombs onto their bodies. Before long, everyone was heavily armed. Li Liang put on his helmet and looked around, after seeing the weapons and ammunition on the people. Very satisfied. I can't help it. I'm an arms dealer. That's how you get rich fighting wars. And the other side. The Dragon Kingdom. Inside the research room. After Li Liang put on his helmet, the image in front of him was also finally fully visible. Armored vehicles, Gatling. Mines and bombs all over the body. What is he going to do? What's with all the bombs and grenades? He's a businessman, where is he going with so many people? Several of the bigwigs looked at each other. There was always a bad feeling. The dark desert. 2 armored vehicles loaded with ammunition. And a group of excited and nervous people. Silence out of the unyielding mercenaries. Silently heading in the direction of the Eagle Sauce Country's military base. Chapter 86, They're not going to a military base. Desert. Li Liang sat cross-legged on top of the armored car. In his arms, he was holding a small black box the size of an ashtray. On top of it were two 15-centimeter long retractable tentacles, similar to an antenna for transmitting signals. The top of the box could be opened, and after opening it was a tiny panel that could be operated by a person. This thing was naturally also produced within the island after he redeemed it from the system. And its real purpose. It was actually a military-type signal jammer. Once activated, it could briefly cover up the signal transmission of a certain area. It couldn't even be surveyed on a satellite map. And this thing was upgraded even more with the enhancement of Li Liang's military-industrial island, in addition to the coverage being even more powerful. The area that was interfered with, the radio, surveillance, and all devices such as positioning and navigation, will all temporarily malfunction, and can also interfere with each other's signal jammers. In modern warfare, especially in small-scale raid battles that require concealment, a team will always have a soldier dedicated to carrying this device. However, the ones carried by a single soldier are usually medium-sized. And this one in Li Liang's hand was considered small. But the performance was absolutely loose, even stronger than those medium-sized ones. Opening the operation panel of the small box, Li Liang seriously tapped on the control panel. This signal jammer of his was different from other kinds and could be said to be extremely special. Other jammers were all about the jammer itself emitting shielding in all directions. This one in Li Liang's hand, on the other hand, could be set to a selected range. Only it still needed to reach the range of action to be effective. After one operation, Li Liang clicked the run button. Looking at the running status that appeared on the panel, a satisfied look appeared in his calm eyes. His gaze then jumped between the black man, Ado, and Enyao. In the end, he threw the set signal jammer to Enyao. This thing is important, you keep it. You open it when I say to open it later. Sniffing, Enyao put the black box into her backpack and curiously said, "What is this?" The black guy driving the car on the side, Ado, glanced at it, then whispered nervously, "This is a bomb." Bomb? Enyao was instantly shocked. Then what's it doing in my backpack? Ever heard of a human bomb? The black man, Ado, said mysteriously, "I've heard of it." As the words fell, Enyao seemed to think of something. Suddenly her face changed drastically and her small face turned pale. You guys are going to use me as a human bomb? Li Liang, do you have a conscience? You're mutilating your fellow countrymen. What's it got to do with me? Ha 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 ha. On the roof of the car. After fiddling with the signal jammer, Li Liang studied one of the helmets in his hand again. This was sent by Rushed, saying that the Dragon Kingdom had asked them to give it to him. After Li Liang studied it for a while, he probably knew the principle of operation of the silver-colored liquid inside this helmet. Only that the composition of it was unknown. Li Liang picked up the helmet and sked a few times. Not only was it lightweight, the defense was also quite terrifying. This thing, putting it out for sale would definitely make a lot of money. He secretly decided in his heart that when he had time, he would definitely mass-produce a wave of them and sell them. Thinking so, he put on this helmet. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research room, several bigwigs left due to business. However, the warrior named Guo Fuhai was left behind to monitor Li Liang, explaining that he would report back to them when special circumstances arose or when he discovered secrets about Li Liang. For this arrangement, as a soldier, he of course obeyed. And he himself was curious as to how good this young man's skill was. And now, as Li Liang put on this helmet, the camera within it also finally began to play the sound and picture from Li Liang's first viewpoint. It's finally started, Guo Fuhai said in his heart. But the next moment, the picture in the large screen in the research room suddenly flickered. After flashing several times, it unexpectedly went straight to a black screen. The screen was pitch black with only sound coming out. This scene directly made him freeze. Turning his head, he asked the academician Yuan at the side. Academician Yuan, what's going on? Yuan Xing immediately frowned and hurriedly went up to operate. But after half a day, the screen was still pitch black, with no sign of recovery. It's a signal jammer. Signal jammer? Guo Fuhai was stunned, and then said, Academician Yuan, didn't you say that the camera in this helmet can counter signal interference? How could it still be interfered with? Academician Yuan's face became grave as he spoke. It's strange, I can't figure it out either. It's reasonably impossible for this to happen. Unless. Impossible. Looking at the pitch black screen, an idea was quickly thrown out of his mind, but he quickly shook his head in denial. This technology of ours should be leading the world, how on earth did he do it? And on the other side, the netizens who had been guarding the live broadcast room finally waited until it was time for the broadcast to start. But after waiting for half a day, they realized that the screen was black and they couldn't see any picture at all. Couldn't help but mutter away. What's going on? How is it again only sound without picture off? Could it be some kind of covert operation? What's the situation? Is there a problem with the equipment? Can you start the broadcast normally? I'm waiting to see Li's heroic stance. Looking at these pop-ups that were eager to rebel, and Yao was also helpless. It could only explain a sentence. It's a secret operation now, it's not suitable to open the screen. Everyone wait for now. It should be ready soon. Hearing this, the many netizens directly looked odd. Another secret operation? It's not going to be a forced purchase, is it? Alas. Poor Na. Who's going to be unlucky again this time? Look at that mercenary group from the upper house. This is really being tortured by Li Shin, digging up and burying people, and getting a severe beating every now and then. Just as the netizens were sighing, the sound of a vehicle braking suddenly came from the dark screen. It was followed by the reporting voice of the black man, Ado. My lord, it's here. Still the same as last time? Will it be too dangerous? After my investigation, there are 3,000–4,000 people in the base. They are not as easy to deal with as a mercenary group. What do you mean? You say it clearly, who's easy to deal with? Then another voice was heard, obviously Lyra's. No difference, it's all the same. You guys wait here for me, I'll be right back. Anya, turn that thing on. Listening to the dialogue coming from the screen, the netizens were all flabbergasted. What did he say? What base? A base for 3–4,000 people? What kind of place is that? It can't be a military base they're going to. It's over, this is a really big deal. Why do I have a bad feeling? If it really is a military base, then whose is it? Chapter 87, Bandits are coming? The other end of the pitch-black screen. The members of the unyielding mercenary corps and Li Liang's minions had stopped at a location. As for Li Liang, he had already dived in first. 1 kilometer away. It was none other than that Eagle Sauce country's military base. It was surrounded partly by high walls and partly by barbed wire. Hiddenly they were able to see the soldiers of the Eagle Jam country moving inside through the barbed wire. Looking at the lights over there, Chief Fei Luo and his regiment's hearts had begun to beat the drums. This mission was so much more exciting than the ones they had done. Robbing a base. Robbing the Eagle Jam countries, it was crazy to think about it. But if it was made, the benefits would be much faster than making money from the mission. He always felt unnatural though, a little uneasy. Nigga, where's that bazooka? Bazooka for me, that has security. Off, that's for me, it's good to have a thunderbolt and a rifle for you to use. Fark. I have a phobia of under fire. You give it to me. Off. Want to go inside and grab it yourself later. In the military base. On the second floor, an officer from the Eagle Sauce country was holding a cup of coffee. Standing by the railing on the second floor quietly enjoying the night. His eyes swept over the soldiers resting around the campfire below, listening to the cheers of the soldiers smoking cigarettes with pleasure. Looking further to the left, in that open area, there were more than 10 armed helicopters and material transport planes parked. As well as 8 armored vehicles, and 6 tanks. The soldiers' daily task, even if they drove these tanks and armored vehicles, the helicopters went out for a drive. This is a powerful firepower deterrent. Behind him, a few Eagle Sauce country soldiers were still dutifully staring at the images on the monitor display on alert. But on the monitor, there was nothing but gray desert. The officer cozily took a sip of his coffee and then took another beautiful puff on his cigar, not only sighing. Another peaceful and wonderful night, huh? His eyes swept further away, as if looking into a city further away. He raised the coffee in his hand and seemed to clink cups with that city from afar. You are still worried about life and war. And here I am enjoying a cigar and coffee. Here's to you, you poor, weak nations. Behind the war. There must be a strong backing. And they have it in the Eagle Jam country, these weapons that exist in military bases, equipment, the country is the support. With these things. So even to do things, you don't need to do it yourself. With the powers? Oh, it's just a tool. As for those international voices against them, but also just a gust of wind. It will blow over and disperse. Eagle Sauce country officer quietly enjoyed this wonderful night. But what he didn't know was that a peaceful military base. At this time, there was already a gaze that was also quietly looking at him. Only that gaze quickly retracted. Then it began to roam around the corners. Lazy began to cover all corners. And it was as if those soldiers of the Eagle Sauce country just couldn't discover him. They didn't even realize that mines were being planted around themselves. A few moments later, the backpack that Li Liang had brought with him had been emptied. Only then did he exit this military base with satisfaction. My lord is back. Li Liang's minions saw him return. All of them gathered around. With a detonator in his hand, he looked at his minions and spoke. Remember our previous purpose? Repeat. Ah Do and the crowd of minions quickly responded playfully. Rush over and grab and run. Don't get on top, don't get attached to the battle, say nothing, and do it fiercely. The members of the unyielding mercenary corps were simultaneously stunned when they heard this. What the hell is this tenet? The arms they're selling can't really be looted, right? Looking at the way this arms dealer went in to lay mines with ease, how much must they have robbed? Hateful. So hateful. Simply bandits. Soon Li Liang saw the members of the unyielding mercenary corps not saying a word. Then he asked them to follow suit and shout the strange slogan once more. At first, the people were reluctant, but under Li Liang's warning, they soon cried out and shouted it. And the darkened live broadcast room. The netizens heard the golden phrase reappear and laughed bitterly. Good guy, robbing again? Slippery this smooth shout. Sorry, I've already brainstormed a bunch of obscenely strong men laughing obscenely. Seeing that the little brothers had comprehended the spirit of this operation very well, Li Liang also nodded with satisfaction. Alright, get in the car. The words fell. The crowd all got into those two pre-prepared armored vehicles. Li Liang then followed suit and climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. Adjusted his sitting position. Then he turned around to face the direction of the military base and gently pressed the detonator in his hand. At the same time, the two armored cars violently charged towards the gate of the military base. Charge! Grab them all! A certain junior suddenly yelled, and the armored car instantly responded with an ape-like howl. And this shriek. It caused the mercenary group's bodies to tremble. It was this kind of feeling. They seemed to remember that it was the same when this group of people came to his mercenary group. Howling and charging forward. Base. The Eagle Sauce Country officer who was carrying the coffee was still quietly admiring the moonlight. It's so beautiful, this moonlight, this night view. Then the next moment. Boom! A violent explosion caused the entire earth to tremble. In an instant, flames lit up before his eyes. It wasn't just one place, it was everywhere. On the walls, in the dormitories, in the piles of supplies, in the ammunition storage, in the tents, in the dormitories, in the campfires. Everywhere brilliant flames exploded. Panicked cries and howls of pain filled the entire base. This sudden scene. It directly made the entire Eagle Sauce Country officer who was enjoying the moonlight by the railing freeze. He did not understand, just now the base was still peaceful and quiet. How the next moment turned into a sea of inferno and fire in general. And also without warning. Through the light of the burning fire, his eyes looked towards the gate of the military base. There, two armored vehicles were rampaging. It was almost as if they were crashing into whatever was in their way. What was even more outrageous was that on the roofs of those two armored vehicles, there were a few strong men, holding guns in their hands and shooting, and every now and then a strange scream came out of their mouths. After hitting a pike, they pulled out a thunderbolt from their arms. Throwing it violently, they changed magazines and continued to fight. There was even one person who carried a bazooka and fired it. The soldiers of the Eagle Sauce Country flew up. And these uninvited guests simply do not care what. As if they had some kind of purpose. Charging straight in a certain direction. This officer from the Eagle Jam Country saw the scene. His pupils all contracted for a moment. This is? Are bandits or robbers coming? Chapter 88, Eagle Sauce Country's military base he also messes with? My dynasty. How did the base blow up? What happened? How did the weapons depot also blow up? Damn, who threw a mine into the fire? Knock. Run. The sudden explosion left the Eagle Jam Nation soldiers in the base completely confused. A soldier from the Eagle Jam Country was originally counting the equipment in the weapons depot, which was his daily job. But just as he opened a box containing grenades, snap! A familiar pulling ring sounded in his ears, and at first glance, only to see a triggered mine hidden underneath that case. My muddy horse. Who the hell did this? Boom! In his last thought, he couldn't think for a moment longer, and subconsciously burst out after a foul mouth. The entire person was directly engulfed by the violent explosion. At the same time, when the successive explosions began to ring out, another soldier from the Eagle Jam Country, however, displayed a super high level of combat literacy. With a frantic warning from his body, he ran towards a rock at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. And on that rock rested the body armor and blast helmet he had just taken off. The moment the war starts, the first thing a qualified warrior does is to put on your bulletproof vest and bomb-proof helmet. Only by surviving first can you continue to fight. In this soldier's head, the words that the instructor had once explained during training rang out. So he didn't bother about anything else, and wholeheartedly put on the bulletproof vest for himself, and the feeling of his body being wrapped up came. The soldier's heart finally let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm resourceful. After secretly sighing, the soldier picked up the last bulletproof helmet and snapped it onto his head. It just felt as if today's helmet was a bit heavier than usual. And it was also extraordinarily hard on the head. It felt as if something had been shoved into the helmet. Snap! A triggering sound that was too familiar to be true rang out right over his head. In the next second, this resourceful soldier's head was directly blown to powder. Instructor! Har me! Also in a one-man tent, the soldier who was awakened by the commotion outside. Waking up in the warm comforter, without even thinking about it, he rolled over and prepared to get up. Only to lift the covers and take a look. The whole person went numb. My dynasty! Who Who the hell is so unethical, stuffing bombs into other people's quilts? Is there any bit of humanity? Angry howls came from the tent, and then the next second, the entire tent along with the soldiers inside were all blown away. The same scene was continuously staged throughout the entire base. The soldiers of the Eagle Jam Nation realized that there seemed to be mines everywhere. And after the initial wave of explosions, the mines that rang out in the base were more of a triggered type. The place where they were buried was still unexpected. It was soon discovered that shortly after the base blew up at the same time. Surprisingly, 2 armored vehicles stormed into the base. Those people didn't care, as if they already had a target in mind. Only when they encountered an obstacle would they fire a couple shots from time to time, or throw another mine out. At this point, they finally reacted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone's fighting their way in. Right in the face. After a short period of panic, the soldiers in the base finally reacted. A frantic warning was issued. On the second floor, the coffee cup held in that officer's hand had long since fallen to the ground. He looked at the base that had changed in an instant, those flames, those explosions that rang out from every corner. There was also the frantic roar of the soldiers in his ears. The soldiers on the second floor were also hissing with fear. Major! A large number of grenades were blasted in the base. We've suffered heavy losses. There are 2 suspected enemy armored vehicles rushing in. Major! It's bad, it's bad. The weapons and ammunition storage room has been blown up. Major? Of course he heard the soldiers' constant reporting and shouting. It wasn't like he was blind and deaf. He had stood here from the beginning and witnessed the entire explosion, including those 2 armored vehicles of unknown power. Faintly, he could hear it. The burly men in the armored cars, letting out roars and ape cries. Listening to these strange sounds, the officer seemed to have aged 10 years at once. He suddenly felt so tired. He couldn't even bring up the desire to give orders. The base was bombed like this, and the loss of personnel was like this. Even if we catch those people, what can we do? Wouldn't he still be court-martialed? As early as the moment the bombs went off, his peaceful night had been completely shattered. He lowered his head, his fingers clenching. His face also started to slowly turn red from pale, eventually turning into a hysterical frenzy in anger. He spoke almost through clenched teeth. They are the culprits. Kill them. Leave no one behind. Yes. Yes, Major. The few soldiers on the second floor were startled by the officer's face and hurriedly ran out of the room to give battle orders. In the midst of the chaos, there were still more and more soldiers, chasing towards the 2 armored vehicles that had broken through the door. On the other hand, on the other side of the Dragon Kingdom's research lab, Guofuhai listened to the intense sounds coming from the screen and directly couldn't help but suck in his breath. Hiss! What a fierce sound of firefighting, and many people. From these sounds, he was able to distinguish. The other side of the camera was definitely a battlefield. And from the howls coming from this screen and the frequency of firing and grenade explosions, there was definitely a big battle over there. If he were to judge from his experience, he was afraid that there were several hundred people. But he didn't know where exactly Li Liang was at this moment. Earlier, when he heard the conversation, it seemed like he was saying that he was going to some kind of base. Wait a minute. A base? Hundreds of people? Thinking about this, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Only a bitter feeling came from his mouth. He wouldn't have gone to mess with the Eagle Sauce Country's base. The moment this thought came out, Guofuhai could no longer be reserved. This kid, he really dares to do it, ah? He had guessed a little bit from the previous broadcast. Although he heard about some base, he didn't take it to heart. After all, that Duke of the Camel Country had just made a trip. So at that time, he had thought that it was that Duke who had invited Li Liang to make a trip to the Camel Kingdom's base. However, from the sounds of the current battle, it seemed that it was clearly not that. Moreover, the military bases in that region, besides Camel Country and Israel's Baton Country, there was only the Eagle Sauce Country. Li Liang was on good terms with Camel Country and Baton Country. So it was impossible to make a move against them, so that only left Eagle Jam and Elias Country. But the human voices in the picture clearly didn't have the accent of the Kingdom of Israel. After a moment of deduction, cold sweat broke out on Guofuai's head. He's also messing with Eagle Jam's military base. No, we have to report it in a hurry. Chapter 89, Where's my airplane? Where's my tank? The armored car. And Yao trembled and cowered in the corner. The constant roar of gunfire and bombs outside made her feel fearful. It was too dark before, she didn't see clearly, or she didn't expect it at all. This Li Liang, he actually dared to hit the base of Eagle Sauce Country. Originally, she only came here for the news, but who knows, until now. There wasn't a single piece of news that could be broadcasted in the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of outrageous things are these? Putting it on a TV station could broadcast it? After a moment of silence, Yao looked at the cell phone that was still broadcasting live. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room had already exploded at this moment. Although the netizens couldn't see the screen, but listening to the commotion, they could also guess that it was now reaching some kind of climax. And because they couldn't see the picture, they were curious. It's dry. This is definitely a. What's that sound? It seems to be that black. What's he doing? He's screaming like a monkey. What's he up to? Pure banditry. What do you mean? What do you mean? If Li wants to rob, let him do it. Do you have to do it? Damn, I want to see the picture. Why don't we have a picture? In the military base. Li Liang and the others had already approached the place where the armed helicopters were parked. As they approached the intersection, he rushed inside the armored vehicle. He directly picked up his long-snowed Gatling. After an explosive shout, he directly jumped out of the vehicle. Carrying the Gatling, he started strafing at the rushing Eagle Sauce Country soldiers. While firing, he shouted, "Abandon the vehicle, block the gate with the armored car, we'll run in." At those words, everyone acted extremely quickly, firing while running towards the tarmac. While Li Liang broke off at the very back. And what he did next directly made the soldiers of the Eagle Sauce Country look numb. After seeing everyone had already entered the tarmac, he directly just carried the Gatling. And with a very fast speed towards the tarmac inside the sprint. The soldiers of the Eagle Jam Country who saw the scene even froze. No. This thing. He can carry it and run alone? What the hell, I'm seeing things. Jesus Christ, that's a human being, he can carry a Gatling that fast? Hell, really hell, first I was blown up by an inexplicable bomb, then I was beaten up by an inexplicable person, and now you're telling me that there's an inexplicable person who carries a Gatling and runs so fast? Inside the tarmac. While the soldiers of the Eagle Land froze, Li Liang quickly ran in. Admiral. We're here. A line of people in the distance stood in front of the armored vehicles and tanks. But in the next moment they also froze as they heatedly saw. Li Liang was actually carrying a Gatling and running. This. Jogging over, Li Liang didn't explain, but first scanned the circle before speaking. No one missed out, right? The crowd shook their heads after seeing everyone converge. Li Liang pointed to the helicopter gunships and tanks parked in the distance. Get up there and drive these away. Looking at the dozen or so armed helicopters in front of them, the crowd's eyes had long been glowing. No man could refuse a helicopter gunship. There was also no man who could refuse a tank that could fire at will. If these two things were put together, it would be even more unlikely for anyone to refuse. I chow, so many tanks, I haven't driven one before. Have you driven one before, Chief? I've driven it, I'll do it. The helicopter gunships in this Eagle Sauce don't seem to be as good as the ones on our island. Grab it all. A few moments later, the roar of the startup sounded. It was also mixed with the roars of excitement from the crowd. Leader Fei Luo drove a tank and arrogantly shouted in the team's headset. Tank team, all follow me. Watch me kill a road for you guys. The words fell. One of the many tanks directly reversed its direction, and in the furious roar of the engine, it directly slammed towards a wall with a single shot. A huge sound rang out, the solid wall, in front of this tank. It seemed like a fragile piece of white paper. And the remaining 5 tanks drove straight out along the channel that Fei Luo crashed out. Slipped away. Ha ha ha, painful. Got it, turn around and sell a large amount of money to the account. Run, there's no ammo on this tank. On the other hand, the Black Man Ado and many of his minions also couldn't wait any longer. Directly maneuvering the helicopter gunship to quickly lift off, soon they let out the same exclamation as the tank team. Ni Chao, there's no ammo on the helicopter either. The Eagle Sauce Country's people unloaded all the ammo. Fly fast. As expected, the weapons and ammunition on these tanks and helicopters were unloaded. However, Li Liang had already prepared for this, which was why he had brought the Gatling. Just in case. Watching the tank team leave first, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he took out another detonator from his arms and then gently pressed it. Boom! The explosion sounded violently, and the armored car that Li Liang and the others had parked at the gate earlier let out a loud bang violently. That was the bomb he had prepared in advance. The soldiers of the Eagle Sauce Country who came over close by were directly killed and injured. After doing that, Li Liang did not delay and greeted the crowd to run away. Big reporter, follow me to the airplane. After saying that, Li Liang jumped onto the armed helicopter. Under his skillful maneuvering, the armed helicopter quickly lifted off and kept a fixed altitude to start flying. And at this time, the soldiers from the military bases finally arrived at the parking area. Looking at the many helicopter gunships in the sky, they also looked at the large hole that had been knocked out of the wall. The crowd was confused. Especially from that big hole, they could still see several tanks driving off into the distance. It's our tanks, right? Robbed? I told you something wasn't right. As soon as they broke in, they went straight to a place as if they had a purpose. It turns out is here to rob something. This ing robbery. Seeing this now, the soldiers of the Eagle Sauce Country finally understood. Why earlier when the base explosion made a mess? These guys didn't organize an attack and didn't even turn their direction. It turned out that they were going to come over to rob in the first place. Really heartless. Moreover, how many people are these people? Just a dozen or 20, right? With such a small number of people, they actually dared to come to their Eagle Sauce Country base to rob it? Simply lawless. The most important thing is that actually really gave them a robbery? Isn't this a clear slap in the face of all of them? When the word gets out, how will it be said that the Eagle Jam Nation is a paper tiger? A base of 3,000-4,000 people was robbed by a group of unknown people? It was ironic to think about. Get out of the way, all of you. Where are they people? A rough voice rang out as the officer crashed through the crowd and ran over with red eyes. Looking at the empty space in front of him where only a few armored vehicles remained, the man was stunned. Not. Where's my airplane? Where are my tanks? A soldier carefully reached out and pointed to the sky. Major, it's there. Driven away by those bandits. Chapter 90. Why are there Dragon Kingdom people on our helicopter? Inside the military base. The officer looked in the direction of the soldier's finger and his body trembled. Robbed? Cough. He suddenly paled instantly and coughed as he took a step backwards. If it was the bombing of the base that was enough to get him court-martialed, then now a dozen helicopter gunships and 6 tanks were robbed. This kind of negligence. Basically doomed, he was going to eat a bullet. Wah. These unruly people. Bandits. Never let them get away. Give chase. At that moment, a soldier on the side warned. Major, we still have armed helicopters nearby that are patrolling and haven't returned yet. They don't have any weapons or ammunition on them, so we can have that helicopter intercept and destroy it. Sniffing. The officer gritted his teeth and said word for word. Inform him that he doesn't need to intercept, the only thing I want to see is the body and that's enough. You guys don't freeze here either, there are still helicopter gunships on the tarmac, all of you chase after them. They must die. Yes. As the words fell, some of the many soldiers headed straight for the tarmac. But right at this moment, there was surprisingly a helicopter gunship in the sky, as if it had seen something, it went and returned. And it drove towards the tarmac of the Eagle Jam Country at an extremely fast speed. I should have known to grab this side, I didn't expect there to be so many here. On the helicopter, Li Liang looked at the tarmac below and instantly regretted it. And below. Looking at the helicopter that flew backward again. Directly, the officer froze. Still dare to come back? Well, on the helicopter, there are no weapons or ammunition, I see you came back to die. But soon, that armed helicopter in the sky had already reached them all tarmac first. Then they heard a burst of intense gunfire ringing out. Da-day. The onslaught of this sound directly made them stay in place. In the sky, Li Liang shouldered that Gatling and fired at the helicopters on the ground. What's going on? Where did he get the weapons and ammo? Is that Gatling? No. The officer finally reacted at that moment, watching the bullets continue to destroy the helicopters on the ground. He let out a hiss at the top of his voice. The soldiers were equally dumbfounded. What the hell are you all waiting for? Shoot him down. The officer roared hysterically. This roar directly woke up the soldiers. Reacting with a serious face, they picked up their weapons and approached towards the direction of the helicopter gunship with a clatter. Boom! A series of loud bangs exploded at the tarmac. These remaining dozens of armed helicopters, it was unknown which one was hit in the fuel tank. It instantly blew up, and along with it, all of the armed helicopters were all destroyed. No! As the officer watched this, he instantly fell on his butt, a coldness churning in the bottom of his heart. The soldiers were also startled by the loud noise. But that helicopter in the sky, after doing all this, unexpectedly changed direction again. It was heading straight for their place. Da-day. From the helicopter, the Gatling that was on fire swept at them. It was hard to move an inch, so they could only turn around and take cover. Protect the Major. Major, he's got too much firepower, we have to take cover for now. A soldier fiercely shielded the officer and retreated directly backward with him. And the officer looked at all this, dumbfounded. It's over, it's all over. I'll definitely have to eat a bullet this time. Mid-air. The helicopter hovered above. Li Liang took his Gatling and strafed the people on the ground. The fierce suppression of firepower left these soldiers without any way to return fire. One should know that this weapon was capable of firing at a rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. Anyone, based on their physical body alone, would directly be beaten into a hornet's nest. After repelling these people in the military base, Li Liang maneuvered the helicopter gunship to turn around leisurely. Without slowing down, he pulled down the distance and flew towards the direction of the regiment. On the co-pilot's seat, Anya was in a daze. She suddenly felt as if she was dreaming. We just robbed the Eagle Jam Country's base, right? Li Liang nodded gently, his gaze looking at her with some doubt. What's the problem? Didn't you watch it all? And Yao was dumbfounded. This kind of tone, demeanor. speaking as if it was a matter that could not be more ordinary. That was a military base of the Eagle Sauce country. Not only did they blow up half of it, they also robbed their helicopter gunships and tanks. What kind of problem is that? It's a big problem. You. Anya was speechless for a while. This young man's attitude towards this matter simply left her speechless. And the audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they heard this. What? What did I hear? Robbing the base of the Eagle Sauce country? Holy, what's going on? So it was just a firefight with the Eagle Jam Nation? Holy damn it, isn't that a bit outrageous? Robbing the Eagle Jam country's base? No, brotherly, did you really rob your arms? At this time. In the sky. A soldier from the Eagle Jam country was piloting a helicopter gunship on his way back. Looking at the wonderful scenery below, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This day-to-day easy work was wonderful. But the one bad thing was that every patrol was out on its own. There wasn't even anyone to talk to. This was really a bit depressing. Just then, a helicopter gunship suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he was instantly alert. What's going on? How come there are still helicopter gunships in this area? But as he got closer, he suddenly realized. The armed helicopter in the distance seemed to look a bit similar to this one of his own. The distance drew closer here again, and that was when he reacted. That helicopter was one unique to his own country. Ha! So it's one of our own, scared me. I told you, who has the guts to fly into our Eagle Sauce country's patrol area to pick a fight? But, I finished patrolling this side, why is he coming again? The soldier was a bit puzzled, but he still didn't think too much about it. The boring patrols had already made him unable to resist the urge to chat with someone. He excitedly opened his conversation machine and called out. Number 01, the patrol mission has been completed, there is no need to patrol this side, you can return, over. But after half a day, the armed helicopter in the distance surprisingly did not reply. This made him a bit puzzled. What's going on, ignoring me? Signal not working, didn't hear? He called again once more. 01, this is 02, patrol mission is over, can return. The words fell. He looked over to the helicopter that was getting closer and closer to that self. At that moment, there was a sudden ringing in his intercom. Shouting in a language he couldn't understand. What 01, 02, I'm your father. Hearing this, the soldier was dumbfounded. Dragon Kingdom language? Why are there Dragon Kingdom people on our helicopter? Chapter 91, Going to Kasego City. Mid-air. This soldier from the Eagle Sauce country didn't have time to think. He only saw the helicopter in front of him turn sideways, and the door of the helicopter suddenly opened. From it jumped out a man carrying a Gatling in his hand. In the next moment, countless bullets poured towards him like a flood. My dynasty! It's the enemy! Before the words could be uttered, countless bullets pierced through his windshield and then through his body. Finally, the helicopter with no one in control of it. It fell straight down towards the ground, eventually hitting the ground and exploding. In the sky, Li Liang looked down with an expressionless face. Then returned to the pilot's seat to maneuver the helicopter to continue in the direction where the minions had left. The desert at night. 6 tanks, 10 armed helicopters, and 8 transport helicopters were parked quietly. These 3 tanks, Challenger 2, are loaded with an L-30A1, 120mm, 55x bore gun. Carrying an omni-directional independent viewer, TOGS 2 thermal imager and laser rangefinder. The other 3, which are M1A2 main battle tanks, are also loaded with a 120mm smoothbore gun and have a 7.6mm mounted machine gun and a 12.7mm machine gun for the captain's weapon. These are definitely considered to be killers with great firepower. In the desert, the black man, Ado, introduced with an excited face. In front of him were the 2 officers, a man and a woman, from the Baton country. As they listened to the black man Ado's words, they looked at each other and were about to open their mouths to say something. But Li Liang walked straight to the helicopter gunship and took over from Ado and said, the A-64 helicopter gunship, with a maximum output of 1,510 horsepower, has 1 short wing on each side of the fuselage. Each short wing has 2 mounting points each capable of mounting one M261 19-link 2.75-inch Sea Serpent Monster 70 rocket launcher. The transport helicopter, the CH-53K, which I won't go into much detail about, and there's not much to say about it. Well, are you satisfied? Sign and pay if you're satisfied. Li Liang looked at these 2 warriors from the Baton country. He took out a proposed contract order from the black man, Ado, who was at the side. Then revealed a standard treacherous smile. Seeing this, the 2 from the Baton country looked at each other. Mana then stood out and spoke with some surprise. Li, Mr. Li, this delivery speed of yours is also too fast. We agreed on 2 days, but you prepared these in 1 day, how did you do it? Regarding this arms dealer's speed of preparation, although she didn't show it on the surface, she was shocked in the bottom of her heart. He himself had only found him yesterday to propose the idea of purchasing arms. To get the stuff in the middle of the night the following day? What shocked her even more was that these helicopters were all produced over in the Eagle Jam country. One must know that these things were hard to get for the average country. And yet this arms dealer had gotten them out so quickly. This made her suspicious. Could it be that this young man had some ulterior motive with the Eagle Jam country? It's simple, got it from the Eagle Jam country's military base side. Li Liang shrugged his shoulders and blandly said. For this matter, he was too lazy to hide it, and anyway, it would spread soon after. At that time, the people of Baton country would react just the same. So there was no point in hiding it or not. The Eagle Sauce country's military base? Manna opened her mouth in disbelief. How could they give you these things to sell? As she said that, her gaze suddenly became wary, and even her figure took a step back. Knowing that they were concerned about their identity, Li Liang spoke directly. You guys are thinking too much, it's not the Eagle Jam country that gave it to me, but I snatched it. Robbed it? Manna looked at the young man in front of her in confusion and spoke in doubt. Are you saying that these helicopters and tanks were all snatched by you at the Eagle Jam country's military base? Li Liang nodded his head, too lazy to explain further, and said with some impatience. Asking east and west, are you guys buying them or not? You won't be swindling me, right? Saying that, his eyes iced down, staring straight at the two people in front of him. And at the same time, Ado and his little brothers took a few steps forward. The mercenary corps members and Fei Luo on the side saw this scene directly, their hearts jutted out. Good fellow. This arms dealer is really not afraid of the sky and the earth. Anyone dares to throw off his face. No, Li, you've misunderstood. At this time, the Baton country's convoy. A man in his 50s who looked like an officer suddenly came down, and he hurriedly said, Li, hello, my name is Willie, representing the Baton country to talk to you about trading arms. Of course we're buying, it's just that this is different from what we agreed on, right? At first, we had agreed that we needed 10 armed helicopters and 10 transportation helicopters. But the transportation helicopters you have here, there are only 8 of them. After saying that, he waved his hand to signal Manna and the other man to step back a little. He himself stood at the front. Li Liang's eyes sized him up and then said, That's so right. That's why I also got a few tanks to replace them, and I can sell them to you guys cheaply at a 20% discount. As the words fell, this officer looked towards the few tanks in the distance. After pondering for a moment, he then spoke. Since Mr. Li is so considerate, it wouldn't be good for us to be ungrateful. Saying that, Willie took the contract in Li Liang's hand and was about to sign it when he stopped. Showing a smile, he said, Li, there is still one more thing. What is it? I need you to send these helicopters and tanks to Kasego City. Li Liang raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Garza City? You're sure there's one of your men over there to pick them up? Willie nodded. Yes, they will meet you on the way. There will be a convoy of supplies on the road to Garza City, I'll tell you exactly where it is. You will need to find them, at which point they will take you around the dangerous section with Israeli soldiers and then safely to Garza City. Sniffing. Li Liang narrowed his eyes at this Baton country officer in front of him. After a moment, he still nodded his head in agreement. Fine, but let me tell you, I will leave as soon as the stuff is delivered, and I definitely won't get involved in the fighting between your two countries. Of course, as it should be. Receiving an affirmative reply. Willie hurriedly signed the contract and finally shook hands with Li Liang with a full smile on his face. Purchasing these dozen of helicopters could be said to be a great favor to their Baton country. In itself, at a time like this, there were already very few people who could help them in terms of weapons. That was why this helicopter was something they had needed to purchase in the first place. And getting an escort from this arms dealer was their ultimate goal. The two of them shook hands, and Willie said with another smile, Li, I'll call the money to the supply fleet side, and as long as you deliver it, they'll give it to you. After saying that, he took a few people from the Baton country and left. And when Li Liang heard these words, he had already guessed the general result in his heart. But he didn't bother to care, as long as he gave himself the money. After sales service, originally he also gave it away. Sulking for a moment. Li Liang glanced at the time, turned to the crowd behind him and slowly spoke. Rest for a few moments, we'll leave at dawn and go to Kasha City. Chapter 92, This equipment is also too fine, right? Early in the morning, in the desert. Li Liang and the others were preparing for their departure. Under his arrangement. Of the people going to Kasego City on this trip. By the members of the mercenary corps, they took the 4 tanks that weren't purchased back to the unyielding mercenary corps. While Fei Luo was left behind by him, asking him to go along to Kasego City to complete the delivery mission. This decision was also made for fear of Fei Luo's sudden defection. After distributing the work, Li Liang pulled open the helicopter hatch and explained to Enyao inside. Open that black box I gave you. Good. Enyao opened her own backpack, took out that black box and gently pressed the button on it. From this moment onwards, they completely disappeared from the satellite maps of all the countries around the world. Then he turned his head again and said to the crowd, The place we're going to this time is Kasha City. We made a lot of noise last night. I think the Eagle Jam country's side. I'm afraid they've gone crazy looking for us. There are people from the Kingdom of Israel near the Garza City side. They are the Eagle Jam country's minions. I'm afraid that they will come to block us as well. You guys driving the tanks should be careful. The crowd nodded seriously. Don't worry, my lord, although the tank has no ammo, but the thing is ultimately this tank, just looking at it is scary. Who would dare to come and touch it? And there are only 2 of our goods on the ground, so I don't think the strike will be that strong. And your side, my lord, is more than a dozen helicopters. When the time comes, the battle in the sky will definitely be fierce. The crowd was well aware of that. After all the fuss last night, the Eagle Jam Nation must have been looking for them all over the world long ago. Although there were signal jammers obscuring them. The Eagle Jam country couldn't determine their exact route, but it would definitely send air power to search for them. Once they were spotted, they would definitely not hesitate to carry out long-range fire strikes. The tanks on the ground were all fine, there were only 2 of them, they were not easily spotted. The dozen or so helicopters in the sky, on the other hand, were not so good. Don't worry, there won't be any major problems in the sky. Let's go. And Yao, you follow the tanks on the ground. And Yao nodded without refusing. Li Liang softly made a sound, then walked straight towards one of the helicopters. The other side. The military base of Elijah's country. Just as Li Liang and the others were traveling to Kasego City, a discussion came out from the command headquarters at the front line of the Kingdom of Israel. What? Someone attacked the Eagle Sauce country's military base? And snatched a dozen helicopters and several tanks? And now we can't even find where the people are? This is too outrageous? Who did this? The guts are too big. After a moment of discussion, an officer in the main seat frowned and finally spoke. Everyone, this is how things are. Right now, the Eagle Sauce countryside wants us to fully cooperate with them to find out this group of terrorists. What do you all think at a time like now? The crowd instantly quieted down. Someone soon spoke out. I think it's still necessary to cooperate with them. After all, we can't afford to offend this side of the Eagle Sauce country. Besides, he's our backstage. It's really not possible to not listen. When these words came out, the crowd felt that it made sense, but soon this person continued. But although we have to cooperate, but then, we don't need to take it too much to heart, just give the Eagle Sauce countryside a show. We just need to send out some manpower and let them see our attitude. Hearing this, the crowd immediately recognized it. As the words fell, the man in the main seat also felt justified. Alright, just as you said, immediately arrange for a team of personnel to cooperate with the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and search for that terrorist squad. At the same time, on the coastline, in a not-so-large coconut grove, 10 trucks filled with supplies were parked silently in the shadows. The Baton Kingdom warriors on each truck maintained absolute silence. They had been transporting this batch of supplies for a long time. These supplies had been raised with great difficulty. Because of the Israeli forces, they had to walk and stop, not daring to make any noise. In front of the convoy of supplies, there were also 2 officers from the Baton country who were waiting with incomparable nervousness. Why hasn't it come yet? Didn't we agree that an armed squad would be sent to escort the convoy this morning? The other officer glanced at his watch and also whispered somewhat nervously. Just wait a little longer, it should be soon. I've heard that this squad is all well-armed troops. With them escorting us, we won't have to be so wary. I hope so. Between the words, the 2 Baton Kingdom officers suddenly fell silent. Although they had been notified that there would be a squad to escort them, their hearts were still a bit desperate. They knew better than anyone else how difficult it would be to transport these supply vehicles into Gasha City. If they wanted to enter Gasha City, they would have to cross the blockade line of the Kingdom of Israel. But this blockade line, how could it be possible for them from Baton country to enter? In the past half a month, almost less than 10% of the supply trucks were able to get into Garza City by chance. And even then, it was only with great sacrifice that they were able to get the results. And now, what's the point of sending a squad from headquarters to escort them? Even if it was well equipped, the results would still be difficult to change. The 2 were just silent. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind them. Hearing this sound, the hearts of the 2 instantly jumped hard. It's the sound of a tank. Damn, what the hell? How could tanks suddenly appear in this place? It can't be the Israelis. Can it be that our location and the news of the transportation of supplies has been exposed? Subconsciously, the first thought in the minds of the 2 officers was that the news of the supplies team was known. That's why the tanks were sent to probe and attack. No. It seems like there are more than just tanks. Listen guys, what is that sound? An officer was trembling quietly listening to the commotion, and a moment later, he raised his head instantly with a look of horror. Helicopters. It's a helicopter gunship. Rumble. The sound of propellers whistling came from above his head, and the violent wind blew the coconut trees swaying crazily. Looking at this image in front of them, the crowd of the Baton Nation instantly showed despair. The 2 officers' faces were ashen, and they immediately let out a miserable laugh. Heh, even the helicopter gunships were sent? That's really enough attention to our supplies. They firmly gripped the weapons in their hands, completely prepared to fight to the death. Surrendering was never going to be possible. They were already blood enemies with the Kingdom of Israel. Even the people in Garza City had not surrendered, and who were they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death, they had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, the two tanks not far from their eyes actually stopped, and one of them even came down. A man directly came straight in front of them, smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you are the Baton Country's material team? The two officers were instantly confused, and they couldn't even speak properly. Yes. Yes, and you are? The man continued. We've come for you at Willie's request. The two men silently looked up at the sky again. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted, so this was the squad with the fine weapons the OP was talking about. But this was too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent here? Chapter 93, I'll deliver the goods request for votes. At the coastline. The two Baton Kingdom officers were still in a daze. But soon the man in front of them added, depart, take us into Gasha City. The two officers finally reacted when they heard this. You guys? You're the squad that came for us. What? Fei Luo looked at the two with a puzzled expression and said, you're not the Baton Kingdom's transportation caravan? Did I find the wrong people? The two officers hurriedly explained. No, I'm just a little excited. Then, the helicopter gunships on that day, were they really yours? Of course. Fei Luo said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the two officers directly stared wide-eyed. Raising their heads to the sky, their hearts were filled with shock. Our dynasty. What kind of squad was sent to escort them? It was well equipped to such an extent. It couldn't be the main force, could it? This sense of security, it's simply amazing. In frantic joy, the two officers hurriedly climbed up and got into their vehicles, getting the entire transportation convoy all started up. Then following the tank squad, they rumbled and began to move forward. Even though they had already set off for half a day, the two officers on the supplies truck still felt like they were dreaming. It's so touching, I didn't realize that the higher-ups would even spare the helicopters and tanks to escort us. I've heard that it's extremely difficult to mobilize a single tank in Kasego City, it's all been sealed off. There aren't many that can be mobilized at all. But now the higher-ups are sending two at once. Where do you think the higher-ups got this from? Who cares, anyway, I feel safe now, I've never felt this way before. Hey, me too. A long-lost smile finally appeared on the faces of the two officers. Two tanks opening the way, a dozen helicopters escorting, and helicopter gunships. Can this sense of security not be complete? The helicopter gunship was on board. Li Liang was casually keeping a low-altitude flight. At the same time, he paid attention to the nearby airspace for any other flying objects. Only after nothing was found for the time being did he take out the cell phone he snatched from Manhwa. By the way, he opened the live broadcast, along with the screen. The truly classified operation had already ended. Closing the screen before was just a fear that there were people from the Eagle Jam country in the live broadcast. As for now, it didn't matter anymore. Moreover, in the desert, the neighborhood was similar. Based on the screen alone, it was impossible to guess which route they were operating on. The only thing he had to pay attention to were the drones that came over for reconnaissance as well as the helicopter gunships. The netizens in the live broadcast room had been waiting for a long time. Originally, they thought that they would only be able to hear voices again today. But suddenly, the screen in front of their eyes actually appeared, and they were suddenly elated. Only to see the environment that appeared in the camera, the netizens were directly shocked. Finally there is a picture, Li Shulan quickly say, what happened yesterday to rob the base? Where is this? Chow, Li Shulan, why are you flying an airplane? Wow! It looks like a helicopter gunship. Where the hell did this come from? I have a bad feeling, what we robbed last night, it can't be this thing. How come I didn't look at the screen for a while? This equipment update is a bit of a surprise. The netizens noticed the environment that Li Liang was in, and there was a burst of alarm. But with all this, Li Liang only took a rough glance. He then pointed his cell phone camera at himself. Fellow viewers, this is the armament I just sold out, a helicopter gunship. Those two tanks below were also just sold out. Hearing this, the netizens were dumbfounded and surprised. No, how did you sell another batch so quickly? Arms dealers are so good at what they do, the orders come in so fast. The money is also coming fast, I also want to do arms dealers, godly take me one. Li Liang continued. Armed helicopters have been sold out, tanks are still in stock, brothers who want them, you can quickly place an order. Saying that, Li Liang operated a pass on his cell phone. In the next second, a purchase link suddenly popped up on the cell phones of all the netizens. The crowd clicked on it, and the content on it was M1A2 main battle tank. Price, $15 million. Challenger 2. Price, $10 million. After seeing this link, the crowd was dumbfounded. No, Li Shulan, you're looking down on us too much. And put up a link? You even put this thing out for sale? This thing, we can't afford it even if we wanted to buy it. I'm numb, in my lifetime I can still see a tank for sale in the live broadcast room? It's really great. Li Liang didn't care about the content of the pop-up screen, then said to himself, brothers, you can shoot if you want, tell me the delivery address, I'll deliver. At the same time, Dragon Countryside. Inside the scientific research room, Chun-Yi and several military region bigwigs immediately rushed to gather here again after hearing Guofuai's report. Robbing the Eagle Jam country's base was no joke. So they quickly arrived here. But at this time, they were not convinced. Because at this time, Li Liang took off his helmet, so the screen didn't show at all. Looking at the dark screen, the crowd, they were also suspicious of what Guofuai reported. Comrade Xiaogua, you said that Comrade Li Liang went to the Eagle Sauce country base to mess around. Do you have any evidence? A big brother was the first to break the calm and asked this question. The sharp gazes of the many big brothers also looked in unison. At first, they were still convinced. After all, they were clear that young arms dealer had even beaten the Eagle Sauce Nation Sea Dog Commandos as they were. But now they were a bit unconvinced. On second thought, that was after all the base of the Eagle Jam country. That kid, he really dared to go? Even if he went, then I'm afraid he'd already be dead. Really, what I said is true, I didn't lie. Guofuai tore his face red, a big man tears are almost squeezed out. He also wondered, this surveillance was all fine just now. How these big men come, it is broken. Even turned on the satellite cannot find the location of this Li Liang. This makes himself simply yellow mud paste crotch, how can not say ah? Several big brothers sized him up. After a moment, the crowd withdrew their gazes. How sharp were the eyes of the big brothers, just by looking at his expression, they already knew that the young man in front of them was not lying. But now they didn't want to dwell on the matter of saying whether or not he was lying. Right now, they only wanted to know if Li Liang had really gone to the Eagle Sauce country's base to cause trouble. If this was true, then I'm afraid that no matter how good or bad the outcome of this matter was, it would be difficult for their Dragon Kingdom to explain. After all, Li Liang was from their Dragon Kingdom. Just as the crowd was pondering, Chun-Yi on the side seemed to think of something as he hurriedly spoke. Doesn't that reporter know how to open a live broadcast? Hurry up and switch her live broadcast to see if it's true or not. Hearing this, Guofuai seemed like he grabbed a life-saving straw and hurried to the console to operate it. A moment later, the screen suddenly lit up. Only the words in it made them all stare in disbelief. Brothers, the armed helicopters are sold out, but there are still tanks available. On the screen, Li Liang's camera suddenly flashed. A link popped up on the screen of the research room. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and in an instant, the research room was once again silent. Only that one sentence remained echoing in this research room. Brothers, you can shoot if you want, tell me the delivery address and I'll deliver it to your door. Chapter 94, Tanks? The other side. The desert. That behind a sand dune in a place that Li Liang couldn't see. An armed squad of Israelites who had heard the commotion hovering nearby looked at the brightly traveling convoy of supplies below. Everyone was confused. That's the Baton country's supply convoy, isn't it? How is it that a material convoy is just a material convoy, getting tanks and material helicopters to escort it? Could it be that the Baton country's main force is hitting us? Captain, are we still robbing? We've been squatting for so long, it's not easy to squat them this time, it's 10 carloads of supplies. What the hell? Can we beat a tank or a helicopter gunship with a few broken guns? The captain and members of this squad lay on their backs behind the dunes. Unwillingly, they looked down at the convoy of supplies. Their original mission was to intercept these supply convoys. In their opinion, this was simply a beautiful job. Not only was the risk factor small, but they could also secretly deduct some supplies from the convoy. These are all good things, and when sold on the black market, they can still make a lot of money. But now this situation down below. The captain of Eleguy's squad looked down again. Over there. 2 tanks were traveling on both sides of the convoy, one on the left and one on the right. The black painted barrels of the tanks were still rotating from time to time, just like the steel guards. Looking up, there were 8 helicopters trailing the rear of the truck, one behind the other. And the head of the truck is hovering a whole 10. With this kind of battle, with this squad, what could they take to fight? Mard, we won't be able to eat this piece of fat meat, we can't fight at all. Originally, I thought I was lucky to encounter so many supply convoys, I didn't expect the other side to even send out these big guys. Retreat. Go back and report. In the convoy. On the tank traveling at the very front, and Yao drilled out half of her body from the roof channel. Casually stretching her back, she glanced around. Then said somewhat angrily, just how much longer will it take to get there? Obviously, the boat ride these days had already made her feel a little irritated. After all, it was either staying in armored vehicles or tanks, SUVs, and helicopters. Although it was the first time in her own life that she had sat in these things. But it couldn't withstand sitting in them every day. In the tank, Pharaoh also sighed. With a helpless face, he touched a heavy machine gun in his arms. Muttering. It's all because of that arms dealer preferring to drag me here. And he said something about being afraid that I have a backbone. Am I, Fei Luo, this kind of person? My little brothers were all released back, and I was the only one not released. This is really hateful. You say, if you don't release them, then don't release them, at least let me fly the helicopter. How boring it is to be bored in this small place. Upon hearing this, Ado, who was driving the tank, blankly glanced at him, then despised him. Just you? Still flying a helicopter? Hands down a loser. Have you ever sat in one and you're driving it? You're lucky to have a tank to sit on. You're looking for a fight. What do you want? Okay, you wait. 3 kilometers away. Another squad from the Kingdom of Israel. Driving a few SUVs leisurely through the roads of this desert. They had received a notification that a message had been sent from the Eagle Sauce countryside. They were asked to intensify the frequency of patrols and make every effort to look for a group of armed helicopters. And they were told that there were no weapons on those armed helicopters. They were told that when they found them, they could attack to their heart's content, as long as they had corpses, not living people. And as long as they shot down one, they would receive a large amount of payment from their Eagle Sauce nation. After receiving this news, this squad didn't even think twice and immediately took on this mission. The reward given by the Eagle Jam country must be quite rich. Only, this big desert was endless. Whether there was a helicopter or not, one could see it at a glance. Driving a car like this to look for it is really a bit too ribald. But it can't be helped, the higher-ups won't give them a better ride. Even the weapons were only equipped with a few single anti-aircraft missiles. Just at this time, the regional contact in the hands of a member of the car vibrated. After glancing at the message sent, his eyes instantly became excited. Captain! A patrol squad sent over a coordinate. They said they spotted a helicopter swarm. Hearing this news, squad leader Reggie's eyes instantly lit up. Where? Did you determine the location? The team member replied in a quick tone. Yes. And that squad said that the swarm of helicopters was escorting a convoy of supplies from the Baton Nation. They said that there were a whole 10 carloads of supplies. 10 carloads? Hearing this amount, it wasn't just Reggie who gave a sardonic laugh. The other team members also had odd looks on their faces. Ha, that squad should be molars, they're afraid they didn't get the news. I don't know that these helicopter swarms are all without weapons and ammunition. That's why they didn't dare to rob the Baton country's supply convoy. Looks like it's really God's help. Reggie instantly burst out laughing. It seemed that this time, he would not only get the payoff from the Eagle Sauce country. It was even possible to get a whole 10 caravans of supplies. This is a whole 10 carloads of supplies, after eating the kickbacks and handing them over to the higher-ups. Wouldn't it be a big profit? Go! Let's go and intercept. Yes. As the words fell, Reggie led a squad of more than 20 people in a spirited manner, rushing towards the coordinate point in a fiery manner. Originally, this squad of theirs was the one responsible for intercepting the supply truck. However, that molar had robbed him of this beautiful job by relying on his uncle being a bigwig in the command department. Now, the opportunity is right in front of him. This time, I want him to watch him eat the supplies. Then go back and properly humiliate them. Almost there, almost there. Looking at the desert in front of him, the rapidly traveling Reggie's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Up ahead, after going over that dune, he would be able to reach the coordinates of the helicopter group. Faintly, he seemed to have been able to hear the rumbling sound coming from behind that sand. Reggie's heart became more pleasant. With such a big commotion, it seems like there really are 10 truckloads of supplies. Ahahaha, rich. After getting out of the car, he excitedly gave orders to his team members with a pleasurable mood. All of you turn on the safeties of your weapons for me. The helicopters in the sky don't have weapons, let's intercept the convoy of supplies before we them. Don't let go of a single supply, lest it be picked up by another squad. Yes, Captain. The words fell. Reggie only felt his body filled with power. Even his running steps became lighter. Nearer, almost there. Finally, over the dune in front of him, click. Reggie pulled the bolt and howled to the sky. Ha, it's really 10 cars. Charge the old man. Give it to the old man. Reggie, who was in the lead, was suddenly speechless. He looked at the convoy in front of him with a gun barrel slowly aimed at him. The entire person had been dazed. Subconsciously, he muttered out. My dynasty? Tanks. Chapter 95, Air Battle. Requesting for votes. On the desert road, Reggie saw that the tank's blackened barrel slowly moved and was directly confused. His first reaction is in the bottom of his heart. Ruthlessly, Moeller's whole family cursed all over. In the intelligence transmitted by Mahler, it did not say that there were tanks escorting This is not to be killed. The armed helicopters in the sky, according to the intelligence, said that there are no weapons and ammunition. But the tanks in front of us? This is what they can fight? Behind Reggie, the other team members who had already rushed to the dunes looked at the scene in front of them. One by one, they were also straight up confused. What's going on? How are there 2 more tanks? My dynasty. Didn't we say there were no armed forces? This picture isn't right. Captain, this. Can we withdraw? The team member asked in a confused manner. Just now, the captain swore that he would come over and kill ruthlessly. Now the bullets are all loaded. Is it still dry or not? And Reggie had not dared to move a muscle at this moment. Looking at the tank in front of him that had already aimed its barrel at them, and hearing the words asked by the crew, he was about to have a seizure on the spot. Withdraw. Can you withdraw? Can't you see that the other side's barrels are aiming at us? If we want to withdraw, we need their consent. This is a ING tank. Muller's words had just fallen. The next moment. Click. He was instantly startled out of a cold sweat by a gently turning sound. Without even thinking about it, he directly fell on the ground in a roll in place. Then immediately fled into the distance. And right where he had just stood, the sand was swept by a fierce burst of fire machine guns flying all over the sky. The bodies of several team members who stood forward were instantly blown apart by the bullets coming from the sky. My dynasty! There's actually firepower on the helicopter gunships. Gatling? Reggie, who had escaped in a mess, looked above the sky with a horrified face. In that mid-air, a helicopter gunship hovered on. Out of the doorway, a young man with a Gatling machine gun was ruthlessly strafing at them. Seeing the dead people, the team members also reacted extremely quickly, immediately fleeing behind the dunes to take cover. Bullets were frantically sweeping behind them. And Captain Reggie, who had reached the back of the dune first, had his mind racing. Suddenly, he thought of something. With one hand, he pulled the informant beside him, who was responsible for information reporting, to his side. The embossed voice roared excitedly. Quick! Quickly report to the frontline command and send them the coordinates. Tell them that there's the main force of Israel here. There are tanks and helicopter gunships, as well as large quantities of supplies. Tell them to conduct long-range fire strikes. They're dead. They're absolutely dead. With such a large scale, the command will definitely be willing to fire artillery missiles. The team also understood at once. Wow! Captain, you're really smart. While speaking, the team member took out a satellite contact and transmitted the coordinates quickly. But the next moment, a puzzled voice came out. The signal transmission isn't going out? Oh no, Captain. I'm afraid there's a signal jammer or something in this neighborhood. The coordinates can't be sent out. What? Hearing this news, Reggie's full of joy was like a pot of cold water being poured on him. How could this be? Could it be that there's a signal jammer in their supply convoy? Just when he was incomparably lost. In the sky, another flying object besides the armed helicopters suddenly appeared. Is that an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft? My dynasty! 2 more helicopter gunships? Captain, that looks like the airplane we came here to scout. It looks like that guy Mahler reported the news of the supply convoy back. We're saved. Seeing those 3 airplanes flying straight towards this side, Reggie's low heart instantly became ecstatic again. It came at the right time. They're finished, they're still finished. Our helicopter gunships have arrived as well. I reckon they only have that one weapon, the Gatling. They can't fight it. Brothers, let's wait and see what happens. Wait for the air firepower to dry out these helicopters and tanks before we do anything. And just as Reggie happily yelled, above the sky, there was also a helicopter gunship, whistling as it dipped upwards. Directly facing the 2 helicopters of the Israeli country rushed straight over. On the helicopter gunship, Li Liang did not have any hesitation. He drove the helicopter gunship straight into the past. The radiation range of the signal jammer was 10 kilometers in a circle. So these 10 kilometers centered on the convoy, whether on the ground or in the airspace, had to be an absolute no-go zone for any Israeli armed forces. Because once within 10 kilometers, those flying machines of the Israeli-Lebanese nation would be able to scout the specific coordinates of the convoy. And after that, it would draw long-range fire strikes from Israel. At the start of the operation, Li Liang had already prepared everything. He glanced at the radar's display range on the control panel, and it was just right. 5 kilometers in a straight line from the convoy. So this airspace was destined to be an air battlefield set by Li Liang. This helicopter gunship that had been snatched couldn't be detached from the signal jammer's position. Otherwise, the helicopter might also be hit by long-range fire. It might even alert the Eagle Jam country to send troops. In the modern war of informationization, every weapon of war has been locked by their own country. The location was readily accessible. It was only Li Liang, with the signal jammer he had researched, which dared to do so. On the 2 armed helicopters of Israel's country, several pilots spotted Li Liang at the same time. They also saw the A-64 helicopter gunship that Li Liang was piloting. Instantly they recognized it. There's a helicopter group? This seems to be the helicopters from the Eagle Sauce country's side. Then they quickly opened the channel to report this news back. Report. It is suspected that we have found the helicopters that Eagle Jam country said were robbed. I have now encountered them. It has been confirmed. While reporting back, the pilot on the helicopter turned on the radar detection. Alarmed, he spoke out. The signal ahead is being jammed? What's going on? It can't be deciphered. Seeing this situation, he also had no choice but to hang up the communication. The pilots of the armed helicopters of the two Israeli countries simultaneously looked at the S-64 that was flying towards them. Do you see that S-64? According to the intelligence given by the Eagle Jam country, their helicopter is unarmed. Saw it, shooting them down is no small feat. But it seems like he's preparing to come over and block us? Just by them, a bunch of dodgy people who came out of nowhere and aren't even fighters, being able to take the helicopter by mistake is already his limit. Then let them see what a real helicopter gunship with firepower is like. Spread out and flank them. Chapter 96, Unbelievable Battle. A 64 helicopter gunship. Li Liang also didn't hesitate for a second and raised his hand to bring up that Gatling. Ta-da-day. As the barrel of the gun slowly turned, the Gatling's bullets tilted out in a brainstorm. First, it tore apart the drone that had come to scout. Then, the attacks from the two helicopter gunships on the opposite side arrived at the same time. Ta-da-day. Li Liang put down the Gatling and maneuvered the helicopter gunship with one hand. The violent firefight happened in an instant. The power of the A-64 helicopter gunship had been pulled up to the extreme by him. And without any dodging at all, Li Liang directly charged towards the gap between the other two helicopters. Ta-da-day. The opponent's firepower crossed a rain of bullets in the air, closely chasing after the A-64's ass. At a certain moment, when the A-64 swooped down right in the middle of the two helicopter gunships, it made a steep pull-up maneuver. It broke away from this intertwined rain of bullets. Clang! The A-64's sudden turn caused the bullets that were originally shot at it to each hit the two Israeli helicopter gunships. Fark! Be careful of accidental injuries. The glass of the cockpit almost shattered from your work. The pilot of one of the helicopter gunships roared. And the pilot on the other helicopter gunship was equally angry. You didn't sweep a few holes out of my flanks too. You almost hit my fuel tank. Forget it, let's do it again. Why is that guy so nimble, by the way? What was that weapon he just used to hit our drone with, such a big piece of? Didn't see it clearly, but the firepower seems to be fierce. At this moment, the S-64 had already crossed over the two Israeli helicopter gunships and rushed towards the rear. Seeing this, the two helicopter gunships turned their fuselage in unison and chased after them again. On the fuselage, the missiles had also been opened. Now all that was needed was to lock onto the target and gently pull the fire control. That S-64 would be blown into a ball of fire by the two shells. And at this moment, on the S-64, Li Liang calmly glanced at the radar panel. The two helicopter gunships were following closely behind him, and suddenly, the corner of his mouth flicked up. His right hand quickly pushed the pilot lever, and the S-64 instantly came to a sharp stop, with its head tilted high upwards. Between the inertia of the fuselage and the air resistance tearing each other apart, the S-64 unexpectedly instantly formed a straight attitude with its head and tail down. With the tail in front and the nose slightly tilted back, after a short period of level flight, Li Liang began to push the stick and press the nose. The speed was once again increased to the extreme. Now the helicopter gunship was in an inverted attitude. After 2 seconds, the speed that had risen to the extreme was once again compressed crazily. At this moment, the whole fuselage completed a 360-degree backward turn in the air. After resuming smooth flight, the S-64 magically appeared behind the two Israeli helicopter gunships. The two pilots of the Israelis saw the S-64 completing this maneuver. Little by little, their mouths opened wide, and their pupils contracted greatly at this moment. Even the piloting operation was disoriented. Did you see that maneuver just now? See? I saw it. It's incredible. How is this possible? The expressions on the faces of the two pilots at this moment were as if they had seen a ghost and completely unable to believe the scene they saw. That move he just made. That was the Pugachev Cobra maneuver. There was no EGA pilot who didn't know about the maneuver that the S-64 had just made in the air. It was even a piloting maneuver that countless ace pilots dreamed of accomplishing. Classic. Too classic. But, aren't we flying a helicopter? How did he use a helicopter? Make that kind of maneuver? It's outrageous. Both pilots were going crazy. What the hell was that person flying the S-64 helicopter gunship? On the other side, Li Liang, who had already maneuvered the A-64 to complete the retreat maneuver. With an expressionless face, he pulled up the Gatling with one hand, then aimed it at one of the helicopter gunships. Whoosh! A mechanical sound of a gun barrel turning came out. A large number of bullets, with flames, violently rushed towards the cockpit of that helicopter gunship. Bang bang bang! The bullets accurately hit the helicopter gunship. A large number of bullet holes appeared on the fuselage. Before that pilot could react. Boom! An explosion rang out, and a dazzling ball of fire instantly appeared in the air. My dynasty! One taken out. What the hell, that flight maneuver just now was too awesome. Is Li Shulan flying a helicopter like a fighter jet? But that's not right. How can he fly a helicopter while pummeling the enemy with a Gatling? It makes sense. How did he react quickly after such a difficult maneuver? Yeah, that seems to be true. What the hell? It was still in the live camera feed. The netizens could clearly see that Li Liang's fingers were constantly jumping rapidly from one instrument button to another. And on his control panel, another system panel suddenly appeared as well. It was clearly displaying a string of unknown code symbols. This is... The people who were far away in the Dragon Kingdom's research labs were instantly puzzled after seeing this. Only Chen Yi had a trace of surprise on his face. His gaze was fixed dead center on the scene that flickered on the screen. The other bigwigs might not be able to see what that scene just now meant. However, as the top boss of the arsenal, he was all too aware of it. There's something odd. There's a big oddity. Guofuhai on the side stared with eyes full of disbelief as he pointed at the screen to himself and said, "Armed helicopters are used for low-altitude combat strikes. Low-altitude flight and the high-altitude flight of a fighter jet are two completely different concepts. At a high altitude of 3,000 meters, it's common to have a flight error of more than 500 meters, but if it's a low-altitude flight, an error of 500 meters is almost fatal. That's why the helicopter was specially equipped with another person to operate the fire control system, so that the pilot who was controlling the helicopter could concentrate on the controls. And just now, Li Liang, who was controlling the helicopter, still had the heart to get the Gatling to counterattack. This is simply unbelievable." The many bigwigs sniffed, but did not make a sound. It was just that when they went to look at the screen again, their respective eyes carried a trace of strangeness. And on the side, Chen Yi took a deep breath. Originally, after seeing Li Liang use a helicopter to make that difficult maneuver, it was already shocking enough. But now, after seeing that image that flashed in the camera, the shock in Chen Yi's heart was even more intense. His gaze quietly watched the expressions of the many bigwigs. A moment later, without the crowd noticing, silently, he walked out of the research room. Chapter 97 doesn't look like a regular army. Requesting for votes. Mid-air. An Israeli armed helicopter was shot down by Li Liang. It smashed hard into the ground, then completely turned into burning wreckage. Galen. On the remaining helicopter gunship, the pilot of the Kingdom of Israel let out a hiss of pathos. Fark. Die for me. Between roars of rage, he turned the fuselage around and frantically snapped his fire. Da-da-day. Boom boom boom. The two helicopter gunships began to chase and kill each other in the night sky. The Israeli helicopter gunships kept firing machine guns and missiles. It hardly ever stopped. In the A-64, Li Liang maneuvered the helicopter out of two difficult flips once again, dodging two chasing shells. After glancing at the CNC panel, he muttered expressionlessly, "Boring a helicopter without weapons and ammunition is just like broken brass." Then his eyes went back to the Gatling beside him. "Alas, there aren't many bullets left over here." "Really? What a ing bull." On the ground, Reggie, the captain of the Kingdom of Israel, looked up at the outrageous scene in the sky. Even though the one piloting that A-64 was his enemy. But at this moment, he also had to admit that this guy was too strong. Why was this guy so awesome in air combat? How did such a pervert come out of nowhere? Is this the legendary so-called protagonist Sora? Fakor. How come I don't have this myself? After a moment, Reggie suddenly pondered. What was being blown up in the sky was their Elijah's airplane. If he did not do something, I'm afraid it would be difficult to explain to his superiors. So pondering, Reggie's face suddenly became hideous. Fark. Let's go too. Give it to me. Blast them to death. Even if we can't dry through their defenses, we still have to hear a sound. Hissed. He pulled the trigger frantically at the convoy under the dunes. Ta-da-day. And all the bullets that hit only made a clanking sound. Two tanks slowly drove towards them, and suddenly a black, shiny man drilled out of the roof. He held a bazooka and raised it to articulate a few shells. Bang! Bang! Shell after shell exploded. Although the frequency wasn't fast, each time, it brought great panic to the several Eretz Israeli members who were besieging. Especially the bizarre trajectory of the shells took them by surprise. At this moment, this area had already become a small-scale battlefield zone. But even so, the convoy of the Patan nation remained unaffected. It continued to move forward without slowing down. Cool. Golden hair, quickly reload for me, I'm going to give them a few more rounds. Inside the tank, Fei Luo's face turned blue when he heard this. Get your ass down here, I loaded all the shells, I have to play with this bazooka too. At those words, the roar of Ado came from the top of the tank. You go aside, defeated general, and you dare to reverse the Big Dipper. There aren't many shells left, I don't have enough to play with myself. Fei Luo was so furious that without saying anything, he grabbed the black man at Do's feet with one hand and directly forcefully dragged him down. Then in the midst of Do's curses, he loaded the shells and drilled out of the tank. Ha, it's my turn to play. Hearing these roars, the Baton Kingdom warriors who were honestly serving as convoy drivers went numb. Worthy of being the main force, the combat power is just strong. But this main force is a bit evil, isn't it? They don't use tanks when they have them, they have to take RPGs to fight with people in a firefight. The ones in the sky are even more outrageous, playing with helicopter gunships as fighters. The few Baton warriors who were responsible for driving the supply trucks were all about to get their blood boiling from the battle outside. In the beginning, there were no such exciting battles on the front battlefield. The sound of those bullets clanking on the tank sounded incomparably wonderful in their ears at the moment. Is this a sense of security? And the two Patan country officers sitting in the supplies car, the entire Jean was now shaking non-stop. The sound of artillery fire resounding in the distance and in the sky was just a bit outrageous. Looking over there through the two windows of the truck. Over there on the sand dunes. That squad from the Kingdom of Israel looked imposing though. The sound of bullets hadn't stopped. But those guys with it just didn't even dare to show their heads. They only dared to hide high and far away and frantically strafe. This was something they couldn't do anything about. They also tried, if they once charged forward. On top of the tank, that bazooka is immediately a shot of incomparably accurate shells bombarded. What was even more outrageous was, it was as if they couldn't dodge it in any way. This gave them no chance at all to get close enough to throw a mine. What scared them even more was that they vaguely seemed to hear the sound of sniper fire. A member of the team, who had just tried to probe out of the cover, had his head directly shattered by a sniper bullet. This made them even more afraid to show their heads. On the tank, Fei Luo held up the bazooka with a look of arrogance. No one can stand me. Excitedly, he yelled. What's going on? Where did the people go? Don't hide all of you, don't dare to eat a rocket launcher from me. If you guys can carry it, then pretend I didn't say it. Hurry up and surrender, hand over your money and weapons. On the material convoy. When the two Baton country officers heard what Fei Luo said, there was a strange look on their faces. Wait, this main force that was invited seems a bit weird. An officer nodded cautiously. Well, there is indeed a feeling that something is not right. Their words and actions don't look like soldiers, but rather a bit like bandits? Anyway, quite outrageous. The other officer raised his head slightly, glanced above the sky, and sked twice. But, the way I look at the controls of that helicopter gunship in the sky, it seems like it shouldn't be bandits again. That operation, it must have been practiced through countless training sessions. Look. This turn, this dive. I'll go. Is he planning to directly hit people with a helicopter? Is he? Let me take a look. Above the sky. Li Liang drove the A-64 in a big circle far away. Then turned around position. Swooping down face to face with that last Israeli helicopter gunship. He fished over the Gatling machine gun with his stowage. Duh-did-day. Clack clack clack. After a burst of bullets were fired, the Gatling malfunctioned. The last bit of ammunition left was also completely depleted. And on the opposite side of the Israeli country's helicopter gunship. When the pilot saw this scene, he instantly roared with excitement. Ha ha ha, out of ammo. Ha ha ha. I'll see what you'll do this time. Aren't you bullish, aren't you good at dodging? And difficult maneuvers are all up, let's see how you can fight without ammo. Give me death. Chapter 98, he's coming at us with a Gatling. Mid-air. The pilot of Elijah's country was locked dead center on the A-64 across the street. After being entangled for so long, it had finally exhausted all of the opponent's ammunition. A helicopter gunship with no weapons or ammunition, there was only one thing that could happen to it. It gets blown to pieces. Ta-da-day. The Israelite pilot maneuvered the machine gun and swept it over frantically. Although the missiles they had run out. But there are still machine guns. The remaining ammunition was more than enough for them to ruthlessly tear apart the S-64 in front of them, which had been teasing them for half a day. What's more, this time the S-64 seemed to have given up on fleeing, and was charging straight towards them as if looking for death. Ta-da-day. The machine gun swept a crater or two across the fuselage of the A-64. Black smoke and flames began to rise. The soldiers of Israel who saw the scene got excited. They knew that the A-64 was finished. Hit. He's definitely done for this time. Ha 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 ha. Between the unrestrained laughter. The two Eretz Israeli soldiers had even clapped their hands in congratulations. But in the afterglow, the A-64 persisted in charging toward them. Ha! It's still holding. Hiss. Isn't this speed a bit fast? The distance is also a bit close. The radar in the cabin began to warn. Not good. It's too close. Pull up. Pull up. He's out of his mind, he's getting ready to run right into us. With a panicked roar, the pilot held the lever in a death grip, ready to pull up an altitude. They saw it coming. This A-64 across the street was trying to finally crash its fuselage right into them when it realized it had no way back. No panic though, just pull up a little altitude. You can easily break the other party's idea of going down with them. Will you even try to die with us in the end? This guy across the street is really a madman. But unfortunately, you failed. The pilot of Elijah smiled and pulled up an altitude. But at that very moment, he suddenly realized. The A-64 on the opposite side, which was already completely on fire, seemed to have predicted the magnitude of their pull-up in advance. Surprisingly, it kept the same elevation angle and pulled up in advance. That's predictable too? There was instant panic in the eyes of the pilots of the Kingdom of Israel. But the time was too late. In hypervelocity collision flight, all reactions are measured in seconds. There's no time to adjust your position. Boom! With a violent sound, the A-64 collided hard with this last helicopter gunship. Flames swept over everything in an instant. In mid-air, the huge ball of fire seemed like another ball of sun. Bull! It's awesome! The camera of the live screen perfectly captured this scene in the night sky. The netizens only felt a dry mouth. Too strong. To have taken out the last helicopter gunship in such a way. I thought Li Shulan was really in danger this time. I didn't realize that the next second, the opposite side blew up. I can only say that no one would have thought of this move. And it's also too risky. Just now, I didn't even see where Li Shulan fished out a parachute bag from. And algebraized that Gatling in the process. The live feed was abuzz with pop-ups. Although the A-64 had exploded, the netizens didn't worry about Li Liang's safety at all. Because in the previous camera footage, the netizens saw that Li Liang had already set up the A-64's impact course in advance afterward. He didn't know where he had fished out a parachute backpack from somewhere. A dozen seconds before impact launch, a calm face kicked open the hatch and jumped. And at that moment, the camera screen. Li Liang was already carrying the already opened parachute and was slowly floating. And in his hand, he was still casually carrying the Gatling of Great Mercy. Ground. The battle continues. But it has tended to taper off. Israel's squad, after consuming countless bullets, still hadn't been able to inflict a single bit of effective damage. And still, the 10 convoys of supplies were not moving towards their routes in a slow and steady manner. And it was about to reach the area covered by Kasego City. The other side of the Israeli patrol team. One of the team members glanced at the situation and reported loudly to Mahler. "Captain, it's not good. The squad that reported up earlier to support us doesn't seem to want to fight. Look, they're slowly retreating backward." Following the direction of the team member's finger, Mahler also saw the squad at the dunes over there. They had already started to withdraw to the back while fighting. This is clearly a rhythm of trying to run. Cowardly stupid pigs. Mahler cursed under his breath angrily, but he knew in his heart. After fighting for half a day with no gains at all, that squad had suffered heavy losses. It was normal to think of running away now. But can't those stupid pigs see? The real battlefield isn't on the ground. It's in the air. Indeed. Those tanks they can't fight. But it's enough to stall the speed. As long as the Israeli helicopter gunships overhead can come through. Even if they don't attack, just get the coordinates here. Then this supply convoy is finished. By then, after a flurry of accurate long-range fire strikes, they'll just have to pick up the money and the battle credits. Humph. What a bunch of stupid pigs. Mahler cursed in a low voice again with an ugly face to the extreme. Again, he remembered the battle still going on in the sky. So he turned to look. Hiss. What is it, so blinding? The moment he turned his head. Just as a bright sun erupted in the sky. Immediately after. 0 seconds later. It took a loud boom to explode in his ears. Waiting for the light of the explosion to diminish a few moments, he looked at the falling mass of flames. Mahler's entire body froze. Same. The same? And at this moment, the team member beside him suddenly pointed at the sky and let out a surprised voice. "Ha! There's a parachute there that still seems to be coming our way." Mahler looked up. Sure enough, he saw an open parachute floating casually in midair less than a few hundred meters in front of them. And looking at the direction, it just happened to be coming towards their position. Who is it? Hiss. What is that dark, tubular object? It looks a bit familiar. Mahler subconsciously moved the gun in his hand. There was always something about the guy hanging under the parachute that disturbed him. Just as he was concentrating to get a closer look. The team members beside him, however, suddenly exclaimed in alarm and fled in all directions. Ni Chao. Not good. Gatling. It's the Batanian. Mudhorse, he's carrying a Gatling in his hand. I'm heading, Captain, run, he's coming at us with a Gatling. Run. Chapter 99, he's from the Dragon Kingdom. Requesting for votes. This side of the patrol squad. The Molar was a bit dazed. How come they were suddenly rushing towards their side? Then the next moment, in his stunned gaze. Day. Countless bullets instantly sprinkled madly. In mid-air. Rapidly rotating honeycomb barrels with fire snakes poured a rain of bullets from mid-air. Day. The bullets swept through one running body of flesh after another, smashing one living human being after another. The muzzle fire mapped the young face under the parachute. What's going on? He's not from Baton country, he's from Dragon country. Moeller looked at Li Liang. He subconsciously wanted to run, but he realized that his body couldn't move. Not only was he unable to move, but his entire person seemed to be shorter. He looked down and saw that his legs, at some point, had been swept away by the bullets. This hand of God Li's divine weapon is really excellent. It's really Li God, he can do any operation. Carrying a Gatling and descending from the sky, I'm asking if you guys are afraid. I was wrong, I originally thought Lu Bu was invincible, but I didn't realize there was someone even braver than him. Under the fire snake sprayed by the gun barrel, Li Liang's eyes were somewhat reflective. After landing, he flicked his palm and cut the parachute's rope with a small knife. The Gatling in his hand was casually single-tapped by him. A guy in the distance who couldn't run without his legs, but was lying on the ground with dry eyes looking at him, his head directly exploded. Li Liang glanced towards the corpse, then quietly withdrew his gaze. I didn't expect that there is actually an ambush here. Forget it, looking at the escaping stance, I'm afraid that he wouldn't dare to come back. Carrying the Gatling in his hand that was emptied of bullets, Li Liang walked towards the convoy unhurriedly. The battle had already ended, and the juniors of Li Liang's squad were sitting on the tanker in 2s and 3s at this time. Smiling, they watched Li Liang walk from the darkness step by step. When Li Liang's figure appeared under the light, all the juniors all stretched out their right fists and ruthlessly smashed them into their chests. Then burst out howling and laughing to their heart's content. My Lord Cowhide! Long live the Lord! Your Excellency is the strongest! Li Liang couldn't help but look odd for a moment as he turned around and jumped onto the foremost tank, stretching out recklessly towards the night. Then with a faint smile, he opened his mouth. Let's go. Half an hour later, a convoy of 10 supply vehicles formed a long line. It slowly drove into Garza City under the morning light. After seeing the arrival of this convoy, deafening cheers were emitted from an entire relief road in Garza City. There were even thousands of people, with reddened eyes, who fell to their knees and fiercely kissed the land under their feet. And at this time, just as Li Liang slowly entered the city with his convoy of supplies, in the Elijah's War frontline command post, an officer picked up a communication, and a moment later, with a serious face, reported to a chief in the command room. General Nathan, news has just been received. The 2 helicopter gunships and 1 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft we sent all lost contact 20 minutes ago. According to speculation, they should have been attacked and crashed, and according to the patrol team's report, they saw the group that exchanged fire with our helicopter gunships, possibly the group that robbed the Eagle Sauce country's military base. After saying that, the officer was incredibly nervous as he watched Nathan's face. Sure enough, he saw incomparable anger on that face. Bang! General Nathan kicked away a chair beside him. With a gloomy face, he walked around. Rubbish! Rubbish! Those helicopter gunships had no ammunition on them at all. How are our helicopter gunships shot down? It's ridiculous. I asked you guys to check, but what happened? Can't even find out their coordinates. This is a disgrace. Nathan's chest rose and fell violently. A small supply delivery convoy, in addition to a bunch of unruly people who came out of nowhere to rob helicopters. With just these dirt chickens and wagons, they had made such a big commotion. The whole world would laugh at their Israeli military department if word got out. General, that armed robbers should have used some kind of super strong signal jammer. That's why our satellite surveillance has been unable to locate the other party. So far from the coordinates of our 2 helicopter gunships that lost contact. That terrorist's area of operation should be in this area. The officer pulled up an electronic map and circled a certain area on it. Under the satellite's monitoring, satellite projections could be seen in all other areas. Only this next piece, just under 10 square kilometers, was blank. But now, these people are most likely. Just as the officer was about to say that this group of people who had robbed the base of the Eagle Sauce country had most likely moved on. Instead, he suddenly saw that there was suddenly a satellite map display on the blank area he had just circled. General! The jamming signal has disappeared. A hint of joy suddenly appeared in the officer's eyes as he quickly tapped on the keyboard. Then very quickly, on the satellite map of that area, a few tiny red dots appeared. Looking at the red dots that appeared, General Nathan frowned. What is this? The officer quickly replied. This should be the Eagle Jam country's helicopter gunships and tanks that they were robbed of. The red dot that appeared should be the signal source. After the signal jamming disappeared, they can no longer obscure the signal source. General, they're right here. Hearing this news, Nathan's face finally looked a little better. Without hesitation, he ordered. Lock onto the coordinates here, long-range fire coverage. Blow them to pieces for me. Yes. The officer opened his communication with incomparable joy and transmitted a string of coordinate locations. 2 minutes later, a dozen of dazzling missiles rose from the rear camp of the Israelite nation, shooting towards a certain area that was labeled. Boom! Boom! Outside of Garza City, a hill was instantly submerged in a huge cloud of smoke and flames. The sounds and flames of the bombardment could be seen even in Kasego City. Li Liang and the others, who had already entered Garza City, collectively turned around to look at the flames rising outside the city. Especially when Fei Luo of the indomitable mercenary corps looked at Li Liang, his eyes had been completely taken over by fear. A smooth smile appeared on Ado's face. This scene was more like a fireworks show that was set off especially for them. Only, this fireworks show was at least worth over $1 billion. Sitting on the tank, Ado couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, it's still your lordship who is brilliant. Anticipating this outcome in advance, knowing that the looted helicopters and tanks have locators on them. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'd have been blown to smithereens. Chapter 100, The People of Baton Country. On the tank convoy. The black man, Ado's laughter also caused the other juniors to smile slightly. Earlier when he entered the city with the material convoy, Li Liang had already asked Ado to notify the island side. Let them use the satellites developed by themselves to interfere with the missiles of the Israeli countries. By the way, he had pulled out a separate satellite to provide a signal shielding coverage for this area of Kasego City. This signal shielding is not like that signal jammer is generally range. Instead, it was targeted specifically for shielding the helicopter gunships and tanks that Li Liang and the others had snatched. After doing all this, they then hid in the distance. Quietly, they watched as Israel's misguided missiles blew up the sky. The early morning sunlight had pierced through the desert and shone into the ruined city of Gaza. People walked slowly away from the crumbling ruins, watching the roaring convoys of supplies slowly pass through. There was finally a glimmer of light in their numb and desperate eyes. Supplies? The supplies are finally here. So many supplies. Finally something to eat. Great, great. Woohoo! The crowd gathered more and more on both sides of the road. They were either in ecstasy or hiding their faces and crying. Some even directly kneeled down and kissed the land, probably thanking the heavens for allowing such a large pile of supplies to be transported in unharmed. The crowd followed the caravan in an orderly fashion, slowly walking toward a church. They all knew that with these supplies coming in, they would soon be able to receive a small portion of fresh water and food. Looking at the crowd, there was finally an expectant kind of look in their eyes. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all a bit silent as well. You guys look, there's finally a glimmer of light in those people's eyes. But this kind of light, it's so heartbreaking to see. It's obviously just some food and fresh water supplies, and they're so expectant and moved. Now the whole of Kasha has been without water and electricity for a long time, and the government's relief supplies are almost finished. So even these 10 truckloads of supplies are now extremely precious. And on the trucks, those soldiers from the Baton country. Even if they had already seen the tragic scene countless times, they couldn't help but burst into tears at this moment. They were experiencing this inhuman war just like the crowd. So it was that empathetic. That small portion of supplies represented not just food, but a bit of hope in the midst of despair. They knew that this piece of hope was given by this small team sent from above. At this moment, all of the Baton country soldiers on the supplies truck, their gazes all looked towards the tank at the very front. There was a young man, sitting cross-legged on the roof of the vehicle quietly looking down at the crowd. It was this young man who had led them all the way to break through the enemy, brutally piercing through the Elijah nation's defenses. And he also took out 2 Israeli armed helicopters and most of the people from the 2 patrol squads. How marvelous this was! When did the Pathan nation actually have such a powerful team? The 2 Pathan country officers sitting in the head car raised their heads and looked at each other. The 2 men were complicated inside. They had just received a phone call. An important message about this escort squad came from the other end of the phone. After hearing this call, for a moment, they were both unexpectedly silent, not knowing what to reply. In an instant, emotions of shame, anger, sadness, joy, and gratitude filled their minds in an instant. At this moment, the supplies car. They could only see the roof of the car, but they knew that the young man was sitting right in front of their gaze. The 2 officers' eyes were moist. If only our Baton country had such a valiant squad. Then, perhaps we would really be saved. The 2 officers thought freely of the good, but in fact, their thoughts were still limited. For Li Liang, this was just an after-sales service for him. If he was in the middle of performing this after-sales service and someone dared to come and intercept the attack, then Li Liang would be just as merciless and pick up his Gatling to blast him to pieces. After all, selling arms to make money was Li Liang's biggest dream. Without realizing it, the 10 caravan of supplies slowly traveled to the supplies church. After arriving here, all the officials of the Baton country in the material center rubbed their eyes fiercely. After determining that the 10 supply trucks were really filled with supplies, they let out wild cheers of joy. Halma, the chairman of the Material Dispatch Center, heard this news. Almost as if he was rolling and crawling, he rushed out from the church. Looking at the 10 trucks of supplies parked in front of him, Halma's eyes were red and his entire body was trembling. Coming. Coming. Our supplies. It's finally here. He frantically rushed to the supply trucks. Going from one to another, he deeply kissed those bullet-ridden bodies. Then he walked over to those who had followed and announced to everyone with a choked voice. Thank heaven. Today, we had a whole 10 truckloads of supplies successfully delivered. Folks, line up. Today will be the day you fill your bellies. Halma's announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone's began to spontaneously line up and wait to receive their supplies. And some of the officials of the Baton Kingdom began to distribute them in an orderly manner. Li Liang's little brothers also converged, and the crowd looked at the happy crowd. There were also some more kind smiles on their faces. How come this arms sale doesn't feel quite right? It seems like we're doing something good. I feel the same way. It seems like we did a big favor. But it seems like it's not bad. Not only did we make a lot of money, but we're also quite popular. Ha ha. You guys didn't see it just now. A little girl even gave me flowers. Hey, I'm embarrassed. Old Black, look at you. You're embarrassed too? Golden hair, you owe me, don't you? Get lost. Halma, who was busy with the distribution of supplies, eventually came before Li Liang and the others. He folded his hands and bent down deeply. Thank you all. Without you guys, we, the people of Baton Country, would really be waiting for death every day. It's you guys that gave us hope. The black man, Ado, and Pharaoh blinked, then grinned and reached out to point at the roof of the car. No need to thank me, it's all thanks to your lordship. If you want to thank him. Halma's gaze then looked up. He smiled gratefully at Li Liang, who was sitting on top of the tank and was nibbling on a piece of bread. Thank you. Li Liang nodded expressionlessly before smiling. There's no need for that, this is our after-sales service, it's proper. After-sales service? Hearing these two words, Hal instantly looked puzzled. What after-sales service? Li Liang on top of the tank swallowed the remaining bread in one bite. Then patted the tank beneath him and smiled. Just these helicopter gunships and tanks that your Baton Country bought. I'll provide after-sales service and help your country with transportation. Hearing the words, Halma was even more stunned and said with some incredulity. Sir, you're joking, how can we have so much money to buy these powerful things? Chapter 101, in Baton Country, we can't grow up. On top of the tank. Hearing this, Li Liang's mouth that was chewing on the bread suddenly paused and looked at Halma with the same confusion. Immediately after that, Ado interrupted to speak out. Mr. Hal, these helicopter gunships and tanks were indeed purchased by your military. They said that they told us to follow the supply convoy and that they would call over the payment for the goods after reaching the front line. The two officers on that supply truck should know about this. Saying that, the black man Ado's finger pointed towards the two Baton Country officers not far away. When they saw the gaze cast, they immediately lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at each other. Finally, after freezing for a few moments, the two seemed to make up their minds and walked towards the side. Halma, our Baton Kingdom did purchase these weapons from this gentleman, it's just that. Saying this, he paused and lowered his head somewhat guiltily before continuing. This gentleman, our Baton Country may not be able to afford to pay that much money. What? The black man, Ado, immediately whitened his eyes. Are you guys playing us? No. The officer hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. We were also just notified that we've encountered some problems, and there's some trouble with the funding piece. The originally promised price may not be affordable. But we are by no means intentionally expiring, it really happened suddenly, the war is now in danger. We can't help it. Once these words came out, the gazes of many juniors turned to Li Liang on the roof of the tank. Li Liang was still expressionless, rubbing his chin with one hand, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. How much money can you guys probably come up with? The Baton Country officer raised his head, his tone as thin as a mosquito, and said, I heard that the previously negotiated price was one helicopter, $15 million, and 20 would be $300 million. Nowadays, we can only take out $80 million. As the words fell, the Baton Country officer's head lowered again. Like a child who had made a mistake, he was lost. The crowd was silent, Li Liang's face still couldn't be seen to be happy or angry, and the atmosphere was a bit off all of a sudden. The crowd of juniors didn't dare to make a sound at all, even the black man, Ado. They all knew that this lord of theirs valued money extremely highly. In this aspect, it never rarely gave in. Just then, the little girl who had just given the black Ado flowers bounced over. She looked as if she was only 7 or 8 years old. The clothes on her body were rendered gray due to the large amount of dust. But it was still possible to tell that at one time the original color of this dress was white. She walked up to the crowd and looked around. Then raising her hands, she struggled towards the young man on the roof of the tank, handing over a hard bread and a small bottle of water. With an innocent smile on her red little face, she said, Big brother, this is from me to you. Thank you for saving us. Li Liang gazed at her for a long time before revealing a smile and jumping off the roof of the tank. First, he took the bread and water from the little girl's pitch-black hands. Then he shoved it back into her hand. The little girl thought that she was being disliked, and her mood dropped a bit. But Li Liang touched her head and said as gently as he could, "There's no rush, it's okay to thank your brother when you grow up." The little girl blinked her eyes and nodded with a smile. "Aha!" But suddenly dropped her head down again and said calmly in a tone that seemed to take things for granted, "But, big brother, in the country of Baton, we won't grow up. That's why I want to thank you now." When the crowd heard this, they were heavy-hearted. The two officers from the Baton country in Helma even had slightly red eyes. A child who was only 7 or 8 years old was able to say these words in such a tone. It undoubtedly made people feel sad. And the netizens in the live broadcast room heard this and saw the scene. At once, they were unable to resist. One after another, they verbally attacked Eretz Yisrael. Damnable kingdom of Israel. War is too cruel, even innocent people are implicated. This is a child. She should have been at the age of going to and from school and playing happily with her classmates, but because of the war, she has become like this. Even whether she'll be alive tomorrow is an unknown. Damn the kingdom of Israel. How come no one sanctioned them? I'm very fortunate to live in a powerful country like the Dragon Kingdom. War was too cruel. It was something no one wanted to see. As the words fell, the little girl put the bread and water back into Li Liang's hands. Li Liang just wanted to withdraw his hand, but the little girl retracted her hand first. Then she quickly ran away, fearing that this young big brother would return these two thank you gifts again. While running, she smiled and waved goodbye behind her, and finally disappeared in the crowd. Li Liang looked at the two items in his hand, his mood was suddenly a little heavy. A moment of silence passed. He looked at the two Baton country officers and Helma. Only then did he finally say, 80 million is 80 million. Hit the money. In the middle of the church, Helma put on a pair of glasses and was organizing a piece of information. Originally, settling this fund was not something he needed to do. But now, he was happy to personally settle this payment for this young man. As he organized the information, his eyes glanced at Li Liang's face from time to time. In the end, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Mr. Li, you're from the Dragon Kingdom, right?" "Aha!" Li Liang nodded. Helma was a little excited inside and continued to ask immediately afterward, "Then it was the Dragon Kingdom that authorized you to help us?" "No. All the actions abroad were all spontaneous by me personally, no one authorized it." Hearing this, Helma's expression fell a little. "Alright, I see." Helma continued organizing the information again immediately after. After a moment of calculations, Helma asked Li Liang about the account. After making another phone call, there was an additional $80 million on Li Liang's account. Helma then walked to Li Liang and then extended his hand. "Happy cooperation, Mr. Li." "Happy cooperation, Mr. Helma." After getting the payment for the goods, Li Liang lazily waved his hand and walked out of the church with an expressionless face. In reality, this deal was actually a profit for him all in all. After all, the price of the consumed weapons and ammunition wasn't very big. And the helicopter gunships were robbed. This was equivalent to empty gloves. According to reason, this is a steady profit. But he was somewhat unhappy at the moment, but he couldn't give a reason. They always said that arms dealers were making war money. Li Liang never cared about this, he did not want to care about these. He didn't want to know if the arms he sold were hitting innocent civilians. But now because of certain reasons, he had some unspeakable emotions. Chapter 102, If He Is a Terrorist. Dragon Kingdom. It was still the same mysterious compound. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed silent and serious. A middle-aged police eraser and the king of soldiers, Wofuhai, each stood on either side of the projector. Silent and speechless. The images on the projector continued to play. Li Liang and the others with his minions had already embarked on their return journey to the Camel Country docks. In the conference room, however, not a single person spoke. Even Guofuhai, who was responsible for the data narration, was standing there in such silence at this moment. What had happened was too unbelievable. Lecture? How to explain? What Li Liang and his squad had done earlier was practically enough to make a war movie. His gaze quietly swept a glance at the many bigwigs sitting in the conference room. The faces of the bigwigs were all a bit tired, and their eyes were all more or less bloodshot. It was because they had watched that live broadcast for the entire night. As far as he knew, there had never been any event that could make so many bigwigs collectively stay up for an entire all-nighter. It was only after a long time that a big brother's voice finally sounded in the room. "It looks like this little guy's operation is finally over. Everyone, what do you want to say now?" Under the dim light, there were a few bigwigs who instantly had helpless bitter smiles on their faces. Then they softly spoke out. "Hee, what else can be said? One can only say, the level of excitement is no less than watching a movie." A single person, with a squad organized out of nowhere, dared to rob the Eagle Sauce country's military base. I'm really curious as to how this kind of idea came to him. The point is, he even did this thing. Our Dragon Kingdom. How many people can do that? I originally thought that the last time he gave a regiment of people with a sniper rifle by himself, that was already his limit. I didn't expect. His limit is much more than that. This is a really good guy, selling arms, look at it guys, where is it sold to, this is what arms dealers do. The big brothers spoke out, the expressions on their faces were truly as wonderful as they could be. The things that were investigated these days were unbelievable even to these bigwigs. A high school student who was only 18 years old. With a small team, he first took out the Navy SEALs, then traveled to Camelot to make a deal of several $100 million. Then this arms dealer single-handedly took out a mercenary group by himself. And finally, in order to make money selling arms, he runs off to rob a military base in someone else's Eagle Jam country? And also, by the way, beat up the Israeli country? And even staged a perfect classic air battle in the middle. Too damn outrageous. Ha! Little Jean, you seem to be a bit short on words today. Nothing you want to comment on him? The gaze of a military region bigwig looked towards the silent middle-aged policeman. The latter was aware that the leader wanted him to analyze a wave from a professional perspective. But today, he really couldn't analyze it. Yesterday, Li Liang's series of operations had exceeded the scope of his responsibility, and even some of the small and critical aspects of it were not even understood by him. So after the big brother spoke, he could only look at Guofuai, the king of soldiers, who was standing on the side with a bitter smile. Yesterday's actions of Li Liang, even on all of them, belonged to tactical actions. I think it still needs another warrior to understand it more deeply. The words fell. The gazes of the bigwigs then also looked at Guofuai. And when Guofuai, who was a soldier's warrior, heard this, he also hesitated for a rare moment this time. Actually, there's not much that can be said. The picture basically shows it all. This is clearly a continuous tactical operation that rolled over multiple parties. It can be called classic. After pausing for a moment, Guofuai summarized quickly in his head and finally said slowly. From the very beginning, the entire plan of action seems to have been realistically deduced in the target's mind. It can be said that every link he has prepared in advance, or rather, every link, is going on like his deduction. Compared with the last time, this time the target demonstrated more weapon techniques, including light and heavy firepower, including weapon carriers. As I said, every single one of them, he's good at it. Especially that one brief air battle, which I'm afraid even ace pilots can't do. So, this is a terrifying and powerful high school student. He can be an invincible warrior, but likewise, I think he can also be a dangerous terrorist. Having said that, Guofuai stopped talking, there was nothing to say. One word, strong. Even he, the king of soldiers, had to be unconvinced. From everything the guy showed in the picture, the two traits of randomness and meticulousness, they seemed to coexist strangely on that guy at the same time. That's why he said that that guy was an invincible warrior and equally likely to become a terrorist. The simplest proof of this is that this high school student can be seen on the screen, killing people casually. And without a care in the world. This guy's mind seemed to repeatedly jump across the board. Once he thought of this, Guofuai suddenly imagined it again. If that guy really did completely break free one day, and even stood on the opposite side of the Dragon Kingdom, then on the battlefield, would he be able to face that guy head-on? After thinking for a long time, Guofuai found his answer. As a soldier, he would face any powerful enemy without hesitation. Naturally, this also included being able to face this arms dealer. Only, the consequence of facing this person was that it could be that even he, the king of soldiers, would be left permanently on the battlefield. Guofuai only hoped that this would never happen. After saying that, the atmosphere in the room was silent for a while longer. Then a big brother lightly laughed and shook his head. No, such a powerful character. If we let him become a terrorist, wouldn't that be a great loss for our Dragon Kingdom? Everyone, what do you think? The big brother's words carried a deep meaning, and the other big brothers in the conference room suddenly had inexplicable smiles on their faces. Ha! A little guy who was running amok outside of the country, but was at peace within the country. Shouldn't it be the Dragon Kingdom's treasure? As the country's management, it was precisely this kind that they liked and needed the most, right? Of course, the premise was how that little guy's wishes were. If his wishes were not taken into account, in case it really ended up becoming a terrorist, then it would be troublesome. Alright, there shouldn't be anything else to do next. I'll go back and rest. Watching this little guy's video is too mind-consuming. After the bigwigs left, only two people ended up remaining in the conference room. One was Chen Yi. The other was the Chief of General Staff, Lai Yufan. A moment later, Chief of General Staff Lai finally spoke. That string of code, are you sure you're not mistaken? Absolutely not wrong. Unexpectedly, this little guy is not only strong in combat, but he is also a man of science. Chapter 103. Not a single hair was blown up. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's mysterious compound, the two of them, Chen Yi and Chief of Staff Lai, looked at each other. With a smile in his eyes, the Chief of Staff spoke directly. Commander Chen, what does your side say? You should really want this high school student, right? Seeing that the chief of staff was straight to the point, Chen Yi did not hide it in the slightest and gently nodded his head. I've been paying attention to him for a long time now. This kid is really suitable for our arsenal in this aspect of arms. I would like to, when he returns to China, have him join in and study the research. Hearing this reply, the chief of staff grinned. That's quite a coincidence. The Special Forces and the National Security Bureau, including the Institute side, are all interested in him. The two said that they valued his stature, and the Institute side should have seen something because of that surveillance helmet. Chen Yi frowned and said, I don't quite agree. They should be clear that Li Liang's style of acting doesn't suit them at all. What's more, staying on this side of the arsenal he'll be more helpful to the Dragon Kingdom. It's also more likely to ensure his safety. Saying the last sentence, Chen Yi himself was a bit unnatural. Although it was said that Li Liang's personal safety was extremely important. But from everything that seemed to be going on right now, it seemed that there was nothing that could pose a threat to this young man yet. But the fact that there was nothing now did not mean that there would be nothing in the future. And judging from Li Liang's behavior, it really wasn't suitable to enter the national security. After all, this kid was always sneaking around outside of the country, and it was impossible to say that he had disappeared that day when he was on a mission. There were just too many unknowns with such a guy who possessed countless powerful weapons. But the chief of staff smiled mysteriously, meaning it. National Security Bureau 7, Division 12, have you heard of it? This department, even there are things I'm not sure about. What do you think they will do for Li Liang? I know what you're worried about. It's not that simple. Special talents always need to be used in the most special places. Maybe they will make another special department for this young man? That's the same idea on the side of the troops and the research institute. Hearing these words, Chen Yi's frown deepened. He knew that there was a greater meaning behind these words, but he would never come out of retreat on this matter. The reason was simple. In his opinion, Li Liang could only create unlimited value in the arsenal. No matter what, I will find a way to make him join the arsenal. By any means. Vaguely, there was already some not-so-right atmosphere between the two men's words. But the chief of staff quickly laughed. Forget it, this matter, but there's no hurry. We always have to wait until he returns home. Anyways, we have to see what this little guy himself thinks, don't we? But in the end, it will definitely depend on the opinion of the top. In short, you guys grabbing people for this piece, each according to their own abilities. Garza City. After Li Liang asked for a few SUVs from Baton countryside. Then he set off on his return journey ready to go back to the Camel Country's pier place. Those tanks he didn't ask for either, and just left them on the Garza City side. It didn't matter too much since it didn't cost any money anyway. On the off-road vehicle, Li Liang sat on the roof of the car, silently smoking muffled cigarettes one mouthful at a time. His eyes were in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Inside the car, Anya glanced at the live broadcast panel in her hand, then turned her head to look at Li Liang on the roof. He couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What is he thinking about? It's not like him. Not even happy after making money? Is this live broadcast off or not? Listening to Anyao's words, Ado laughed bitterly twice. Don't turn it off yet, the adults haven't even given their word. As the words fell, Ado raised his head again to look at Li Liang on the roof of the car, then lowered his voice and said, I'm also not sure what's wrong with the adults, this hasn't happened in the past. Anyao listened to the words and became even more puzzled, and was about to say something. Li Liang on the roof of the car suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly asked towards Ado. Where is that signal jammer of ours? Jammer? Upon hearing this, Ado paused for a moment seemingly recalling something. However, Fei Luo on the side hemmed and hawed with a smug smile, then pointed at Anyao's backpack and said, I knew you would forget things. I watched you put it in the tank and came out but forgot to take it. I didn't expect it. I took it out of the tank. We'll have to cover up a bit along the way. How's this for me to do? Saying that, Fei Luo took the signal jammer out from Anyao's backpack and invited credit with a proud face. Seeing this jammer, Li Liang instantly frowned and his face completely darkened. You naive bastard. Go. Let's go back. Ha? My lord, what are you saying? At this moment, at a coordinate point outside of Garza City, a scouting squad from the Kingdom of Elijah was silently traveling through the desert. Soon, the scouting squad arrived at the one marker point for this mission. The squad leader glanced at the satellite map on his wrist and waved his hand, giving orders. This is the area, search for me. After the order was given, the soldiers of the scouting squad began to search this area carefully. This marked point was no more than 10 kilometers in a straight line from the outskirts of Kasego City. It could be said to be very close. In the area where the scouting team searched, the sandy ground was filled with craters made by bombs. Burned dirt, sand that had been vulcanized by high temperatures. A few moments later, a report from the scouting soldier came over the communication channel. Captain, we found the landing point of the missile. The squad leader then gathered all of his men to rush there. Only to see that the only thing in this patch of sand was one huge scorched crater after another. Other than that, there was nothing. Soon 2 men from the scouting squad were separated to go inside and search. The remaining ones began to be on guard. Captain, there doesn't seem to be anything blown up. But this is indeed the coordinate point for our long-range fire strike. A response came from the team channel. The mission of this scouting squad from the Kingdom of Israel for this operation was to find the traces of this coordinate point mountain after it had been struck by long-range firepower, and to determine whether or not the results of that long-range fire strike, which cost over $1 billion, were effective. The team of scouts was able to find the traces of the long-distance fire strike. The leader of the scouting squad who received the response frowned and asked afterward, "Have you seen any vehicle wreckage, charred bodies, or human tissue parts?" A few moments later, the response came again from the channel. "None found. There seems to be nothing but craters here." Nothing? The scout team leader's face gradually turned gloomy. Only craters? No wreckage? Not even corpses? Doesn't this mean that the long-range fire strikes grossly missed? How could this be? This is a headache. Chapter 104, above us, there's someone. Requesting votes. Outside of Kasego City. The scout team leader's head was filled with black lines. He already felt bad in his heart. He didn't know what kind of reaction he would get after this news was sent back to the frontline command. Close the team. Go back. An hour later, the information detected by this scouting team was fed back to the frontline command of the Kingdom of Israel. Looking at a video of the scene they had sent back, there was also the display of the mission results attached to the last line. The Israelite officer in the command headquarters had a toothache. It's broken. How could this happen? The long-range fire strikes that cost more than $1 billion have all come up empty. I was originally thinking of taking these to the Eagle Jam countryside to claim credit. If the general knew about this news, he'd probably be furious. Glancing at the room over there, the officer smiled bitterly on his face. The other Israeli officers also cast sympathetic glances. After taking several deep breaths one after another, the officer then knocked on the door of the room with that video. "General Nathan, the scouting squad. The scouting squad's results are coming back." 2 minutes later. The silent room was violently filled with deafening roars of anger, accompanied by the sounds of smashing things and chopping hands. No body found? Not even a hair blown up? More than $1 billion of long-range artillery shells have been shot out, and you're telling me now that none of the hair has been blown up? Who operated the coordinate positioning? Let's see if you want to turn into a corpse. Hearing the commotion inside, the sympathy on the faces of the other Israeli officers in the frontline command headquarters deepened. The general's temper is just too short-tempered. It's over, I'll have to be beaten up this time. 10 minutes later, the room door opened. The officer with a swollen nose limped out. The other officers watched silently, whispering comforting encouragement. "Hang in there. It's not your fault, just get used to it, generals always do." The officer who returned to his seat wiped a nosebleed, aggravated and wanting to cry. Mud horse, was it me who said fire then? It was clearly the general himself who wanted to give the order. He was in a hurry to claim credit himself, and now that something has happened, he's smacking me in return? For the next few hours. There hadn't been any more sounds coming from that room. It was even quiet without even the slightest movement. The officers in the command headquarters were all a bit puzzled. Could it be that the general had fainted from anger in there? According to past patterns, every time a war was lost, General Nathan should have to be cranky for at least an afternoon before giving up. Why was it so abnormal today? Just as the officers were puzzled, the door to the room finally opened before dark. General Nathan, who had bloodshot eyes, slowly walked out. "General!" Looking at Nathan's face full of hostility as he came before them, all of the commanding officers rose to salute. However, Nathan didn't pay any attention to them, but walked straight to the CNC panel. Raising his hand, he entered a mysterious string of coordinate numbers. Then coldly said, "Lock this coordinate, and early tomorrow morning, blast it to pieces." The Israeli officer who had been beaten earlier subconsciously stiffened his body. "Yes, General." Then he opened the string of coordinates that Nathan had entered and took a look at the exact location on the satellite map. It turned out that the coordinates were surprisingly in the city of Kasha. After zooming in on the coordinate points and seeing that target to be struck, the officer opened his mouth and his pupils instantly contracted. "General! General! Are we sure we're going to bombard this coordinate point? This target is... It's a large hospital in Kasego City. Isn't this a bit too..." Hearing those words, the eyes of the other officers in the command headquarters moved fiercely. Bombing a hospital? In the international issue orders, it was required that all wars should not bomb hospitals, schools, embassies, museums. On the battlefield, no shooting of medical personnel was allowed either. Although in a real fight, no one cares about that at all. But there are generally 2 points where both sides of a war will exercise restraint. One is the hospital, and the other is the school. And right now, the coordinate point of a large, defenseless hospital was right in front of them. "General! That hospital has at least 2,000 patients in it. And most of them are children. Bombing the hospital would be a humanitarian violation. It's no longer a military operation, it's an act of terror. The officer's tone was sharp but gruff in his opinion. Bang! The next moment, the officer's entire body was kicked out by Nathan. Nathan didn't even look at him and spoke expressionlessly. Humanitarian? Ha! What's that? Can you win a war? Throw this guy back to his country, he's no longer fit to stay on the battlefield. After the merciless order, that officer was directly dragged down by the guards at the door. The other officers lowered their heads and said nothing. After a long time, an officer asked softly, "General, after the bombing there should be a big public outcry internationally. Do we need to prepare in advance?" With the powers forcefully blockading Kasego City for 3 whole months, this in itself had already caused a great deal of opposing public opinion in the international arena. Bombing another large hospital on the other side at this time would definitely be. A million people would point their fingers at it. Nathan, however, softly sneered twice and said, "Do we still need to make preparations in advance? Who said this was bombed by us? It's clear that their Baton country's own weapons bombed the hospital by mistake. Or maybe it was some terrorist who blew it up over something? Ahahahaha. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us, the Kingdom of Israel. Don't worry, young officer, above us in Israel, there are people." Nathan pointed to the sky and laughed as he headed for that room. "I'll be returning home in 3 days, and before then, I'll be holding a press conference at the rear airfield. Until then, I'm looking forward to hearing the wonderful news." Ahahahaha. Listening to Nathan's maniacal laughter, the Israeli officers within the command headquarters all felt an icy chill. Not everyone was guilty in war, but one guilty person could cause countless individuals to be forced to commit a crime. This was the case with their general, a naked warmonger. Early the next morning, next to the hospital in Kasha City, 2 trucks of supplies were arriving to distribute bread and fresh water, as they had done in the past. One of them was carrying medical medicines. Halma from the Material Dispatch Center had been waiting in front of the hospital for a long time. Seeing the supply trucks loaded with medical medicines, a delighted smile appeared on his face. It's really thanks to those arms dealers. Otherwise, the children inside the hospital would really be living and waiting to die. Chapter 105, Attack. Kasha City. Next to the hospital's supply truck, Li Liang went and returned again with a group of juniors. The crowd of juniors were a bit perplexed, not understanding why this lord of theirs had to rush back once again. The leader of the Pharaoh group was the one who was the most confused. He couldn't even figure out what he did wrong. "My lord, this is the Stoya's hospital. According to our satellite detection, the tanks and helicopters are over here. It shouldn't have been localized yet." Li Liang jumped down from the SUV, his face a bit gloomy. He glanced at the largest public hospital in this Kasego city, then asked the black man, "Ado, is the signal jammer turned on?" "It's already turned on." Receiving an answer, his gaze went back to the side of the truck carrying the medical supplies. Halma, the chairman of the Material Dispatch Center, was also a bit surprised to see Li Liang and the others at first. But after Li Liang said that, he said they came to help. A delighted smile soon appeared on his face. "Li, thanks for your help." Halma smiled and winked at Li Liang. After the previous mission, he already had a not-so-small favor with the young arms dealer. Especially when he saw that Li Liang was now bringing people to unload the goods again, the good feeling in his heart was even more. The two of them were no longer so formal with each other, and after casually exchanging greetings, Li Liang then asked his many minions to go and help move the medical supplies from the supply truck to the hospital. Halma, on the other hand, happily started mobilizing manpower to transport the supply boxes to the hospital. Because there wasn't quite enough manpower. Even the patients in the hospital came out very consciously to carry them. "Sister, can you help me put this box on my back? I'm a bit short, yo." An 8-year-old boy with a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his head happily stood in front of Anyao. Pointing at a tiny supplies box in front of her, what was inside should be medicine. It wasn't very heavy. Anyao seemed to like this cute little boy and first touched the little boy's head. "Happy to serve you." Then smiling, this placed the supplies box on the little boy's shoulder and said with a wink, "Boys need to carry things on their shoulders. If you use your back, you'll hunch over when you grow up." The little boy blinked with seeming understanding, still nodding politely. With both hands, he forcefully rested the supply box on his shoulders. I know." Anyao smiled gently as she watched the little boy bounce and run towards the hospital. Li Liang also noticed the scene and was in a calm mood. But the next moment, a sharp whistling sound rang out from the air behind him. Li Liang's body began to give a frantic warning. Without turning back, his body instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already beside the frozen Anyao. In the next moment, Anyao's body was viciously thrown out by Li Liang, rolling down to the edge of a fence. Then there were 2 more of Li Liang's juniors, who were kicked away by him. All the actions seemed to have been completed in an instant. "Li Liang, you." Anyao, whose body hit the fence heavily, was just about to make a puzzled sound. In the next moment, her gaze caught a missile flying rapidly in the sky. And Yao's eyes instantly widened. Li Liang, be careful. It's a missile. Between the hisses, the next second. Boom! A loud explosion almost pierced the eardrums, and waves of air wrapped in flames and debris swept in like a sandstorm. It lasted for a full dozen seconds. And Yao struggled to climb up from the fence, looking around for Li Liang's figure in the smoke and dust. She turned her head slightly and suddenly froze. Only to see that the hospital behind her had been blown into a huge ruin. Screams, cries of pain, blood, and scattered limbs. A broken body that could be seen as a childlike body fell at her feet. This place, as if in an instant, turned into a hell on earth. And Yao's face turned pale and she unconsciously fell to the ground. Opening her mouth, fear prevented her from uttering a single word. My lord! The black man, Ado, frantically rummaged through the smoke and dust, and finally saw Li Liang's figure next to a piece of rubble. He was crouching on the ground, and in front of him lay a little brother brought from the island. The little brother's mouth laughed as he spewed out large gulps of blood. My lord, I seem to have some bad luck. Cough cough. My lord, it seems I can't continue to help you, but thank you. At first. If it wasn't for you. Cough cough cough. The black man, Ado, came before him and saw that half of this little brother's chest had been completely torn apart. Li Liang, on the other hand, was squatting there, expressionless, looking at the horrible wound. It was impossible to see his gaze in the dim light. Huge smoke, flames, and engulfed everything. The explosions continued, as did the collapse, and the air was a rolling wave of heat. It was as if a single breath would completely drain the moisture from his lungs. Halma, who was covered in dust, dully got up from the ground and walked aimlessly as if he were a walking corpse. Debris kept falling around him, but he didn't react at all. His gaze was just staring blankly at the hospital in front of him, which had already turned into a ruin. In the hospital, there were a total of 2,113 patients, including 356 medical staff and 1,023 children. Now, half of them were buried in the ruins. He subconsciously sniffed the air, and for the first time he knew. It turned out that the air in the explosion had a sweet, fishy odor. What was that? It was blood, right. As he walked, he stepped on something under his feet and looked down. It was a tiny hand. But it was just a hand. In the center of that small hand, there were 2 candies. He numbly squatted down, trembling his hands, and cupped that little hand in his heart. Then pasted it on his face. Above, there was still a trace of residual temperature. Halma's body slightly undulated. Tears fell madly uncontrollably, and the grief was so extreme that he didn't even cry. This middle-aged man with a dusty head finally let out a blood-curdling hiss after a moment. Ah! Woo woo! Beside him, countless others were running and also howling in pain. The hospital was attacked. So many people are buried inside. Hurry! Quickly! We have to go help, there are many children inside. On the hospital's plaza, the originally flat dirt was blown out into deep craters. On the charred dirt, a father was kneeling on the ground frantically using his hands to dig up the dirt underneath him. His fingers were already stained with blood, and the nail caps of his 10 fingers had all flipped over. However, he looked as if he had no pain, mumbling in a panicked manner. Alice, my daughter. It's okay, don't be afraid, Daddy will find you soon. Right away. Right away. Chapter 106, Finding a Random Reason. Inside the hospital's plaza. That father was wholeheartedly plowing through the dirt, deaf to the continuity explosions around him. A collapsed wall, rolling past him, blew up another large plume of smoke. By the time he waited for the smoke to disappear, that father had a beautiful little girl in his arms. Even in the midst of war, that angelic little girl still had a tiny pink bow tied in her hair. The bow was still there, but that little girl could no longer open her eyes. Alice, Daddy found you. Ooh-hoo. Clutching his daughter's body, the man fell to his knees in pain. The same scene continued to play out in various places. Some people crawled out of the rubble covered in blood, while others rushed into the rubble again in panic and despair. The huge explosion startled all the people around the hospital as well. They first looked up dumbfounded, and then a look of panic and pain began to appear in their eyes. No! It's the hospital, our hospital has been bombed. Save the people, go save the people. God, how could this happen? Oh. In front of the hospital's already blown down doors, in the dim light, the cries of Li Liang's minions constantly resounded. My lord! My lord! Where are you? Is everyone alright? I'm fine. I'm fine too, and Golden Hair is fine too, with me. It's a good thing your honor saved my life, otherwise I would have been lost. Those grandsons from the kingdom of Israel are really not human. How dare they even bomb the hospital? Have you seen His Excellency? Seems to be over there with that big reporter. The dusty minions began to converge, each carrying more or less scars. They felt their way in one direction and soon saw Li Liang's figure. My lord! A junior brother trotted a few steps, but in the next moment, the words he was just about to speak were choked in his throat. The gazes of the numerous junior disciples all looked at the person in front of Li Liang. The pupils of the crowd shrunk hard. This. Daika. You. I'm going to kill that gang. Looking at his familiar companion lying on the ground covered in blood, this little brother's eyes instantly turned red. Come back. The Black Manado's face was equally gloomy, his voice icy cold. Everything is at your lord's command. All the little brother's gazes looked at that young man in unison. Li Liang just calmly squatted in front of this dying junior brother, whose mouth was still vomiting blood. His eyes were also starting to be lax. But even so, he still braced himself and glanced at the others. Only in the end did his gaze land on Li Liang's face. Da! My lord! Hey! Hey! Just now my legs went weak. I didn't run away. Shame on you. With every word he said, his life force was passing by at a rapid pace. Li Liang listened carefully to every word he said, with little expression on his face, and watched as his breathing gradually began to fade. Name, Decafloss, age 27. Served as a mercenary in the country of Yoryu for 4 years, specializing in sniping, close-quarters combat. Joined Kojima NEI 2 years ago, in charge of grappling and sniping tactics training, while working as the head of the sniper rifle production line in Kojima NEI. Now. You tell me. Anything else you want to do? The corners of Deka's mouth grinned a little, mentally surprised, trying to make more of an expression. But all he could do was try his best to pull a smile and shake his head. But with just such an action, the mouth full of blood violently spilled out more all at once. My lord. Oh. I'll do whatever you say. Li Liang crouched there, silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Good. He reached out to cover Deka's utterly lifeless eyes, and stood up to walk calmly out into the sand. Carry him. Du stepped forward to silently carry Daika's body, and the others followed with heavy faces. Slowly, they walked towards the outside of Kasha City. In the frontline command headquarters of the Kingdom of Israel. All the officers looked at the satellite map in front of them in silence. On that satellite map, it showed that the artillery shell that had just been fired had hit the coordinates with incomparable precision. The screen showed that a small mushroom cloud had risen from that small area. It was now completely covered in smoke. General Nathan, the target has been hit. The officer reported in a heavy tone, and Nathan, who was holding a cup of coffee, slowly lowered his head and took a sip of the piping hot liquid. A calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, very good, this time you guys didn't get the target wrong after all. A hospital was just a hospital, so insignificant for a war. Besides, what did those people have to do with them, the Kingdom of Israel? Since Garza was still holding out, they were happy to use blood to make those heretical people see the truth of death. That way those people would stop harboring false illusions of hope. Thinking of this, Nathan suddenly felt again. The matter of that supply convoy taking out his 2 helicopter gunships some time ago was simply too insignificant. Listening to the investigation from the Eagle Sauce Country's side, those people seemed to be some kind of arms dealers? And robbed their helicopter tanks. Oh. Fortunately, there is such a group of people, otherwise, their side is really not easy to deal with. A country in front of themselves have to yield, a mere arms dealer, as long as they slightly outstretched his hand. It would be as simple as crushing an ant. General. The bombing of the hospital was instantly noticed by the world. It has now caused a great public outcry internationally. An officer quickly ran in, while Nathan just smiled blandly. Let them talk about it, it's nothing more than grinding their teeth. There's a saying that truth only ever exists within the range of cannons. Let the press spokesperson go ahead and respond to the correspondence, just find any excuse. Well, let's just say. Nathan thought for a moment, and let out a pleasant laugh. Let's say the terrorists did it. General. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Hearing this, Nathan laughed outright. Then let's say that it was their Baton country's own weapons that mistakenly bombed that hospital. That's always a good reason, right? 2 hours after the bombing of the Kasha hospital, the world's public opinion had gone crazy. Almost half of the country's population was condemning the massacre, but soon. 3:40 p.m. The spokesman for the Israeli side's Ministry of Information issued a public briefing. Straightforwardly denied that this bombing was done by them, the State of Israel. Placing the blame on the terrorists. Claiming that it was an organized and planned act of terrorism that had nothing to do with them. Chapter 107, this order, take it. Requesting for votes. And then. 4:50 p.m. Eagle Sauce Country's senior official tough out to stand up and say. Their own side also have the same encounter. And explicitly pointed out that a few days ago, their military base far near the battlefield had been robbed by a group of terrorists. A number of tanks and helicopters were taken. They suspect that these 2 terrorist acts were committed by the same group of people. Claiming that a specialized investigation team had been dispatched to Kasha, and that they had definitive proof that the bombing was the work of the terrorists. Meanwhile, the manipulators behind public opinion have come out of the woodwork and have begun to fan the flames of this outcome. 5:30 p.m. The state of Baton issues a serious protest, claiming that it was Israel that bombed their hospital, denouncing it as an act of war massacre. 9 p.m. Baton state officials once again issue a tearful press release stating that the preliminary count is that in this hospital bombing, 1,034 people have died, including over 400 children. Rescue and digging continues and the casualty figures are rising. Every child in Kasha has had their name written on their arm to avoid dying without others knowing who they are. This report has directly shocked the world. Late at night at 10 p.m. High-ranking officials of the Eagle Jam Nation make the news again, claiming that the tanks and helicopters that had been taken from their military base had appeared in Kasha City. They could be certain that this operation was definitely the work of terrorists. After this news, the countries of the world were once again shocked. In an instant, all sorts of opinions were inoculated. Some thought that this was the Eagle Sauce country deliberately muddying the waters. There were also those who thought that the people who bombed the Kasego hospital and the ones who robbed the Eagle Jam Nation's base were the same group of people. Just as the House of Representatives demanded that Eagle Jam Nation release the evidence. But no more news came out from Eagle Jam Nation's side. Late at night at 12 o'clock, Li Liang and the others came to a desert area outside of Gasa City. The man named Daika was placed on the ground. The crowd of minions poured gasoline and spirits over the corpse. When the crowd had finished saluting, Li Liang then went up and toasted a cup of wine. Then he personally lit the flame. After the blaze, the ashes of the core members were loaded by Ado and would eventually be transported back to the island for burial. After taking care of all this, the crowd, led by Li Liang, returned in silence to the Kasego City hospital that had become ruins. On the way, Fei Luo somewhat hesitantly whispered to Ado and asked, "What do we do next? With things getting to this point, leaving is the best option, right? Kasego City is no longer safe. Aragon even dares to bomb the hospital. Stay here, I'm afraid that my little life will not be guaranteed." Ado sniffed and frowned slightly. He subconsciously glanced at the expressionless Li Liang and just replied, "Our Lord has always been flawed." Fei Luo's complexion choked fiercely. 1 a.m. In the hospital of Kasego City, a body was constantly being transported out, a lively little life turned into an ice-cold corpse. The chairman of the Material Dispatch Center, Halma, had blood in his eyes. With a hoarse voice, he knelt in front of a team of mercenaries that he had just invited. "Kill him, please help me kill him. Nathan." It was that scumbag who gave the order. "I'm willing to pay any amount of money, I'll smash pots and pans and be a slave and servant forever. I only beg you to help us kill Nathan." But Halma's prayers were not answered by this mercenary group. Not to mention whether or not the Baton Kingdom could take a commission nowadays. Let's just say that the target, that was the highest officer of the Elijah Nation's Frontline Combat Command, an admiral of the Elijah Nation. Under the heavy protection of the troops, how could anyone be able to assassinate him? Even if there was a chance, once they did it, these mercenary groups would definitely face crazy retaliation from the Kingdom of Israel afterwards. A mercenary mission could be done, but to confront a country's power, was it too much to die fast enough? Looking at the cold eyes of this mercenary group, Halma held his head in pain and just kept repeating, "Please, kill him. Woo woo. Do whatever you want me to do, won't you guys take it too? Aren't you guys the mercenary group that claims to take any order? Why don't you guys take this? Why?" The words just fell. Only to see the black man, Adu, cross the crowd and walk straight to Halma. Then calmly spoke, "Our Lord said, this order, he took it." After saying that, Ado took a deep look at Halma who was kneeling on the ground, then he turned around and left. The crowd present, including this mercenary group, gazed along with them. Only then did they realize that outside the crowd, a young face was sitting on the roof of an SUV. The expression of his face was calm as he looked over. After the black man, Ado, walked over, that young man also jumped off the roof of the vehicle and led the crowd to leave in silence. In the night, that mercenary group looked at the departing backs of Li Liang's crowd and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Picked up? Picked up? What kind of people are they that they dare to take this kind of job? It's simply crazy. Why do they have to go against the Kingdom of Israel? That's going against a country. I don't know, I heard that a member of their team just died. Is it because of this? Isn't it normal for people to die here? We don't know how many of our mercenary group have died. How come that golden hair over there looks a bit like the leader of the unyielding mercenary corps? Who? Fei Luo? Impossible, Fei Luo, he's a softie, how could he have the guts to do this? Alas. Too ignorant, let's hope they come back alive. In the midst of all the marveling, in the crowd, an extremely inconspicuous position. A middle-aged man dressed in a down-and-out outfit aimed the camera in his hand at Li Liang and the others, then pressed the shutter. His eyes flickered for a moment as he looked at the camera's picture taken at the perfect angle. In a voice inaudible to everyone, he quietly sneered. "Heh, not self-important. Looks like this news will have to be notified back a bit." This old six quietly walked out of the crowd before taking out a contact device. Fingers tapped frantically on it, and soon, an encrypted message. Along with the electromagnetic waves, it flew to the frontline positions of the Israeli country. In the frontline command headquarters, after an officer got a string of encrypted numbers and a picture, he quickly proceeded to start deciphering it. Moments later, he found Nathan with the deciphered message. Nathan, who was originally immersed in the joy of the war, merely glanced at it before sneering disdainfully. "Oh? This is that group of arms dealers? Hee, the one at the head is really a dragon nation. No wonder the Eagle Sauce Nation side doesn't dare to say it explicitly in the international arena. It's really interesting, let them come then. If I, a general, can still be assassinated in our Elijah nation's own position, then simply this war should not be fought." Chapter 108, Assassination. In the frontline command headquarters of the Kingdom of Israel, Nathan looked at the piece of intelligence in his hands. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic at all, and he even felt some pleasure. This was because the stronger the reaction in Garza City was, it meant that the bigger the blow they had suffered. When they realized that all of their counterattacks were all just useless, they would usher in an even deeper despair. At that point, there would be no need to fight this war anymore. As for that arms dealer who was crazy enough to come over and assassinate him? Oh, what a brain fart. Going to a country's frontline troops to assassinate a general? That's openly confronting a country's military armed forces. This is not looking for death as what? He was a bit curious as to what was wrong with the leader of the Dragon Country arms dealers. How dare he make such a decision that the rest of the people would just follow him to their deaths and not rebel? Furthermore, as the frontline commander of the Elijah Kingdom, if he was still literally assassinated by the other side in his own home. No. Or even let the other party have the chance to successfully fire a shot at himself to come. That would be the greatest insult to him and to the entire nation of Israel. In that case, there would be no need for this war to continue. A frontline commander assassinated by a nobody. What's the point of fighting? Isn't it embarrassing? I heard that they robbed the military bases in Eagle Jam. Oh. So what? That Eagle Jam country's military base is perennially comfortable and its defense is negligent. It's normal to be attacked. Their side is always on guard, even a mosquito has to be caught up to check 3 or 4 times. 10 kilometers in a radius, even the ants' nests have to be taken out and checked. How could these people have a chance to get close to him? Really looking for death? Nathan sneered and immediately ordered the officer next to him to notify down, all troop units are on second level alert, and the patrol range is expanded by another 2 times. 24-hour round-the-clock patrols. If any suspicious gunmen are found, exterminate them immediately. Also, have the headquarters send a few more teams of special fighters to intersperse searches on the position for the next 2 days. Oh, this group of arms dealers, if they really dare to come, I'll make sure they have no return. I'll hang their corpses at the forefront of the trenches. Nathan's smile was hideous and bizarre. After the press conference the day after tomorrow, he would then take an airplane to temporarily return to the back of Israel, so if that group of arms dealers really dared to come and assassinate him, it would just be a matter of these 2 days. On the contrary, he was still a bit worried that he feared that the other party would miss this time. Or even simply didn't dare to come? In that case, wouldn't his own frontline trenches lack a few interesting corpses? On the other side, in the city of Kasha, Li Liang found Anyao, who was helping to take care of the injured in the ruins of the hospital. At this moment, Anyao's body was dirty with dust and blood everywhere, and her 2 eyes were swollen. Obviously, she had already cried many times. Seeing her like this, Li Liang was somewhat impressed. A hostess who had never experienced war before. In such an environment where there were wrecks and corpses everywhere, as if it was like hell, it was good that she hadn't fainted from fear. Surprisingly, she was still able to hold herself together to help. Actually, you're also quite suitable to become a war reporter. Li Liang's words suddenly sounded behind Anyao. She turned around with some surprise. Why are you here? Li Liang smiled and continued. We have some things to do next, it's a bit dangerous, do you want to go back to Dragon Country first? There's no need for the live broadcast to continue. Originally, I just wanted to advertise and stimulate the Eagle Jam countryside in the meantime. The purpose has been achieved, even a little beyond expectations. The news you have also collected is almost done. It's not safe here, you can go back. Saying that, Li Liang picked up a rag and wiped the slightest trace of blood from the face of an injured child. What they were going to do next was too big and outrageous. Bringing a woman in this situation was definitely inconvenient. However, Anyao shook her head in refusal. I'm not going back, I'll continue to help out here, I'm going to collect more news about the Baton country. Let the people of the world pay more attention to it, let them know that there are many innocent people here, children are suffering. As the words fell, Li Liang was silent for a moment and didn't say too much. He just told her to take care of her safety, and after saying that, he simply left. At this moment, somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, in a dimly lit conference room, those people on the seats were obviously much more numerous than before. This was because the matter regarding the bombing of the Katsusha hospital had caused too much public opinion in the international arena. Especially since the Eagle Sauce countryside openly stood up for the Kingdom of Israel. And also after hinting at the Dragon Kingdom a bit because of Li Liang's behavior. The various departments of the Dragon Kingdom had already had to pay attention to this matter. The matter was big and serious. And at this time, Li Liang had taken on such a mission with his own squad. This undoubtedly made things a bit difficult for the Dragon Kingdom side. The Eagle Sauce country's side has already hinted at our Dragon country. They are inquiring this time to see if we are protecting Li Liang. If we don't speak out, it means that what Li Liang did is his personal behavior. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom. They can kill him anytime they meet on the battlefield. Everyone, what do you think? Should we force him to be recalled, or what? A big brother slowly opened his mouth, stating one of the key points of this meeting. As the words fell, the crowd furrowed their brows. This young man really wasn't cautious enough to cause such a big trouble. You said that it wouldn't be fine for you to come back from the arms business. Why did you have to get involved in something like this? Now that it's like this, how can the Dragon Kingdom protect you? Let's talk about the current situation first. On the main seat in front, the chief of staff spoke in a deep voice. Immediately after that, Wafuhai slowly spoke. The target of Li Liang and the others this time is the war chief of the Eretz Israeli Kingdom, General Nathan. And according to the intelligence we've gotten, Nathan will hold a press conference the day after tomorrow and temporarily return to the rear of the Kingdom of Israel. So if Li Liang and the others really want to make a move, then the best time would be the day after tomorrow. Of course, this is something we can guess. Nathan will naturally understand it as well, and will inevitably carry out high-intensity protection or even entrapment at that time. In front of the projection painting, the young man named Song Qian calmly told the background of this upcoming battle. And this action of Li Liang's can be said to be tremendously gamey. As for who is the prey and who is the hunter, it will depend on the scheming of both sides. After saying that, Wafuhai himself froze for a moment. Because subconsciously, he had already linked Li Liang's squad with a national frontline warforce on an equal footing. Could it be that his own subconscious mind also felt that that guy, with these people, could fight and maneuver with the troops? Chapter 109: Li Liang's goal requesting for votes. Lin Fan reflected quickly, but the result that came out on his active consciousness was still only 3 words. Impossible. He couldn't figure out how. Why would Li Liang go and do such a thing? From his past actions, it seemed that he was not an uncool person. Was it because of the death of a team member? Or was it because Elias had bombed the hospital in Kasego City, causing him to feel compassion? But whichever way it seemed, it was a completely unwise choice to go and do such a thing at this time. But there was another point that surprised him even more, and that was that when Li Liang took on this mission, not a single person in his squad actually raised any objections? Were they just so willing to follow this young man to his death? And at this moment, Chen Yi's voice suddenly came from the side. The reason why this action arose is actually hard to understand on the bright side, because from the previous actions, it seems that Li Liang, he is not a person who is easily controlled by his emotions. Whether it's his own body or his emotions, he has an extreme degree of control. Except for the money piece, he seems to have an inexplicable obsession. I haven't felt that he's ever lost his temper so far. But it's actually quite understandable. His character is one of unparalleled discretion in the pursuit of a set goal. He'll make sure the end goal is accomplished, but in the process, will show any jumps beyond what's possible. So I think the reason he went and did this sort of thing on this windy day was that, first of all, he felt that one of his men had been killed by the wave of bombing, and he felt that he had to do something for his men. And again, it just so happened that Halma pleaded with him to do away with Nathan, and he felt good about it, so he went. As for what he was going to do after that, how he was going to accomplish it, that was something he was going to have to think about after he took the job. Probably, it's that simple. Chen Yi stopped talking after he finished speaking. On the other hand, Wafuhai on the side was as enlightened as if he had been enlightened. Yeah. He had forgotten one of the most crucial factors in that guy's personality: casualness. Chen Yi was right, whether it was the death of his own men or Halma's plea. It wasn't really the main reason, it was just a reason. With the death of his men being caught in the bombing wave, that guy had already decided to take the murderer who caused it to pay back the debt. As for how to take out the target afterward, that's something to think about afterward. It's even likely that even if none of this had happened, he would have found a way to do something like this out of his mind. In other words, his stated target was not actually necessarily General Nathan of the Kingdom of Israel? But then who could it be? Various thoughts continued to swirl in Guofuhai's mind. The bigwigs in the conference room, on the other hand, had no intention of interjecting at all, only for one of them to gently remind him. It seems like the signal shielding has disappeared. Why don't we simply transfer Li Liang's helmet screen and the satellite screen to the projector for simultaneous split-screen playback? As the words fell out, Wafuhai operated on the console, and instantly, 2 images with different angles were transferred. On the screen, Li Liang had already left Kasha City with a group of people. It went straight to the west and eventually stopped at a small hilly area. Everyone rested on the spot, and Li Liang, as the leader, had been lying on his back on top of a huge rock in silence. Holding a map in his hand, he would occasionally glance at it, while the junior brothers and others under his command also tacitly did not make a sound to disturb this lord of theirs. They just sat together in 2s and 3s each, organizing some of the weapons and equipment they had purchased out of Kasego City. From the camera screen, one could only see Li Liang appearing to be in a daze, but in reality, at this moment, Li Liang's brain was racing. Everything on that map had been deeply imprinted in his brain. At this moment, his fingers gently twirled a strand of hair in front of his forehead as he looked at the sky with a slightly mesmerized gaze. That map was constantly dismantling and reorganizing in his mind, and after reorganizing, it was dismantling again. Along with the map changes was a complicated line of attack, even down to the precise timing of the attack at each point of action. Arranging who would be in which position and at what time to perform what action. Then combined into a whole set of action plans. And such action plans, Li Liang had already silently deduced dozens of them in his mind. In the end, he would pick the most suitable set of action plans out of them. Then he would lead the troop members to carry it out. The juniors all knew that the adult was thinking at this time, so none of them dared to go up and disturb, and just kept sitting there. From the darkness of the night to the dawn of the day. It wasn't until the next morning when the sun rose from the distant sea level. It was only then that Li Liang stood up from that huge boulder, stretched lazily towards the sun, and looked at the crowd's startled gazes. Li Liang leapt down from the boulder and flatly said 2 words. Depart. And in the Dragon Kingdom conference room, at the time of hearing these 2 words, Chen Yi and Guo Fuhai both looked at each other. Both of them had their hearts and minds shaken fiercely. Coming. He's getting ready to make his move. In the frontline command post of the Kingdom of Israel. Nathan poured himself a glass of red brandy, a drink that was symbolized as heroic. He felt it fit his current state of mind, despite the international outcry. But it did not affect him in the least, for in the land of Israel, all the populace was embracing him, saying that his move to bomb the Garza hospital was a sort of judgment wielded against Garza on behalf of God. He could already imagine the immense praise and honor that would greet him when he returned home tomorrow. General, the frontline's positional defense upgrade is complete. The sound of an officer's report brought Nathan back from his self-indulgence. He just remembered that there was still a stupid arms dealer trying to carry out a so-called decapitation operation on him. Seeing him come back to his senses, the officer went on to report. All the war departments have received orders from the command to raise the alert level of the defense zone from tonight to early tomorrow morning. And have already dispatched scouts in their respective positions to patrol 24 hours a day. Once those arms dealers are discovered, they will strike instantly. The country has also dispatched 2 special warfare teams, and they arrived at the front line an hour ago. Free searches have already been conducted within the various defense zones. The officer himself felt a bit incredulous as he reported on these developments. A small team of arms dealers dared to launch a so-called offensive assassination against their frontline troops? This was just as well, but it was just that their side had to make such a large defensive formation. Even the special warriors had been deployed. Although the information given by the Eagle Sauce country clearly pointed out that this arms dealer squad had once killed their Sea Dogs commandos. But this is not the same thing. The war is not a small team can start, complete. They are a large army. Chapter 110, Sneaking In. In the command headquarters. The Israeli officers felt outrageous just thinking about this. In the middle of a war, mobilizing so many personnel to defend against a small team of arms dealers. It was truly outrageous. Very good, well done. Listening to the officer's report, General Nathan nodded with great satisfaction. If that what's-his-name arms dealer is really prepared to make such a foolish move, then tonight is the perfect time for them to enter our frontline positions. So, tonight will be a lively night. When I wake up in the morning, I hope to hear the good news you guys brought me. Nathan smiled as he drank the brandy in his hand. As the supreme commander of Israel's frontline command, he was no cutie pie. He had a clear grasp of the war situation. As for why he was mobilizing such a big battle against an arms dealer, one of the reasons was also very simple. One was that he absolutely could not be decapitated himself, otherwise it would affect his morale. Of course, Nathan didn't think that the squads formed by those arms dealers would be able to do it either. The second one was that the Eagle Sauce countryside had already greeted him in advance, and if he bumped into this arms dealer, he would try to go and capture him alive if it wasn't necessary. Oh. Nathan naturally couldn't understand the reason, but it didn't matter too much. No matter what this arms dealer did, the result would be the same. He had long since deduced the actions of the other party, and it could be said that he had long been aware of their every move as if he were in the palm of his hand. Everything was that simple. After the press conference tomorrow, he would take a plane back to China. So those arms dealers could only take advantage of tonight's night and start creeping into their frontline positions. And kept closing in on his position. He, on the other hand, had already covered the entire frontline position with steel-reinforced concrete defenses. And countless entrapment traps. So tonight, it was going to be a very busy night. He was going to go for a nice long sleep, hoping that by the time he woke up in the morning, the bodies of those arms dealers would already be in front of him. That way, at tomorrow's press conference, he'd have one more little joke to play. Turning to those reporters, he said, "Oh, there were some ne'er-do-well arms dealers who wanted to carry out a decapitation operation against me. But now, their heads are hanging over our positions, and God doesn't forgive stupidity, so I judged them. On the other side, in that conference room in the Dragon Kingdom, the camera screen, Li Liang was running in silence through the Gobi with his remaining 14 people, and in front of them was the frontline military zone of the Kingdom of Israel with all of its troops on standby. For almost half of the day, they had almost been engaged in this kind of rapid march. 2 hours ago, they had officially entered the military zone of the Israelite frontline, and the surrounding landscape began to change a little bit. It slowly turned from a barren Gobi beach to a hilly area with vegetation. After entering the military zone, Li Liang and the rest of the group traveled at a slightly reduced speed. A few short rests were made midway to replenish food and water. In the conference room, Wu Fuhai's eyes looked towards the figure running at the forefront, and his heart had begun to shake slightly. From the moment he entered the frontline military zone war zone of the Kingdom of Israel, this young man had already led the crowd to unknowingly bypass 3 Israelite squads that had come out to cross-search, and 5 small strongholds that might be hiding entrapment plans. What was more crucial was that on the way, this group of people surprisingly didn't seem to have communicated out loud even once. They just ran after Li Liang, who often just swept a glance, as if he already knew what route would have an Israelite search team on it. What place would be hiding an old 6th Scout again? It was as if everything was as if God's perspective was on. The entire team, so silent and swiftly penetrated towards the core area of the frontline military zone. 7 p.m. Li Liang and the others finally stopped in a small hidden forest. Everyone began to rest and reorganize. They had just traversed the outer military defense line of Elijah's country, and in front of them was the tightly defended second defense line position. From afar, there were patrolling soldiers everywhere. Almost every short distance, there would be a small stronghold, or a medium to large base. This would be the most difficult defense line to cross. The other side had tens of thousands of soldiers, and all sorts of equipment and weapons. They, on the other hand, only had a mere 14 people. In the shadows of the woods, the people were once again silent as they replenished their food and fresh water, and finally checked the weapons and equipment on their bodies. Soon, when it was finally completely dark, the screen. Li Liang stood up and gently made a gesture, then after the remaining 13 people looked at each other, they each slowly backed away, finally drilling headlong into the woods and disappearing. They scattered? In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, he looked at the personnel on the screen who had each broken up like ghosts. Chen Yi's heart instantly jumped. His gaze went to Guo Fuhai at the side with inquiring disbelief. Wouldn't it be safer for the entire team to gather together in this situation? Even if the breakthrough is discovered, it's only right that it's easier to retreat. Moreover, their team was clearly centered around Li Liang. Wouldn't it be extremely unwise to scatter out at this time? When he entered the second military defense zone of Elijah's country, Chen Yi was already nervous. He was curious as to how exactly Li Liang would go about crossing this seemingly impossible line of defense. But the scene before him still confused him. Guo Fuhai, who was on the side, frowned deeply when he heard this. After pondering for a long time, he finally shook his head and spoke softly. I can't see it either. If his goal is to cross this line of defense, turning into a hole can indeed reduce the chances of being discovered. But all the same, the danger of each member of the team has risen infinitely. The target that needs to be hidden has changed from 1 team to 14 people. Unless... Guo Fuhai suddenly opened his mouth solemnly as if he had thought of something. Unless he doesn't plan to sneak in? Instead, he chose to directly expose himself and then go in hard? After speaking, Guo Fuhai seemed to have encountered another incomprehensible loophole. The frown deepened. But in that case, what was the point of sneaking in earlier? Now that the enemy is outnumbered, it's impossible for the personnel scattered out to be every one of them to want to be as good as him, right? Taking a step back, even if they do, can they stand up against so many troops? Impossible. Could it be that he's doing this for another reason? Is there another possibility? Thinking of this, Guo Fuhai was greatly shocked in his heart. Could it be that he wants to ensure that none of his team members die? But, can this idea really be realized? Chapter 111, Stronghold Bombed? In the middle of the night. On the frontline position of the Kingdom of Israel, a military base displaying all kinds of hot weapons, a few soldiers who were preparing to change their defense were nervously walking through the base. While walking, they complained softly. Sleepy as hell. I had to get up and stand guard this morning before dawn, and now I have to change defenses again just after dark. It's all because of that damn arms dealer, making all of us have to patrol 24/7. Do you think they have a problem, not doing the arms business? Why are they hitting on General Nathan's idea? The more they complained, the more irritated a few soldiers became, having already been in this place for months. Bad food, bad sleep, and no women. They also had to go out to the front line to fight a battle every now and then, but from this morning, they were asked to patrol the defense 24 hours a day. Who the hell can stand it? And all of this is because a group of arms dealers want to carry out a beheading operation? What a shame. Beheading General Nathan? Really dare to think The The more several people thought about it, the more angry they became. One of the soldiers raised the rifle in his hand and smashed the butt of the rifle fiercely towards the air, laughing and cursing. It's best if we don't run into that group of arms dealers, or else I'll give them a fine head with the butt of my rifle. Then I'll kick the spawn off, and finally smack a few mouths and ask them if they still dare to come. Ah ha 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 ha. Seemingly thinking of a certain scene, several soldiers who had already walked outside the stronghold all burst out laughing. That soldier seemed to feel that it wasn't enough and added another sentence. Better don't let me catch their leader alone, otherwise. Saying this soldier suddenly paused, and the other soldiers who were listening happily hurriedly urged with implied eyes. Otherwise what? You go ahead and brag. The bragging soldier, however, just looked at the night ahead and opened his mouth, as if he had seen something unbelievable. I'm facing. You guys look. How come there are 2 rows of teeth floating in the air ahead? The other soldiers sniffed and also looked up, only to see 2 rows of large teeth literally floating in the pitch-black night. I'll go. It's still true, there's no one? Only teeth? My god, we can't be meeting a ghost. However, right at this moment, they saw those 2 rows of large white teeth powering up and down, and then a disgruntled voice came. Who the hell only has teeth and no one? Old man, so big a person standing here you can't see? Blind huh? Did you guys just say something bad about my lord? I think you guys are tired of living. After hearing the human voice, several soldiers instantly reacted. My dynasty. It's really a person. It's an old black man. But the next moment. Day. Firelight rang out directly in the night, dense bullets tore the bodies of these soldiers completely apart, and under the illumination of the firelight, the face of Black's brother, Ado, was finally revealed. Scream? Why don't you scream? Ado spat disdainfully, one hand holding an AK directly toward the direction of the base and violently pulling the trigger. Ta-da-day. Don't even sleep, come out to me. Your grandpa is here, don't come out to receive. The gunshots and shouts instantly startled the Israeli soldiers inside the stronghold. Immediately afterward, the alarm inside the stronghold suddenly sounded. What's going on? Where did the gunshots come from? Who is it? Dare to come to our place to pick a fight? It's that group of arms dealers fighting their way up. How they touched this side of our stronghold. Where? I don't see anyone. Look toward the place where the shots were fired. It's an old black guy. Agoo. I thought I was blind. Outside the stronghold, the AK in Ado's hand didn't stop, sweeping straight toward the Israeli soldiers in the direction of the stronghold. He cursed as he fired his gun. Son thieves. Old me has come to the door and none of you have a reaction? Not a big egg, but you're quite timid. Come on, take off your pants and compete. Let's see if the python I have coiled around my waist can whip you to death. My day. His cursing is disgusting. It seems like they're the ones we're looking for. This old black guy must be a representative. It's not possible for the others to be ambushed in this neighborhood. What a poor tactic. A decapitation operation? Call back all the scouts outside, let's surround them directly. Can't stand it anymore, I'm going to him. When I catch him I'll make sure to give him a taste of the happy brand blade. Where's my machine gun? I have to give him a shot. The Israeli soldiers in the base were originally still a bit confused. But after this black brother outside scolded them, they were directly on fire. Instantly someone inside the stronghold opened fire directly. Day. Immediately after that, more people also began to frantically strafe. Countless bullets poured in. Boom! A rocket exploded into the sky of smoke directly in front of the black man, Ado, and he tumbled out in a donkey roll. IKAM, bombarding old me with a cannon? Not playing with you guys anymore, run away. After getting up, Ado put the AK directly onto his shoulder and ran. There was also an ape-like cry coming out of his mouth during the run. My lord! You want to run after cursing? You'll have to leave your life behind today. After them. Finish them all off so that we can go to General Nathan to collect our war credit. Seeing Old Black trying to run, the soldiers in the Elijah stronghold immediately rushed out, and the scouting squad sent out in the neighborhood also began to rush in this direction. Don't run! Wasn't he arrogant just now? Still want to whip old me with a python? Come, you give me another word? While chasing after that black shadow, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel were frantically strafing and shouting. What they didn't know was that at this time, under the night, on the left and right sides of the gate of the stronghold, there were 2 silhouettes that silently entered the stronghold, and then disappeared after drilling into a piece of shadow. At the same time, the communicator on the ear of Ado, who was running furiously with his head buried all the way, rang. Hey, like to chase right? He glanced at the pursuers behind him and grinned, reversing his direction and running towards another place. Hurry! Almost caught up. This old black man is running really fast. The Israeli soldiers behind them frantically chased after him, but suddenly a gunshot rang out from somewhere unknown. Then it accurately hit a certain location under their feet. Boom! A huge chain of explosions rang out, and flying shrapnel and sand covered all. Ahem! Not good. Ambushed? Where are the people? When the smoke cleared, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel snapped back from their panic, only to realize that Old Black, whom they had been closely pursuing, had long disappeared. But immediately afterward, an even bigger explosion sounded in the distance behind them. Only in the direction of the Israelite stronghold, just a moment's breath over there, a huge fire appeared. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel froze in place as they watched this scene. The stronghold bombed? Chapter 112, explosions ringing out everywhere. After the explosion. In a valley, Old Black turned his head to look at the dumbfounded soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel over there. He then grinned and shook his ass proudly. Chasing after old me? Go ahead and eat it if you want to fart. Glancing at the time on his tactical watch, Do spoke into the headset. My lord, the mission over here has been completed. The stronghold has been successfully blown up. I'm heading to the next target point immediately. Got it. After hanging up the communication, Do glanced at the direction and then started running furiously. At the same time, in the 2 o'clock direction of this stronghold, at a location about 5 kilometers away, an Israelite patrol convoy was closely patrolling along the demarcated defense zone. The Israelite warrior on the convoy glanced at a certain direction and spoke with a smile on his face. There's movement over at the B-12 stronghold, and it looks like the movement is quite big. After searching for a whole day, we finally found this group of people. It's a pity that they didn't appear on our side, otherwise, eliminating them General Nathan would probably give us quite a few rewards. Just as the Israeli soldiers in the caravan, still account lamented quite a bit that their side had found the group of arms dealers. Boom! The military SUV traveling at the front of the convoy was instantly blown into a ball of flames. What's going on? Enemy attack. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel reacted quickly, preparing their weapons while their gazes flew to search for traces of the enemy. It was only easy to find the culprit of the enemy attack. Because the guy who launched the sneak attack was standing so brightly on a large rock not far away. Over there. It's a guy with blonde hair. Who is he? Is he also that arms dealer's man? Seeing that all of the Israeli soldiers' gazes were attracted over, Fei Luo, who was standing on the rock, shook the bazooka on his shoulder and grinned a taunt. What are you looking at? Am I your father? You're still looking? Okay. Daddy will reward you with another bazooka. Hearing the arrogant voice over there, the soldiers of Israel all froze for a moment. The first thought that came to their minds was whether these arms dealers were not in their right minds. Why are their words so foul? But after Fei Luo finished speaking, he didn't give them any chance. Shoo! A rocket blasted straight over with a long wave of air. It directly blew a vehicle into burning wreckage. Looking at the vehicles that were instantly blown up again, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel's faces turned green. This was simply not very damaging and extremely insulting. Too loaded. Catch him, dead or alive. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel quickly counterattacked. The sound of gunfire instantly exploded. The boulder under his feet was blown up with stone chips from the bullets, and Fei Luo threw away the emptied bazooka as soon as he could. He jumped down from the rock and ran, taunting as he did so. Too many people bullying too few, I'll slip away first. Whoever dares to chase will have no chicken. Hearing this, the people of Elijah's country clenched their teeth in anger. Dynasty. Can't stand it anymore. All give me on. Screw him over, let him see if we have a chicken. I'll castrate him myself. The enraged Israeli soldiers were dead on their asses and had already started calling the surrounding soldiers to come and surround them. Spotted the group of arms dealers. It's fleeing towards 4 o'clock. He just blew up 2 of our vehicles and taunted us, come surround him quickly. Fei Luo ran furiously all the way, the bullets behind him were almost flying past his scalp. The arrogant expression on his face just now had completely disappeared, and now there was only a calm and seriousness. Looking at the soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel encircling over on both the left and right sides, Fei Luo tapped lightly on his contact headset. The patrol at 11 o'clock is chasing me, the area is safe for now. Got it. A soft response came from the headset, and Fei Luo turned off the communication and started running at full speed. Just as he was pulling a group of Israeli soldiers in circles, 1 kilometer to the left, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, were silently walking towards the edge of a military base. After touching the side of the base's barbed wire fence, they reached out and threw 7 or 8 high explosive mines inside. Then scattered legs and ran. On the other hand, Fei Luo's legs were almost swung round, and he just ran furiously without caring about anything. Finally, ran to the edge of a cliff, a little fumble, and indeed in the nearby tree trunks found a long ago bundled rope. After quickly tying the knot, Fei Luo reached out and took a look down the cliff, shivered and cursed in a low voice with a laugh. Grandma, why didn't anyone tell me this place was so high? The retreat route was not prepared by himself, but another team member had set it up here in advance. The pursuers behind him had already arrived, and Fei Luo no longer hesitated to directly climb the rope and jump down the cliff. After landing, he casually threw a thunderbolt over to the cliff, then turned in a different direction and started running wildly without looking back. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel who chased to the cliff were directly confused when they saw the scene of Fei Luo jumping down. Dynasty. There's a rope here? He put it there in advance? Chase. Just as the soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel wanted to continue their pursuit, a high explosive thunderbolt was leisurely thrown up from under the cliff. Watch out! Grenade! Boom! The people of the Kingdom of Israel flung themselves down, because this grenade was thrown up at just the right time, so it was an airborne explosion. Dense shrapnel directly shot out in a 360-degree pattern, instantly damaging the pursuing Israelite soldiers. Cam! Damn it! He even prepared his own retreat. No wonder he's so emboldened. Keep on chasing, definitely don't let him escape. As the words fell, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Elijah rose to their feet, cursing in anger. However, they heard several explosions one after another coming from the left side, which was accompanied by noisy noises. It's the explosions coming from the base side. Not good. Could it be that they still have people who went and attacked our base? Then are we still chasing after them? One of the officers at the head of the group looked at the silhouettes that were still vaguely visible running wildly below, and then turned his head to look at the hotly burning base. In the end, he clenched his teeth fiercely. Can't chase after them, the base is important. Helplessly, the soldiers of this patrol could only curse and hurry towards the base. The originally calm night was completely lively at this moment. On the military defense line of the Kingdom of Israel, it was almost blossoming on all sides, with inexplicable explosions everywhere. Outside those positions, patrols, scouting squads, or soldiers in strongholds and bases. From time to time, they would see a few sneaky people, arrogantly appearing at the edge of their defense line. Without saying a word, they would directly shoot or throw mines. Or they would just block their doorway and yell a few words. Mocking words were coming out by the bucketload. The quality is extremely poor, the attitude is extremely bad. They also did not think of using snipers to solve, but those people seem to be as alert as rabbits. Sniper gun is not yet set up, people have already disappeared. Chapter 113. This guy has something to offer. In the frontline command headquarters of Israel. In the face of Li Liang and the others' outbursts, there were also some smart officers of the Kingdom of Israel who vaguely sensed that the enemies who had drawn attention to them. It was likely that they were deliberately drawing their attention. Chasing after them would most likely fall right into the other party's scheme or something. But if they didn't chase after them, those people were really too arrogant and were simply slapping them in the face of the Kingdom of Israel. They were taunting right under their noses, blocking the entrance to the base, and just started cursing. By the time their soldiers from the Kingdom of Israel were finally angered by those words, those guys immediately ran away, running faster than anything, not even bringing their heads back. And what's even more annoying is that when they bite the bullet and chase after them, there's always firepower that appears from some other unknown place to stop them in their tracks. Or else the escaping guy would follow the escape route he had prepared long ago. Then shortly afterward, he appeared in another place and began to continue taunting at another base, or patrol, or stronghold entrance. By the time they couldn't stand the thought of chasing them over, the person had run away again without a trace. It was like this several times in a row, causing a flurry of chickens and dogs everywhere in the area of their Elijah's defense line. Don't run if you have the guts, come on, show your python. Where's the man? Kam, ran away again. Grandma. Don't mind him, word has come from elsewhere that this is their trick. Let's just hold back and see what they can do. No way. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. He even cursed my grandfather. I didn't even curse him, how dare he? My sniper rifles, I have to snipe his balls. For a while, there were angry shouts from Israeli soldiers everywhere, and then very quickly, either a few grenades appeared in this base, or that stronghold was bombarded with a rocket. Slowly, Eretz Yisrael also discovered a pattern. It seemed that every time they came out to taunt, it was a fixed few personnel. Even everyone looked familiar. Especially one of them, a lanky man with mostly blonde hair. And a big old black man who stood in the dead of night and couldn't even see. These two cursed the hardest and were the most beaten. Running after taunting, running, and appearing in another place. In a hidden corner, Fei Luo and the black man, Ado, met once and both exchanged the remaining equipment on their bodies. Give me 2 mouthfuls of water. Grandma, I didn't realize that cursing is so tiring. Fei Luo pulled the water bottle on Ado's waist with one hand and slammed a few mouthfuls into it, then grinned excitedly. He. Old Black, you didn't see it, just now those grandchildren from Eretz Yisrael chased after me for a full 2 kilometers. As a result, I ran straight along the backhand that old Seven had left in advance. They were so angry. Ha ha ha. Fei Luo lowered his voice and laughed freely. Black Doe snatched the water bottle in his hand and slammed a few gulps into it himself. Revealing a mouthful of large white teeth in the night, he laughed somewhat smugly. My lord really sees people really well. Knowing that our taunting talent point is full, so he specifically put us in charge of doing this. Yes, but any other person would not be able to achieve this effect. Fortunately, I'm not dishonored. Hey. The two bragged about each other a few times. Fei Luo pricked up his ears and listened to the movements around him, then gulped and whispered. You guys really have that thing? Yes. Then why don't you guys just use that thing if you have it? What are you waiting for? How can you not penetrate their defenses by messing around like that? The black man, Ado, shook his head and said, "You don't understand, these things are too involved. Once we use them, I'm afraid we won't become a target. We're not far off." At those words, Fei Luo scared his mouth and then said, "Where did you guys get this, eagle sauce country? That's not right, there's no way they'd come up with this to sell. It doesn't make sense either way. Dragon Kingdom cracked and developed it?" Facing this question, the black man, Ado, didn't answer, just laughed, then stood up, answering the question. "Let's go, get on with the work. We need to get them to shrink their defenses and patrol areas before dawn." At this time, in the frontline command headquarters of the Kingdom of Israel, those officers were busy, looking at the battle status appearing everywhere on the screen. They were going crazy. "What? People from the arms dealers have been found in the A11 stronghold? Which one, old black or golden hair? Impossible. That golden hair is cursing at the entrance of the B15 stronghold. What? They threw grenades at base 7? That's not right. Didn't they just blow it up? Why are they doing it again? What? They threw 8 last time, but 15 this time? What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you counting how many mines they threw? You're in that department, go to solitary confinement. Hello? Did the 3rd Infantry Regiment find the arms dealers too? Yeah, leave them alone, let them curse and endure. What? Can't stand it? Then you have to endure it. For a while, the entire command headquarters was busy. From the first time when the gunshots rang out, these officers in the command headquarters were still able to track down these attackers in time. Then they flew to deploy the siege, but slowly. The situation completely changed. Report after report came in, either this place was bombed, or that stronghold found the enemy. Those who endured didn't endure, and those who chased didn't catch up. Until now, the entire command headquarters had been in complete disarray. All of the officers' brains have been in a mess, and they simply can't figure out where these attacking enemies actually are. Even the labeling on the military map had been densely packed. A dazed officer silently looked towards the room behind the command room. General Nathan's sleeping snores could still be heard in the room. The thought of General Nathan's fiery temper sent chills down his spine. Finally, he thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided on the spot. All deployed defenses, search areas, all restore the original range. All scouting squads, patrol squads, all search backward, search within the narrow defense line. Our defense line has expanded too much, it's too late to react, we must narrow down the scope so that we can respond to the attack and make a siege action in time. This order was issued, and the deployment of Elijah's defense line was quickly narrowed down. All the troops gathered closely within the narrowed defense line. Under the shadow of a tree on a hilly plateau, a figure silently watched the patrol squads and scouting squads that began to withdraw. A moment later, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and immediately afterward, he connected his contact and slowly said, "It's time to start moving out." The Dragon Kingdom conference room, in the screen camera. In the southeastern part of Elijah Country's A125 base, Li Liang stood quietly on a huge rock in the old distance. He looked down below, and in his perspective, there were fires and lights everywhere within the entire defense line of the Kingdom of Israel. And in the midst of all that chaos, a single figure was running in silence, silently switching positions. Since the beginning, Li Liang just stood here without moving a step. He looked at the night in front of him, from a darkness to full of fire, from silence to the current hot fire. This area of defense that spanned over a dozen kilometers, every single one of his men's trajectory of action was in his mind, precisely executing every single one of his commands. Sounding out the east, surrounding the point, alternating cover. The men were dispersed and then relinked together by an invisible rope. And he, Li Liang, was this rope. Looking at Li Liang's calm-side face in the picture, in the conference room, Wu Fuai and Chen Yi had been too shocked to speak. This guy, he really is something. Chapter 114, he's actually sleeping? Begging for votes. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The angle of the satellite suddenly turned, and the images of the chickens flying on the defense line of the Aragon Kingdom below were clearly presented. Whenever Li Liang looked at a place, the satellite also turned with the direction Li Liang was looking at. The bigwigs sitting in the conference room could vaguely see a figure that was flying in that direction as well. Looking back to the very beginning, slowly, the bigwigs also realized that these people who were raiding were moving in extremely complex and bizarre trajectories, and their locations were also very dense. It was almost on the verge of spreading throughout the entire area of the defense line of the Kingdom of Israel. Many of these trajectories were not for their own raids, but to cover the evacuation of another team member. And when this team member evacuated to a safe position, they would quickly plunge into the next regiment to continue their route. It didn't matter if they were blocking people's doorways and cursing, or if they were deliberately going to cause trouble for the patrol squad. All of these were actually covering the actions of others. If there was a God's perspective, one would be able to realize that just now, those soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel had been constantly pulling and moving, but in the end, none of their targets had been able to be captured. This was because every person under Li Liang, before and after drawing away the soldiers of Israel, would leave retreat routes and tools in advance for the next team member who came to pull. Just like this, between this pulling and pulling, the defense line of the Kingdom of Israel was eventually torn open. This was the hole in the defense line. Wonderful. It's brilliant. A big brother in the conference room finally clapped his hands and slowly laughed out loud. Extreme pulling and covering, precise and incapable of pinpointing the breakout. Just a dozen or so people were able to stir up the entire Eretz Israeli defense line, while tens of thousands of Eretz Israeli soldiers didn't even catch a glimpse of anyone. Tonight, I've kind of witnessed an extremely classic tactical penetration operation. The big brother's gaze was filled with appreciation, even though the realm he was in was not on the battlefield. But even if he didn't bend to analyze the inner complexities and just looked at it from the surface, he felt that this operation was brilliant to the extreme. What exactly are these people? Are they arms dealers? I always feel that something is not right. This kind of mobility, it's really unusual. I'm afraid that even our Dragon Kingdom's average special squad can't achieve this? After the big brother spoke, another big brother from the military ministry laughed and shook his head. Hee, old who, you're only half right. The tactical interpolation this time is indeed classic, and the caliber of the person responsible for executing it is also very good, but in fact, the one who is truly powerful in this operation is the one who is leading it. Right, Guo Fuai. The bigwig of the military department then threw the question to Guo Fuai, the king of soldiers, with an encouraging look in his gaze. Guo Fuai felt the gaze of his immediate superior leader and immediately reacted in a whirlwind. He knew that this was an opportunity that the leader was deliberately creating for him to show more in front of these bigwigs. After all, there weren't many opportunities for so many bigwigs to sit together. He nodded and slowly spoke. Yes, these operatives are actually just fulfilling one instruction after another. At what time, what position they arrive at, what route they take, these are the instructions they constantly receive. What they need to do is to just go and fulfill these instructions, completely ignoring anything else, because behind them, there is a brain that has the power to project the entire battle situation all the way down. Saying this, Guo Fuhai glanced at Li Liang in the screen. That precise command just now came from this young man's mouth. Just standing here, he seemed to be able to see the entire battlefield, grasping all the routes and precisely controlling everyone's actions. But actually, in the battle just now, there were still quite a few mistakes. For example, that team member codenamed Goldenhair, after attracting a wave of pursuers at the base for the first time, the speed of his evacuation was really a bit slow, and he almost couldn't effectively disengage. This led to all the personnel's action trajectories nearly converging, and the buried retreat routes and backhanders could not be used for a long period of time, which is a very taboo matter. That's why we were able to see that those members of the team who had originally run towards another place ran back to throw a few grenades into the base, which made the soldiers chasing Goldenhair choose to return to the base. Guo Fuhai softly spoke about a detail that no one had noticed during the battle just now. In that pursuit, although Goldenhair managed to jump off the cliff and threw a grenade back to stop the other side from pursuing. But this was not enough to effectively disengage, and at that time, the team members who had already traveled to the next location immediately turned back and threw a few grenades into the base to create chaos. This was the reason why Goldenhair really succeeded in breaking away from the pursuit. Speaking of this, Guo Fuhai revealed a flash of admiration in his eyes. The most terrifying thing wasn't that this mistake was made up for, but rather, within moments of it happening, Li Liang had already predicted it in advance and changed his instructions. In the later actions, several times there was such a risk, but he carried out the neutralization just as smoothly. This kind of responsiveness and control over the transformation of the battle situation, in my opinion, almost surpasses human limits. Guo Fuhai's voice was filled with amazement. The more he understood, he felt that this young man was simply too outrageous. Not only did he have an extremely strong single-soldier combat ability, his ability to command actions was surprisingly so outrageous. This kind of person, going to be an arms dealer, was really a bit of a waste. If he could become a warrior in the Dragon Kingdom's army, he would be simply invincible. Guo Fuhai wanted to continue saying something, but suddenly stopped talking. Because in the camera screen, the young man who had been standing in this place from the beginning and hadn't moved a muscle. Surprisingly, he moved. In the picture, Li Liang picked up a weapon. It was really the sniper rifle he used earlier. The attention of the bigwig sitting in the room also instantly shifted to the screen. Guo Fuhai was very sensible and did not continue to speak, also quietly looking at the screen. Right now, the defense line of the Kingdom of Israel has torn an opening, and from what I've observed, they've already made their move. The scope of the defense line is constantly shrinking and adjusting, and before long, that opening will be ineffective. Next, it should be you leading your men to break into that opening. Guo Fuhai thought silently in his heart. But next, Li Liang just stretched his back and then lifted that sniper rifle and pointed it towards the sky. Bang! A very distinctive gunshot resounded through the sky, startling the birds in the woods to scatter in all directions instantly. After the shot, Li Liang yawned again, and then directly laid down on the rock, closing his eyes, with absolutely no intention to act. This What's this for? If we don't act, the defense that was so easily torn open is going to make up for it. Guofuhai looked at the picture with an incredulous face, his heart greatly puzzled. Soon, a snorting sound came from the screen. The many bigwigs were speechless on the spot. He's actually sleeping? Chapter 115, Invaded Ruthlessly. The other side. In Elijah's lively defense line, a special warfare squad that was originally on a free search mission was quietly marching. Listening to the commotion coming from all directions, the leader of the special warfare squad frowned. To be messed up by a bunch of arms dealers like this, what a shame. Those officers in the command headquarters are all kicked in the head by donkeys, they can't figure out how to command and deploy. A member of the special warfare team asked softly, "Captain, do we need support? It seems like the fight is very lively right now." The captain of the special warfare team shook his head and let out a cold snort, saying, "Humph. Back up? Support my ass. Now that the command can't even figure out where the group of guys are, how can we support them?" Just now, he had already contacted the command at the front line, trying to inquire about the whereabouts of these enemies. But the response he got was, "Don't know, not clear, don't understand." No one knew where they were, but it seemed like there were shadows of them everywhere. After letting out a cold smile, the leader of the special operations team carefully discerned the surrounding movements. Opening the map for another look, he spoke somewhat helplessly. According to this deployment of theirs, they might have already infiltrated inside our defense zone area. Even if there are still people here, there probably aren't many. Putting away the map, the special operations team leader once again glanced at his surroundings, and a palpitating feeling suddenly came over him. This feeling was almost a realization that had been practiced for a long time. His consciousness told him that this place was extremely dangerous. But at this moment, looking around, this place was clearly a plain, with no place that could hide a person. For a while, he couldn't figure out where this palpitating feeling came from. This area we're searching now is the key location to cross the defense line. If the other side still has remnants of manpower, they will definitely cross in from this side. The leader of the special operations team said in a deep voice as he gave orders to his team members. Contact the other special operations team and tell them to follow the original planned route to cross search. After the instruction was given, the team member quickly conveyed the message to the other special operations team in this neighborhood, and after this, they also started searching once again. 3 o'clock in the morning. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, looking at Li Liang who was huffing and puffing on the screen, the many bigwigs directly froze. "No, didn't you do so much just to break through the defense line and rush in? How come now that you've succeeded, you're sleeping again? What is this?" Half an hour later, Guofuhai was already sighing repeatedly, because now the defense line of Elijah's country had already contracted. It was so hard to tear open the opening, and there was no more possibility of breaking in. Seeing this scene, in the conference room, the bigwigs looked at each other with bitter smiles. Suddenly, one of the bigwigs laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. This kid is really interesting, Commander Chen, he really is full of randomness like you said. This time, we really can't guess what his path is." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi returned an awkward yet polite smile. The big man continued. "But it's also pretty good, to be able to tear a hole in the defense of the Kingdom of Israel with just such a small number of people. Although in the follow-up I don't think he was able to break in and successfully decapitate that commander either, but all in all, a very good job." This Special Forces military bigwig said while standing up, the appreciation in his eyes as he looked at the projector undisguised. "Alright, since the matter is over, I will retreat first." As the words fell, he was ready to get up and leave. But at that moment, the image on the projector in the conference room was moving again, and he stood still and turned his head to look. In the picture, it was still the same mountainside. Li Liang woke up and directly took that sniper rifle and slowly walked towards the bottom of the hill. 3:30 a.m. Li Liang appeared at the edge of a river, and after standing quietly for a while, a sizzling sound began to come from the woods at the edge of the river. Immediately afterward, one figure after another, smiling, walked out from the woods and eventually all converged beside him. "My lord! It's finally done. Next, it's time to wait for a good show, right?" Looking at the smoke and smiles on the faces of the crowd. In the conference room, the many bigwigs were also puzzled for a while. Guofuhai was as such. A good show? Where did the drama come from? In the end, didn't you also fail to break into Israel's defense line? What can you do now? Thinking of this, Guofuhai's heart was again a beat. He really thought that this young man with a dozen or so men could break through the other side's frontline defense? And also felt that he could complete this beheading operation? No, how could he have such thoughts? It was only normal that he couldn't break through. This thought appeared in his mind, causing Guofuhai to realize it afterward and break out in a cold sweat. A top commander of a frontline war, a country's military general, was killed in his own war zone. How much of a stir would this kind of thing cause if it really happened? I'm afraid that it would instantly change the current landscape of Garza City. At 6 a.m., when the first rays of brilliant sunlight shone into the forward battle zone of the Kingdom of Israel, Nathan in the room also woke up on time. He first brewed himself a beautiful cup of coffee in his room, and then straightened his straight uniform in the mirror. Today, at 12 noon, he would hold a press conference to answer some questions about the war in Kasha and also express about the bombing of the hospital in Kasha. Then he would return to the Israeli rear, but before that, he had one more piece of wonderful news to greet. Opening the door to his room and stepping into the command room, Nathan held his coffee in one hand and made a good morning gesture with the other. "Good morning, my dear officers." With a pleasant mood, Nathan smiled and continued his question. "Now, please tell me. What wonderful things happened last night? How many of those arms dealers were caught? Where are their heads? Have they been placed in my office?" Nathan indulged in his false elegance and didn't notice that the entire command room was already in a mess of everything. Papers and documents were scattered everywhere, those communication devices were drooping in pieces, and several chairs had been knocked over. It was as if last night's war had taken place in the command room. The 10 or so commanding officers stared at their disheveled hair and glared at their reddish, bloodshot eyes. One by one, their heads were lowered, and no one dared to look at Nathan. At this moment, Nathan finally noticed that something was wrong, and the smile on his face slowly began to diminish. "What's wrong, my dear officers?" The crowd hesitated for a long time, knowing that further delay would only make Nathan angrier. An unlucky officer was pushed out, his head lowered as he reported in a whisper. "General, everything that happened last night is a bit complicated. Our defense zone was viciously invaded by that arms dealer squad. 5 bases, 16 strongholds were all harassed and hit. 32 patrol squads were pulled and lured. Chapter 116, Not Here to Assassinate Me? In the command headquarters of the Kingdom of Israel. Listening to the officer's report, the smile on General Nathan's face disappeared. Before the great anger came, he continued to ask with an expressionless face. "Oh? Then how many of them did you shoot down?" Hearing this question, all the officers in the command headquarters buried their heads even lower. "General! General! Not a single one was killed, they all ran away, and now we don't really know where their location is." Snap! Hearing the final result, the coffee cup in Nathan's hand directly fell to the ground. In the next moment, anger directly overwhelmed his entire being. 1 hour later, Elijah's defense line area began to redeploy and contract in case of enemies that might have already infiltrated in. At the same time, the various war ministries began to draw in their troops to guard the airport where General Nathan was going to hold a press conference and return to the country by plane. 2 brand new special warfare teams appeared in the middle of the airport, while the other 2 were tightly guarded in the area around the airport. At this moment, the airport has been stuffed with at least 1 regiment of soldiers. 11:40. Nathan, with a gloomy face, arrived at the airport under tight escort. A helicopter was on standby not far away, and dozens of waiting journalists from various countries swarmed the airport. Under close guard, they were ready to conduct interviews. At 12 o'clock noon, Nathan walked onto the stage with a smile on his face and began to accept interviews from all the reporters. "General Nathan, may I ask how long you'll be staying this time when you return to Israel? Regarding the command of the Gaza war front, is there any change in your Israelite military?" A reporter began to ask questions. Generally, the first reporter to ask a question is the one whose camp position has been affirmed won. Nathan, who was dressed in military uniform on the stage and had purposely hung medals all over his clothes, smiled and opened his mouth to respond. "My return this time is only for personal reasons and will not last long. There will be no changes regarding the frontline command of the Kasego War. And I will lead my soldiers to the final victory of the war." After answering, Nathan was satisfied with his statement and wondered where the rumor came from. Surprisingly, he said that he returned home this time because of the atrocities he made during the war on the front line. He would even lose his power as the supreme commander of the Kasego war zone. It's complete bull. What he did was the right thing. Going back is clearly accepting the glory. After this question, another reporter began to ask a few inoffensive questions. Nathan answered them cheerfully. "General Nathan, it was rumored that last night there seemed to be widespread chaos in your frontline battle zone in Kasego City, and I heard that it was attacked by a squad of arms dealers selling arms. May I ask if this is true?" A reporter snapped, asking the question. Nathan's brows frowned lightly as his gaze swept over this unintelligent reporter. The originally good mood was affected for a bit. After waking up in the morning and getting this news, the furious man directly shot 2 command officers. What's more, he directly replaced a large portion of the other officers. Such incompetent soldiers, staying in the command is simply an insult. Not bad, last night we did get attacked by some unknown people claiming to be arms dealers. But these were just small fights, we failed to suffer any losses and have now been expelled by me. Next we will send out personnel to pursue these ignorant personnel, and soon, they should get their due punishment. Although I don't know why they attacked our defense zone, it was extremely stupid of them to do this and provoke a country's military force. Alright, next question. Nathan didn't want to explain too much on this issue, he didn't even want to think about it because it was just embarrassing. The reporter who asked the question seemed to want to continue, but Nathan no longer gave him any chance. At this moment, another reporter stood up. With a heavy tone, he asked a question. General Nathan. Regarding the bombing of the Kasha hospital, there has been a huge international outcry, and all countries had issued strong condemnations. And before that, the Foreign Ministry of Israel spoke out and said that the bombing was a complete act of terror. May I ask, as the highest commander of the frontline theater, what is your opinion on this matter? As soon as this question came out, all the reporters present tensed up. After all, the bombing of the Kasha hospital was drawing too much attention right now. More than 1,000 deaths had been accumulated, with the number of children taking up half of them. And all the way up to now, the Israeli blockade of Gaza City continued, an act that had also led to an extremely high rise in the number of civilian deaths on the screen. Nathan was clearly ready to answer this question, and he straightened his collar without fuss. With a subtle smile, he slowly opened his mouth to answer. I know that there were rumors previously that we were the ones who bombed the hospitals in Kasego, and I can state that now. We didn't bomb the hospital in Kasego City. Of course, it wasn't bombed by the terrorists either. According to the exact information we received, it was bombed by the Patan state itself. There were 2 tanks as well as an extremely large number of large weapons hidden inside the hospital of the Patan state, so someone must have accidentally mishandled it, which led to this tragedy. Listening to the outrageous explanation Nathan uttered, the reporters present were all confused. This? Talking nonsense with eyes wide open. You mean to say, it was the Patan nation's own weapons that bombed their own hospital? A reporter asked dementedly. Nathan smiled gracefully. Yes, it can be interpreted that way. Hearing Nathan's re-emphasis, a group of journalists who knew what was going on were simply humanly dumbfounded. Have seen shameless, have not seen such shameless. But war is like this, some sins will never be recognized. Nathan simply did not pay attention to these reporters, believe it or not. He also didn't need to pay attention. Well, that's it for the interview. I'm going to take a plane back home below. Goodbye, everyone. As the words fell, Nathan walked towards the helicopter on the side under the escort of 2 special warfare teams. On the way, he slowly turned his head to look around and whispered smugly, "Oh, not here to assassinate me? Where are the people? Sure is stupid. As long as one gets on that helicopter, then the so-called decapitation will be a complete joke." Only, just as Nathan was walking towards that airplane extremely happily, woo woo, the sky instantly darkened as if it was covered by dark clouds, in which there was also a sound of an engine. Boom! Before the crowd could react, the helicopter in front of them was suddenly hit by something. Chapter 117, Misunderstanding Hawk Sauce. The helicopter in front of General Nathan was blown up by an object falling from the sky. The helicopter in front of General Nathan was blown up by an object falling from the sky. The reporters at the scene were also scared and hurriedly dispersed in all directions. The special fighters reacted the fastest. Protect the general. Nathan was instantly pounced on by the special warriors. In the midst of panic, he looked up to the sky above, and immediately his pupils shrunk slightly and his scalp went numb. Only to see that thousands of drones had appeared in the sky at some point. They were as if locusts were passing through, densely packed and covering the sky. Suicide drones. When did they come? Why didn't the air defense alarm go off? Quickly! Fire, fire! A special operations team leader immediately recognized it, and he shouted in horror, directing his team to protect Nathan while shielding him. At the same time, the Israeli soldiers inside the airport reacted. The air defense siren was instantly sounded. The air defense system struck. The soldiers also picked up their air defense weapons and opened fire on the drones in the sky. But even with this, Israel still suffered heavy losses. The other side wasn't a person, it was a machine, even if it was hit and dropped. The bombs on the drones would also follow the wreckage of the drones as they fell to the ground and exploded. In an instant, the airport was in chaos, but these drones did not attack again, but kept walking in the middle of the sky, seemingly looking for something. Nathan's heart was in his throat when he saw this scene. What the hell is this? How did this happen? Whose tactics are these? Could it be that arms dealer's tactics? No. It can't be. Damn it, how did he? How could he have this kind of weapon? And in such huge quantities? Nathan cursed under his breath viciously in his heart as he followed the special fighters backward. But at this moment, some of the drones in the sky seemed to have discovered him and directly rushed towards Nathan. 1, 2, 3. More drones locked onto the target. They no longer bothered to deliberately dodge the bullets and blew up at the special forces members guarding Nathan's side. Boom! The explosions rang out violently, instantly tearing apart the special operations team beside Nathan, along with Nathan himself, who was lifted to the ground by the force of the shockwave. No! No! I am an Eretz Israeli meritocracy. I can't die here. I'm going to go back and give credit. I'm the greatest servant of the kingdom of Eli. Nathan struggled to get up from the ground, but he felt that his lower body was out of control. He turned around and fixed his eyes on the ground, only to realize that his legs were weak. Quickly protect the general. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel shouted in panic, while the drones in the sky immediately locked onto their targets again after completing a wave of attacks. Clustered around Nathan's side, one of the drones flew out leisurely with a bomb. He slowly arrived in front of Nathan, and in the other's stunned eyes, a voice came out from within the drone. "Nathan, you blew up my client's hospital and the weapons I sold. I had a deal to send them after sales service." The voice inside the drone spoke slowly. "You? It's that arms dealer?" Hearing this, Nathan instantly realized. He had actually come for real. Fear instantly filled his heart. "And you also killed one of my men, so you must die." Inside the drone, Li Liang's voice slowly spoke. Then in Nathan's fearful gaze, a large number of drones violently exploded. The bombs then fell, and so did Nathan's head. The body was also broken. 12:51 p.m. The Supreme Commander of the Israeli Frontline Theater, Nathan, killed by a suicide drone on his way out of the airport. 1:15 p.m. Drones in the airport begin to evacuate due to loss of targets. Thousands come in, and less than 100 are left by the end of the day. Likewise, the Israeli forces inside the airport have suffered heavy losses. At 1:21, Li Liang and the others stepped directly to the road back after hearing the explosion. 2:30 p.m. The news of General Nathan's death was broadcast and the world was shocked. Within an hour afterward, the global media went completely crazy. They were scrambling to report on this unbelievable event. World newspaper. Israeli General Nathan, commander of the Kasha theater, has been killed in an attack. The attacked area is in the middle of his country's war zone defense line, and he had held a press conference to talk about the bombing of the Kasha hospital. Currently, journalists from many countries have been detained by Israel. The identity of the attacker is not disclosed at this time. A military v. Brothers, powerful news, don't see regret for life. That war butcher of Israel, the hitman who bombed innocent civilians, Nathan is dead. I heard it's still in my own military area. Attacked and killed with a regiment of troops. I don't know which hero did it. But all I can say is, heroic cowhide. Global Times. Update, at 12:51 p.m. today, General Nathan, the top commander of the Israeli state's frontline theater in Gaza, died in an attack at the airport returning to his home country. According to reliable sources on the scene, General Nathan was attacked by a large number of suicide drones, the model of which is the Eagle Interceptor. The Israeli frontline theater in Kashgar is currently investigating, and more information is not yet available from Israel. Every media platform that reported this news was almost instantly overrun by netizens from every country. Especially once the news from the Global Times came out. Viewing clicks went up like crazy. The news itself about the bombing of the Kasha hospital and the deaths of thousands of civilians and children had already attracted huge attention. Now the sudden death of the top commander of the frontline theater in Eretz Yisrael had ramped the story up even more. And it was also the result of a Hawksbane nation-style drone attack. It left the netizens stunned and discussing. God, which heroic man did this? It's so damn awesome. To be killed in a frontline war zone in his own country, this Nathan has simply become a joke. I heard that the attack on Nathan was a large number of suicide drones, a model that belongs to Eagle Jam's country. It's called something like, right, Interceptor. What's going on? Didn't the Eagle Jam nation support the Israelis before? Why are they turning against each other now? I can't believe that Eagle Jam has done something good. Yes, I heard that thousands of drones made an appearance. Who else but the rich and powerful Eagle Jam country could have made such a move? Eagle Jam country is really good. Looks like I misunderstood Eagle Jam nation before. The world's public opinion once again stirred up a huge heat. Almost every country was discussing the matter of Nathan's murder, but there were only two countries that, to the very end, had not taken a stance. That was the Eagle Sauce country and the Kingdom of Israel. Up and down their two countries, there was silence. Chapter 118, Attitude of the Dragon Country's Bigwigs. At this moment, in that conference room of the Dragon Country, the atmosphere was silent. Looking at the satellite surveillance images coming from the projector, Chen Yi's gaze flickered, and the shock in his heart was incomparable. A question appeared in his mind. How were so many suicide drones hidden? And how did they go about controlling them? After tearing through the area of Elijah's defense, what exactly did Li Liang do to hide these thousands of drones into the depths of Eretz Yisrael? There was no shortage of military bigwigs among those present, but no one was able to figure this out for a while. From the moment they started to learn about the news of Nathan's murder, not a single bigwig in the entire conference room opened their mouths to speak. The entire world, except for certain people from the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Beitan. They were the only ones who knew the truth of this incident. This was because they had watched almost the entire event with their own eyes, and they had seen it all except for that drone feast at the end. In the conference room at this moment, every big brother's face was all serious. It was as if they were deeply shocked by this outcome. It was also like they were pondering the other linked reactions behind this matter. Or perhaps already subconsciously pondering if the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were to face an attack from such a fellow. How were they going to go about defending themselves? In this operation, that young arms dealer's meticulous to perverted situation control and precise commanding ability was simply displayed to the fullest. It was an art. The opponent's defense force this time is nearly tens of thousands of soldiers composed of defense circle. There are also several elite special warriors close defense. With this kind of tight layout, it actually didn't work in the slightest? They were just blown up by the drones? It is really unimaginable. So what if it was Dragon Kingdom's own top generals? Would they be able to withstand such a silent beheading? Even if it's not under the protection of troops, what if there are no troops? Would they be killed at will by that guy? This was the single most deeply pondered question in the hearts of the many bigwigs. After pondering for a long time, there was finally a big brother who spoke softly with a deadly nervous tone and asked, "This guy. Make sure that the nationality is our dragon country's, right?" This question made the other bigwigs in the conference room helpless. Shen Yi and the chief of staff, who were sitting at the very front, both knew what the meaning behind his words was. Shen Yi took a deep breath and nodded his head. "Yes. I think this is something that can be assured, because it seems from Li Liang's current situation in the Dragon Kingdom. It's true that he hasn't done anything that violates the law and discipline, and he's always been at peace within the Dragon Kingdom. He's just an ordinary student. The only time he violated discipline." Shen Yi's mind at this moment recalled the time when he first met Li Liang. The only time he broke the law, it can't be considered a violation. It's that previously, Li Liang had conducted an arms deal within the high seas area near our Dragon Kingdom, thus being targeted by our marine police side. Later on, he was captured and interrogated in a small dark room for a period of time. Thinking of this, Shen Yi also had to laugh bitterly. It's also funny to say that although we knew that he illegally traded arms, we didn't criminalize him because he didn't do these things within our Dragon Kingdom. Instead, looking beyond the borders again, that guy, it's really can be described as lawless. Hearing what Shen Yi said, the bigwigs in the conference room suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, they laughed again. Some curiously asked, "After arresting him, then how was he punished? Fined or detained?" Hearing this question, Shen Yi laughed even more bitterly. Punish him with a fine? This kid, he could kind of see through it. If he wanted his life, it was impossible to ask for this kid's money. At that time, there were some special circumstances, so I simply dealt with it and made a deal with him. I think it's almost time for the deal. Why don't we wait for him to return home and then deal with it? Shen Yi symbolically inquired. This was also a test for him. Let's see what kind of attitude these colleagues have towards Li Liang. Forget it. At the end of the day, he was also a person from the Dragon Kingdom, and he hadn't done anything detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. It's also the opposite, lawless outside the country but peaceful inside. So it seems that this kid is actually still very affectionate towards the Dragon Kingdom. Inevitably, the many bigwigs felt much more favorable towards this young man they had never met before. There is even some small satisfaction in the hidden. This to say out. Hey! Look! Our young man from the Dragon Kingdom, killing a general is easy. Certain countries will have to be careful. A moment later, one of the bigwigs noticed what Shen Yi had just said and asked. Made a deal? What kind of deal? Several bigwigs also cast curious gazes. Seeing this, Shen Yi's heart instantly understood, and subconsciously recalled the other party's beaten look when he had cross-examined Li Liang at that time. So he also learned to smile back with a cloudy smile. It's nothing, looking for him to buy some arms. Now it seems that what was asked for on the last arms order is just not enough. No way. I have to get some more and bring it back for the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute to imitate it inside. At those words, those few curious bigwigs directly froze. No, my old comrade. You're the top big brother of an arms factory. You're looking for an arms dealer to buy arms? Isn't this hilarious? Soon their expressions looked over to the chief of staff's side, seeing that the latter was not surprised by this matter. They also understood that this matter should have been authorized. But this was still outrageous as well. For a bigwig of the Dragon Kingdom's military factories to look for an arms dealer to buy arms and weapons, wouldn't it be somewhat lose face? When Shen Yi saw their expressions, an inexplicable feeling of pleasure arose in his heart. One of the curious bigwigs looked at Shen Yi with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth, wanting to continue asking something. But soon he seemed to think of something, and the look on his face became serious again, saying, "Commander Chen, I don't know what you think about this attacking drone. I always feel that something is not right? Where did he get the interceptor drone developed by the Eagle Jam country? Moreover, this scale of control, isn't it a bit weird?" At those words, Shen Yi immediately became serious as well. Indeed. It wasn't that it wasn't right. Rather, it was very wrong. He slowly spoke. Interceptor drones, originally, the role of this drone was only used to intercept the enemy's unmanned reconnaissance planes. This type of interception is through software, shielding signals, and so on to intercept. Their role is also only with this, until later, a company in the Eagle Jam country developed another interception method, called suicide interception. After that, his role was not just to intercept unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Rather, it's mounting bombs for intercepting enemies, as well as tanks and armored vehicles. Drones are cheap to build, so utilizing them on the battlefield is extremely cost-effective. Chapter 119, Drone Swarm Self-Organizing Network Technology. In the conference room, Shen Yi paused, smiled blandly, and then said, "We have these types of suicide drones in Dragon Kingdom as well." Hearing this, the many bigwigs were finally relieved. There was no way around it. Back then, it was suppressed too much, and the technological blockade was extremely severe. This led to the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had been a bit of a firepower shortage phobia all these years. Uneasy. I'm afraid that when it comes to drying out, I still have to execute some kind of penetration tactics. It's not that I'm afraid of not being able to do it, but the soldiers are all practiced hard. If anything goes wrong, even if they lose one of them, they will be hurt. These were the people of the Dragon Kingdom. But Shen Yi's words changed, and then he said with a straight face, "But we can't control such a huge swarm of drones in combat at once." His gaze went back to the image on the projector. The picture was exactly that of a large number of drones hovering in the air dodging bullets. The many bigwigs also frowned when they heard this. Shen Yi continued again. "Suicide drones, the swarm self-organizing network technology is used in combat. With this kind of technology, there is only enough to send out more than 200 drones for it at once. And from the videos available at the Israeli airports, it seems that this swarm of drones, at least 1,500 of them. Such self-organizing network technology, I think. It can only be done if it breaks through the technological barrier and makes important breakthroughs in chips and algorithms." Hearing this, the many bigwigs also cleared their minds. Any world-leading technology was extremely important, especially the bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition to having a phobia of insufficient firepower in their hearts, they also kept in mind the saying, "Lagging behind will lead to a beating." Are you saying that Li Liang has mastered this technology? Shen Yi smiled faintly, non-committal. After this big brother's words, there was another moment of silence in the conference room. In this silence, an inexplicable light slowly flickered in the eyes of some of the bigwigs. A few moments later, Chief of Staff Ri, who had been sitting in the main seat and had not been able to speak, finally spoke out. With relief in his eyes, he calmly spoke. "Shen Yi, don't you still have a deal with young comrade Li Liang? Tell him that the money aspect is not a problem, but it can't be until the time of the deal. There's always a need to prepare in advance, and then before that, bring him here to recognize the faces of us old guys. Tell him that there's no need to be formal, think of it as a meeting between elders and juniors." Hearing this, the many bigwigs in the conference room burst out laughing. The light flashing in their eyes became even brighter, and they were already looking forward to meeting this young man with a hint of legend. The words had just fallen. Chief of Staff Ri was smiling faintly before getting up to leave. As he walked to the door, he stopped again and turned his head to Shen Yi. "Right, I remember, when juniors come to meet their elders, they can't come empty-handed, right, they have to bring some kind of gift." After saying that, he smiled broadly. Shen Yi was directly stunned before he reacted. TSK. This hand, simply. Ginger was indeed still old and hot. The delight in his heart was undisguised, and he immediately laughed and said, "Of course. I'll have him come back right away. How can I say it this time? I have to pluck something out of him." Hearing these words, the Chief of Staff also no longer stayed and walked straight towards the door. 2 days later, another piece of news caught the world's attention. The Kingdom of Israel announced the full commencement of an attack on Gaza. When this news came out, many countries were directly shocked. Originally, they thought that once Nathan died, the Kingdom of Israel would temporarily stop the war. But they were still wrong. Not only did the Kingdom of Israel not stop the war, but instead, it intensified, preparing to kill in a quick battle. And just at this time, the Dragon Kingdom suddenly announced that it would make a humanitarian donation of supplies to Gaza City. After this news, many countries were suddenly discussing a lot. They also didn't expect that out of the 3 strongest powers in this blue planet, the Dragon Kingdom would actually show their attitude first. And the news that followed immediately afterward caused the entire world to fluctuate. Emperor Jinpu, who was far away in the Manhwa kingdom, even directly made a strong statement. The same was to make material donations to Baton country and Gaza City. And Jinpu the Great also deliberately emphasized a sentence. "If anyone dares to intercept these supplies, they will be considered to be at war with the Manhwa kingdom." This domineering statement immediately spread throughout the world. Numerous countries were thrilled, and many countries that sympathized with Gaza and Baton. After seeing the strongest 2 countries of the 3 powers on the blue planet speak out, they made humanitarian donations to Gaza City. And on the side of the Israelite countries, a few days after knowing these news, perhaps they got some news, finally began to announce to the public that it would stop conducting all wars, and that a 3-month ceasefire agreement would be reached with the Baton nation. This is what everyone didn't expect. Everyone didn't know what had happened, the truce that even Nathan's death had failed to stop. Just because of an act of donation by the Dragon Nation, it affected the whole body, and a war actually began to change quietly. The city of Kasha at night. Halma stood on the outermost blockade passageway of the city. As the chairman of the Material Dispatch Center, he hadn't been out of Garza City for a long time. 1, it was dangerous, and 2, he was busy. But today, he had practically walked to the blockade line of Eretz Yisrael. For he had just delivered a man himself. Sent from the city to the outskirts of the city, and now as he looked out over the desert in the distance, he could vaguely see the back of a man dressed in a black punching bag suit. A temporarily transferred Baton country officer standing beside him didn't seem to know who that black back figure actually was. He looked at the tearful Halma and asked cautiously, "Lord Chairman, who is that person? Why did you personally send him all the way outside the city?" Halma's gaze kept looking over there and waited for half a day before answering with a hoarse voice. "He is an arms dealer." The Baton Kingdom's officer was still a bit puzzled. "An arms dealer? What has he done to deserve this from you, my lord? You just gave him $500,000, that's your own personal savings." Halma wiped the tears from her face and recovered her emotions. "Nah. I'll give it even if he takes 500 million, 500 million, 500 million. Even this life of mine, I'm willing to give it to him. I'm really too thankful to him." Halma smiled, if it wasn't for the fact that all the armistice agreements of the Israelis were now signed. By now, I'm afraid he would still feel like he was dreaming. This arms dealer actually really went to avenge those children in the hospital. And he succeeded. He should have given the arms dealer more money. But that young man said that he was not only there to avenge the children in the hospital. His own men were also killed by Nathan, so this revenge was for his men. One size did not fit all, money was needed, but not too much. He's seen a lot of arms dealers, but never seen an arms dealer like this. Maybe he will never have the chance to see again. Halma took a deep look over there, the back was no longer visible in the desert. "Let's go, we still have a lot to do." Halma exclaimed with a complicated expression and made another blessing gesture of "God bless him." Then he turned his head away with the officials.